streets in Izium in the near future? Thank you.
Look, I don't know. And it's anyone's guess at this point. Depends on the Russians, really. Ukrainians don't need to jump in there. They don't need to do anything too crazy. So the reality is, you're going to see World War II surrender. I mean, they've already done that, right? You already have thousands of Russians who have surrendered. When that happens in Izium, it all depends on really two things: how aggressive the Ukrainians want to collapse that. Maybe they want them to suffer. Hey, maybe they want them to not have to be there for a month, and maybe they want that to get back to Russia, right? Maybe they want that to be something that is a very prescient point that hits a political consideration for the Russian people. So when it can happen, it really depends on the Ukrainians and also somewhat the Russians. And I hope that helps. I'm gonna do something here. Pardon me. So go ahead if there's any other. Is there a follow up there?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, we go to Riva.
Hey, good morning again, everyone. Hey, Axel. Hey, I'm going to try to summon Constantine. He had made a post yesterday that I think is really germane to this conversation, that one of the Ukrainian units being involved in this is the 92nd Brigade, and that's Kharkiv's indigenous brigade. And so these Russian saps are not just in a sack, but they're also sandwiched between a bunch of vengeful Ukrainians and their friends and family. So I don't think there's anything on earth that's going to keep them from liberating the people they're closest to.
Yeah, no, 100%.
We had Maple and Brent and Gunny, but Gunny took his hand down. So if Gunny doesn't want to talk, that's fine. Then we talk in a little while and go to Brent and then Maple.
Hey, how are you doing? I mean, I'm away from work for a little bit, and this coverage has been amazing, and it's very good to see Ukraine's success. So, kind of have a two-part question. First part is, I kind of see the kind of operational strategy of Ukraine kind of in the north and around Izium as being one of maneuver warfare and the operational arc down in Kherson being one of attritional, get a position of advantage and use fires to isolate and destroy kind of the pocket there of Russians. And to me, there's been less coverage of the attack down to the south. But if that is the kind of the operational strategy, would you kind of, or if I'm right about that, would you kind of assess that movement as being the same level of success as the maneuver kind of that's happening, more to the north or less, or just kind of how would you kind of rank it? And then the second kind of part to my question is, there has to be, with any sort of maneuver warfare, there has to be an operational pause at some point. Just because, you look at the U.S. going up to Baghdad, there were planned operational pauses to let logistics, et cetera, catch up, because just any sort of maneuver warfare is very resource intensive. Where would you see the logical operational pause for the Ukrainian forces? Would it be Izium, et cetera? Just kind of curious.
It's now. So it's not an operational pause when you can have concurrent activity, right? So right now they're so close to their lines that sustainment issue is not an issue. So what do we know of the range of a tank? Do we know, Brent?
300 to 400 kilometers.
350, 400 kilometers for the 72s. How far have these tanks traveled in the last week? I'll tell you. Being generous, they've traveled 50 kilometers. See what I'm saying?
No, that's a good point. That's a much less distance than us, going
Far
to
less.
Baghdad.
Yeah, far less. They're not driving across the country. They're literally going to the store. It's like an American going to Walmart 20 miles from his house. Are you worrying about when you're going to get fuel? You know what I mean? That's obviously a little silly, but and guess what they have? They have, the Russians at least have stockpiled all these little towns with their diesel, and Vesele and Balaklia, and all of those places have functioning things. And guess what's going to happen? Ukrainians will backfill all of those towns they've already retaken. It's called, we call it living off the economy, right? So it is your country. You're not even stealing gas from an enemy country that you're in. So it's right now. I posted something to the nest. It's a horror. I did it with my fat big fingers. Did everyone see that posted in the nest?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I would suggest, see all the blue lines that I did, right?
Looks like a good old Napoleon map.
Oh, does it? Well, it's not. It's mine. Yeah. What I would suggest is, see where I've put those blue lines? I would suggest that Ukrainians are actually where the red lines are. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. This is exactly what I would have told you now. Did you?
Yeah.
You drew this yesterday, right?
I just drew it right now just to highlight what I said yesterday. So what it means is that all the open source maps that show stuff, and there is proof. I mean, if you dig deep enough, and some silly Ukrainian soldiers are posting it because they're happy outside of road signs from the city signs outside those the signs that show where you're at, like, hey, we're here. So they're posting it. Not good. I wouldn't do that. But so that bulge, that Russian bulge, is not anywhere near. It's closer to the red lines I drew as opposed to the red, which these online maps are showing Russian controlled territory. So, yeah.
So just to kind of summarize, you would see like the interior lines and the kind of compact supply lines of the Ukrainians. They're going to be able to keep up this type of momentum for the foreseeable future.
All day, every day. They literally.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, you obviously pay more. I trust your judgment.
Watch this. United States of America, Fort Hood. Are you telling me outside Fort Hood that a U.S. armored division couldn't do exercises 50 kilometers away from the base? You do it all day.
No. I didn't have an appreciation for the kind of time and distance. I guess kind of my other question was kind of the assault in the South. I've seen that as more kind of an attritional strategy using fires. How would you kind of assess the success of that, in comparison with kind of what's going on? Because to me, an attritional strategy that kind of isolates it can be just as successful as this maneuver warfare going up in the north. And I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on that.
All right. So the Ukrainian attack in the north of Kherson Oblast, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and Kherson, the pocket.
That's not attrition. That's pure maneuver warfare. They've killed probably 10,000 Russians in that AO. They're dead. Like they've minced up about 5 brigades, probably destroyed 3 or 4 fully in total. Like I'm talking numbers, not individual brigades. I'm talking about manpower, so they could reconstitute. But that's not attrition. That's go get a maneuver warfare. Now, what they're doing now in Kherson is attrition, 100%. What they're doing now is they're tightening the noose. They're taking positions more strategically. They don't have resupply. They're using artillery, and they're constantly knocking off sustainment plans from the Russians, desperately trying to get stuff to Kherson City. So that's attrition, right? But for the northern half, for what they did to those 3 of those frontline brigades there that were like the lead mount units for that AO, they chopped them up real good. And that wasn't the attrition. Wasn't attrition. That was just maneuver warfare.
No, I mean, we might be saying similar things. You're using maneuver warfare to maneuver into a position of advantage, and then using your position of advantage to kind of attrit the enemy.
Well, so the difference is they're not decisive. So decisively engaged or not, they were decisively engaged. They were their mission task verb was to destroy. So they were destroying Ukrainian Russian positions. They weren't attriting them. So there's a difference. So in this case, I think we're talking past each other. Bottom line is the Ukrainians are successful in the south in what they did in that counteroffensive, and where they need to consolidate. That involves a lot more sustainment support because of the distances to where they have stuff, right? Because they didn't. The week and a half pause, that operational pause after the initial phase of their counteroffensive, that would have been them moving up, inchworming up their supplies for sure. That would have been an example of it, right? So they couldn't just operate freely like that. There's certain terrain issues, and there's also location of ammo and fuel. So that's one issue. But right now they're attriting them with artillery, and that's fine. And when they're ready, they'll do whatever they have to do. I suspect they've isolated Kherson, so I suspect they want to let them. They're going to give them enough rope to hang themselves. Do you see what I mean?
No, absolutely. I do think, yeah, absolutely. It's
like
fascinating.
They've got 15,000 in the garrison there in and around Kherson. Why do you need to engage them? Starve them. No cookies for you.
No, I absolutely. It's fascinating to watch, and I'm thrilled that this is occurring the way it is, because Russia, unprovoked aggression, and they've been unprovoked aggression, in Syria, Georgia, etc. So it is, hopefully this will be a significant change to not only Ukraine, but hopefully within Europe and also the region.
All right, 100%. Who's next?
I think we should go to Maple and then to Nick.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Yehuda, does this remind you of kind of like Iraqis in Desert Storm?
No. No, because the Iraqis were on their own terrain for most of it. I think this is a new level of stupid, to be honest with you. At least the Iraqis surrendered quicker, right? They know what they were under no misapprehension that they were going to stand up to a qualified force. The Russians are just completely blind to what they see in front of their eyes. So not exactly, but I understand where you see the comparison to a degree.
And my other question was, I saw this report yesterday about like the sort of the Russians quitting, the local forces there in Transnistria quitting. I don't know if there's been more or if anybody else has seen more. And I was just sort of curious whether we're going to start seeing like sort of a mass collapse of the Russian oppressed areas, if you will.
Yeah, I don't know what fantasy land he's talking about as well. I mean, they're going to defend what? Are they going to send a strongly worded letter? What is Russia going to do in Transnistria? I mean, I don't know. I read it too. I don't know what he thinks they can do. But if you have an idea, let me know.
Call their manager, Yehuda. If you call their manager, I'm sure they take calls, works really well. Russian Karens are going to swarm the battlefield, and I'm sure Zaluzhny will just pick up the phone and help right on out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, call the manager. We're really concerned about it's just these are death throes of a stupid group of people. Wow, we're going to do something and trying to, we'll scare the West. We'll tell them we're really mad in Transnistria, a sliver of land with 1,000 bobos with guns who couldn't lead themselves out of a paper bag. That will get Romania scared. That will really feel NATO will start sweating. I have no idea what this guy thinks. I mean, nothing they say makes sense to me. Just weird threats. Idle. It's not even idle threats. Like an idle threat. I'm going to kill you. Well, I see what you mean, but I'm gonna put you in a potato sack and fly you to the moon. That's not even an idle threat. It's just strange. These are just strange words that come from this man's mouth. God help him.
Alrighty, shall we move on to Nick and then to Riva?
Sure.
Nick.
Hey, Yehuda, thank you so much for having me on. Wanted to have a question for you or feedback. I've seen some posts from some OSINT users about the Third Army Corps coming to save the day that's been together for a month. I think maybe your feedback to the listeners on how much it takes for a unit to be cohesive and how many train exercises, FTXs, and those type of buildups just to be a formidable unit is needed. I just think it's crazy that they're posting about this. Maybe more. Just want to get your feedback on that.
Sorry, real quick, the last part, I got the audio cut off for me.
Oh, what I was just talking about, wanting to see what your feedback is about how much it's so hard for a unit to work cohesively together, and this Third Army Corps is getting together, and people are thinking that it's going to come and save the day. I just think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's gonna come and save the hay. I don't know, not the day though. I have no idea what they're gonna do with them. These are a bunch of clowns. They've got stuff that doesn't work. They're just bringing out tanks. If it turns on, okay, get it out there. But it just turns on. It doesn't move left or right. That's fine. We'll just push it in the right direction. That's how bad the equipment is coming out. It's going to be a slaughter. I mean, and I hate to say it, better the Russian soldier than the Ukrainian child. Well, I don't hate to say it. I mean, it's just reality. But to go outside somewhat of my wheelhouse to say politically, it could be the end of Putin. I mean, if Kherson falls and 15,000 remaining Russians surrender, if the Izium pocket there, if that collapses and they surrender, there's 40,000-ish Russian troops newly minted into captivity, and they have to create prison camps that are, gosh, I don't know, 10 kilometers long or something. And that gets out to the world. Russia's toast, right? Putin's toast. Come on. Even he can't play that down. Anyway, I hope that helps, Nick.
No, I appreciate you, Yehuda. Thank you so much. I'll go back down to listening.
No worries. Let's go to Raver than Nina.
Hey, real quick to Nick. So it took the U.S. Army roughly 2 years to take a recruit or a bunch of recruits and turn them into Patton's Third Army. So it's not something you can do in just a couple of months. So Yehuda, I don't know if she has broke it previously or if she broke it on my daily thread, but Colonel Lake is joining NAFO.
Yeah, that's it's already been pronounced, and it's not nonsense. Whatever. Yeah, I'm saying I think she already told everyone.
I must have missed it then. I was just, in case it was breaking news, was gonna put it up there. Anyway, I'm gonna clock into work. Talk to you all later.
Take care, brother. Yeah, no, she posted like 2-3 days ago. It's all good. All right, Nina.
Thank you, Yehuda. I just read on Helsingin Sanomat that Russia is saying, and I want to know what you think about it. Russia says that it will strengthen its troops in Kharkova, and this is the sources are TASS and RIA Novosti, which I know that are Russians sources. So what do you make of this, that they would they even be able to strengthen their sources, their troops in Kharkova?
Yeah, no, they won't. These are just words again. Words. The Russians, it's what happens when you go to the casino and you're convinced you're going to win, and you spend all your money and then lose, and then you have to explain to someone that you can't afford the cab ride back to the hotel. these are just words. Nothing else. I can't dress it up any other way. I wish there was some 4D chess just for the Russians' sake, but they really messed up. They really messed up.
And it's a continuous stream of information, which is always the same. Whenever they are losing, whenever they're under pressure, there's more information coming about the third corps, the reserves from Belgorod, the reserves from Kursk, this and that wonder weapon. That's all fine. Let's have it. Yuda, shall we go to Jens?
We shall.
Yeah, I just want to hear if at least Yehuda will back me up. So I'm trying to say that how can Putin survive this humiliation? I mean, he's the guy who promised them Russia Mir, and now it's. I mean, they are waking up. How can they not blame him?
I guess the question is, when will they start blaming him? Not how can they not? I think that's what's more important. Right.
Yeah,
I think it'll get there.
Yeah, I realize that it'll take time, but I just think at some point they gotta say this was all Putin.
Well,
and
they were on.
I'm-
They were
I'm
along
not-
for the ride.
I mean, no, but someone has to take the blame, right?
Oh yeah, his name is Shoigu and Gerasimov. Those are for sure. Well, the reason why Shoigu is still living is because he's the fall guy. You know, I'm convinced of that. I'm convinced that Shoigu exists solely as but that won't be enough. If Putin thinks that Shoigu is going to be a sacrificial lamb, I think he's sorely mistaken.
But that's what I mean. The whole design of the Russian dream or whatever, that is Putin. And if he wipes out his army, how can they not demand his head?
Listen, you're asking. Look, the French backed Napoleon after failures and bigger ones. People are weird. People are stupid sometimes. We don't know what'll happen, but we do know what we know that with the Ukrainians doing what they're doing, they're going to hand things back to the Russians, and how they figure out, that's a Russian problem. You know what I mean? That's a they problem, not an us problem. So when will they do it? I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure mid-level to higher ranking officers in the army realize that they're screwed. I mean, they might have been aware that within their, sphere of influence that they had shortcomings, and they probably just thought, well, I hope, because a lot of these people steal stuff. A lot of these are, these commanders are stealing stuff. They might figure, I'm stealing. Maybe that guy's not stealing as much as me. Maybe that guy's not selling his ship's propellers, but I am. Or that guy is not selling the engines for those tanks on eBay. I don't know who would need a T-72 engine, but whatever. And then they figured, well, at least other units are going to be good to go, because they would have known, right? The commander who is responsible for cannibalizing his regiment of this, that, and the other has got to know that he can't do something. Now, if everyone thinks that everyone else is not stealing as much as them, maybe they can imagine that they have a chance. But for them to literally to all be in this war and not know that they don't have the ability to do something, I find that unbelievable. I find it unbelievable. So they got to be looking at an exit strategy for themselves, and they don't want to. None of these guys want to take the fall for Putin, right? There's not one of them wants to take a fall for Putin for what he's doing. So again, question becomes, how far do they want to take it? How far do they want to go?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I think it's Russia can do whatever they want as soon as they are kicked out of Ukraine. That's good enough for me.
I like it. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of feedback about I'm getting feedback about the post I made. I'm familiar. The whole point of me posting it is because it's not accurate. That like that's outdated. Yes, I hope I made that clear. Maybe someone can write that on there. That the red lines. So maybe
Yehuda, you made broad strokes on a map and posted it on the internet, and it's not fully correct 100%.
No. I guess what they're assuming is that I'm saying that's where the positions are now, and I'm saying they're probably not. In fact, they're not. But that's what they would have looked like possibly a week ago, right? And now I would suspect that the Ukrainians have enveloped that red. So imagine the inside of that circle is where all the Russians' backs are facing, right? Their backs are to there, and they're front facing towards the Ukrainians. That will get smaller and smaller. That's easier to force a surrender. You just do 2 minutes of a nice artillery, just 2 minutes of a bunch of M777s, forget HIMARS, just indirect fire artillery into those formations, and people are just going to be like, we're done, give up, because you got us dead to rights. So that's what I wanted to point out. And obviously I did it with my finger on my iPhone. So let's go ahead to Ron.
Mic check, guys. You got me?
Mike sounds nice.
Okay, great. Just a kind of a follow-up on what we were just talking about. A couple of months ago, the predominant feeling amongst the space was that when we heard that Putin had some sort of cancer going on, and he is looking a little worse these days. Everybody was saying, this probably wouldn't make a big difference for the military political establishment. It didn't matter if Putin was the man or not. I'm wondering how much do you think that has changed, whether they might take this as an off-ramp to get out of a nasty situation, or are they going to continue this because it's a military grift? And what factor does keeping hold or losing Crimea have on that?
I think Axel can answer that too, right?
I don't think so. I don't think that we have that in this space, that kind of overall general opinion. I think, yeah, we may have been too conservative at times, but I don't think that we had that opinion.
I don't even know the opinions because my audio cut off. That's why I did that to you, Axel. Sorry.
No, I was just saying,
Yeah.
before, generally you guys had said, well, if Putin does kick it within cancer within the next couple of weeks, it doesn't matter. His replacement's going to have basically the same attitude and the same agenda. And I'm wondering if now that's changed.
We never said he would kick it because we thought that he would outlive whatever
That's a
kind of war
hypothetical.
there as well. Yeah.
As a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Nobody is coming.
If he dies tomorrow, does someone continue with it? No, I actually think they wouldn't. Personally, I think that this would be an off ramp for sure, and they would do their best to blame it on Putin, and then the videotapes would come out with Putin and goats, and every type of Russian silliness will paint him out to be the devil that he is. But you know what I mean, with silly effect, that he ate babies. That's how it's a Russian MO. But that. I would see that as not necessarily being somewhere that a new Russian leader, you might say, hey, I've inherited a country that is crippled and sanctioned and I'm screwed and I don't want that. So it possibly could be. But this whole will he die and stuff, we just like to throw that away because we're not here to we're not psychics, right? Ooh, he's using steroids, his face is plump. Maybe he ate a lot of food. I don't know. Maybe he's bloated.
And the part you missed on that, Yehuda, is what about possession of Crimea? How do you think that would affect the equation?
Well, look, I mean, I said initially always that Crimea will come in political because the Russians. I mean, again, we didn't know how far the Ukrainians could get. We didn't know how effective their offensives would be, and it turns out that they're very effective, and it turns out that they have the ability to it, and there is a fantastic number of Ukrainians being trained. They will provide defense in depth. They could just take it from the Russians. I never thought I'd say that so clearly. I knew they could possibly, I thought it'd be a lot harder, but they could actually take Crimea back pretty handedly. And I'd say they could do it by mid next year if they wanted to. But the idea is, what is this Russian, status? Russians say that if their homeland gets invaded, blah 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 blah, and all these threats. It's not theirs. No one recognizes it. The glorious nation of North Korea and maybe Iran or something recognize it, but these aren't actual, serious people. So it all depends. The answer is it all depends.
And how many attacks has Ukraine already carried out on Crimea?
A whole slew of them, right? So the Russians did, and now it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia made a statement. It's like they think they had a gotcha moment where, see, we've proven it. The Ukrainians are bad. They've attacked us here, and that just shows that they're bad actors, and they're attacking deep inside Russian territory. He refers to Crimea and Saki, and are they gonna launch a tactical nuke because Ukraine takes back Crimea? I'm pretty confident that's another no. It's a big old fat no, over and over again. They'll lose it. The question is when and how. And what will the Russians are just gonna have to deal with it, right? They're gonna, again. So where are we at? I think 2 months ago we spoke about Russia having. There was initially $600 billion in foreign currency reserves. 300 of that was taken by the Americans at the get-go. They had 300 up to, I think it was 2 months ago. That would be the end of July. It would be mid-July. A lot of the talking heads and economy types, who I don't know to disagree with them enough, but they said they suspect the Russians are at about 100 billion of that 300 billion that they have. That's the money that they have that's propping up food prices, fuel prices, the ruble, all of those things to make people comfortable. That's going to run out eventually. And then the real effective sanctions is going to kick in. So Russia did have a lot of money. They were storing up money for years. Since 2015, they were putting this just to ride out sanctions. And they thought 600 billion, that's enough. No one's going to play with us because they want our oil, they want our gas. They might screw around for 3, 2, 5 months, God forbid, maybe a year, but they're not going to hold on. Now they're done because Europe has realigned. Tomorrow, the war could end. Putin could go give a big old fat kiss on Zelensky's face and say, I'm so sorry. Here's everything back. Here are your children. Here are the people. Right. Europe will still not buy gas from Russia. Right? Because they know. They know that it's not worth it. Right? We're gonna help blackmail by these goofballs. So now Russia is screwed because they have to deal now with they have to deal with people in countries crappier than them. So they were kind of like the losers at the cool kid table in Europe, and now they're going to their own group, which just sounds mean. I don't want to sound like a bully, but that's how the Russians view themselves. They're very insecure. So the Kremlin looks at it as they're convinced that Europe looks at them like they're the black sheep of the family, and it really bothers them. But they've brought it on themselves. Europe tried to bring them in. A lot of European countries, just like what a lot of countries in the West did with China through trade liberalization. If we only trade with China and take advantage of really cheap goods, then they'll change. They'll become more democratic. I'm not sure if anyone ever believed that, but it didn't work. In fact, China just found new ways to steal technology, and now they've got 2 million Muslim Uyghurs in concentration camps. I guess that didn't pan out for us. Well, it didn't pan out for Europe and Russia. And now there's zero appetite. You have people who've been talking till they're blue in the face in Germany about, what is it, Ostpolitik and blah, 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 and everything's great. We should, this is the way of the future. And now even then they're like, we will never buy Russian oil. This is ridiculous. And that's what happens when you let clowns run the show. That's what happens when you let clowns control your economy. Anyway, I hope that answers it. I got to get in the car soon. I have an appointment at 12, but I can answer a few more questions.
Thanks for the space, guys.
Yeah, please retweet MryiaReport. Let everyone know we're here. We're having a great time, as always, sharing with the world what's going on in Ukraine. I say great, not because genocide is great, but the fact that we can get together as a collective group and speak truth to power, that's awesome. The fact that we're putting our fingers on the scales of history and we're helping Ukraine in the information battle space, that's awesome. And it exists because of people like you. If you have an opportunity and you are able to, if you can give to MryiaAid.org. It's an organization that we know and they're 100% volunteers. Every penny, every dollar goes to help something Ukrainian, whether it's humanitarian aid, non-lethal aid, drones, of a signature drone program. And some of these drones, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, very well were used in the Kharkiv area, let's say. That's what a little bird told me, but they can speak for themselves. So we're doing a lot of good work. There is an event coming up in Washington, D.C., and I have a friend at the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. Her name is Natalia Kalmykova. We have a speaker card for her. She's a bit of like the Ukrainian James Bourne, she's a woman. So she seems to know everyone, and she does everything. And she's helping promote Ukrainian veterans. Now, why is that important for us? A veteran isn't an 80-year-old in a wheelchair at the home, necessarily. A veteran is a 21-year-old who's missing a leg now, and they're going back to their family, and they're trying to do a business online, or they're doing internet work or IT work. Veterans Affairs supplies microloans, $700 to veterans to help them get on their way, and they get dividends back. It's a loan. Most of the money that's there in Ukraine is being spent on things that will go boom and save people's lives for tomorrow. We're trying to help people build their lives back up today. So if you want to donate anything to help the veterans, it's going to the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. It's not. It's Ukrainian Veterans Foundation. It's rolls up to the Veterans Affairs Minister, and they have agreed and they've asked to come on the show. And funds can be sent to MryiaReport. They will earmark it in the message, say for Veterans Affairs Ukraine / Natalia. But if you put for Veterans
Yehuda, we lost you.
Yeah, my alarm went off
Now
on the
you're back.
phone. MryiaReport will push those funds over to Natalia's foundation or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Can we get Natalia? Well, we'll put that up. I'm going to call her. Maybe she can come on today or tomorrow. We're really excited to have her. And yeah, I just wanted to do some housekeeping. So it's a great organization, and it's something that we have to really get behind, especially, God willing, the war tapers off and Ukraine wins. There are hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians with life-changing injuries, and these are the best of their best. These are the 20-year-olds, the 19-year-olds, the ones who survived, and they're going to need help too. And a lot of that international aid money is going to go. They need billions, maybe even $1 trillion to rebuild what Russia has destroyed. So if we can help some grassroots group to help those Ukrainian veterans. It's not even a grant, it's a loan, and the Ukrainians and they're getting dividends back today. Like, in other words, they're being given money and they're making money off of it and paying off these loans, and then the Ministry of Veterans Affairs ends up giving out the dividends back to other veterans, and we want to help them, and it's super important. Also, I did get a bunch of messages. I'm so sorry, whoever is listening. That delegation from Ministry of Veterans Affairs is going to Washington. I will get the date from Natalia. We did get people offering to put them up in their homes because they're saving money. They won't even stay in a hotel. They'll stay in people's homes. Like, that's dedication. So if you could reach out to the MryiaReport handle, because there are plenty of people that monitor that, and I get a lot of messages and I can't go through all of them sometimes. Please contact MryiaReport if you're in the Washington DC area there and you want to host officials from can't be a Russian spy though. That would be bad. So you're gonna have to get vetted somehow. I haven't thought of that part, but if you want to vet these people, that'd be great. These are high-ranking officers, Natalia herself. Also going is the mother of the Azovstal defender who took the picture. She owns all those photos. Her son is in captivity. She's displayed photos at the world's attention. She'll be displaying them in the White House and in Congress, and that's a great thing. And I'll shut up and go to CJ because he's had his hand up.
Yeah, real quick, unless Axel, did you already make an announcement about our special guest in about 50 minutes?
Not yet. I was just about to do this, but you're faster. I would have done it as always 1/4 past, but it's fine. Shoot.
So wait, so
yeah. So in about,
is this your guess? Okay, so just if anyone has any questions about, because I got to run too, CJ. If anyone has any questions about the other thing I just discussed,
52 minutes.
If anyone has any questions about the other thing I discussed, just send a message to the MryiaReport main account if you want to help out, and if you want to donate, please do follow those instructions. Thanks. Over to you, CJ.
No, thank you so much, Yehuda. Yeah, sorry to cut you off. No, just want to let the great listeners know, since we have so many today, that in about 50 minutes we'll be joined by Michael Weiss, who is a world-renowned national security expert. Started off his career focusing on ISIS in the Middle East, like many of us did, and now has advocated so strongly for Ukraine. He's an American, and we're so excited to have him. Please bring your questions regarding Saki. He is very interested in missile strikes, HIMARS, and all sort of things that are really helping make a giant difference in this fight. For months on end, we were recording here in the space, of course, how important the long-range missile strikes were, how important taking out bridges were, and of course, taking out ammo dumps. And I think now everyone is starting to see why that was so important to do first, even if it wasn't easy to wait that long. But now Ukraine obviously is bearing quite a lot of fruit from this. In the past 5 days, Ukraine's recaptured now about 2,500 square kilometers, which is pretty much the amount that Russia captured from April onwards. So now they are really doing well. It's pretty obvious to everyone here. The fronts or the fonts are completely collapsing in Kharkiv for the Russians, and it's actually about to get worse for them as Izium's closed off. So again, 50 minutes, Michael Weiss. Back over to everyone else, unless someone has a question for me.
We always have questions for you, everyone. We have CJ here. If you have an artillery question, that's all he knows. Other than that, don't ask him a thing. No, I'm just kidding. Any questions for CJ?
I do.
Shoot.
CJ, you're doing a lot of jumping from planes, mostly to escape our questions. But would you say it's time for a good airborne operation? Or, first of all, is it something that would be done? And secondly, is it something that the Ukrainians can do?
I mean, I know, nothing would please me more than to see a Ukrainian airborne assault right now, especially after Russia's lost so many air defense pieces. They're in disarray. Now is a great time to get behind even further from their lines with a light troop. However, I will say, what we're seeing in Oskil right now with this reconnaissance force and special operations force, there's a good chance that there's a lot of Ukrainian helicopters involved to kind of achieve the same effect, dropping guys off behind Russian lines and just causing absolute chaos. So I think that's probably the better method for now. It really isn't a good thing to do unless you have air supremacy, which despite the victories the last few days, Ukraine still doesn't have. But maybe Crimea might be different. Maybe some other areas might be different. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Yehuda, let's move to Shangi and then to James.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a question regarding the mud from earlier on. So in February and March time, you got the mud season, and apparently you got mud season in autumn as well. But the difference that I thought about was now you just got rain to make the mud, whereas in February and March you've got rain and snow that's melting to make the mud. So there's a hell of a lot more water around in the February time. Therefore, that's going to make more mud. Plus, especially in the north of Kiev area, the Ukrainians blew up a load of dikes and flooded a whole massive area. So that actually kept the Russian armor on that road. That's right. That's one of the reasons why there was that big, massive traffic jam. And so now we got autumn, and we got the Ukrainians using the roads, but they can also probably, I guess, go on the fields as well, because it's only a little bit of rain that's been around. There's no mud, there's no snow melting, and it's not flooded. So that's my thought on the mud. What do you think? What do you think about that? Oh, did I have my mic off there?
Sorry. No, we got it. CJ, go ahead. Well, I've made it clear about my position on the mud, that as the inclement weather approaches, Ukrainians are going to try to seize as much key terrain and to be able to interdict any Russian resupply all around. I was purposely being vague with the map I posted because that's old, but the red lines indicate where we'll suppose the Russians will end up being encircled, and that really cuts off the MO3, the H26, the P78, the P79, the major highways, north, south, east, west. It's bad news bears for them all around. CJ, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing about mobility, which is, sort of what your question is generally referring to, is it goes both ways, right? It affects both sides of the battlefield. And so when you look at something that might be difficult to cross, it's also then difficult to escape from. So right now we're really focused in on basically all of the towns, rivers, and bridges in between Oskil, on the southern end of the Oskil River, down to, wherever the Ukrainian line is. And the reality is it actually might be much closer to the town of Oskil than anything else. So it won't even necessarily matter how passable the roads are, because there's a river there, and the only way to cross is on pontoon barges or the bridges themselves. The bridges have been mostly taken out, and the pontoons are mostly in Kherson. So really, there's no way out for the Russians. So this, of course, is like the answer for the short term for this problem, which is no supplies into Izium. And what that means, of course, is this very tank-heavy force that the Russians have there, it will be sitting without gas. So they have a very limited amount of time to try and conduct a breakout, or they will sit there and have to fight without their vehicles because they won't have gas. So neither of those options are good. And if they wait, it'll just get worse.
Can't they eat hope? They can eat hope, I think, right? Or put hope into the fuel tank.
Cope. They can eat a lot of cope, I guess.
Cope.
Really just, because they, to that point, Yehuda, we've seen over the last 5 days, basically Russia finally got some reserves into play, but they are still about 20 to 30 kilometers north of Kupiansk. And additionally to that, they may have pulled some troops from Liman into Izium, which seems pretty dumb looking back at it, because now they're also trapped.
Yeah, not only that though, that opens up the road there going to Liman from where the Ukrainians have already established several bridgeheads.
Okay,
Interesting.
I think my point was the mud season in autumn is not as bad as the mud season in spring, because there's no snow melting.
Yeah, but there's a lot of rain. There's a lot of rain in there. Either way, it's going to be bad. I think we can agree on that point. Here's a question for CJ, because it's a question I'd ask myself. If I didn't already know the answer, no, I would ask this question. So CJ, tell the audience what happens in the winter. So I figured, I was waiting for this question. So the dam is, let's say the Russians don't have access to the bridge. In the winter, what happens in really cold weather? Water freezes, right? So can the entire reservoir be traversed? And if it could, what could mitigate using the reservoir for movement? Something you do?
Which body of water are we talking about here?
The Oskil Reservoir.
I wouldn't know for certain. I know the last 10 or 20 years, a lot of areas that were supposed to be frozen over certainly didn't. So I don't know if that's something that the Russians should count on having access to necessarily, thanks to global warming or whatever you want to count it as. But, even let's just say hypothetically, there was some waterways that Russia was able to use because they were frozen. They certainly couldn't support, 70-ton tanks, regardless.
What could happen with artillery, though, if that was the case?
Unfortunately, Yehuda, you got a lot more Canadian experience than I do, so I'm not used to this sort of tactical question. Unfortunately.
All right. Well, we use even artillery we fire artillery at mountains in Canada to create avalanches, controlled avalanches, and you can also do it.
I have heard this is a thing in the past, but we have not done this recently.
You haven't done that in Texas yet? Interesting. Okay, so but the other thing is you could also hit you could ostensibly break the ice with artillery if you needed to. In other words, it's not going to be an avenue that the Russians could just easily use over frozen water, because you could unfreeze it. Anyway, that was my point. I'm just wondering if that's a consideration.
No, I mean, you're exactly right. It can crash through ice, and then your hole, if you were really counting on that, is completely gone. I mean, if we're talking about like Chosin in the 50s, which was in Korea, of course, where a lot of Americans died on a retreat from a massive Chinese withdrawal. I mean, that was a different situation. Yeah, I mean, it was like, I believe below, it was below freezing for 3 or 4 months, and that you could roll light tanks over that. But yeah, I don't think Russians should count on that in this winter, and I also don't think they'll be anywhere near the Oskil come the freeze.
Oh
for
yeah,
the-
no, nowhere near. But still, that was a question I thought we'd get from some people saying, "Well, when it freezes over, why do they need the bridge? Just fly over the reservoir." And even if they were there, they wouldn't be able to. That's all. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, that was also the coldest winter that part of Korea had seen for about 70 years. So,
Okay.
whilst we're at it, shall
lot
we
of
go
hands
to
up.
Gunny? He's been having connection issues before, but finally got his hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Yeah, fellas, great brief as ever. Got a little bit distracted yesterday, obviously, so I'm just trying to catch up. I've got a bit of a funny question. I'd like Yehuda and CJ and Tim and Axel, if you could all just give a quick kind of answer to this. Stick your Major General's hats on and put yourself in HQ, Ukrainian army. And you've just done evening prayers, and you're looking at the situation map, and you're looking at something wildly, I think, beyond most of our expectations. In your head, and you're there with your S1, S2, S3s, etc. You're all stood there, and you're scratching your heads, and you're looking at it. What do you personally put all of this down to? Do you think their comms are just so bad now? Essentially, there's no central direction, and units are just operating as single entities with no coordination. Do you think the opt for there's a competent guy there in place who knows what he needs to do to counter you, and he just can't because he's getting bizarre orders from further up the food chain, which effectively are stopping him? Do you think he's got no I-star at all, and he really actually doesn't have a clue where you are, what you're doing, and they're reacting kind of 6 to 12 hours late to each of your moves? And given all of this, given what's happening, would you have any particular concern? Would there be something bothering you about this, or would you really be thinking, do you know what? I think we're on a winner here. I think they're thoroughly on the back foot, and I cannot see them recovering from this.
I wanted CJ. You want to take that first?
Yeah, because I do have to go for a bit, but I'll be back for the interview. You know, it's so interesting, Gunny, because I think there's some people that said this was just a surprise attack, hastily planned, and the reality is, Ukraine's had a plan to retake all of this area in Kharkiv since, February, probably, right? There's some officers and NCOs that sat down at some point in March when the tide started to turn across the board and said, okay, we need to think this through. The question of when it was supposed to happen, I think this is probably sooner than expected. But, the question, of course, I have is, did Ukraine signal that they were going to retake Kherson first for 3 months before starting that attack in order to draw half of the Russian forces out of Kharkiv to Kherson? It seems like that would line up pretty nicely. Maybe Ukraine didn't think that Russia would fall for it, and even if they did, it would benefit them, and boy, did it benefit them. So now you're in a situation where you're going off a plan that's changed, and so now hopefully the planning cycle has gone through again, and all that's officer speak to mean you have a situation where there is 3 or 4 different fronts just within Kharkiv. And this is a situation that I think benefits the Ukrainians more than the Russians. As we know, when Ukraine was fighting off against 7 different axes at once, the Russians were not coordinated. The Russians were not central. They were trying to be centralized, but they were obviously split geographically and communications wise. And this played to the Ukrainians' benefit, where they had less people, they had less weapons, but they had more trust in junior soldiers, both officers and NCOs, and just regular enlisted soldiers and conscripted soldiers, where they could react much more quickly. So now the situation is much more in Ukraine's favor. I would say they should continue to push it as much as possible, because the Russians' only strength is in numbers and getting all their artillery together. And that's why Ukraine made a beeline for Verbivka, took out the first major ammo dump, and then afterwards cycled around Balaklia and took out an entire artillery brigade, meaning all of those BTGs were without artillery and effectively had to retreat. And now they're all split up from each other, so they can't coordinate fire. They can't really talk to each other. And even if Ukraine doesn't have a manpower advantage, there's probably less Ukrainian soldiers in Kharkiv in this battle than Russians. they're still fighting on advantageous terms in this case. So I would say they should pretty much press hard, even if it's going to take more casualties, even if it's going to use a lot of resources, because basically there's more opportunities that are coming from this every day. Russia F's up this defensive.
Yeah, pretty much. Not much I can add to that. I will say from a signals perspective, the Russians are facing a lot of, not just cyber, but just general, not just jamming. I mean, they're able to communicate incorrect orders now to Russian units. They've cut off their cell phones. They're really playing havoc on their comms. And so, as CJ said, they are almost operating independently of one another in these little pockets. And only time. And the Russians are actually reinforcing failure, right? They're sending more people, cutting away people from Liman, pushing down from the north. They're just adding more things to a bad situation, and I don't see a plan. I mean, they keep thinking that they're a big deal, that the Ukrainians are going to see a lot of it, and I agree with CJ's assessment that they are outnumbered, the Ukrainians, yet they have an infinite advantage in the terrain and the key terrain they hold, and their capabilities, their force multipliers, will continue to inhibit the Russians to resupply, at least with the things that they need. They don't need more dismounts, that's for sure. If anyone else wanted to jump in there, Axel or whoever, Tim.
Yeah, well, I was looking at maps, and maps are so uninformative, and then they are very attractive. So it's very difficult. But you beforehand said something else, which I like, and which I would take this forward with Gani, if I may. Yehuda had highlighted that, and this is consistent with what we've all been discussing, that the Ukrainian armed forces have taken the approach of passing by the enemy, going alongside and around them, and then hitting them from the flank, from the deep flank, and from the rear yet again, and just overtaking them. And I like this approach. And if they can make their way to Svatove or Starobilsk, as Yehuda said earlier, maybe even go further towards the end of the year, Bilovodsk, and then all the way down, then they can take Luhansk as a target in their visor by the end of the year. And simply having cut off all the Russian troops, simply having, cut through the Russian hopes of ever taking and holding on to the Donbass.
Yeah, and just to bring it, to circle it back to the Izium area, it's the key factor that CJ mentioned was that the Arty Brigade. That's pretty much the only things the Russians can rely on, and with that out of the picture, they're effectively screwed, really. Just to be in layman's terms, and that I don't want to go farther than that area in terms of what it means for Starobilsk and all those areas, but in this particular front, it is definitely a masterstroke. Did they get lucky? Did they ever think that they would have an artillery brigade co-located the way they did? I mean, they must have known they have UAVs, but it's a huge faux pas from the Russian perspective. Big time problem.
So is it fair to say that Kupiansk is the Gordian knot, but Izium is the funnel they have to go through?
Sure, yeah, and not just that though, but from Kupiansk and other areas. For example, south of Liman, the rail line there, these are only 10, 15, 20 kilometers from Ukrainian positions. There's not much the Russians can do for those guys at all. If they're pushing it all, all they're doing is weakening Liman. That's a big deal too. So that leapfrogs into other areas. So as CJ said, like, they're just making mistake after mistake, and they're actually hastening their defeat. I think, to be honest with you, I don't know what you think of that, CJ. I think it's a fair assessment.
as people always say, the enemy has a vote, right? So you can come up with a great plan, and it could still go poorly. But this specific situation for Kharkiv is a situation where the enemy got a vote and they voted wrong. That's kind of how it works. It's not what you want to plan off of, right? You don't want to assume your enemy's dumb. You don't want to assume they're bad. I mean, honestly, if we look back at the last 4 or 5 days, the goal probably, initially was just to get within artillery range of Kupiansk, and maybe if they're really doing well, touch part of the Oskil and force another, Russian troop redeployment, take some pressure off of, basically Sloviansk and maybe even Donetsk if they're lucky. And that was probably an ambitious but reasonable goal. And what happened, of course, is they slipped through the lines. They had great intelligence. The Russians had very poor command and control. And what's most interesting to Yehuda from a planning or officer point of view, or just military point of view entirely, is just it seems as if the Russians did not plan to defend this area anytime soon, which is so odd to me because they recently captured it. And in other areas that they recently captured, like Zaporizhia and Kherson, they have done somewhat of a decent job at setting up fortifications, setting up TRPs, basically integrating their artillery and their infantry. And even though they're not, of course, going to stay there much longer in any of those places, it was at least a plan. And in this situation, it looks like they either had no plan or they just planned on Ukraine never attacking. Right? That's the most baffling part to me.
Yeah, that's what I was discussing earlier. So like exactly that. I suspect they just didn't have a plan. I suspect they never ever thought Ukraine would attack them in those positions. I think they looked at that almost as a staging area. Like they treated it the same way. Minimal security, very little care, interest. They were there for so many months. And I said to someone, if you're that Russian soldier, that local commander there, and you see 10,000 just over your battle space, 10,000 what do you call it? 10,000 rounds per day going over your head onto Ukraine, and only like 15 or 20 coming back. It probably gives you a pretty full sense of security, and you figure that the balance of power is in your favor by a long shot. Your guard's down, and I doubt. Even from a lot of the videos, even on a platoon and company level, these people weren't they weren't properly sighted in any defensive battle positions. As you know, in the military, every bound you make, you do the right thing. You go through your battle drills, right? And the Russians haven't done any of it. What do you think, CJ?
No, I agree. And I kind of want to ask Konstantin this question. So for people that aren't aware, of course, Konstantin is from Kharkiv. I don't know exactly where in the Oblast he's from, and I'm sure he'll hopefully tell us. He's recently had some family liberated in this counteroffensive, which is great news, as, we love him in the space here. But sort of, to Yehuda's point, the strategic importance of Kharkiv really is about Kupiansk as a train hub, as a logistics hub, as a place that was, well, until recently, very far behind lines where Russians could regroup and kind of figure out the northern Donbass salient in some peace and quiet. Of course, HIMARS disrupted that greatly. So I think, maybe if they were planning on defending Kupiansk, they thought they would have more time to do so. But to them, there's not that many cities necessarily between Chuiv and Kupiansk, right? It's not too densely populated. So I think maybe Russians just counted on the fact that they would have more time because they have a very, heavy vehicular force, so a lot of vehicles that can move pretty quick. And if Ukraine had tried something, they'd be able to quickly respond. I don't think they were counting on Ukraine attacking this quickly. And if your whole plan is resting on a mobile defense, right, you're putting all your cards in the fact that, hey, we got a lot of vehicles and we can get them there quick. If your enemy attacks that way, your advantage is lost almost entirely. So I guess, Konstantin, could you sort of, if you don't mind here, describe like what is the terrain like between Kharkiv city and Kupiansk, in terms of what we might not see from a map?
I'm not. I'm not an expert to do that. Sorry, just I have never traveled from Kharkiv to Kupiansk on the train, and I cannot tell. But the Kupiansk itself is a huge industrial hub for Ukraine. Specifically for metallurgy, there are a couple of large factories. And that's why it has a huge railway hub, and that railway hub goes all the way down to Donbass, because Donbas was a steel producing region, and a lot of steel was going to Kupiansk from there to because of the metal forging factories that were in Kupiansk. But I don't know really about connecting about connection of Kharkiv itself with Kupiansk, because it's not. I don't like this. It's only 100 kilometers. It's easier to drive for me on the car rather than take the train. So unfortunately, I can't help you. But Kupiansk is a huge railway hub. That's for sure.
And no, thank you, Konstantin. I think that kind of helps. Before we go back to you here, just want to make a quick announcement. It appears, according to the Kyiv Independent, which John just sent me, that Kupiansk has officially been liberated. So what we did know, and maybe was not reported in the space widely, was that the Russians were evacuating the city all day today, at least the military assets that were there, and going to a secondary position about 20 kilometers north in, oh boy, Dorf Chine. We'll get the name right because that's where the Russians are, and that's going to be very important soon. But Russians have, according to this first report, again, it seems pretty likely based on what we've been hearing, that the Russian military is out of Kupiansk, which is a gigantic. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that in just 3 or 4 days, Ukraine could close that gap and capture it. I'm almost speechless. That's incredible.
Yeah, no, it is, and that a lot of it has to do with opportunity as well. As CJ was saying, that the Ukrainians have had this plan to retake that region. They have plans for the entire country. They've had 6 months to come up with them, but I'm sure there are built into those plans are contingency plans as well. Contingency plans that mean that if this should happen, you should do that, and it's a big deal. Let's grab some hands while we can. CJ, do you have to bounce and then come back for our next guest, or?
Yeah, I have to do a little bit of work, but I'll be back in about 20 minutes for the interview.
Okay, so let's go to the next hands there, Phil.
Two additional sources, CJ, by the way. Sorry, Yoda. 2 additional sources say the same thing. Russian Telegram is seemingly capitulating.
Yeah, no, we're tracking that. It looks good. But yeah, again, from the military perspective, for planners and for field grade officers looking at this and going, doesn't make sense, but we'll take it. As CJ said, the vote the enemy has in this case was the wrong vote. And I mean, if anything, I'm sure the Ukrainians have to be cautious and clever with how they exploit this, right? Because they've obviously made the decision that Kupiansk is not a bridge too far for them, and that would indicate much more than we're seeing on these open source maps as to what territory the Ukrainians hold and which territory they don't. And for all sorts of, I'm sure, reasons for security, Ukrainians are not going to be banding that about. But unfortunately, there are individual Ukrainian soldiers who are posting pictures in front of city name signs where they're at. So we do have a good idea. Okay, let's go to Phil. Phil's had his hand up for a long time, and then Ben, we'll get back to you though, but Phil's had his hand up there. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Yehuda. I think Ben was ahead of me, but I just had a very simple question. Kind of like strategically, taking Ozern, the city north of the Seversky Donets River, was that also part of the big plan? Because it looks almost like they're coming down the river and the reservoir area to surround the Izium region. Like, was going north, getting a little stranglehold north. Was that part of the plan as well, so that they could harass troops if they do try to leave the Izium access to Liman? And well, thank you.
Whereas I wasn't a fly on the wall in any of those meetings, so I couldn't tell you. But I mean, that specific Ukrainian advance was a week ago. It took a day. They bridged the river there and crossed it, and took about a 10 kilometers squared area of Ukrainian land back, and that would threaten. It could be a demonstration, right? It could be to see what the Russians would do. Do they want to be decisively engaged? And now it doesn't really matter because we've understood that forces from Liman have been cut away to push up towards Izium. It leaves a lot to be desired from the Russian perspective. I would suspect that eventually all of these, is a part of a big master plan. I'm sure that's all part of a plan, but it does play into their success, the chances of success for sure. And that's something that we'll see play out in the next couple of weeks for sure. All right, Ben, then James, and Stepan.
Thank you. We saw back in Kiev in March that the Ukrainians were having problems pursuing the retreating Russians and closing the pockets that they could have built. And so that was 6 months ago. And 6 months on, it seems like they're just blazing through. How did they go from A to B, or are the two situations not comparable?
Sorry, again, I lost a bit of audio. You said Kiev, and which situation is comparable?
The pursuit. In one case, they did not manage to close on the Russians, and in the other, they're way ahead of them. So did the Ukrainian army got infinitely better, or is the situation different?
I wouldn't say they got infinitely better. I think they've been trained pretty well the whole time. They've had 8 years to learn from some of the best, and then they took that and made it better. Do battlefield successes give confidence and allow them to modify standard operating procedures and techniques? Sure, but the situation was different in Kiev versus what it is today. So that's a key point to discern.
Thanks.
You're welcome. James and Stepan.
Hi, James here. Thanks for having me. My question really is about South Ossetia. There's an Estonian chap, I think he was Estonian, talking earlier about the return of Transnistria to Moldova proper, perhaps by HIMARSing the ammunition depots in Transnistria. And we were talking about, well, the return of the Ukrainian territory back to Ukraine and Crimea as well. What are your thoughts about South Ossetia? Because I know that was a 5-day war in 2008. So is there, any signs of unrest there? Like, how would that work?
In South Ossetia today? I haven't been paying attention right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a bit.
If anyone else knows. No, it's fine. I mean, I couldn't speak to that, to be honest with you, with any fidelity.
Yeah.
So if anyone else wants to talk about it, again, South Ossetia and Georgia and are two, are very different than, say, Ukraine. So, not
well,
sure
Yehuda, Alex Kaftelli is currently still there on site, and he said that whilst the Georgians would certainly be eager to reclaim it, the current Georgian government is certainly so pro-Russian that they would never ever endear themselves to any decision anyway.
Well, there's your answer. Hope that helps, James.
Yeah. I've sort of got my eye on that because I know that, of course, there's the Georgian Legion, and I'm thinking that those chaps have probably got their eye on South Ossetia too. So, yeah, thank you for that.
No worries, Stepan. Stepan.
Oh, can y'all hear me? Okay. Just real quick on the Georgian question in terms of unrest, like inside South Ossetia, like the Russians aren't gonna try to provoke any unrest they're unlikely to because of what's going on in Ukraine, and there aren't really enough Georgians left in South Ossetia for them to stoke stuff the other way. And plus, like previously said, the government the current Georgian government doesn't want anything to do with trying to reclaim those territories. At least,
I think that's exactly the point. To move to George.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, I get to ask my question.
Oh, okay. So what's your question? Oh, we thought you were talking about Georgia. Let's move past Ossetia and let's get your question.
My question, does anybody know the state of bridging units in the Ukrainian army? Because, I mean, so far we've seen a lot of bridging operations done by the Russians, and they've gone terrible, or, well, most of them haven't gone very well. And while Ukraine hasn't seemed to, or I haven't seen much about their constructing pontoon bridges or that sort of thing.
Okay, well, we just spoke about them crossing Severodonetsk and pushing up towards Liman, so they clearly have the capabilities. We generally tend to avoid talking about Ukrainian capabilities wherever we can. So, and engineering is a pretty important one. But to answer your question, they're good. Yeah.
Oh, and I guess the other question was, what bridges over the Oskil are still standing? Because, like, when my search, I couldn't find one besides, like, a pontoon rail bridge the Russians built at the bottom of Kupiansk.
Yeah, so there's one bridge that was destroyed in the south, and the one in the north is still intact as far as we know. But that's under Ukrainian control.
All right, that's it for me.
No problem. George.
Yes. Sorry if I'm Yehuda. Did you mentioned the bridge you love to pronounce Gorokovatka bridge? It's still intact, right?
No.
It's been taken out?
That's what several reports have said so far.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Hey, thanks, you. First of mic check. I got some windshield time in my car.
Good.
Okay. Well, first of all, again, thanks for always having this space. I just got off a plane, and it was great to jump back on here. Now that I'm in my car driving for a few hours, but I want to explain how important this space is. I think, and especially Yehuda, your military updates and keeping folks in line, because there's a lot of people who listen to this space that use this as a base of doing their research for telling people what's going on, updating folks. And on the plane ride, I listened to quite a few podcasts from the last 2 weeks of military experts and planners. Some of them who've been a little sheepish on the Ukrainian, fighting force, and the lack of understanding of the battlefield that they expressed. And it wasn't just them trying to not talk about things, compared to the clarity that you and Language and CJ and so many other people have provided on this space is just incredible. And I just wanted to hop up real quick to really commend you after doing a little review of some of these other sources that should have been able to see this coming, or should have believed that this was coming, in my opinion.
Well, thanks for that, William. That means a lot. I mean, I'm not sure. I can't speak to what other people are saying or what they're not saying, but I think there's a general reticence that certain people, even general officers, have, because there's an ingrained understanding or ingrained impression of how Russians will operate, or how effective they are. And I think because of open source, because of the internet, because of our abilities, and some of us obviously trained with Ukrainians and worked in Ukraine, training them on NATO missions, or NATO missions conducted under the auspices of NATO, they're individual national missions. So it's not really a NATO mission, but you get the idea. There's a lot more information that might come our way that demonstrates what is really a shock to most people when you're the G53 or G5, J5 correction, or G5 in the army, and you have access to information that shows that Russian tanks aren't even functional, or they don't shoot, or they leak oil constantly. They can't go very far. They can't run them long enough to run their comms. That's stuff that is usually on a higher level, not forgotten, but it's expected that those things work. We expect our enemy to be functional. We expect them to have a decent level of morale. We expect them to know their tradecraft. They might not be the best at it, but we expect them to know it. However, most of the information that comes out of Ukraine that highlights the Russian disposition shows the exact opposite to be true. So I think we're able to course correct and make predictions or assess things a little more on the fly. And that's just because we're online more, probably. It's not a function that we're smarter. Some of us, as you know, here at MryiaReport, we spend 10, 12 hours a day per person, all volunteer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, going on 6 months plus. That allows us to have, a local Ukrainian soldier who wants to let us know something. And, we don't take everything at face value, but some of it pans out. And when it's, there are enough touch points over on balance, rather, we're able to make that assessment. So, we're not an oracle. We're just assessing a lot of information that we're getting and making simple predictions based on what we know to be common sense and military doctrine. So thanks for that, William.
Yeah, and if I can just add one more thing is, especially with the conversation around veterans, I want to make sure that I sent a message into MryiaReport. I want to make sure I'm involved. That's my passion, is supporting veterans. We do it through socioeconomics, jobs, training, mental health, that kind of stuff. So it would be an honor to be able to help out in that effort. And the one thing that, again, coming back to my background as an infantry soldier and seeing all this, everybody running away and retreating, and the lack of morale and stuff. Can you speak, or can anyone speak to, I saw a lot of the first big mobilizing was with conscripts. They were massive salaries for 6 months, 7-month duty, enlistments in Russia. What do you think a soldier that's been out there for 6 months, that their enlistment's up and or forced conscription, and now they're seeing this kind of an offense happening? What do you think they're feeling? And what do you think that could do to the overall degradation of morale and unit cohesion, what little there is in the Russian force?
Right. I mean, so it's a softball question. Thank you. It is. It's obvious that the effects of poor discipline and lack of training, the effects of that are clear, and we're seeing it play out. There have been, so at least 2 companies of MPs, military police from the Ukrainian side, been pulled up just to process prisoners of war. So what that means is, there isn't a will to fight, and unfortunately, I can't condone interviewing PWs because that's not in accordance with what we call the laws of armed conflict. But they are coming out. I won't post any of them. I wish they weren't coming out, and I know that Ukrainians they're not abusing them. They're asking them questions. Some of them are almost fatherly. They're admonishing. Some of these troops are their kids' age, right? And the Ukrainians are making it clear. And they're trying to school them. Again, I understand the meaning, but it's not on. But you see it, right? Some of these are 19, 20-year-olds. They don't have military training. They have 2 weeks of let's call it orientation, perhaps. They're certainly not learning tactics. I'm sure they're learning basics, how to put on your uniform, how to handle your weapon. 2 weeks could be enough for that, I suppose, but definitely not to bring any soldier to a level of proficiency. And sure enough, they're seeing them, either desert, surrender in droves. They're not putting up a fight. I've seen, Russian soldiers that look like they haven't been in battle at all. Not abused, not hurt, not injured from artillery or shrapnel or small arms fire. So, all in all, you're seeing. I would call it. I mean, it almost seems it's a little rich. Maybe it's a little too hyperbolic to say a general collapse of Russian forces, but they're reinforcing. What's key is that they're in light of this, they're still reinforcing it, and they're reinforcing it with even less trained troops or less disciplined troops. So it's only going to get worse. It won't get better for them. They're not going to rise to the occasion. As some people say, you say that you sink to your level of training. You don't rise to an occasion. It's not a Hollywood movie, and the Russians are learning it the really hard way. So good points. Thanks, William. All right, Craig had his hand up, and I have to get going in about 3 minutes, Axel, so I'll have to pop off. I won't be able to make
No worries.
And I want to thank everyone while I'm here. Please do follow the MryiaReport if you haven't. Like, retweet, whatever you need to do. It helps our social media presence. We don't pay for these things. We all volunteer, so we don't have we don't accept money. None of our hosts accept money. So the only way we rely on getting the message out is by people retweeting and whatever you computer geniuses can figure out to help increase our reach. We really appreciate it. We've reached, I think we're up to almost 70 million total, or 75 million impressions. I'm not sure what that means exactly, but it sounds like it's important. And we do have a lot of interaction. So we want to continue. Also, if you want to volunteer to help out, we require audio engineers because we edit these conversations and we put it online. We have interviews with experts from around the world, generals, think tank leaders, journalists, Ukrainian soldiers, anyone pertinent to this conversation we bring in. So I did receive even requests today for really, really switched on people to come and join us, and we'd love to have you. And I'm sure you know who you are. So I will reach out to you after my I have a work appointment at 12, top of the hour. So I will be popping off. And again, for the Veterans Affairs, we're going to have Natalia Kalmakova. She works for the Minister of Veterans Affairs. She's a very important and qualified, competent woman and a Ukrainian patriot. She's helping raise funds for Ukrainian soldiers who are veterans who've been injured. Most of them are amputees or disabled. And she offers them microloans through the ministry, and they do well by it. And it's a good thing for people. And if you can, and you're so inclined and you're financially able to, and you'd like to help out, if you could donate to MryiaReport, and in the message box there, right, for Veterans Affairs Ukraine, that money will get to them, and we are helping host them in Washington to do a display in the White House. If that pans out, we're having some scheduling issues, or State Department or in Congress. There is an event in the city that they're going to be at. What they'll be doing is highlighting Ukrainian veterans, demonstrating and showcasing a wide variety of issues that affect them, and obviously to gin up support. As well, the Azov-style defender, who also is a photographer, who's now unfortunately in Russian imprisonment. His mother will be traveling with them, and she will be showcasing his photographs, and they're beautiful, and that's very important. And it's definitely an important cause. So if you can help them out, if you are Ukrainian or American or someone who supports Ukraine and you want to host some of these people in your homes for a couple weeks, I think it's 2 weeks in total, even for a week here or a few days there, we'd appreciate it. Do reach out to the MryiaReport page. Don't send me the message, please, because I do unfortunately not have all the time to check all of my DMs. And please do continue to support MryiaReport, and we do appreciate it. Thanks so much. I'll be dropping off. Craig, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I echo those comments wholeheartedly. This has been absolutely outstanding space for people to come and share their efforts, their talents, their time, anything and everything that they can do to support Ukraine. There are numerous ways you can do that Yehuda just said that I don't need to repeat because he said it far better than I could. I just wanted to, if I could, I know we're focused on where we are today, but if I could, just want to rewind the clock to when we first saw the Russians take Izum, temporarily occupy it, and what that means going forward. What we saw when Russia moved into Izum is we saw them blow up bridges, blow up dams, flood certain areas, kind of create a whole heck of a lot of a mess without a whole lot of strategic thought going into it. Everybody's trying to kind of whip out a map and look at roads and look at bridges and say, well, how are the Russians going to get out? What's the way out? What's this? What's that? Here's the truth, right? The truth is that this is a mess of their own making, right? They destroyed their only ways out. They did this to themselves, right? There wasn't a plan, as Yehuda pointed out. There wasn't a plan. Look, what happens if this goes bad? What happens if this doesn't turn out the way we want to? What's our exit strategy? How are we going to do this? Where's that, right? Multiple ideas of which direction to go. And the bridges that were blown, the dam that was blown, the Oskil bridge that was specifically blown by the Russians, they destroyed it, and then they built a pontoon bridge across it, right? And then a pontoon bridge is not going to last too long after you flood a certain area. And so this area around Izum that again, a lot of us are furiously trying to look around and say, where are the Ukrainians? Where's the exit? Where's this? The truth is that, again, they did this to themselves. They did this without any idea as to how to protect themselves properly, how to make sure that they have a good exit route, how they secure logistics, right? Time and time and time again, it's gonna come down to logistics. Sorry to not sound redundant. I know there are a lot of guys that shoot guns and a lot of guys that do a lot of sexy stuff that I could never do and I never did. But if you can't support these things, then the idea is that you can't do anything that you want to do without gas, ammunition, and food. You just can't do it. And the mess that they made for themselves is one that, again, they boxed themselves in and they didn't leave themselves any way out. And I think it's important that we remember that while it's so cool what we're seeing, we're all ecstatic. Let's remember what this looked like when they took a zoom and they started to do that kind of southwestward kind of lunge around Sloviansk, and we thought, oh, this was going to happen. Now, fast forward to today. These are the results of, if I might say, piss poor planning, right? The 3 Ps, right? Piss poor planning, both from a short, medium, and long-term perspective on behalf of the Russians.
All right, and with this, we are preparing for our guest coming up in a little while, meaning a minute or two. Michael Weiss is going to be joining us together with CJ, if I'm not mistaken, and we should have him on. So, William, why don't we go to you first, and then we'll wait for Michael Weiss.
No, I just wanted to say it was great to see Craig on there, and you know, all that sexy stuff that gets to happen, it doesn't happen unless you got supply, and it's kind of a joke, you know, between us infantry folks, but the reality of it, you know, I've been in positions where, you know, we've had a bridge where that was where our supplies came from, and you know, that just 1 or 2 5-ton trucks, you know, every couple of days meant a lot. I want to just mention 2 things, and I want your take on it, Craig. I heard your comment, your conversation about trucks the other night and how many it takes, and like, you know, what the numbers were if they were completely maxed out. And I've seen a few, you know, quite a lot of trucks being exploded on roadways in all these areas, whether it's Kherson or you know, in this new front, and also the video of the pontoon crossing. You know, we got a good glimpse inside one of those trucks, and it did not look very well packed. And, you know, there was only, I think, 10 trucks on that one pontoon, and it was going very slowly. Can you go back to the numbers of how many trucks it actually takes to supply these troops every day?
Yeah, so it's hard to say that now, because before we were trying to, at the beginning of the offense, you're talking about Kherson, correct? Not so much Kubansk and Izum.
I'm kind of talking about all of it now at this point.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that, yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
but again, it's, you can take it which way you will.
Yeah. So just very succinctly, the aggregate number for supplying really anything of size, say 20,000 troops with artillery, tanks, BMPs, infantry fighting vehicles, staff cars, right, all this stuff. The total aggregate number was about 4,000 trucks. That was what the high end of the estimate is if you did a division of 2.5 tons per truck, right? But as you pointed out, these trucks weren't fully laden. They weren't full of stuff. We all saw that video of the pontoon crossing that didn't have a whole lot of stuff on it. I know our guest is here, and I want to be succinct about it, but to be direct about it, William, you need about 4,000 trucks a day to supply about 30,000 troops with their accompanying armor and artillery, ammunition, food, water, lubricant, everything else you need.
And they just don't have them. And 56 of them were taken yesterday.
Yeah, they're either burning, or they ran out of gas, or they never reached their destination.
Well, and on that happy note, shall we welcome our guest for the hour? Michael Weiss is here with us, and CJ, please take it away.
Awesome. First, Michael, well, let's go ahead and just do a mic check. Can you hear us okay?
Yep, I hear you fine. Am I coming through okay?
You're coming through great. Excellent. All right. Well, everyone, we have a very special guest today. We have Michael, who is someone I've been following for years now. I actually used his book on ISIS as part of my thesis, and he's currently working on a book on the GRU. So he's focused in, of course, on this war of aggression against Ukraine. He's been a longstanding advocate of Ukraine, and we're so happy to have him here. So, Michael, for your awareness, if you don't know, many of us speakers have been talking about the war and providing insights and updates for, well, almost 200 days now, 24/7. We have some European military veterans, and we also have some American military veterans. And also, we're lucky to have Konstantin, who actually fought in 2014, 2015. He's Ukrainian, now living in Texas. So we all come from different parts of the world to try and support Ukraine. So, Michael, if you don't mind, we'll just get right into it.
Sure. Take it away.
Yeah. So Michael, you have got a pretty extensive background in national security. Just, what were your thoughts on February 24th when this war kicked off? Was it something you were watching closely? Were you already starting to write your book, or what were you thinking on that day?
Yeah, no, I was about halfway through my book. Funnily enough, I had been working on a chapter on the GRU's involvement in the Spanish Civil War, and had just finished writing about the defense of Madrid, which took on a kind of mythological sort of aspect in posterity, particularly about the international brigades, foreign volunteers who had come to defend the Spanish Republic against a nationalist putsch, and all of it, of course, was orchestrated by the Comintern and the Soviet Union, and so it was kind of eerily historically apposite that this war took place as I was doing this kind of scholarship. Because I mean, obviously, what we're seeing in Ukraine is by no means a civil war. It is a war of conquest that's since gone sideways. But I mean, so many of the components and facts that I brought to bear on that chapter, I've now seen replicated in the 21st century, including, I mean, we have the International Legion in Ukraine, right? Foreign volunteers coming, not at the behest and under the patronage of Russia, but quite the opposite. So yeah, it was a surreal moment. But I had been in Kyiv just weeks prior to the invasion, and I had a simple objective in my reporting there. I wanted to know why, against this sort of avalanche of intelligence coming out from the United States and the UK in particular, suggesting that this thing was going to happen, it was all but inevitable. The Ukrainians were seemingly calm and not worried about it. And what I came away with from that trip, I spent about a week talking to members of the Rada, the chairman of the National Security Council, SBU, GUR. What I came away with was the sense that Ukrainians didn't think Putin would do this because they didn't think he was that stupid and that crazy. There was a real sense of self-confidence in the Ukrainian capability to defend the country against any kind of Russian attack, be it something more limited in Donbass, or one scenario I'd heard was a kind of Kosovo-style bombardment of missiles, without necessarily a major ground component. But the long and short of it was, the Ukrainians were wrong, but for the right reason. They had a better understanding of their own determination, their own military know-how than I think we in the West, certainly among the military analysts I had been consulting prior to this, who, were all of a mind that 72 hours max and Kyiv is toast, right? Air superiority within a half hour, et cetera, et cetera. I don't need to go through the litany of misassumptions that were made at the start. But yeah, I mean, I was, it's strange because I came home thinking, okay, well, the Ukrainians seem pretty assured that this isn't going to happen, and they think that this is just kind of American hysteria. But I also took very seriously the intelligence leaks that were coming out, because that was sort of unprecedented. The IC has never really laundered actionable intel in real time in quite that way before. And so I don't know. I think I described it at one point on social media as sort of dark nights of the soul, crippling self-doubt. Will this happen? Won't it happen? And if it does, what's going to happen? So I simply kind of kept my head down and just stuck to reporting, because, I say this all the time. I'm not a military analyst. I don't have a background in war. I have to sort of learn these things as I go, and I have to rely on people such as yourself, CJ, to tell me, how to understand artillery, how it works, how it doesn't work, et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, I've been to Ukraine twice since the invasion, both times to Kyiv, which I've seen now transform very rapidly from a city under siege into, I mean, I was last there in, I think, June, and it was like summer in Paris. The hedgehogs had been removed, the sandbags were taken down, and the only Russian tanks on the street were the burnt out husks of Russian armor, which had been set up as a kind of museum exhibit right in front of St. Michael's Cathedral. So, I mean, it's kind of extraordinary. These past 7 months have gone by very, very quickly, and yet they feel like decades of history crammed in.
No, and it's so interesting because, in these sort of situations, we can only rely on, personal experience and those we trust. My own experience with the Ukrainian military is a very limited training exercise in Germany where I came away very impressed. But, of course, that doesn't necessarily translate to the strategic will of a nation and their ability to integrate large combat formations. So, of course, we were all listening to these experts that were so wrong. So, one thing that I was also wrong on, and I'm very interested on your take on this, was in the first few weeks of the war, it became pretty clear that Ukraine was winning on one important front. And really, that's the information warfare aspect of this, which I know you've covered extensively in the past. And we know for a fact that, despite the fact that America eventually eradicated ISIS from numerous countries around the world, it took a long time to get that information war right. They were kicking our ass on Twitter and doing a great job of this sort of decentralized troll network that was pretty effective for a time being. And to translate that to Russia, of course, we know with the 2016 election and other times that the Russian disinformation sphere is so strong. How do you think Ukraine was able to overcome that quickly, or do you have any other thoughts regarding that?
I think being under existential threat, having your country occupied for 8 years, and then a looming crisis of, your capital city falling, your president being taken hostage or executed, and essentially just losing your independence and sovereignty, does remarkable things for human creativity and pluckiness. I mean, you mentioned ISIS. Look, I remember talking to guys in the State Department in 2014, 2015, who were, just sort of paralyzed with a failure to understand how ISIS had managed to radicalize and recruit from all over the world and do so in a way that was seemingly counterintuitive. Most totalitarian movements tend to hide their crimes and their atrocities. ISIS leaned into theirs, right? We all remember these videos. Jordanian airman set alight in a cage, the skin literally dripping, melting off his bones. This had a galvanizing effect when you would have assumed it would have done the opposite. And it took a great deal of effort to try and understand and then explain how it was that ISIS was prosecuting its own kind of strategic communications, if you like. I remember hearing American diplomats say, well, the thing we need to do is bring Muslims from the Arab world to the United States and show them that we have mosques here and we're a pluralistic society. And I just looked at these guys and I laughed. I said, you really, you have no idea what you're talking about if you think that that's going to counteract the ISIS messaging. And I mean, in the end of it, as you say, the eradication of the caliphate, ISIS is still very much a international security threat, I should say. Look at what they've managed to do in Afghanistan. But the eradication of the caliphate, the demonstration of their weakness, of their failure, did more, I think, to dismantle their information operation than any kind of messaging from the United States. And, look, when it comes to combating Russian disinformation and propaganda, I have to say, I've been working on that for a very long time. I co-wrote a paper with Peter Pomerantsev in 2014 called The Menace of Unreality, which was largely premised on what the Russians had done in terms of I/O in Ukraine. Right. And that paper looks very quaint and outdated in the rearview mirror because neither Peter nor myself had any idea that this would become a sort of global phenomenon in a way that it hadn't been since the Cold War. Obviously, you had the US election interference operations. You've got Yevgeny Prigozhin, who doesn't just run a mercenary corps or a so-called troll farm out of St. Petersburg, but is now doing government in a box style political technology, particularly in Africa. I've seen leaked documents from inside his organization. It's sort of like Paul Manafort on steroids. So, the Russians very, very quickly, and I think to most people's minds unexpectedly, returned to a very Soviet style of active measures. I know that's become a bit of a cliche, but it's still a KGB term of art. I think it's well worth using. And the Ukrainians, look, they had several things going for them. Number one, the guys who are essentially running the war, particularly at the intelligence level. I've interviewed some very senior officers in GUR, which is Ukraine's military intelligence service. They were in Soviet academies. They were basically training to be officers of the GRU until the Berlin Wall collapsed, until the Soviet Union, or the empire, I should say, fell apart. So to them, they're fighting a mirror image. They know how the Russians think. They know their tradecraft. They know their TTPs. And they'd been telling me that for years. And, it was hard not to feel like I was being kind of gaslighted or misled. But I think that they were, as I said earlier, they had a better understanding of their own capabilities than we did. And look, America is still playing catch up, right? I mean, we spent 3 decades essentially pivoting away from institutional knowledge and a playbook for dealing with not just a conventional power, but a superpower and a nuclear armed superpower with a vast and sophisticated intelligence capability. And, insofar as our diplomatic corps rotates in and out, people in the CIA and the intelligence services retire, we kind of lost, we sort of succumbed to a collective amnesia about how the Russians operate. And, this has been a kind of trial by fire for the United States. But Ukraine, as I said, for 8-9 years now, they've had to deal with this. And their sense of humor, the innovation, the kind of their trolling capability on Twitter, it's really remarkable. I think, frankly, people in our space will be studying this for years to come, because there's a lot we could learn from what the Ukrainians have done.
And I think it's just so important to really hit on this topic, because we do talk about it a lot in this space. And now that we have an expert in terrorism here, I want to pick your brain on this. And that's regarding, you sort of mentioned the conventional, force and military doing these sort of terrible acts, as compared to ISIS. I guess, what are your thoughts regarding the movement, both, of course, the United States and other countries, to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terror? I think I dissent maybe a little bit from the room on generally how that should go about, due to the sort of doctrinal understanding of what terrorism is, which is, of course, clearly happening, violence unprovoked against civilians in Ukraine for a political purpose. But I just wonder what your thoughts are on that, because you've studied this for so long.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the arguments against doing it, and they're premised on, they come from statecraft and sort of the legal ramifications. But I don't think morally there's really any question. And by the way, it doesn't start with Ukraine. I mean, 1999, the Moscow apartment bombings, I think pretty clearly every journalist who covered that, David Satter wrote a book essentially about all of this, and was kicked out of the country. I think he was the first American journalist to be expelled from Russia after the end of the Cold War. That was state terrorism perpetrated by the FSB, not against foreigners, but against their own people, their own civilians. So I had this question put to me in Budapest recently, of all places, and was told, this is really no different from what the SEAL Team 6 did to Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. I mean, I said, okay, so that's to say that GRU Unit 29155 going to Vybrice in the Czech Republic, blowing up ammunition depots and killing Czech guards who are essentially seconded to the Ministry of Defense. It was a Ministry of Defense run facility. That's the moral equivalent of killing the architect of 9/11. So I just, I don't have time for that kind of fatuous stupidity. And I think at this point, look, I don't care if the U.S. designates or doesn't. I mean, we all know, and I think you get great pains to make an argument that Putin is not a mass murderous war criminal. But look, I understand also the imperative for the Ukrainians to have this done, because, as I said, the legal ramifications for them would be that Russia is even more isolated economically, for sure, but diplomatically as well. So, look, it's just not a subject I've given too much thought to at the moment.
No, and that makes sense. Of course, when we're talking about, there's a lot of different war crimes to cover, it'd be impossible to cover them all quickly. But, one that we focused on a lot in the space, of course, is the sort of terror bombings that Russia does. They say they're against military targets, but then we quickly geolocate them and find that, it's shopping malls with military targets that are, 500 to 1,000 meters away, right? So either they're being extremely negligent and just missing, or they are targeting it. In the case of these sort of weapons, we know how good they are, and we know exactly what they're doing. So
Right.
For the first couple months, of course, this was very difficult to counter. Ukrainians' air defense, unfortunately, suffered massive losses in the first week, maybe up to 50%, and they had really no capability to strike back. But recently, and especially since the beginning of August, when HIMARS time was in full bloom, and something else seemed to emerge, this sort of new capacity for Ukraine to strike deeper into Russian-controlled territory. And this is something you've taken interest to. Could you explain sort of why you're interested in this and how it came to your attention?
There's a lot about this war that, I know we all live in a kind of very online media space, and I have the utmost respect for open source intelligence analysts. I mean, I was a very early cheerleader of Oryx blog, who was doing yeoman's work in calculating Russian losses, both in terms of equipment and personnel. But there's a war you don't see. I think that when the history books are written, we're going to find out that what the United States has been doing quietly with plausible deniability is a lot more than many of us would have expected. Now, that's not to say I'm I have some kind of revealed truth about classified intelligence or clandestine operations, but ... there have been indications that the Ukrainians have got more in their arsenal than perhaps has been publicly disclosed. So I think you're kind of beating around the bush of our favorite topic of the Saki Air Base strike, right? So James Rushton, who is my co-writer at Yahoo News and just a brilliant weapons and military analyst, we were looking at that attack, which was I forget when exactly in August, several weeks ago. And we said, right, well, how could the Ukrainians have done this? One of the lines that had been advanced was, well, special forces came in and, set off a bunch of C4 charges or perhaps used loitering munitions. And they did, by one Western intelligence assessment, more than half of the Black Sea Fleet naval squadron had been taken out by that attack. And it just didn't add up to us. I mean, we queried at least 3 or 4 past and present special forces operators who said, yeah, this wasn't so. It's like, all due respect to Ukraine's Rambos, this looked like a missile attack to us. Well, okay, then that begged the question, what kind of missile could the Ukrainians have shot into Saki Air Base deep in enemy territory, but also southern Crimea? Places they haven't had access to or haven't been engaged in any kind of kinetic activity for quite a long time. And, the most obvious explanation, or given what we know the Ukrainians are wielding, you mentioned HIMARS. Yeah, HIMARS is a platform. It's the ammunition that really counts. And the stuff that we had been sending them had a range of 50 kilometers, maybe a little bit more than that. And the United States had made a case, very adamantly so, we didn't want to give them the stuff that has much longer range, namely the so-called ATACMS, because we're worried that they might strike inside Russian Federation territory. Now, that distinction seemed very wishy-washy and legalistic to me. I mean, you could technically stand at the border between Ukraine and Russia with a Glock pistol and fire inside Russian Federation territory, right? But for some reason, ATACMS was seen as this line of escalation that could not be crossed. Jake Sullivan at the Aspen Security Forum said that, we're very conscious of not sleepwalking into World War III in terms of our security assistance, et cetera. So, we looked at the footage. I mean, I know you and I have talked about this. You're a professional artillerist. I believe you have the certificate that is conferred on somebody who can do things like measure impact craters and kind of do the post-mortem on these kinds of attacks. And our conclusion was, it looks like a missile. And the easiest missile for them to have used would be ATACMS, which might have been supplied covertly, even though the United States has denied doing any such thing. Now, I'm not wedded to the idea that it's got to be ATACMS. Another theory, one that I've heard advanced increasingly in recent days and also seems compelling, is that I believe it's Luch Labs or Luch, the weapons industry in Ukraine had been working on an adapted form of the Neptune anti-ship missile, but to turn it into a cruise missile. Well, that's interesting. But from what I understand, talking to people who know rocketry and missiles, the problem the Ukrainians had is they don't have the guidance systems for making their own long-range cruise missiles. So where might the guidance systems have come from? Another interesting head scratcher, right? So I don't have answers to this question, but I know that the official explanation, at least early days, special forces commandos, completely homegrown systems, none of that none of that passed the sniff test to me. And indeed, now you see, I think Defense Secretary Reznikov told the Washington Post it was special forces operators, but Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces, wrote a long paper just the other day, published in the Ukrainian press, essentially outlining the strategic plan for 2023. And offhandedly, by the way, he said that Saki was the result of, quote, a series of successful missile strikes. Okay, so now you have the commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed services saying that this was a missile. What kind of missile was it? And yeah, it's just it's a Sherlockian case that I've become fixated on. And I know, look, people who do analysis but with a kind of advocacy bent are like, well, look, man, don't burn their operational security. Obviously, this is classified and all that. Well, yeah, fine, but I actually don't I think it's wrong strategically to make the case that we shouldn't be advertising Ukraine's more sophisticated capabilities, because it terrifies the Russians to know that not only have they got NATO standardized artillery systems, but they might now have ammunition that can do a great deal of harm very, very far away, still inside Ukraine, not hitting inside Russian Federation territory, as that seems to be the red line for the Biden administration. So yeah, I'm just approaching this journalistically as I can, and if anybody has any insights and wants to reach out to me, particularly from Kyiv, by all means do. But yeah, I know. The piece that we did got pushed back, and people were telling me that crater size were too wrong or whatever, and it must have been, I don't know, Alibaba drones or this, that, and the other. And look, all things being equal, the simplest explanation tends to be the correct one. And yeah, as I say, I mean, people who served, who do this for a living, have said it certainly looked like a missile strike, and I guess now that's been kind of confirmed by Zaluzhny, unless he's lying. I don't know.
No, and that obviously we talked early on to it, but I think and there's enough consensus now that barring a change of basically communications and messaging from the United States, this might be the best we have for a little while. But we're happy to hear the update. So before we go to last question,
and just another point on this, a lot of the commentary, again, I think we still, in the Cold War, this was known as mirror imaging, which is to say the United States likes to view the behavior of its adversary based on what it would do under the same circumstances. And that was one of the biggest fallacies of the Cold War, because the Soviets didn't behave like the Americans would. They did things that were batshit crazy all the time. They did things that just made no logical sense whatsoever. It's not the Soviet Union anymore, Mutatis Mutandis, but the Russians do the same thing. And this idea that, well, it couldn't have been ATACMS because the Russians would have called us out on it. Bullshit. They would not have done that. Remember, the official explanation is this was an accident. Someone was smoking a little too close to a fuel depot or whatever. They denied it, that it wasn't a missile attack at all. So for them to then come back and say, oh, not only was it a missile attack, or not only was it a Ukrainian kinetic operation, but they're using artillery ammunition that can fire 300-400 kilometers away. What does that do for Rosenbodenexport and their sale of S-400 air defense systems abroad? What air defense doing? Nothing, because it can't. It cannot actually engage NATO artillery. That's the point. And again, one of the reasons I'm still not ready to give up on the ATACMS theory completely is put yourself in the position of the Pentagon, policy planners, CIA. We've never seen these NATO systems in active combat against Russian-operated Russian military systems before. Ukraine is a proving ground for essentially what a NATO-Russian war would look like. What would be the intelligence haul from Saki Air Base if it was something that the Americans supplied on the sly, while denying they did any such thing? And I'm sorry, but a lot of people who haven't reported on national security seem to think that when the U.S. government says wasn't us, that they're telling the truth. I got news for you. It doesn't work that way. I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been lied to my face by people in very, very high-ranking positions of power. So, again, all due respect to the OSINT bros, the cookie doesn't always crumble that way. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes here. And again, I claim no special knowledge or set of facts. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of it. underscore that point. But yeah, I just never bought the official explanation of this. I don't think the Russians buy it either.
No, I don't think they do either, and I couldn't agree with you more, Michael. They definitely would not want to advertise if it was an American system, because not only sales, but also just, of course, the confidence of so many different countries around the world would fall even more so than it has. So before we go to my last question here, we'll open up to the audience. Just remind everyone, of course, share and retweet the space. We're so happy to have Michael here. He's such a great asset to us, to really understanding that sort of specific point where politics and military meet, where not a lot of us have worked at this time, and really getting to the bottom of so many different important things in regards to this war. So before we go to hands here, Michael, I want to ask you what your thoughts are in the last 5 days. Right, there's been some thoughts that Kherson failed, so Ukraine shifted to Kharkiv. There's some thoughts that it was always a feint to draw Russian troops into Kherson, and there's some that are saying now even, well, they just took this land in Kharkiv temporarily, and it'll soon be recaptured by Russians. What are your thoughts about this pretty stunning advance we've seen recently?
Yeah, I don't think Kherson was a feint. I think it was an active counteroffensive, which is still ongoing, by the way. And there's a lot we don't know about what success or lack thereof the Ukrainians have met with. I've been told by sources in Kyiv that there have been some problems and some issues. But then again, you see reporting, including in The Economist recently, that suggests that the Ukrainians have not been taking heavy losses, and there haven't been high casualty figures. I think a reporter went to some emergency unit in a hospital in Mykolaiv, and the surgeon on hand, or whoever it was, said, "Yeah, we've been seeing a slight uptick in injuries, but nothing to write home about." So that either suggests maybe the Ukrainians aren't engaging the Russians as actively, or if they are, they're doing quite well. But Kharkiv, I think there is an aspect of truth to what you say. I wouldn't call it a feint, because I think that term really belongs to Russian trolls. Whenever they feel like they're losing terribly, it must be some kind of masterminded strategy on the part of the general staff that it's a feint. We're not actually getting our asses kicked. But I do think there was a kind of sly information operation here. So for weeks and weeks, when I was in Kyiv last in June, I was being told Kherson has to happen before the end of the summer, owing to a lot of reasons, including the change in weather, et cetera. So there was a lot of investment in this. But I do think that part of the strategy was, this means that the Russians are going to now draw their battalion tactical groups away from other parts in the front line, particularly Donbass, bring them down south, because they know the Ukrainians can fight better there. And also resupply is going to be more of an issue, because you have to traverse more of the country, more kilometers. Saki, again, was probably a way to divert Russian air power and make them have to fly longer for sorties to defend Kherson. So all the while, Kharkiv became increasingly less defended by the occupiers. And all of a sudden the Ukrainians announced this surprise attack. Now look, I'm being very cautious about what I'm seeing, because you kind of have to be in this game, and I'm waiting for more visual confirmation. But from everything I've seen, and including everything I've seen announced by very credible and reliable journalists in Ukraine, I mean, this is kind of extraordinary. This is a real blitzkrieg by the Ukrainians. I mean, the official estimate is they've taken now 1,000 square kilometers of terrain. Yesterday we've recaptured land roughly the size of Singapore or New York City. And you don't even have to take what's coming from the Ukrainian government at face value. Just listen to what pro-Russian bloggers and social media commentators are saying. They're turning on each other. They're cannibalizing themselves. They're denouncing their own government and their own military, or they're just snorting line after line of copium and saying again that there's nothing to see here. I can't even tell what's a parody account from what's just genuine like botnik stupidity anymore on Twitter. One guy said today that 300 Russian soldiers fought off 10,000, attacking Ukrainians, and okay. Whatever gets you to bed at night, big guy, like fine. But that to me tells me that, something major is in the offing here. And I mean, look, it seems that what had been a very static front line for many months now is incredibly dynamic. And if the Ukrainians keep pressing in the direction that they're headed, Izium, I think, is in play. I mean, at this point, look, I don't even know where they might stop, because I don't even know where the Russians are going to be able to kind of fortify their position. And you know, if they now pull assets out of Kherson to go back to Donetsk and Lugansk, well, what is that going to do for the counteroffensive down south? So I think this was just very masterfully planned by the Ukrainians. And look, it even doesn't really matter at the end of the day how much terrain. The political optics of this are very good, right? You know, I tweeted the other day, or just yesterday, in fact, I suspect security assistance, which has always been brokered on proof of concept by the West, right? Look at the stuff we've given them in the last 2 months. These are things that, I mean, back in January, February, the Ukrainians were begging for. And, you know, I was being told, no way, no how. They can't use it. We can't afford to give it to them. What if this falls into the Russians' hands? It's going to be a huge, you know, intelligence windfall for them, et cetera, et cetera. And now they've shown not only can they wield these weapon systems effectively, they are sticking to their end of the bargain in terms of not using them to hit inside Russia. So they show a great deal of restraint and discipline. And, you know, maybe it's time to expand the shopping list, or to start ticking more items off the shopping list, rather. Give them the kind of things that they've been asking for a while. So already, you know, you're now beginning to see, you know, Norwegian Hellfire missiles, the portable land-based variety being sent. I know that we've already sent NASAM air defense systems. Again, if they don't already have ATACMS, might they get it in future? Well, if I was in the Pentagon, or Christ, even if I was Jake Sullivan at this point, I would say, honestly, you know, I trust them to use that kind of ammo. I mean, they're clearly very gung ho about retaking Crimea, or at least they're telegraphing that fact. So yeah, I just think that this was the kind of thing they had to do. They had to show that they can go on the offensive and succeed, and they have done that. I mean, with a bullet, really. So you know, it's a very important milestone in the war for that reason.
CJ, if you don't mind, first and foremost, yet again, Michael, thank you very much for sharing this with us. And I think it's very important, and what you just highlighted goes through the whole timeline and showcases how the coalition of the willing is now actually waking up to the fact that the Ukrainians should always have been trusted, as
Yes.
many of the founders of this space, who have been serving officers, or are serving officers of the Canadian Armed Forces, have been telling them, because, for example, Colonel Melanie Lake had been for 18 months prior to the outbreak of this war the last commander of Operation Unifier, which assisted in training, guidance, trained more than 36,000 members of staff, officers, NCOs, special forces, for about 7.5 years in Ukraine. And as Melanie Lake always stresses, both sides learn from each other. And
yes,
she found it extremely engaging. When she arrived, she said, that confirms what I think you will have read also from other parties already, that the Ukrainian special forces and part of their officer corps had already developed to a point that they were more than equal to a Western army in Western Europe. And that some of their capabilities were very, very much geared to that kind of decision making, which we require of our younger officers, and specifically of our NCO corps.
Yeah.
And that therefore they were in a completely different mindset, state of preparation, and anticipation also of what could occur and what they should be doing as a modern, what I would call Western army. And I think you just highlighted it, that this trust, unfortunately, had not been extended or had not been given to them by a number of the politicians, less so the defense establishment. I think that Secretary Austin, as a solid warrior, and by the way, a compatriot of CJ's, certainly understood this.
Yeah. Well, I think also fundamentally, the president of the United States understands this in a way that a lot of his advisors do not. I mean, I can tell you, I heard it from somebody fairly high up in the administration who is personally close to President Biden, that, you know, the NSC does what the NSC does. they take their sort of on paper assessments and say, well, this is how things can go wrong. This is why we shouldn't do X, Y, and Z. And, eventually this works its way to the president's desk, and he says, look, I disagree. I think that's being overly cautious. And as you just said, nothing succeeds like success. The Ukrainians have shown that they can defy expectation time and time again. And so, look, I can be critical of what the United States failed to do prior to the invasion. If we had copper bottom proof that the Russians were coming in down to the very date and hour, we should have been equipping the Ukrainians with more than just javelins, frankly. And we certainly should have just been doing more than preparing them to fight an insurgency or some kind of guerrilla campaign premised on the belief that their conventional capability was going to be completely destroyed. That said, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, what they've been getting today are the kind of things that I was told they'd never get. So what they'll get tomorrow are probably things that we're being told they simply can't use today. And yeah, I quite agree. I've talked to a lot of people, who are either in NATO allied countries or even in the United States, who've been rotated in and out of Ukraine for even before, frankly, 2014, going back to about 2010, who have always come away impressed by the Ukrainian adaptability to new, to Western military exercises. If you look at the reporting, for instance, on their absorption of NATO equipment, you hear an estimate like, oh, it'll take them, I'm making this up, 6 or 7 weeks to learn how to use HIMARS. And then it ends up taking them 4. Why? Because they're not sitting around the base in Germany, drinking beer and having a laugh. They're not taking lunch breaks. They're there to learn. And again, this comes back to, this is an existential thing for them. We in the West, it's very easy from a faraway country to look on this crisis as a game of Stratago or so some kind of, abstract phenomenon. To Ukrainians, it's not. It affects every single person in the country, because every person in the country knows somebody who's been killed or lost their home, is now internally or externally displaced. And necessity has proven to be, I think, the greatest virtue for them at all levels. Again, coming back to the information operations, their sort of troll game on Twitter, to the way that they can wield weaponry.
Let me go back to the one point you just highlighted about the weaponry, which may have been decided already in Ramstein, but not yet communicated. I find it always quite charming to see how the various layers of journalism fail to understand what actually is being communicated and why certain things are not being said. You even highlighted that you have news for people who actually are still so naive as to believe everything they're being told. Now, our Finnish friends do the best possible press conferences one could ever do, but that obviously goes hand in hand with their general character. They go out there and say, well, we've decided to give another 500 million of aid. And that's where it ends.
Right.
And the next question is answered with, well, we just said what we had to say. Thank you. Bye. And turn around. That is actually quite charming from my point of view. But and it is very conducive, because why would we have to, in the public, know all of this? Why should we expect to know this? Unless, of course, we were to think that this is just, kind of a conflict as opposed to a real war. And this is where I would have challenged now, and I think you tend to agree with this, that the overall communication of the leaders in the West is not quite conducive for the public to understand that we are at war.
Yeah, and I think there's another element at play here too. And look, I hope somebody really does a review of the military analytical community and how just completely horribly wrong they were about how this was going to play out. And when that review is done, I hope it really makes a lot of people, many of whom still, for some unknown reason to myself, command a great deal of respect and authority, or at least seemingly so online. Maybe offline, it's a different story. But there's a kind of arrogance of expertise I've seen long Twitter threads by people who writing articles saying, arming Ukraine doesn't matter because they're going to lose their sovereignty in days. And they do a long thread explaining why they were wrong. And then they come up with the conclusion, actually, I wasn't wrong. It's just, the Russians didn't fight the way I told them to. What is that? It's just a complete and utter failure of imagination. And look, I go into this thing and I continue to go into this thing saying, I don't know anything. Like, I have to find out. I'm dead set to find out what is actually taking place. I don't read Foreign Affairs. I don't read Foreign Policy magazine anymore. I don't read the New York Times op-ed page. I was thinking just today, how many drafts are open on people's, laptops right now with headlines like, "Here's where the war gets complicated," or, "Oh, gee, now it's time that, because Kherson hasn't been recaptured, it's time for Ukraine to cut a deal with Russia." Again, people get ahead of their skis all the time, and I can only advise, it's hard enough trying to apprehend what's taking place in real time, much less making these kind of grandiose predictions for even the short-term future. I think it's folly, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of people still haven't gotten over being so badly wrong about this, and it's continuing to affect our ability to come up with good policy, to think creatively. I never worked in government and I never plan to, but I've seen the way bureaucrats go about their job. I see the way that they're fearful of putting a foot wrong, taking risks. Well, the Ukrainians, they don't have any of these compunctions because, again, they can't afford to. So they manage to do things that they're told all the time they simply cannot, because they don't have the capability to do. And yet we still treat them in a very condescending and Orientalist manner. There are people I know who go on television who are great proponents of President Zelensky and stalwart defenders of Ukraine, and then privately will tell me, "Oh God, this is such a corrupt country. The military doesn't know what they're doing." I've heard people refer to generals in the Ukrainian army as morons, all behind their backs, by the way, not out in public, right? Out in public, it's the blue and gold standard on Twitter and hashtag Slava Ukraini and all this stuff. So I think there's a great deal of condescension and contempt that needs to be eradicated from people who are working this file. I go to Ukraine regularly because I feel like it's the capital of the free world. I feel like it's a place where people have a sense of priority and they're not obsessed with navel gazing and penny ante culture war bullshit. For them, it's life and death, and it's a shot in the arm to me. And I feel like maybe more people need to experience that to understand exactly what's at stake here, and why the Ukrainians can indeed be trusted in ways that we've been told for years they cannot.
Well, it is a statement in the vein of Hemingway, isn't it? The shot in the arm. That
Yeah.
Both the adrenaline and the endorphin released, as we would call them today, in battle and in existential crises, do focus your mind. War is a great crystallizer and a great normalizer also. And that is what people obviously have failed to have had for quite some time, because they did not understand the impact of those wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Don't want to go too much into that political minefield, but let's maybe reel back to the one point as to the announcements. Now, when asked at the presser at Ramstein, where, by the way, Secretary Lloyd Austin did what we here in the space had advocated for quite some time, since at least mid-March, that he eviscerated a very unruly and slightly gloom and doomy and Russian narrative-infused TASS propagating Reuters question, which can only be dismissed as something utterly ludicrous, and you just highlighted it. They had their headline and their text written. They just wanted the confirmation that Austin could somehow be ambiguous in addressing the question as to whether this offensive would actually be slow and tired and not working. And then he just ripped into that reporter. That was grand. It was fantastic. Loved it. Everybody here in this space, trust me, you have about 1,300 people now listening actively directly on Twitter, most of whom are regular listeners who've been with us for many months. Many of them have served. Many of them are experts in their field, whether that is energy or economics, finance, logistics. It doesn't really matter. And they've been from all walks of life. across most NATO nations or free nations. We don't take this so lightly here. I think at that point in time when that presser was running, and we, of course, as always, 24/7 were live, I saw a level of enthusiasm breaking out here you can't imagine.
Yeah.
But that's not the point I wanted to make. Lloyd Austin says, upon the request of a German journalist, let me paraphrase and summarize this, as to what about those M1 Abrams and Leopard 2s? And he simply said, it's a work in progress. Those are those weapons you just indicated earlier.
What about
which
the
might be given.
F-16s? I mean,
He
also a
was
work
not.
in progress.
He was not.
Also a work in progress. I mean, they will get F-16s. I know I just said before, don't make predictions, but okay, I'm making a prediction. Eventually, Ukraine's Air Force will be equipped with F-16s. Full stop.
Absolutely, 100%.
And already, I can tell you that there are planners in Poland who are working this very assiduously now. So, again, can you imagine 7 months ago, F-16s to Ukraine? We couldn't even give them MiG-29s from Poland because members of the Polish cabinet shot their mouths off about something that was supposed to be covert. They ended up getting the MiG-29s, I believe, but probably, again, in a roundabout manner. Anyway, I mean, look, as I say, the expectations have been so upended. And even for myself, look, I came away from that trip to Kyiv thinking, my God, I mean, are the Ukrainians, in for a surprise? I mean, what I've never seen. I thought it was the recourse of the ostrich, that nobody wants to acknowledge what's going to happen. But they were my tutor. They said, he wouldn't do it because he's not that stupid. Well, it turns out he is that stupid, but he couldn't do it, and they were right about that. And look, this is not to say that there aren't. I mean, I could tomorrow decide to pivot to here are all the problems with Ukraine, from the economic sector to civil society to the government sector. I could just bang on about that. But it's not, for me, it's beside the point. It's not the priority. The priority is win the war. Priority is help them keep their sovereignty and their independence. And, essentially, I know President Biden got very upset with Lloyd Austin when I forget who he said it to in the press. Our strategic objective is to ensure that Russia doesn't have the capability to do this again in the midterm. And that was characterized as a gaffe. That's not a gaffe. That's just logic.
And it's the stated aim in the national security policy, by the way, as well.
Yeah. I mean, like what the kind of pro-Russian trolls and the tankies of the world think the United States is doing. I only hope the United States does. Truly. Yeah, I mean, if you now understand what this regime is in Moscow, and I think, fortunately, by and large, the general population of the West does understand it. Of course, the political classes, the bureaucracies will come up with rationalizations or ways to mischaracterize things, but the man in the street knows what Putin is. Why on earth would you want to allow Russia to save face or to come away with this with a war machine that could possibly threaten one of the frontier states, not just in the mid-term future, but in the long-term future? Go to the Baltic states, go to the smaller countries that join NATO because they need collective security, because they could not do with a population of 1.3 million, such as in Estonia. They could not do what Ukraine has managed to do. Ask them, how do you see this shaking out? Or what about visa bans? What about labeling Russia a state sponsor of terrorism? What about you get very different answers from what you get in Washington and Paris, perhaps less so in London these days.
Michael, I'm based in Tallinn.
You're based in Tallinn. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm the home of the CCOA of NATO, the cyber headquarter, the home of the free, the home of the people who've been donating the highest level of their GDP and a hell of a lot of material to Ukraine. And this afternoon, as you quite rightly said, we had Chris Tubbs, who runs the Eastern podcast, on our space yet again. We have a lot of people here from Finland, from the Baltics.
Yeah.
Many people who have privately in their organizations supported, donated, arranged cars, work in government, in finance, in the military, And the level of support we have from all of Northern Europe down to Romania, because the people know they can read Putin better than anybody else. And you said it, the average John and Jane Doe in the street do get it better than the bureaucrats. A
Well,
very
and also,
quick
you know,
question, Mike.
I remember the kind of, you know, the sort of sniveling contempt and condescension, certainly coming out of the American press corps when the late Donald Rumsfeld used the term New Europe. Well, I didn't think he was off base at all in kind of making that bifurcation between the old and the new. And in fact, I mean, I spent the last 10 years traveling through much of New Europe and seeing exactly what I think he meant, which is a far more, I mean, and obviously there has been backsliding in some of these countries, including Poland and Hungary and so on. But by and large, as you say, the newer members to the European Union and especially to NATO, for them, things that we now treat as sort of relics of a bygone era, or we tend to ironize, you know, the free world, liberal democracy, you know, again, this is no joking matter. This is not something that they do memes about on Twitter, because for them it's everything, and within living memory they did not have it, and they know then therefore the cost of losing it, which I think a lot of Americans do not.
Thomas Hendrik Ilves, the former president, I mean, obviously he was born in North America and then served Estonia as a...
Not just North America, man, New Jersey. Don't mess with a Jersey boy.
Well, he is a former neighbor of ours, so on the same street on Pick, and obviously he was a, say, well-serving liberal president of the country, and he is one of the staunchest defenders of Ukraine, because it matters to him a great deal, because Estonia, his original home, even if he wasn't born there, and he was only not born there for one reason, it's the Soviet Empire, with its genocide of the people in the Baltics, forced families to emigrate. But before I go there, very quick question. We have hundreds, literally hundreds of questions and feedback. I hope you have a little bit of time for us.
I have a little bit of time for you. Then I have to write about the Queen, which words I never thought I would say in my life, but there you have it.
Well, I can give you one for that. As you said earlier, before I go to our friend John Ridge, very quickly, the Queen was the one who supposedly was quoted yet again, because Plunkett came out, the Home Secretary, who highlighted that he had to apologize to the Queen that his dog was barking at an official reception where Mr. Putin was there roundabouts, and where she then quipped, what? The dogs have an instinct.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Putin, who managed to convince Angela Merkel that Nord Stream 2 was good, but at one of their earliest meetings, I think he brought his, was it a German Shepherd? No, it couldn't have been that on the nose.
No,
was it?
German,
Yeah,
it was
a German Shepherd, right? Knowing that she has a fear.
East German Shepherd, yeah.
An East German Shepherd, even worse. Knowing that she's got a deep fear of dogs, which I can't understand. That's another mark against her, as far as I'm concerned. It should have been a telling sign to Western intelligence that the German chancellor doesn't like puppies. Anyway.
Well, it goes
turn it over
further.
to the questions.
He managed,
happy to take
he had managed to convince, don't forget, Gerhard Schröder beforehand, and Mr. Frank-Walter Steinmeier and Olaf Scholz as General Secretary of the Social Democrats, that Nord Stream 1 is perfect and an absolute must. But I don't even want to go there, because they could all be, the Germans say, put them all in a sack and hit them from the outside. You will always hit the right one. John.
Thank you very much, Axel, and thank you, Michael, for joining us today. I wanted to ask you, given your background studying the GRU, clearly it's been widely spoken about and written in excruciating detail regarding the FSB's many failures prior to the invasion beginning on February 24th, you know, whether it be intelligence collection, preparing the battlefield, recruiting local collaborators. Their efforts failed enormously across the board. Do we have any insight into how effective GRU operations or even SVR operations were, you know, preparing for February 24th?
Well, I mean, most of the reporting I've seen, and if you consult people like Andrei Soldatov, you the line you get is that this was really the FSB, and it was the FSB Fifth Service, because, keep in mind, I think when Russia invaded Georgia in 2008, a lot of the intelligence work that went into kind of preparing the ground for that invasion was done by the FSB, because to Putin and to the Siloviki, they consider these countries to be not just the near abroad, but essentially spiritually part of Russia in a sense. So for them, it was a domestic issue. It wasn't a foreign one. Now you look at where the GRU has been sent over the last decade, the UK, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, the Netherlands. I mean, they are the traveling roadshow of Russian intelligence, right? And they do this sort of, they're kind of a battering ram of operations, whereas the SVR is more into either running agents or just pure intelligence gathering. So now, evidently, because Beseda, whether or not he's under house arrest or has been disgraced, I don't know. There's been kind of contradictory stuff coming out on that, but it does seem that this file has been taken away from the FSB and now handed to the GRU. I mean, Georgia was a nadir in the fortunes of military intelligence. And I think the service has spent the last decade plus building back up their capabilities. And I know that, Crimea was largely a GRU operation, and that went flawlessly for the Russians, at least as Putin sees it. So I think, and this is the kind of thing that they're essentially meant to do. I mean, they are the military intelligence service. It stands to reasons they would be more involved in the war effort. But, you could have the best intelligence service in the world, and it doesn't mean anything if your army is crap, your logistics don't work, your equipment is breaking down, you're running out of fuel, the morale of your soldiers is in the toilet. So I don't see the GRU getting involved here being any kind of game changer for the Russians.
I think John had a follow-up observation before we go to Antti from Finland and Peter Doran, who sits somewhere in the Beltway at this point in time, I think. John, you had an observation which we had beforehand made many times when looking at those wonderful HIMARS systems and their rear.
Oh yes, so the enclosures, or the pods as they're commonly known, for Gimlers and ATACMS. After much digging, I was finally able to find a halfway decent image of the rear panel of a standard ATACMS enclosure, and it turns out it is visually distinct from the rear panel, or I guess lack thereof, on a Gimler's enclosure. So it is possible to visually tell them apart by looking at the rear of the enclosure. It's difficult because the ATACMS enclosure is designed to look like a Gimler's enclosure, but
Right.
it is doable.
Well, that's exactly what Thomas Theiner, who is an artillery specialist who's in the Italian army. I mean, it's kind of fascinating the granular level of detail that he's got on this. But he essentially said that, right? The pod for all HIMARS is basically the same size, but with the ammunition that we're giving them now, there's 6 missiles. An ATACMS is you can only fit one of those missiles in the same HIMARS pod. But I guess because the ATACMS is more powerful and is longer range, there's a kind of maskirovka going on with Lockheed Martin where they want to hide it in the field. So what they do is that the panel that they put on the back either is some kind of obstruction where you can't even see anything, or they literally paint on 6 cylinders to make it look like they're carrying the standard ammunition. So
but the shadow of the flap is different, and that's what we detected.
Right, and so James and I, one of the bits of data that contributed to our theory that this could be an ATACMS strike on Saki was we managed to geolocate a HIMARS in southern Ukraine, actually north of Crimea, tellingly enough, that had this pod or this obstruction on the back. And Thomas said, well, that's usually, I mean, when these things come out of the factory line and when they're shipped from Camden, Arkansas, the Lockheed Martin facility that manufactures them, this is what they do for the ATACMS. So yeah, I mean, look, is that dispositive? No. Could it be that the United States decided the standard ammunition for the HIMARS that we are providing Ukraine, let's start covering it up the way we would ATACMS, or I think even the PRISM missile, which is basically ATACMS on steroids, they do the same thing. Sure, but then I don't understand why they would do that, because HIMARS in and of themselves are targets for the Russians. So who cares what you're painting on the back of the pod? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense unless you want to hide what these things are really, what the kind of payload that they're carrying. So I don't know. I mean, look, I've been told no way, no how. It's 100%. It's not ATACMS. But, you know, I don't think people really know what they're talking about unless they have access to classified intelligence. And all due respect, the best OSINT bros on Twitter do not. And I don't either. So it's why I'm still skeptical of, you know, the idea that it's anything else.
Well, we had both General McRyan as well as Ben Hodges here regularly, and both friends of the program. The last time General Hodges was with us, he said specifically, and this was directly after these attacks, he said, well, he has himself argued many times for the ATACMS to be given and publicly stated that they were to be given or were given.
Yeah.
However, that the administration denied it.
Mm-hmm.
He then took a pause, and you can listen to it, and just 1.5 sentences later, he says, but he does like the results.
Right. Well,
and
you know,
McRyan said the very same thing in a different, even more incisive way. I think if you're not completely out of the world, you do understand what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was getting some very interesting and cagey responses from very senior Ukrainian officials when I put this to them. One of them, and this doesn't necessarily mean anything, but one of the responses was something along the lines of, you know, sorry, your government has told us we can't discuss stuff like this. So, okay. I mean, again, the Ukrainians could be playing games with me. You know, let this American journalist think that we have ATACMS, because then he'll go write a story suggesting that we do, and that'll scare the piss out of the Russians. Who knows? But again, you know, I am not convinced by American denials. And also, there's been some interesting press responses from the Pentagon. I think, I can't remember who it was who was asked, and the line was something like, you know, well, the Ukrainians don't need these things. I'm sure they do. Why would you say that? That's just idiotic. Of course they need ATACMS. It's the official line is you don't want to give them. Okay. Then another response was, well, we have no indication that they used any American-made product or weapon or ammunition on the attack.
No. They said
no
any
indication
which we gave them.
Right. No
Any of
indication.
our
And by the
products.
way, you know, look, I query CIA guys who used to do covert security assistance, and I said, would a Pentagon flak lie? Answer, yes. Would a Pentagon flak even know about stuff like this being sent over? Answer, no. So either way, I mean, you know, outright denials they mean nothing coming from the US government, because we do this stuff all the time.
Fog of
So
war.
it's war, exactly. And by the way, I don't fault them for this. I mean, again, I'm a journalist. I'm looking for the truth. I think it's in the public interest to find out the truth. I have measured, you know, to my mind, if I thought this was going to really deleteriously harm Ukraine's security or hinder its war effort in any way, I wouldn't be a dog with a bone on the story. I happen to think that if it were to come out, or if it were to be established that Ukraine has got these systems, that would be a net positive for them. In fact, I would suspect, I would put good money on it, that if they do have them, and they were told by the Americans, don't you dare disclose that you have them, most of the Ukrainians think that's a mistake, a strategic mistake. They would love to announce from the rooftops they got. Look at the way they talk about all the other kit that's been sent over. Ecstatically.
We remain in agreement. I think this it comes back to what you said about trust beforehand.
Yep.
And it still is this feeling that the people in this administration, as well as people in certain Western governments, being part of that coalition of the willing or the ones who are to be drawn to the water, whoever they are, and I think we know who they are, that somehow they still don't quite trust that this should be done, because maybe, just maybe, Putin may not like it, and maybe you should come to a deal. And that's, I think, where the main mistake is. If you allow me, we have questions from Antti from Finland and from Peter Doran, if you don't mind. Antti.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael, for coming here. You do really excellent work, and I wanted to ask you that during this war we've seen some exceptional actions from people all over the world, like Benjamin Wittes and his merry band in Washington D.C. projecting Russian war crimes on the facade of the Russian embassy, and then another great example is NAFO. Could you have, in your wildest dreams, imagined something like this happening?
No. And I'm so glad that it has, and I am so glad that the United States government has absolutely nothing to do with it, because if they did, it would have been an abject, cringeworthy failure. I was in Lithuania in, I want to say, 2015 or 2016, and I had a briefing by their MOD. But before that briefing, I had met with one of the founders of the Lithuanian Elves. So the Elves were just a collective of civil society actors and patriots who decided to band together using, I forget what platform, and essentially push back on Russian trolls. And they succeeded, well beyond what anyone could have anticipated. And I remember asking Lithuania's MOD at the time, what's your relationship with the Elves? And they said, there is none. And we want to keep it that way, because the minute the government gets involved, it all turns to shit. So, I absolutely love it. I find it hysterical when I see, the Vatniks and the tankies on Twitter accusing the CIA of doing NAFO. I mean, if the CIA could do NAFO, all of your conspiracy theories about what the United States is capable of would be true. I don't think, honestly, and I'm sure the CIA would admit that. Yeah, it's remarkable. And I interviewed early on Kama and Matt. Matt is a tankist and served in Afghanistan, and I think his tank got blown up. I said, how did this come about? And they said, honestly, it's just, we were shit posting, and then other people saw us and they started shit posting. And then I forget the exact precise origin of the dog avatar, but it just became this kind of cottage industry. And on Discord, I've been allowed into that forum. And I see the people who are involved and the way they discuss it. And it's incredible. And it has so set the cat amongst the pigeons with the Russians and their surrogates and agents of influence that, I piss myself laughing all the time.
Humor works.
Humor does work. Humor does. And the thing about it is it's the anarchic, uncontrollable and uncontrolled aspect to it. So that's the thing. If this were done by some Ministry of Defense or some intelligence service, it would not be as chaotically brilliant. And that's, I think, just leave them alone and let them get on with it. I now I'm seeing people like posting like OnlyFans account. There's like fella pornography that has started with this thing. It's I don't know. Now NAFO is getting a little bit sort of rock and roll and maybe a little too off the wall for my taste. But yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about it. And everyone in my family, including my newborn nephew, is a fella. So that was my gift to him on his birthday.
You will see on the panel, if you look at your screen, obviously a large agglomeration of that. There's a couple of serious and silly people here too, but there's a lot of fellas. If you don't mind, Michael, I would go on to Peter Doran.
Sure.
And then afterwards to Imperius and
Axel, you broke out. Okay. Michael, great to see you on the space. It's great to have you here. I'm sure you're having a good time, but this has been one of the really innovative efforts to push back on Russian disinformation since the start of the war. And I'm sure you know, but the MryiaReport has been broadcasting 24/7 since February 23rd, the night of, and they haven't stopped. So it's great to have you here, my friend.
Great to be here, and nice to finally meet you, I guess, virtually. I know we follow each other on Twitter.
Michael, I've got two questions for you because I hope, Axel, you'll indulge me, but I think they're both very pertinent. One's on disinfo, and the other is on U.S. policy. You were talking about how effective the NATO fellas have been because it was so dispersed, because a Ministry of Defense was not in command of it. We've had a debate on this space for a very long time now, asking the question, has Russia been effective in its info war against the West, in its spin, confusion against the West, in support of its objectives in Ukraine? On this space, we've had people from Africa, from Latin America come on, and they literally just repeat rote and verse Russian talking points. Now, this space is very good at dispelling those points. But here's my first question, man. Why was it that we thought Russia was very good at disinfo from 2014 onwards, but in 2022, the wheels, from my perspective, seem to have come off the car? What's going on the Russian side? What's your take?
I think this war is what's going on, and that's what screwed them up. I mean, I can tell you the GRU will acknowledge sotto voce that they've lost the information war, which is good because they'd been doing pretty well thus far. I mean, even going back to 2014, what happened in Donbass? Well, it's all very murky, isn't it? When you have the New York Times using terms like civil war, that you haven't really seized the narrative, as it were. I think a lot of it is, again, to the credit of this administration, pounding this drum, leaking the intelligence, doing so in a almost unseemly manner to an extent, where if they had been wrong about this, game over, right? After Iraq, forget it. Nobody would take what was coming out of the IC seriously. But they got it. They were not just right, they were spot on and precise. And it really just kind of undercut what the Russians were cooking up. I mean, it preempted their sort of false flag provocations, their casus belli, whatever you want to call it. And the other side of it is, look, I mean, the symbolism of what Russia has degenerated into. I mean, everything from the Z insignia to these fascistic rallies, I mean, all the way down to the level of small school children. It really is creepy. And it's creepy in a way that's hard to cover up and it's hard to deny. And, I was worried early on that attempts to try and obfuscate or deny atrocities such as the Mariupol theater bombing, the railway bombing in Donbass, I'm going to take your pick. There have been so many. Bucha. I was worried that the Russians would make headway, but they didn't. And they didn't for the simple fact that, you had a preponderance of people on the ground who were doing the credible reporting. You had really good open source intelligence showing before and after images. And also, just, I mean, I know that the global South is not with the West on this, but the West really did unite around this cause. And yes, I know all the caveats on that, the squishiness of the French from time to time, Germany's will we, won't we send them things, but by and large I have been pleasantly surprised that European unity on Ukraine has held. Even, I mean, Viktor Orban, who's a shakedown artist with the European Union, hasn't vetoed sanctions. No, I mean, he's extracted plenty from Brussels in exchange for it, but still,
it's
kind of remarkable. And look, I think another term that hasn't come up, unlike state sponsor of terrorism or state terrorism, is genocide. And when you see credible scholars, Eugene Finkel, Timothy Snyder, using the G word with respect to this, it really is a game changer. And it's something that, again, it's in the heart of Europe. It's the largest land war since World War II. It's not possible to not pay attention to it, or to look the other way, or to deny what's going on. And so, to that extent, I'm gratified. Now, the thing that worries me, Peter, is whither the United States. And as I mentioned, I was in Estonia a few months ago, and I interviewed Prime Minister Kallas, and I asked her pointedly. I said, "Look, could you and the other allies in Europe sort of hold the fort down? I mean, could you handle security assistance alone if the U.S. say elected a president who decided, well, screw this, we should be building roads in America and not sending HIMARS to Ukraine?" And her answer was no, we couldn't. So this could all turn around very, very quickly and dramatically based on the political landscape here. But so far, so good, I have to say.
I see what you did there, Michael, and I respect the point. Axel, if you'll allow me just to ask one more question, Michael.
Sure.
Do you think that we're doing enough from the policy side? We keep talking in this space about the imperative that Ukraine must win. That's a phrase that many in the current administration will run away from. They might say Russia must lose. They might say other phrases, but I don't believe they have committed at the NSC level, I don't believe they have committed to the concept Ukraine must win. If you could provide some advice as to how the administration could improve its standing to strengthen its policy position. You mentioned the ATACMS. Why are we being so afraid of that? If you could provide some advice to the administration, what would it be to strengthen our policy position from the US side?
I think there's a variety of factors here. Obviously, there's a great deal of PTSD from the wars in the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was this administration's doing. And however they choose to spin it or slice it, I mean, that was a calamity that nobody could deny. And I think the tentativeness, the caution going into this, a lot of it was due to worrying about how America might fuck something else up. And in this case, in the heart of Europe. The good news, as I mentioned, though, is, one thing about Biden, he doesn't really care about the Middle East, but he is a transatlanticist. I mean, he believes in Europe whole and free. He's a Cold Warrior. And I think he sees things with a kind of moral clarity that a lot of his policy advisors and his specialists perhaps do not. In terms of how to advise them, look, I don't know. I really don't. And in a way, I don't care. I mean, I do care, but it's not my... It's not my mission in life to explain to the government why they should be doing things that they're not. I've gone down that road before, and there lies only heartache and demoralization. As best I can do is explain what is happening and why it's happening. And I think, the short and perhaps non-nuanced answer to your question is Ukraine winning is one way I think that Ukraine can demonstrate to the US that it should be allowed to further win. In other words, what they're doing now, if they can continue it, that will only engender more goodwill, as I said earlier, increased security assistance. And another sort of component of this is, Russia broadly, in terms of their propaganda, going back not even with respect to 2014 and the first Ukraine crisis, but going back generations, decades, has really instrumentalized this notion of, if you provoke us, it's World War III. They do this on an hourly basis on Russian state TV.
We have that question here in this space, Michael. People come into
the
space.
Yeah. It trends on Twitter. Commander General Zaluzhny in his article mentioned that we mustn't discount the possibility of tactical nuclear weapons being used in Ukraine, which is, again, a very standard and well-trod line on how this conflict could evolve or deteriorate very quickly, but it created global headlines because he said it out loud or he put it in a paper. Again, and that's not to say we shouldn't be afraid of escalation, but there's a lot of data that we can work with now. Go back 7 months, go back even 7 weeks. Things we were told that would lead the Russians to do X, Y, and Z led them to do nothing, or to even deny that the thing that was supposed to excite them or provoke them had even happened. Again, I come to Saki Air Base. So I think what we've seen is we escalate, and rather than Russia, taking us to DEFCON 1, they do fuck all. Well, that's interesting. From an empirical point of view, it shows us that perhaps there is more wiggle room here. There is more maneuverability than we've been led to believe. I remember very distinctly, being told that, if the U.S. does more to intervene in Syria, not against ISIS, but against the Assad regime and its manifold proxies, well, and now the Russians are in there, it's going to lead to World War III. That's why we had the deconfliction mechanism with the Russian Air Force and Syrian skies. Okay, well, what happened? In 2018, the Wagner Group, in conjunction with Iranian militias and Syrian militias and probably Syrian conventional troops, decided to make a play for the Conoco gas plant in Deir ez-Zor. The United States told them repeatedly, stand down, stand down. If you don't, we'll open fire. They didn't stand down. The United States opened fire. I mean, attack helicopters, warplanes. It was Stalingrad, according to Wagner Teller.
Exactly.
Total annihilation. As many as 200 to 300 Russian mercenaries turned into hamburger meat in the desert. Where's World War III? MOD in Moscow. Didn't happen. Russian Foreign Ministry. That wasn't us. Those were guys on vacation in Syria. Nothing to do with us. Total plausible deniability. Okay, another interesting data point. You can engage Russian forces, however you want to dress them up. PNC. I mean, Wagner is a cutout of the GRU. Let's be clear. So these are state actors at this point. You can engage them in a certain manner, and it's not going to precipitate a major confrontation with Russia. That's not to say we should be stupid or foolhardy. I don't want to be misleading here in terms of what I'm advocating or suggesting. But I think the learning curve has been steep, but it does exist. The United States now realizes that it can take certain gloves off and get away with it. Good. Keep taking them off.
So
Michael,
you're advocating a little bit
actually,
more. Sorry, Peter.
Yep.
Michael, just highlighting. You're advocating a little bit more Patton, a little bit more Bradley, and a little bit more Eisenhower.
Yep.
Michael, I'm going to drop down, but I loved your book on ISIS. I can't wait to read your next book on the GRU. Thank you for your excellent insights. I certainly agree.
Sure thing.
Much appreciated. So we have more questions. I hope you will stay with us. We have Konstantin, who is in Texas. He's a Ukrainian and who has been actually fighting in that war in 2014 and 15. And then we have Imperius Guardsman, one of our speakers and part of the moderator team, as well as Ed. So Konstantin.
Hello, and it's great talking to you. I have a question for you regarding you've been in Kiev twice, as I understand, since the start of this invasion, and I'm wondering how would you rate the communication of the Ministry of Defense with the social media in general? Like I know it was it's your when I served, it was a big problem, and I don't know how would you rate it right now?
So MOD's relationship with social media in terms of like their outreach online. I mean, well, look, institutionally, I know the problems you're alluding to, and I think that many of them still exist. But then again, when you see the defense minister wearing a NAFO t-shirt and changing his avatar to a fella that has been freshly made for him in the forge, it suggests that the game is shifting and it's becoming more engaged with, I think a large part of the issue for Ukraine was it felt for many years that the world had forgotten that it was still in a state of war with Russia, right? This was a frozen conflict. Crimea was lost. The Donbass was kind of sort of stabilized, but not really. It wasn't headline news, but the invasion sort of changed things. And because there's been this international response, most of it in solidarity with Ukraine, I think MOD's tactics are shifting. Some of the videos that they're putting out seem to be designed to appeal more to Western audiences than to Ukrainians. You don't have to rally Ukrainians. They're already on side, as for reasons I've already mentioned. They know really, I think, they're not going to reach the Russians unless they're just absolutely menacing and threatening to kill them all, which I've seen videos like that too. So I would say that the engagement is good at the present moment. I keep seeing people make comments that, Ukraine's IO is world class and nobody does it better than the Ukrainians and so on and so forth. And yeah, I tend to agree. I've seen some really extraordinary stuff coming from them.
Thank you.
Gives me an idea. Somebody should take the James Bond song, and the refrain, "Nobody does it better," and put it onto Mr. Reznikov, because he is, in that regard, a classic superstar. But then, as he said himself, in a self-deprecating way, he is a Jewish butcher. So,
I hadn't heard that one. That's good.
Hey, he put
also,
it up
the other
he's
factor we have to. Sorry, I mean the elephant in the room here is Zelensky, who became a global icon. A very charismatic guy, showed a great deal of fortitude and bravery early on when he could have tucked tail and run. I think his sort of singular leadership and his, more than leadership even, his kind of public persona has done a great deal to help Ukraine in winning the sort of information war.
Yeah, very good point. Let's move to Imperious Guardsman.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for joining us. I was wondering if you had any comment on the Ukrainian domestic military industry, because they've been seemingly able to supply a much better quality of equipment than Russia has throughout this whole war. And there's also one of the more interesting theories about the Saki airbase strike and the interesting ATACMS backplate we've seen is that the Ukrainians actually managed to kit bash the Hrim-2 missile with ATACMS guidance packages and somehow managed to fit it into a HIMARS, and that they've been using that instead of plain Jane ATACMS.
Yeah, you're breaking up, so it was like the McDonald's drive-thru. I heard like every third word, but I think I got the gist of your question. I mean, in terms of their domestic military-industrial complex, again, I think they've been very innovative. If for instance, if Saki were the sort of Neptune-adapted cruise missile, well, that was something that was, I think, just in the conceptual phase. They didn't even have a prototype for it as of January, February. So if they managed to manufacture one, молодец. But again, I think that it was probably with American engineering assistance. In terms of, I mean, the Neptune itself, I think there's a great story to be done on both the manufacture of that missile system and how they managed to smuggle the missiles out of Kyiv when the Russians attacked the facility that was manufacturing them. And then, of course, how they were manned and fired to sink the Moskva. You know, the Neptunes haven't been heard from again since that rather bold and successful operation. So I'd love to know more about that. But I mean, to answer your question as best I can, I don't have a very good insight into this. A lot of this is, as you can imagine, kept top secret, and you know, American journalists, least of all, are being given guided tours of you know, underground facilities belonging to the Ukrainian military-industrial complex. So sorry if that wasn't
established bonus. I mean, you're not Walter Duranty, Michael.
Well, no, but I mean, again, yeah, I've pissed a lot of people off in Kyiv digging around Saki, so you know, and I think I built up enough credibility with them that they'll forgive me eventually. But they don't want to hear from me about this stuff anymore. Again, you know, it's a great story. I just want to know what happened. That's my job as a journalist, figuring things out.
I'm quite sure, as you said earlier, it will come out eventually. We have loads of questions. I hope you have a few more minutes.
I can do about
shoot.
10 more minutes, and then I do have to dash.
Okay, so great. Well, then we'll do this quick. Please shoot.
Thank you, Michael, for joining us and for your expertise and insights. How do you see the situation, the disinformation situation in the global South developing in the short term?
I mean, I confess I don't pay too much attention. I've done several stories on Wagner in Libya, and then the Prigozhin organizations. I think I used the term political technology with respect to elections in Africa. They had this cutout organization that was designed to be election monitoring, but really was just kind of an influence campaign. You know, look, I think it's more fertile terrain for them because they have successfully capitalized on Pan-Africanism and also anti-colonialism. Although, interestingly enough, with respect to that pseudo-election monitoring mission that they put together, they managed to recruit neo-Nazis from Europe. So neo-Nazis from Europe, racists, were going to Africa with an objective to push Pan-Africanism. Again, it just goes to show you the kind of rank stupidity of their strategic planning, even at the information operation level. But I don't know. I mean, everything I've read on the subject indicates that you know, for instance, they've been able to sell food insecurity as the fault of NATO rather than their own blockade and their own war of conquest. So, but I have to say, and I hope people don't take this the wrong way, you know, Europe matters much more for the purposes of defending Ukraine and prosecuting the war. So I think as a matter of priority, it's about keeping European electorates on side. And in that respect, look, there are still countries where I think if you were to take a referendum today, you get a result that suggests that a good plurality, if not a majority, believe that NATO expansion was still to blame for why the invasion happened, or that the U.S. should de-escalate, and that this is a proxy. All the stuff that I don't need to bore you with these excuses. But again, the political leadership has managed to cohere, and as long as that endures, that's the most important thing for the foreseeable future, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, people might disagree.
Well, given the current global energy crisis and inflation, if we narrow this down to the Arab countries or the Arab world and the Middle East, same question, Michael.
Well, I mean, Russia demonstrated that a little bit of hard power in Syria goes a long way. And I mean, I cut my teeth covering the Syrian civil war, and I can tell you that this sort of the white dwarf moment of online disinformation and active measures was when Russia intervened in 2015. And they made a very, very concerted effort to mischaracterize the nature of that intervention. Remember, it was a counterterrorism mission, not designed to prop up the regime, and certainly not designed to liquidate CIA proxies, which is what really it did do. And then, everything from the horrific vilification of the white helmets, Syrian, medical workers, rescue workers. Sorry, this is painful history for me because I was in the thick of it back then, and a lot of my friends, myself included, were the targets of these things. And yeah, I mean, it is designed to demoralize. The Germans have a great word which I won't pretend to try and pronounce, but essentially it translates into decomposition. And this is a strategy of making you feel very vulnerable and insecure, and essentially dissuading you from doing something that could harm the enemy. And the Russians have been, past masters of this. And it's only until recently that I think that they've been meeting with a great deal of success, certainly more than they deserve or should have been allowed. And like we could do a whole show about the U.S. follies in Syria and what should have happened there and didn't. But I do think that you would be hard pressed to make a case that Russia's intervention, which was successful in Syria and which was sold by the United States as going to be unsuccessful, this was going to be a, quote, quagmire. This was going to be another Afghanistan. It could have been an Afghanistan if we had made it such, but we chose not to. I think that emboldened Putin to think that he could run roughshod over other countries, including Ukraine. And I'm sorry, I don't buy the case that, oh no, Syria had nothing to do with. No, of course it did. He sees Russia as a great power in the making. Again, he's made no bones about that being his legacy, what he would like to achieve before he dies, either of natural or unnatural causes. And yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately, it's the line from The Godfather: "We should have stopped Hitler at Munich." I mean, that's kind of how this works with dictatorships.
Very clear.
Yep, I think we agree.
Thank you so much. Off to you, Axel.
You have to hit them hard early. So, as one author of a wonderful fiction series once called, "Get your revenge in early." John Howard and Jim Fraser. John.
Axel, thank you. Michael, good afternoon. Your previous answer is actually a really helpful segue. We take it as read in here that Ukraine will obviously emerge from this victorious, and there has been an increasing amount of chatter about the potential collapse or at least fragmentation of the Russian Federation as a result of that. Drawing on your previous experience in Syria and around Salafi jihadism, do you have any concerns about effectively the Muslim majority Stan republics around the southern rim of the Russian Federation and their potential to really spin out of control if the Russian Federation collapses? It's a big question. If you can't answer this one, please consider writing something about it.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Goebel, I think, is the man you want to answer the question about the role that national minorities have played in shaping Russian history. It's a good one, a good question. I don't feel capable or competent to answer in any meaningful way. The one thing I will disagree with the premise of your question, though, is when you say that we take it for a given that Ukraine will be victorious. I don't see that at all. I certainly don't take it for a given, and it keeps me up at night, worrying that it won't be. And also, I just don't know, much like with the end of the Soviet Union, when very few people saw its demise coming. People are, I think, coming up with very elaborate predictive models for suggesting that, Russia could collapse as a state, Putin could be taken out in a coup and then replaced with somebody who makes him look rather kittenish, or, I know Mark Aliati thinks that, we're on the precipice of a dawn of liberal Russia. And again, I don't know how people come to these determinations, because I certainly cannot and wouldn't try to. As I said earlier, it's hard enough trying to get a handle on what's happening now, much less trying to predict the future. And again, I will go to my grave saying that for me, this war has demonstrated that, people who traffic in kind of oracular sort of hypotheses and sort of behave as Nostradamus on anything geopolitical or anything at all, really, they just shouldn't be consulted as much as they are, because it's a fool's errand. I certainly, all my expectations, my opinions, things that, I might have even put to print and probably did do, they were completely upended by events. And so it's a humbling experience for people in my position, I think, as a journalist and somebody who does do analysis. But the last thing I call myself is an expert, and I actually don't like it when people refer to me as that. I am not. My book on ISIS, my work on Syria, my work on Russia, and my work on Ukraine is all done journalistically. I have queried experts. I've relied on their analysis. Sometimes they've misled me or they got it wrong, and that's on me, because you're only as good as your sources. But I was just reading or rereading Homage to Catalonia for my GRU book, because I have a whole chapter on the Spanish Civil War, as I mentioned at the start of this program. And the great thing about that book, and it's to read Orwell in today's media context, is both enlightening but also depressing. I mean, the great thing about that book is he clearly had a partisan objective. He belonged to a militia that was destroyed. Its leader was tortured to death in an NKVD prison in Madrid. But he was incredibly modest about what he was putting across. And he even says at one point, everything in this book comes from my own perspective and my own point of view. And, don't take anything I say on faith, because I could be wrong and other people will have different perspectives. He even treated the communist press very handsomely and generously, even though in other moments he was rightly so contemptuous of them. So I think it's important to keep that sort of humility when approaching this stuff. Obviously I have my opinions. I'm not shy about sharing them, because I've been in this game long enough, and frankly, I like it when I know where journalists are coming from. I don't believe in objectivity, because it doesn't really exist, and people who pretend to have it are being more deceptive and intellectually dishonest. So my opinions. You see me on Twitter. You're hearing me now. You read my work. You know that I support Ukraine. But, Ukraine could lose, and I could lose, therefore, emotionally. And that's just part of the game, unfortunately. And my work as a journalist, but also as a historian, I mean, it's a very delicate thing to kind of extricate the personal from the non-personal, or the political.
Sure, and thank you for the reply. And I take your points. All I would say is that I'm not suggesting that I or anybody else is trying to predict the future, but that scenario planning for various potential outcomes is prudential, particularly for governments. But if you're not aware of anything, that's great. Thanks for your time.
Sure. Okay, I do one more and then I gotta run.
Perfect. We have one more question from our friend Jim Fraser.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Michael, thank you for your critical work and your humility. Talking about bogus oracles just now. We here on the space have long had a bugbear with the realists, right? John Mearsheimer particularly, and their belief that Russia had some sort of realpolitik right to invade Ukraine. When you do bump into John Mearsheimer in the halls of Washington, what would you say to him now?
Well, first of all, I am not in the halls of Washington, thank God. I'm in New York, and I believe he's in Chicago. But look, I mean, Mearsheimer, I think when he was in grad school, was very wedded to this notion of how the world works. And Mearsheimer today is looking at all the evidence which suggests that the world does not work the way he thought. But as I said before, the arrogance of expertise, he is so, I think emotionally and psychologically, he is incapable of acknowledging that he's just been wrong. If NATO expansion is to blame for the war in Ukraine, then why did Putin shrug when he learned that 850 miles of the Russian Federation border is now going to be shared with a NATO member state? Right? I mean, it's just the myths that we tell ourselves because they're simpler than the complex, muddy realities. And also, look, the former foreign minister of Russia under Yeltsin, Andrei Kozyrev, and he said to me, because I was expecting a whole different set of answers from the ones I got. I said, so, you're a Russian diplomat. You were there at the creation of contemporary Russia and the fall of the Soviet Union. You dealt with Presidents Bush and Clinton. What role did NATO have in doing this? And he said, Michael, the problem with NATO in the 1990s isn't that it went too far, is that it didn't go far enough. I said, oh, that's interesting. That's kind of like the Pope telling you maybe there's no such thing as God. And he had this very intricate explanation for why the real failure on the part of the United States was that it did not invest in the future of Russian liberal democracy as a matter of international security. It sort of was kind of high on its own supply at the end of the Cold War, triumphalist, and just assumed that, history would go on autopilot from here on in, right? And Kozyrev was saying, no, I mean, the forces of darkness were gathering in real time, both, the revanchist commies and the hard right, the nationalist right, as now embodied by people like Alexander Dugin. And, he was warning, particularly the Clinton administration, don't assume that the future of Russia should be predicated on your personal relationship with President Yeltsin. It shouldn't. There has to be institution building here. And you need to do this as a matter of urgency. And of course, that didn't happen. And look, I mean, different people have different perspectives on America's approach to Russia after the Soviet Union. But this is coming from, as I say, the person who was the foreign minister of the country. I found it quite fascinating. Now, that's something, by the way, that wasn't litigated in the op-ed sections of the New York Times and the Washington Post prior to the war. Instead, we were hearing from a chorus of Western opinion makers, many of them who you wouldn't even necessarily characterize as Mearsheimer level realists. But I remember reading a piece in New Yorker magazine about, not 1 inch further and why, NATO and its arrogance kind of got the Russians back up against the wall, and okay, the war is not justified, but ... we're culpable too. And Kozyrev said something else to me. He said, listen, anyone who comes to you and says this is all to do with NATO is being sent by Russia as a matter of propaganda to hoodwink Western intellectuals into believing that this is a real thing. He said it's not. At very senior levels of the Russian government, in his experience, and even now, there is an understanding that NATO is a defensive military alliance. It has no design to invade Russia or to do regime change. In fact, I can tell you a funny anecdote. One of the biggest breaches NATO ever had was in Estonia, just after Estonia had acceded to the alliance. A guy called Herman Sim. He started out as a cop in Tallinn under the occupation, and then he worked his way up into the MOD. And I forget the exact title of his role, but he was essentially a liaison officer with NATO, if not actually embedded in NATO headquarters. And he just stole everything because he had been working for the SVR. He had been an asset during the Soviet period, and he was reactivated at some point after Estonia regained its independence. And I mean, intelligence so valuable that it all found its way to the desk of Vladimir Putin, according to his former SVR case officer. And one of the things that he was tasked with doing is go find the secret NATO war plans for invading Russia. And he kept coming back and saying, I can't find them because they don't exist. And his handlers kept sending him back saying, no, 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 they must exist. They must exist. So, you know, again, like what we're told is sort of the grievances and the traumas of a turbulent transition from totalitarian superpower to, you know, whatever you want to call it, Nigeria with snow, Upper Volta with nukes, Upper Volta with hedge funds and sushi. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I mean, Putin went into Ukraine because he wants to reconstruct an empire, and he cannot do so. His version of Russia, his idea of what a Russian empire should look like, cannot exist without Ukraine. And this was not a war for, you know, a special military operation or limited to putting pressure or coercing or compelling Ukraine into doing. He wanted Ukraine. He wanted the whole country. And he can't get it. And that's driving him nuts. And that's a good thing, because he doesn't deserve to not be driven nuts at this point. And with that, I have to run. But this has been fun. I've enjoyed it. I probably said way more than I should have, and I'm going to pay for it later. But that's okay.
Michael, only
Thank
one
you,
comment. Let me
Michael.
introduce you to Yehuda, our founder of the space, briefly before you
Sure.
run.
Well, thank you, Michael, for coming. I'm sorry I missed it. I had a pressing appointment, but I hope to listen to the audio after, and I'm sure it'll be great. And I think what you're saying is you'll have us believe that Vladimir Putin is a bit of a liar.
Yeah, you don't say, huh? Who'd have thunk it?
Thanks for coming. I really appreciate your time.
Sure.
And hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Okay, take care, guys. And bye to everybody.
Take
Sorry
care,
we
bye.
couldn't answer all your questions.
No worries.
No way. No way.
Thank
Hundreds of questions, Michael.
Take care.
Take care.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks, CJ, as well, for assisting in that. That's a great angle and perspective. I obviously, because of the impending chat, I had to do some research, and unfortunately, I just wasn't able to attend. But what an amazing person with great insight. So I'm sure this will fuel the discussion. And at this point, I'd like everyone to, if you're not following MryiaReport, please do, or our hosts or co-hosts, keep in the loop. We've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In effect, an information campaign. We are bringing information from Ukraine in the voice of Ukrainians and experts from around the world, and parsing it, giving what we can back to the greater public through social media. Our imprint isn't paid for, so if you could retweet the space and promote it in your own circles, we'd really appreciate it, because it allows us to help in the only way we can, which is through this information space. And social media obviously has great power and also has downfalls, but in this case, we're utilizing the good things in social media and in that sphere. So we do have Spotify, we have other platforms in which we save and for posterity great information and great interviews. So I want to thank all the panelists, especially the co-hosts and CJ and who brought him in, our guest. Thank you so much for being here and who you are, and to the audience. No, definitely saving the best for last. Thanks to the audience for continuing to support us around the clock. We are growing 70 million plus 75 million impressions in total. People sharing, discussing, passing on information. We get help from members of parliament, legislators across Europe. They reach out to us with assistance. We direct them to different people in Ukraine for that, and medical services have been offered by multiple sources. We do thank you, and we do I heard there was a comment. Apparently, if do message the MryiaReport account if you do have offers of help. We do have people looking at it. I think I heard someone say, or I was told in a tweet, in a message, that someone said we don't read it. We do. It just takes us a little longer. We will tidy that up, and we do appreciate it. And I'll pass it back to I don't know, CJ. Debrief. What's going on?
No, I unfortunately have to run now too, but that was just an incredible hour and 50 minutes we got with Michael. So I can't thank everyone enough for asking such, great questions. I really hope we can get him back, because, he'll be here talking about Ukraine as long as it's an issue, which is until every single Russian is on the other side of the border, no longer conducting any sort of military action against Ukraine. And guess what? We'll be here too until that day.
100%, as a friend of mine says.
Sometimes, almost all the time. Thank you, Axel.
And Yehuda, we have one. We have. This is not enough. I mean, this is only the second interview today, and we have another one coming right back to back in just about 8 minutes.
Excellent. Well, we also have Natalia Kalmykova. She'll be coming on tomorrow, anytime past 1400 Kiev time. So that'll prove to be great. She's with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, talking about all the good stuff that they're doing there. So I'm looking forward to that. She's also a great friend and contact in Ukraine. And I will, since I'm a Johnny come lately, or Yehuda come lately, I will pass it back to you, Axel and Em.
Will we be seeing you when we speak to Ivana Stratna from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, and now also of the Kiev Post?
I should be around. I'm going to do my best. I'm just actually in traffic, but yes.
Perfect. That's excellent. All righty, gentle people, you've heard it. We will be a full complement in just about a few minutes, and we'll be talking to Ivana not only about her fellowship, because she has been an avid supporter now that she's been integrated into NATO and just joined us very recently when Karma was here for an interview with us, but we'll be talking about security policy. We'll be talking about what actually happens on the ground and how that should be ascertained and how the corridors of power are viewing it. And with a bit of luck, we'll have our friend and colleague Peter Doran with us right at time, because he obviously knows Ivana rather well in that regard. So we'll have a couple of questions up. Em, please.
No, it's a quick comment to Yehuda that we should have a conversation about the whole maneuver being conducted right now in the 3rd Field Army. But yeah, offline.
All righty. Whilst that may then well be ongoing, we have a question coming up. Who's this? Springleaf Wolf. We haven't spoken. Maybe you've spoken with others of us, but not with me.
Hello, hello.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Good evening, good
Hello there.
afternoon. God save the king as well. I want to. I don't want to kind of jerk the conversation in a weird direction. However, you were talking about security. My question, and I don't know if anyone can answer this, or if anyone is listening that can answer this in their own right, that knows about cybersecurity and policy, like security policy and things like that. But my question is, what has Starlink, how effective has it been in playing a role into the Ukrainian armed forces, and how, with the intercepted phone calls and things like that, and with the reports of, Ukraine surpassing Russian cyber capabilities, how has that been effective in the movement on the ground of the military forces in Ukraine, and how has that been crucial in aiding to counterattacks and things like that? So that's my question.
Well, one thing is definitely clear: the Ukrainian capability, in order to protecting its own cyber capability, its cyber defense capability, not letting it become too well known as to how good they were, has helped Ukraine in completely and utterly defeating the supposedly very strong and very comprehensively prepared and insidious and omnipresent, as they once called themselves, cyber attacks and attackers from the Russian Federation. It is evident that Ukraine has stymied their attack, has stopped their overall approach, and Starlink is obviously a part of its own capacity, but it's predominantly valuable for the command and control setup, and therefore the capability Ukraine has in order to pass information between different locations, predominantly in the military. And there it has been used and well applied. We do understand this. What is noteworthy is that in terms of its overall cybersecurity, the resolve and resilience and the ingenuity of the Ukrainian information technology sector, the young people who have grown accustomed in recent years that they live in a country invaded by an imperialist force, and the significant investment by many, many young people to sharpen their capabilities and sharpen their technical skills has helped a great deal. Ukraine today possesses certainly many, many thousand more people capable to actively work in cyber defense than Russia could ever muster.
Absolutely,
They
absolutely.
have done so very effectively, and the Ukrainian IT industry in that regard has been tantamount to one of its additional armed forces.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I love that, because the thing about it is that when it comes to cybersecurity, it's not, you don't have to be a high ranking official. You don't have to be an important person in government or in the military to take those types of things seriously. We have the tools to utilize to protect our data, our metadata, to find out information about our cache, and to read the terms of services and our cookies and things like that, and use VPNs and utilize encryption capabilities as personally for everyone. It's we have the tools to utilize that, and it's just been astounding to me that that's one of the elements of this war for Ukrainians fighting against Russians, especially with, like, going back to the Soviet era that that information security space is one of the things that is tantamount to gathering information on the Russian side, and how if you're in the Western world, a person may not start utilizing these tools that we have to protect our data, our cell phones, our tablets, our computers, until something happens, until our identity is stolen or something like that. And we want to be safe in that area, and to effectively communicate with our loved ones, and even in the military. So that's very crucial. So thank you for that.
Yeah, much appreciated, and you're absolutely right. Most of these things are obviously, so to say, your own cyber hygiene, which you should apply, and common sense transferred into the information space. So much appreciated. In about a minute, we should have Ivana Strutner with us, and Peter Doran will be cycling up. So we can take one very, very quick bite of the apple, Nina, and then we have to go on further.
Thank you, Axel. I will very shortly just say hi to Imperius. I didn't see you or hear your voice for a while. Nice to have you back. And if you want, in for 30 seconds, say what you think about the advances in the Ukrainian war right now. Thank you.
Well, I've just been behind the scenes for a while, Nina, but thanks for the welcome back. Well, I guess all we can say really is that Russia is in the middle of a giant cluster frack.
Well, that is certainly true. Alrighty, I can see already both Peter and Ivana and the listenership. I'll send some invites out, and let's hope that we have everybody on board in just a second. Ivana, if you can hear me, I sent you another invite. So if you want to press the button on the bottom left, then we shall have you way up here in just about a second. Alrighty, that sounds promising. Well, there you go. Welcome, Ivana.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you and your audience again today.
You're most welcome. And we have, as you can see, Peter Doran with us, Victoria, Jim Fraser, Louis, so to say, Imperius and Nina, the usual suspects, and hundreds more. Actually, at the moment, we have 937 people listed, plus the digital audience and digital radio and overall radio in states as far as Wyoming, not Wisconsin yet, quite, but we'll get there. Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. and many thousand listeners currently also on YouTube. So we're very happy that you've joined us yet again, and that it didn't take karma to come back for you to join us for a full segment. Peter, shall we take it away?
Let's do it. Ivana, it is great to have you in the space. We just had Michael Weiss on talking about Russian disinformation, U.S. policy, his take on Russia, Ukraine. I've been very interested in your work and your writing, especially your perspectives on what's happening in the psychological and information operations space. I know you have just published on that. Maybe you could share with this audience some of your new takes, your new insights, and I know we're going to have great questions like we did the last time you joined us.
Thank you so much, Peter. So I was already here in the past, and I was talking about information operations and psychological warfare. So yesterday I decided, I published a new piece in psychological warfare, but this time I decided to develop with my colleague David Chad a little bit more details on how actually the United States should go about this, because last time I was mostly talking about defensive information operations and what the United States and our allies should do in the information space to protect ourselves from Russia's disinformation campaigns. This time I decided to put forward a little bit maybe controversial point regarding offensive information operations and what we should do inside Russia. Last time I remember I mentioned that even though many people have expressed their optimism about that Russia has already lost the information war, I'm actually not sure about that, because on Twitter that might be the case. But if you, for example, open Telegram or VK or other social media platforms, Russia is still very active over there. And not only that, the question is not only about the means, how you actually spread this information, but rather who is your audience. For Russia, audience is not only our crowd here on MryiaReport or in the West more broadly. They're very successful with their influence operations in Africa, for example, and I'm very concerned what's happening there, especially when it comes to food crisis, and they've been blaming the United States in particular for the war in Ukraine, and they largely the grain over there depends on Ukraine. So I also expressed my concerns about how this can actually lead to social unrest, and social unrest can actually lead to further refugee crisis, let alone what's happening in terms of bioweapons and chemical weapons disinformation. Russia has been peddling such news since forever, but specifically since last December. And when the war continued in February, Russia was saying that the United States operates biolabs in Ukraine, that we were training migratory birds to deliver bioweapons. Then they claim, that we were using drones. And oh yeah, there is one more thing. Basically, that they also claim that the United States was specifically targeting the Russians by using ethnic bioweapons based on DNA. And the latest thing is that monkeypox disinformation. So basically, the Russian government, the Russian Ministry of Defense. So I'm not talking about some random disinformation from random bots or trolls accounts. I'm talking about Russia's Ministry of Defense. They claim that actually the United States developed monkeypox in one of our, what they claim, biolabs in Nigeria. And then it was not enough for them to make the connection. Then they claimed that because last year there was a monkeypox simulation at the Munich conference. And coincidentally, basically they stated, that in 2022, and it was, I'm talking about simulation, they claim in 2022 in May, the outbreak will start, and there will be 271 million people killed by monkeypox. And guess what? in 2022 May, there was really an outbreak, monkeypox. So the Russian government connected these two things and blamed the United States. This is really nothing new, and I'm more than happy to explain this later, how this is related to the Cold War. This is really nothing new, because even during the Cold War, they blamed the United States for the HIV outbreak. And yesterday, I published this piece when I said it's really high time for the United States to do something about this, not only in terms of protecting our information space, for example, sanctioning Russia's RT or Sputnik, or putting like labels or on their media, or completely shutting down different accounts. That's very important. But I think it's even more important to think how we can actually harm Russia inside Russia. So during the Cold War, this is really nothing new, because even during the Cold War, the United States waged successful psychological operations across Eastern Europe. And I think I mentioned this last time, but I want to mention this again. One of the key reasons why I am in the United States is actually because of American psychological operations, because everyone who lived in Eastern Europe understands, the importance of American Hollywood movies and American jazz and modern art, all wonderful, soft power tools that help people believe in American values and freedom. But that's actually not something that is going to work this time, I'm afraid. And this Cold War strategy is ill-suited to modern Russia, because Russians don't want to live in the United States. They don't believe in our values. They believe in great Russia. So I think it's really our job there to help them make great Russia again. Nationalism is on the rise over there. One just really needs to read the polls that basically claims that 70% of Russians, they're anti-Americans, and they prefer, Russian news and Russian media. Unfortunately, since February, numerous times the notion of Joseph Stalin appeared in Russian media, and I thought maybe it would be really a good thing that we can actually take advantage of this thing. And in this piece in particular, I actually talk how we should turn the tables on the Kremlin by highlighting the war's damage to Russia, expose government corruption, exploit resentment among Russia's ethnic groups. And I understand that for many people in the West, those Russia tactics might not be something that the government will be willing to do, but I think this can be quite helpful and effective. Indeed, since the end of the Cold War, if I may say this thing, the United States actually did not engage that much in information operations. Certainly, when it comes to military efforts on the ground, efforts were supported by information operations, but I'm talking more about on a daily basis, something that the United States was very much doing during the Cold War. And in this particular piece, for example, I talk how we should take advantage of the great Russia and tell the Russians actually that's Putin who is completely degrading the great Russia. Russia is now pariah instead of being a respectful country, an international stage. Then, for example, I also discuss how we should erode Putin's, I call it like a Putin strongman attitude, by basically explaining that Putin's persecution of war has been, as well as has been wrong. I mean, we just saw what happened this morning with the advancement of Ukrainian army. Then, we should definitely do more in terms of corruption. And I think, with the Navalny, the United States has been presently like talking about that also in our news. Like we all know what's happening inside Russia when it comes to corruption. But also there is another piece of information that we should actually take advantage to, which is the Russian Orthodox Church. And if we start defending by saying, you know, it's very wrong for the Orthodox Church to support the war in Ukraine, such message will never, ever appeal to the Russians. I think a more effective way would be actually to talk that Patriot Kirill enjoys his luxury yachts and I think
Watches.
I mentioned watches, exactly 40,000 watch, you know. So something like that would be much more appealing, because we need to really use something that is called mirror imaging, because the Russians, I cannot emphasize this thing enough, they don't think like people in the West, they don't make decisions like people do in the West. We need to understand also the psychology, what really makes them tick. And I think pride is tremendously important for the Russian people. They're very proud of their nation. And anyone who disrespects Russia is actually punished. I mean, I mentioned Solzhenitsyn, for example, how he was deported and stripped of his citizenship because of performing systematically actions that were incompatible with being a citizen. What he called, he was not patriotic enough. Then I think it would be a really great thing, maybe even to use humor. Russians have a great sense of humor, dark humor, and what NATO,
Ivana,
for example.
can I ask you about humor? Can I ask you about humor?
Please.
Because you know, we've been having this discussion on the space. I just retweeted your piece in Politico. I know you have it pinned there. I don't know how to pin an article to the nest. If someone could do that. But, okay, thank you, Axel, because I think your piece in Politico was extremely well argued. I learned from it. But let me ask you this question. We spend a lot of time talking about disinformation and counter disinformation, and it increasingly appears that Russia's information operations are top down. But now we've seen bottom up from the West. We've seen the NAFO fellows. I think you can see in the space right now, we've got a lot of fellows with us here. All fellows are great fellows. But maybe you could talk a bit about how this bottom-up approach is so befuddling to Russia, to the GRU, because they do not know how to respond to a bottom-up counteraction, a counterattack to their information operations.
Yeah, absolutely. To begin with, a special thanks for all of NAFO for being here on the spaces. And if I may call myself, I'm also NAFO, and I've been promoting wonderful NAFO efforts for quite some time. I firmly believe in their mission, and I'm so grateful to be to help them spread the truth and to defend the free world. So speaking of NAFO, that's a very, very important, I think that's really the future of countering foreign disinformation campaigns globally. And I'll tell you why, because everything what I just mentioned here, it would be very difficult for any country in the world to take such actions. For example, when I talk about how we should exploit ethnic groups in Russia, I'm not actually sure that U.S. State Department or U.S. military would be willing to take such action because of the reputational consequences. Nowadays, I think the information space is very dirty. And if you really want to counter Russia, you need to unfortunately play those dirty games. And I think NAFO is a really step in the right direction for people who don't know what NAFO is. It's a North Atlantic fellows organization. It's a group of Shiba Inu dog memes, internet, what I call them, they fight Russia's information campaigns with sophisticated or less sophisticated memes with wonderful humor and satire, really to hurt the feelings of sensitive Russians. And why NAFO is so important and so successful, it is because it's so absurd. Think about Shiba Inu dogs. I've noticed that many Russian diplomats have already started arguing with NATO, and I recently, even posted on Twitter that this is really for the history books. That the Russian government is arguing with cartoon dogs. But it makes it, so absurd. It's impossible even to answer to something like that. Some of the memes are just so hilarious that it's impossible really to do something about this unless respond in a similar humorous way, which is not something what the Russians are doing because they're tremendously emotional people. So this is really a step in the right direction when it comes to NAFO. And this is why NAFO is also very important. Yesterday also I saw someone who stated that person was clearly against NAFO and said he could not even respond to his comments because his Twitter was completely polluted by NAFO memes. He could not even see, his followers' comments. So he apologized for being so late because his Twitter was so polluted. And I think that's also one of the ways, that why NAFO is so successful. And some of the memes are really, really hilarious. They're talking about Fatmik tears. It's just really, really hilarious. So humor, plays a very important role. And I understand, some people from the West told me that NAFO is so absurd, that people are just embarrassing themselves. But I'll tell you one thing, maybe something like that might actually not work in terms of trolling the State Department. But something like that is really going under the skin of the Russian government and the Russians more broadly. So, congratulations.
You have a lot of NATO friends here. You have a lot of NATO friends here in the space as well.
I can tell.
We had Kama in the space a couple days ago. He said something really brilliant, and I'll recall it for the audience here because it has stuck with me for many days now. He said, when you look on the news, when you watch the news, the world can seem very grim, and maybe it is. But I wanted to show a world that might be getting better, and there's nothing better to show that than a dog driving a '57 Chevy with the HIMARS on the back, because it's just so absurd. But it indicates just how effective this can be. Axel, I see that we've got hands up. I want to let other people ask some questions.
Absolutely.
Do you want to
No worries,
Yeah, and
no
Peter,
worries.
just to add to one thing, what was actually the most hilarious thing for me, because I've been monitoring information space on NATO for quite some time, and I remember even at the beginning, people were claiming, it's a CIA project, et cetera, and I couldn't stop laughing. Actually, how NATO, even at the beginning, they turned the tables and they started mocking the Russians. They changed their location to Langley, Virginia, and there were all these memes, that CIA does not exist. And my favorite part was actually when a few weeks ago, CIA actually posted on Twitter, can you tell us what type of animal CIA employs? And then they said, like, join the fun. And then NSA joined the conversation and they answered like a dogs. It was so hilarious really to see all those responses over there, and it made so absurd and putting Russia on defense and all those trolls that they really took away that narrative. And that's a really right way to do it. So I'm very, very grateful and happy to be part of NAFO.
And the friend of all Ukrainians, the Jewish butcher, as he called himself, Alexander Reznikov himself, actually is a fella.
There's so many fellows. So
I'm just highlighting. I find it astonishing with what level of humor and active trolling the Ukrainian government includes itself in this, because they can see that it works and that this
absolutely
this tide of civil support Ukraine has received and has, of course, also stirred up with President Zelensky's massive efforts and his persona worldwide, is in favor of freedom, is in favor of the defense of Ukraine is in support of whatever it needs doing for Ukraine to win.
Absolutely, and let's
And
also not forget that this whole effort also raises money for Georgian Legion and St. Javelin, so they're also doing such a great job. So I asked a few friends why they actually joined NATO, and I joined NATO because I deeply care about this topic. This is the part of my research and the part of my life. But some people who have nothing to do with information, I asked them why they joined this effort. And my friend said she felt so powerless when the war started. She couldn't do anything about this. So she said, at least what I can do, I can spend, quite some time during the day and post memes if that's something what helps.
it certainly does. It raises awareness and it helps mobilize against Russian disinformation on a completely decentralized level, which we find absolutely astonishing. If you don't mind, we have a lot of
absolutely
as expected, Ivana.
Absolutely.
When you're here, I would like to go first to our voice of Odessa, Oscar Domesticated Ola, and then we'll move on through the hands. Ola.
Yeah, hi. Hello, Ivana. Hello
Hi,
from
Ola.
Odessa. I have several comments to what you were saying. And if we speak about an issue that Russians do not think the same way as Westerners do, that's absolutely true. But the messages you mentioned, giving them a message that their government is so corrupt, they don't care because there is a social agreement. They think differently from the Western world, but we kind of know how their mind operates because we have been okay until 2014, obviously, but we coexisted. We know how they operate. We know we have relatives and friends. So we know how things work there. So if we bring it to the spotlight, the corruption issues, this is what Navalny did and his team. And there is a social agreement that the government and the people in power can steal. And it's totally okay. We're the rich country, as they say. But, as long as they have a little bit better living standards that they used to have 10 years ago, it's okay. They're okay with that. Corruption issue won't work. Then the message that Putin disrupts or just deprives Russia of its greatness, they don't think so. Look at the numbers of people who supported annexation of Crimea, 90% plus. They were thrilled that Russia is getting on the feet, and it's like a true land collector or something like that, they called him. They still believe it. And the only thing that can reach so-called common Russians, those most of them, there is a tiny percentage, not 25%, I'm sure, tiny percentage of people who keep their eyes open, let's say. But most of Russians only care about their own comfort. They do not support war as long as they feel uncomfortable about its consequences. They don't give a damn about Ukrainians or genocide or children or world order. They don't care. They only care if they can't buy food at the price they're comfortable with. They only care if they can't travel. If you could see the comments of Russians who were kind of anti-war, pro-West, when the issue of visa ban was on the table, and especially in the Baltic countries, they say, then don't be surprised if even anti-war, pro-Western Russians will support nuking the countries if you treat us like that. So this is the only thing that can make them, I don't know, go to the streets and protest, because we were so naive and we were really sincerely expecting Russians to go to the streets and protest. In March, late February, we were like, oh, come on, your families live here. You can't be so blind or so careless, they will definitely go to the streets. They will protest. They won't tolerate that. Okay, yeah. No, never happened. Some singular protest, and then okay, I know about hundreds of people being in prison because they were protesting, but there are millions. They cannot imprison millions if they can't enough. So yeah, we should keep trying to counteract against the information war Russia wages, but that's too soft messages for them. They don't care really. And I also had friends that were in more close communication with them before 2014, then still were kind of supportive after 2014, but and even at the beginning of the full scale invasion. But just recently I blocked another friend of mine from Russia, and I asked them questions, and they only I think, yeah, okay, oh, we are your friends and we have families, of course we care, but, and after but, we hear all the same Russian propaganda lines, and they say we don't watch TV, we don't read the pro government news. Well, the news is still the same. So yeah, maybe it should be looked a little bit deeper to make it really work.
Ola, so what you mean is that the cultural disconnect and the media impact solidifying it has been so strong over so many years that maybe, just maybe, the measures we're taking are not harsh enough. Ivana, what kind of measures should the West be taking?
So thank you so much once again, for your comments. And I do agree with you that those efforts will not change Putin's behavior. And the purpose of psychological operations, including information operations, it's really not to get rid of Putin, because that would be really naive at this point. The purpose of everything what I listed in my articles, and I just mentioned a few ideas, is because that will really help even further polarize the country. I even in my piece discuss some ideas how we should use, how we should actually take advantage of discrimination among ethnic minority groups. What happened, for example, recently, Moscow recently just stripped the head of Russia's Republic of Tatarstan of his title as president of the region. And every person, every Tatar in Russia should know what they have lost, let alone other ethnic minorities. If this is going to alter the behavior of Putin in terms of stopping the war, I doubt. But the culmination of all those policy recommendations that I just mentioned there, including, using humor and upsetting the Russians inside, upsetting the Russian government inside Russia with peddling, information such as life has become, better comrades, similar to what Stalin was saying. I think the culmination of all these things on a long run can actually alter the behavior of Russia. In terms of Navalny movement, I agree. It was not fully executed. The reason why I mentioned in particular the Russian Orthodox Church is precisely because of the role that Russia's Orthodox Church has inside Russia, and how the Russian government has been using the church strategically. So every Russian should actually really know that the leader who is blessing nuclear weapons actually has a $40,000 watch while they live in poverty. The third thing is, I think we should specifically also target Russia's mothers. That's also something we know, from the history, how Russia's mothers actually altered military actions in Russia. And that's something that we can also, think about. The reason why I wrote this article, as I stated, this whole concept about promoting democracy inside Russia, promoting American values, promoting Hollywood, that's not going to work anymore. Unfortunately, nowadays we really have to use different messages inside Russia, what I just mentioned, to play a little bit more dirty.
Yeah, well, just a quick comment, okay? The thing is, they know about the 200,000 watches and boats, etc., of Russian Orthodox leader and the priests, and how rich churches are and how corrupt they are and what a great influence they have in the state. They know, and this is how little they care. And this is how agreeable they are with what is happening, because this is their life order, and people are adapting to the lifestyle they have. So at this point, they know the ways how to survive. And if these ways are kind of violated or cut, they wouldn't like it. So they'd better have it like that than just some luminous future one day. So yeah, these are tiny things that probably could be kind of dropped drop by drop in their minds, but are they going to have like a global influence eventually? I'm sorry to be pessimistic about that. Maybe because we have been watching that for 8 years, and it's over and over. At some point you think, oh my god, they will find out about that, and that's be a turning point, because
I'm not saying
how can anyone tolerate that, be treated like that? And when they get to that point, they find out the information, it's all over the media, and they be like, okay, we're still a great country, you just all hate us, you're jealous, you're envious, that's why you're spreading this information.
Yeah, but this is why, I also mentioned at the very beginning that unfortunately the only way who can replace Putin is actually someone who is even more radical. And that's, my concern. But I also think that that's an opportunity for the West to take, the rise of nationalism inside Russia to turn the tables on those information operations. Just, give you a few examples. I do not think, that by posting on social media platforms about Kirill, how he has been enjoying his summer on his yacht, that's going to change the behavior of Russians. But the overall concept of upsetting them and hurting them where it hurts most, the Russian government, on a long run, I think that can actually alter the behavior. People also, during the Cold War, probably they also shared the similar pessimism, just like you, but eventually it did work. But this time we just need to play a different game.
Ivana, I can say right now, looking through some of the tweets and responses, you are lighting up the space. People are really engaged in this conversation. And I have to say, Olga, thank you so very much. We really love your contributions and your on-the-ground insight from Odessa. So thank you. Axel?
Yeah, I wanted to go further. We have Nina waiting for a question, then Jingu, Ola, and Wedge. Nina.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Ivana, for being here. And hi, Oscar, Olga. My question to you, Ivana, is that you mentioned that the Russians think of themselves that also that they think that Russia is great and they love their country. But still, this is like really strange. Many of them are coming. We see them in Finland. They want to come to the West. They want to come to travel in the Western world and enjoy the life in the free world. And still they are saying that they love their country. So this is somehow contradictory. And I just want to comment on this fella thing that when we had Kama on in the space, was it last week? It was really a fantastic interview with him, and one of the most important things what he said for me is that we can't like try to expand the NAFO. It is organic. It expands by self only if people want to be to fight the Russian propaganda. It's only up to them, and he will not like make any campaigns of how to expand NAFO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yes, NAFO is absolutely organic and people can do whatever they want to do, in their spaces. And I'm not arguing that we should actually move to Telegram or VK, even though, as I said, I see more disinformation campaigns over there than I see on Twitter. Whether something else, will pop up or not, that's a separate story. But certainly, I agree absolutely with Kama. We cannot force anyone to be part of NATO or to do certain things or to travel across different social media platforms. And in terms of Great Russia, I mean, it's the historical concept, of the Great Russia, and that's something that the Russian government has been working very hard, especially over the past 2 decades, in terms of enforcing more and more nationalism inside the country. And I cannot emphasize enough, actually, that the most nationalistic Russians I've ever met, I'm originally from Serbia, which has very similar issues with like Russia. The most nationalistic people that I met actually live abroad, and they certainly, believe that Russia is better than any other nations, but they also like to enjoy all benefits from the West. This is nothing strange for me.
Thank you.
Everything is downstream from culture.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, those who feel that they have lost something, even when they've gone abroad, even if they succeed abroad, Russians in America have podcasts available, which makes your blood freeze. It is astonishing that people who have enjoyed the fruits of freedom still long for what they believe is their national identity, which coincides with what can only be described as ethno-fascist views as to what Ukrainians should be and how they should live. Having said this, let's go to Ola, then Jingu, and then we go to Wedge. Ola. Or Oli.
Thank you, Axel.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm here. So,
Jingu, let's go to
Ivana, thank you.
Jingu.
Yeah, go ahead.
First Ola, then Jingu. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Axel, I'll make it very fast then. I think Ivana, it's great to have you on the space. I'm personally from the region. I'm from Ghana. I live in Ghana, so I totally agree with what you're saying of Russia's disinformation campaign in Africa. It's heartbreaking seeing the kind of things these people say. Any single thing that happens, things like Ebola, they blame it on America. And guess who's doing that? Russia is doing that. The very, very basic stuff, anything that's happening, looking at the current, the way Africa is right now. Africa is not moving forward. Countries are stagnant. And do you know what the Russians are telling Africans? Oh, it's because you were colonized by the Westerners. And, the Russians stir up this kind of hate that some Africans have in them because they were colonized. And that is what they capitalize on Europe's dark past. No country is perfect in the world. Everyone has done bad stuff. But the Russians capitalize on that and make like they get some kind of support from Africans, and they are letting Africans, you see this weird stuff like when the war started. I'm sure you saw the video of absolute people who I'm sure they don't know anything about international politics, but they were holding Russian flags in support. Some of them were holding Putin's pictures. Why is that? These are people that even Russian intelligence are on the ground paying people, paying people directly money. And the issue is so deep rooted, as you were saying, from the Cold War. And I always come here to talk about it. The issue needs to be fixed very, very soon. I don't want to go into it much, but So you could say what you wanted to say. Sorry.
First of all, thank you once again so much, for pointing this out, because I cannot emphasize enough how concerned I am what's happening in the information space in Africa. And that's in part because of the Western retreat. We left the information space a long time ago in Africa. So both Russia and China entered the information space and they occupied it, with their own messaging. What I'm observing there in terms of social media platforms, but also Russia's TV channels, it's fascinating, and exactly what you just stated at the very beginning of the war. Number one messaging over there was that the United States, and in particular the West, and in particular the United States, is responsible for the war. What's happening right now, where they're messaging regarding the food crisis, they're blaming the United States in particular for this. And what I just stated at the beginning, I'm very concerned about Africa, because this may really lead to a social unrest because of a food crisis. They may lead to further refugee crisis. And you're absolutely right about the Ebola disinformation campaign. That's exactly what they are doing, with monkeypox. Let alone, they claim that we run biolabs from Africa, including where we develop like a monkeypox, according to the Russia's Ministry of Defense. And I cannot emphasize enough that the West really needs to be back over there in the information space. We need to counter that. I have to tell you, like, my favorite account is actually Russia's Russia's embassy in South Africa. They're running, in my view, one of the best disinformation campaigns. It's fascinating how they're appealing to emotions, emojis that they use, the language that they use. It's fascinating. And then those messages are easily spread in local newspapers. Prigozhin has been doing a marvelous job, in Africa, and that's in part because we did not counter. And I think it's really, really high time, to go back. I mean, Lavro was in Africa doing his own, information operations. Funny because recently the Russian government has accused the United States of doing the same thing. And the only thing that I can say, if only, I think we really need to be back and to put Russia on defense over there, and actually to talk what Russia is doing over there. So I thank you so much, for emphasizing this thing, because I'm very concerned with what I see in Africa.
Axel, I think Ivana has a hard stop at the top of the hour, so let's get some more questions. I am loving this conversation, and I want to thank everyone who has been sharing this space and commenting on this conversation. It's been very active. I want to step aside, but I know Ivana has a hard stop at the top of the hour.
By the way, Peter, just one thing. I have to apologize for all my NAFO fellas, because I received messages that there are more than just dogs memes, and they're not absurd. I agree with that.
Well, okay. Well, there you go. Behold the power of the NAFO fellows.
Exactly.
All right, so let's move on. Jingu, then we go to Wedge, and then we go to Rosalie. Jingu.
Okay, so Ivana, thank you very much for the wonderful discussion. And I would like to share my view. The fight to disinformation is largely ineffective in the West. Not that we don't understand its harm, but that we are not approaching it in the most effective way. So let me say this. Disinformation is first and foremost a counterintelligence issue more than a cultural issue. So how to deal with a counterintelligence issue? Now, every disinformation is disseminated through a network like a drug cartel. If you try to fight disinformation, first and foremost, we go after the distribution network. Every disinformation campaign is conducted at a root or directed by the foreign intelligence agents. Go after them. Go after the network. Just like you fight a drug. Okay, if you fight a drug, you say, I don't want to go after the drug lord. I'm going to educate people the harm of cocaine. I'm going to show people taking the meth and cocaine is really harmful, then I'm going to change their mind. You know what? We are going to lose. Because you know what? If we don't go after the disinformation dissemination network, today will be monkeypox. Now monkeypox is debunked. So what? They come up with something new. We are forever chasing the tail. The good news is, for all these disinformation network, the core people, core group of agents is only, let's say, so many. Let me give you one example. We see a tidal wave of the Chinese disinformation, okay? And we trace it back down. Globally, there are about 50 to 100 people related to the Chinese intelligence service. Guess what? Indict them, deport them. You bust the entire dissemination network, you stop the flow. Then you go after the rest. Then you start to take your value game into the land of China. Right now, look at it. The Chinese disinformation is using quote unquote anti-CCP organizations, really controlled by the Chinese intelligence. The 5 leading MAGA applications, social media applications, 4 are controlled, operated, or linked to the Chinese intelligence service. When you have this kind of thing not addressed, you go after the individual message, you're for sure going to lose. But if you go after the distribution network, guess what? The core agents spread across the world is only 50 to 100. They can all be arrested, indicted, and deported. And you will see immediately the impact to disinformation. It will quiet down. So that's my point. So what I'm seeing is that, yes, the harm of this disinformation is appreciated. But how to bust disinformation, I'm afraid we are going in the wrong way, especially the media. The media should be on it. Okay, who are the core Russian disinformation dissemination teams? In Chinese, who are those organizations disguised as anti-CCP, very controlled by the Chinese intelligence, disseminating disinformation? In Africa, who are these agents? Who are they? Where are they? What are these people doing? The media should do a far more good job exposing them. Right now, the media is sleeping at the switch. So that's my point.
Thank you so much. And you know what? Like, I really agree with you that we should go after the root of the problem. Certainly, in Russia, they're all linked, to Russia's intelligence. This is really nothing new. And recently, even the US government sanctioned people who were involved in influence operations. And I think we should do it more. I could not agree with you. But there are like several different layers there. I agree with you. We should not, counter every single piece of information. We should perceive it like holistically. But I think it is very important to talk about this thing, because the more people are aware that this thing exists, maybe on our spaces today, the majority of people are confident to say, take this thing very seriously. But I can tell you that the majority of people across the globe think that this is some random, even when you think about the Russians information operations, this is just like a propaganda. No. Let me clarify one thing. Russia's military talks about information as the weapon, and we should treat it as such. Every single media across the globe who believe in the free world should talk about information as the weapon, so to make people aware. Second thing, I think one thing that I did not mention, which would be very important, is actually, you just mentioned monkeypox. We should leverage our intelligence and to put Russia on defense. Look, I'm not an expert in bioweapons, but for my research, I've done enough research to understand that Russia actually did use in the past chemical and biological weapons. Let's talk about that. Let's leverage our intelligence across the globe and put Russia on defense. Let them defend, our messaging. But as I said, the real question is whether different governments across the globe are willing to take such reputational risk to do that in terms of, their own cost-benefit analysis. But I understand the role of information operations in Russia's military, and I understand the damage that they do. So I think it would be a right thing to do. But thank you so much for raising those points, because they're fantastic.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you, Chingu. We continue to agree on the matter. Terribly boring, isn't it? But then again, it is so evident. Now let's go to Wedge, and from Wedge we step onwards to Rosalie, Shaggy, and Yana. Wedge, please.
Hello, I have 2 points, 3 actually. The first one is hello to all the fellas, and more on point. First is we've talked a bit. Well, you've talked a bit about NATO, but I'm kind of having trouble not remembering the origins of these grassroots kind of movements. And I'm really reminded of the way 4chan used to gather people, like Operation Scientology. And for those of you who do not know, it was basically a bunch of people, trolls on the internet and live, doing all kinds of wicked stuff, like, I don't know, ordering 100 pizzas. It doesn't matter what it was harassment. And they couldn't fight back because it was so disorganized and decentralized and grassroots that it's basically what NATO does, just better and for a greater cause. And the second one is I think a fun fact about NATO. Kama is Polish, and it's largely it's common knowledge here. I don't think it's anywhere else. We actually had a movement like NATO in the communist times, and I think even if not directly or consciously, he might have been influenced by that. It was called the Orange Alternative, and the idea was it came from Wrocław, past Breslau. A guy came up with an idea how to oppose someone who's stronger than you. And the way they did it is they would do the most ridiculous things, like gather up people and protest dressed up as dwarves. And they wouldn't have like banners saying away with communists or whatever. They would have banners saying my hat is too big, or I don't know, my knife went dull, or whatever. And they basically, it threw the oppression off, because what are you going to do? Arrest a bunch of dwarves? For what? Like, you can't fight it. And that's basically what happened to the ambassador in Vienna, right? I mean, he entered the discussion, and that's the moment he lost. That's what Kama said a few days ago. So if anyone wants to read upon it, I'll tweet it, like the link to Wikipedia about it. But it's really fascinating. It was basically just going bananas on the communists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really have nothing to add to your comments other than great comments. And in terms of, this ambassador in Vienna, that's actually the one that I referred to earlier when I said it's fascinating. It's for history books now, that emotional Russians will be remembered for actually publicly debating with cartoon dogs.
It is so perfect that you say this, because the original absurd humor which British comedy introduced, for example, with a group coming out of the footlights, then forming Monty Python, did exactly that. Absurd humor in order to highlight issues of real importance and making fun of things and life in general. And it helps.
I mean, just remember, like, even the movie The Death of Stalin was banned in Russia. I mean, this is it's so absurd, like a comedy, and it really, really hurt them so much. Their ministry, I think, of education and culture decided to ban it for basically humiliating the country, and it works. Like, I'm not sure it would be easy to troll the State Department in that matter, but you really need to understand the role of mirror imaging and Russia's culture to understand why they care about this thing. I applaud NATO for their efforts.
Thank you for that. Rosalie.
Hi, Ivana. I know that you have to go really quickly, but one question I wanted to ask, because I think it could be really helpful to NAFO, is do you think that there are any lessons from the Lithuanian elves that can be taken, strategies that worked, things that might be important to know, since it's a kind of a similar project, or not project, but, you know, amorphous, decentralized project?
It's very, you know, first of all, so wonderful to see you today on the spaces. Right now, I would not, you know, make any comparison with NAFO to any other grassroots efforts, because it's too early really to talk about NAFO's missteps or great things that they are doing. I'm glad that they are, you know, that we are still as NAFO decentralized, that people are doing what they are doing. I would really not make any comparison to any other grassroots movements over there, because we should develop our own path as maybe even a precedent for future information operations.
Appreciated. We have 2 more questions. If we can slide them in, that would be grand. I know that you have a say end date, but still, Jana and then Shaggy. Jana.
Hi, thank you, Ivana. So appreciative that you're here. I'm going to ask quickly. Well, I was really kind of positively triggered when you talked about the bioweapons and everything, and it really fascinates me how these propaganda tools are so old and have been reused for basically a century. As I can know, just a quick example. I was born in Czechoslovakia, and I know that in the 50s there was like a big, you know, pest for potato. There was like a very small harvest because there was some kind of this bug that was like yellow and black. And of course, the Soviet ruled or controlled government started to call it American bug. So the propaganda was that the Americans put this bug on our potatoes. To, you know, combat our socialist agriculture. But anyway, my question was, and I think I want to give space to others, so I'll read your article, but like, how on earth is it so strong, and how can we do better? How come that for centuries we were not really able to defend ourselves properly? Okay, humor is one thing, but I so much agree with what you said, that we really have to be a little bit more offensive. So that's my question.
First of all, Jan, it's so wonderful to see you here as another NAFO fellow here. What's happening right now with bioweapons, it's really what I stated, nothing new. Already, you know, during the Cold War, the KGB launched operation called the Denver Operation. It was a global disinformation campaign that basically blamed the United States government for synthesizing the HIV virus that actually causes AIDS. And then they claim actually that the CIA was using AIDS to target the Black Americans and Africans in particular. And that campaign was spread across the globe, specifically in places like Pakistan, India, and some different like African countries, but also in the West among left-wing Western, in the West among like a left-wing Western publications. It doesn't end there. There is more. Another KGB disinformation campaign that successfully spread the narrative via the media was that the United States was actually using bioweapons with South Africa and Israel, specifically to target Arabs and Africans. So this is really what you just mentioned. Nothing new. It's absolutely the same playbook where they are talking about our migratory birds, where they are talking about our drones, and now monkeypox. The thing is, you and me might be surprised to hear all these things because they might not affect us. I'm laughing when I read this. But you know when I'm not laughing? When my friend from back home called me to ask me why the United States is using drones to spread some special chemicals to kill wild boars in Serbia. This is how successful, and I'm talking about someone who is well educated, et cetera, if that even matters. It does not matter, but I'm just saying someone who has access to also read news in English, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why it's not working is because what I just stated, we are not on the offense. We are not talking about putting Russia on defense. So they can have their time, energy, and resources constantly putting the pressure on us. And what I just mentioned earlier, what we should be doing in Africa, we should be elsewhere in Latin America and in places in Asia. And plus, don't forget that people in general, they love conspiracy theories. And whether, there are different biolabs across the globe, probably, such labs exist. But then you add the notion to that, a little bit of truth plus, a lie, and it makes like a really wonderful story. And then you can now, of course, unlike during the Cold War, you can use social media platforms to spread it all over the place. For example, with monkeypox, I'm very, very concerned what I see with the LGBT community right now and how they are peddling that to further polarize society. Next week, for example, in Serbia, it's supposed to be a LGBT pride, and news and media and social media campaigns are all over, that it will be a new place, to develop monkeypox, and it works. So what else I can say other than we do need to, protect our information space, but in my view, we should really leverage our intelligence that puts Russia on defense and start talking about across the globe what they've been doing when it comes to chemical and bio weapons. I mean, they use chemical agents, to kill people in the Western world. So it's not that we have to spread lies. We just need to be blunt about this and more aggressive. And they will
Ivana,
hate it, by the way.
go on. Ivana, I just wanted to thank you. I have learned so much from your contributions here on the space. Can I ask you, maybe you can join us again in the future? Because this has been a fantastic discussion.
Always so wonderful to speak with you, and thank you, MryiaReport, for inviting me today. And I'm so glad, to see so many NAFA fellows here and so many friends. So for MryiaReport, I'm always happy to join and to talk about my favorite topic, which is information operations.
You're always welcome here, and we can, of course, arrange a segment and then not just because you're part of NAFO and because of your expertise, not just because you're part of NAFO and because of your expertise, but because it has always been absolutely charming and we receded from Kupiansk. It also has come to our attention in the last 1.5 hours that Oskil has been taken. The Ukrainian forces moved first around and then towards it. And it seems that there are major developments
as to Izium. Initial rumors appeared, and I will leave it for a few minutes. Don't want to create too much tension, but still, this is it is exceptional what's happening. What can you tell us before Yuda comes?
I can't say anything, but it's huge. From what we're hearing, it's just huge.
Well, Ukraine, since its Independence Day just recently, has taken significant steps forward. And it seems evident that the Ukrainian armed forces have not only been very well prepared, but they have planned well and planned for many different scenarios. And they have taken up the mantle and act. And the momentum with which they've been sweeping through the Kharkiv Oblast, in addition to what they've executed already in Kherson and the Kherson Oblast, is quite astounding. Shaggy.
Oh, it's okay. The speaker's gone now, so my question was for her, so I'll drop down.
All right. Well, there you go. Not a problem. Who else do we have? We have a couple of new speakers coming up. Let's do this quick and invite them up. All righty. And what did we see earlier today? Right before we go to our next speaker, we've seen that essentially the Ukrainian armed forces have continued their attack throughout the night. Evidently, they're working with NBGs. Evidently, they're working on paths which they have pre-sighted and planned. How do you rate this from a, say, infantry perspective?
A very well laid out plan, solid intelligence, the will to fight, very good coordination on logistics and resupply, motivated troops, well equipped. It's just it's fascinating. Not the most optimistic analyst would have seen this coming, but it's an amazing thing. It's just to watch unfold in real time in 2022, and right before the second week of September even ends. It's magnificent.
Oscar, domesticated Ola, what are you hearing in Odessa through the grapevine on site? What are people talking about?
Some people are so optimistic they're packing their suitcases to come back home to their deliberated cities. Many of them, of course, use the Odessa region as a transit spot because they were occupied during the early weeks of the war, and they moved elsewhere abroad. But some stayed, not in the city because it's quite expensive to live in the city for small town dwellers. But I know they're like in the region somewhere. And this is not like the first-hand information. I just hear from people, and they be like, "Oh my God, the armed forces are so close to our town or village. We're probably coming back home in like in a matter of weeks." So yeah, but also I keep saying that we still see those ambulances and still realize the price being paid for deliberation. But that's the war, and we live amid this war for 6 months now. So it's kind of inevitable.
People are on tenterhooks. We are still trying to get one or two things confirmed by sources closer to the original, meaning closer to those who actually make decisions. But it seems like the momentum is in no shape or form receding. On the contrary, things are moving substantially faster throughout the day and throughout the evening. than anyone would have expected.
Yeah, and another thing that is a matter of concern for the region, for the Black Sea region, for Odessa specifically, it's not like we even started the sentences Putin says, but of course it's kind of heard. Let's say that given the success of current counteroffense, the grain deal won't be extended because it's signed by the end of the year. It expires at the end of the year. And to the question of foreign partners coming to Odessa every week, foreign delegations are here. They each and every delegation keeps asking, "What are your expectations from grain deal?" And all the officials they talk to say, "We hope the grain deal will be extended and the list of cargoes being shipped will be expanded." But now it is a concern. That's again a rumor that there is a concern with a given successful counteroffensive, the grain deal will be suspended and never resumed or prolonged, whatever legal terms are there in place. So, like a revenge, but we'll see.
All right, before we go to Nina, Yehuda is joining us right now, and he'll have the honor of spilling the beans. Yehuda, please go ahead.
Yehuda, can you hear us?
I can. I just got up. Yeah. Righto. So I made a post about spectacular changes that can only be described as possibly the strangest thing I've really ever seen, and that is can only be described as a colossal Russian failure. In every opportunity they've had in the last few days, they've chosen the wrong one time and time again. Most recently, cutting away significant forces from Liman to push them up to Izium has led to Ukrainian exploitation of Russian positions in and around Izium, in the vicinity of. Someone asked me what IVO means. We're going to have more later on. We're just waiting for confirmation for a series of things, but you're seeing the Twitter buzz and the viral nature of messaging and videos. Probably shouldn't be posted, but at any rate they are. And you're looking at a very, very confused Russian line with defection, with surrenders, PWs being taken, and entire Russian positions being destroyed in place. Definitely caught the Russians very much off guard. It's almost like they didn't think there were Ukrainians in Kharkiv Oblast before today. They would be wrong. So I'm just going to stick around and wait for some of these up and coming bits of information and confirmation. But I just wanted to share with the audience. I'm tired of remembering different seminal dates. 9th of September, a very important day for Ukraine as well, and there will be more to follow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Yehuda. Nina?
Thank you, Em. I was thinking about the winter war in Finland, and it wasn't, I think it was actually about 100 and some days. So it was, of course, much shorter than what is happening in Ukraine, but Ukraine is nevertheless, like, it's a much bigger country and more people. And I have those news I have seen in the last 48 hours or a little bit more. All experts and everybody has been astonished about the how in which pace they have moved, the Ukrainians now. And I don't want to sound like too optimistic, but I don't think we in Finland thought that we could beat Soviet Union in the winter war as such a small country. So I have no doubts that Ukraine will win, and I think sooner than later. Thank you.
Luca. Ciao, ciao. Buonasera, Luca.
Oh, hey guys.
That went quickly.
Am I supposed to talk?
You raised your hand, Luca, and you came up and you raised your hand, and we thought that you had the Italian take on the massive news coming out of Ukraine.
Oh yeah, I thought there were many people in front of me, but in any case, I'm ready to say, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, every day is a better day, you know. So yeah, we're all super excited. Just like I was reading about something called 237 Airborne that apparently doesn't exist anymore. Do you guys know where this was stationed? Because, well, clearly taking out a whole division, it's well, quite an accomplishment.
It's a regiment, the 237th Regiment, Air Assault Regiment, and there are rumors and news going around that they have been completely and utterly decimated to their very last man. But still, we're waiting on confirmation.
Right. My question was, did you remember where they were stationed? You know, is it Kharkiv area?
Looking at the map now, Luca.
Thank you.
And let's assume it was Luca. So what next? Or was it just a question?
It was a good question.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And whilst you're sorting out that car, let's go to Ollie.
Yes, Axel. I'm sure many of you on here have seen the meme of the Ghanaian pallbearers dancing with the coffin. And they said I should inform you guys they are running 50% of all Russian funerals, a special one to all the Russian soldiers. So they better leave or they'll be danced with.
Point taken. Don't dance with the Ghanaians. It's not a good proposition for you. Yeah, no. So there's a kind of a muted silence in the moderator panel. To the audience, we're getting a lot of information in, and we're trying to suss it out and make sure that all the touch points are there. But definitely unheard of, and it's just unheard of. This shouldn't occur this way. Meaning, you know, you don't get destroyed. Regiments don't usually get destroyed in a day. It's one of those things you just don't usually doesn't happen. But I want to say, as CJ said, it could be the Russians had a bad plan or none at all. I suspect it's the latter, and I suspect that they just have no idea what's going on. The comms are down. There's no between the Russians at least and the Ukrainians already have a predetermined plan should they have an opportunity to do a thing. Well, that thing has come up and now they're doing it. So that's how this kind of works. Definitely, you know, possibly everything wrong the Russians could have done today in and around Izium, they did. And they're, you know, maybe the only play they would have had would be to have surrendered. But it is very shocking news. Again, we're going to parse through it. You're hearing a lot of it. You know, I think our friend Oz Chatterjee, reporter from the UK, he made a tweet, and you should follow him too. He's a great guy. And he said something to the effect of, he said, you know, announcements are made. Pundits say that it's absolutely impossible that could ever happen. Within hours, you know, video documentary evidence shows that it can happen and it has happened. What will it take for people to realize this isn't we're not spinning a yarn, a big story here. This isn't a tall tale we're sharing with you. Ukrainians are fighting and winning back their country instead of centimeter or meter by meter, kilometer by kilometer. The speed at which they're moving into undefended Russian controlled areas and destroying whatever they find along the way is shocking. And we'll see more of it and we'll hear more of it. And we'll, you know, when I do the next update with the map, I'll try to get the maps up in the nest so everyone can have them ahead of time. Hope that helps. And I guess Heather wants to go. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Yehuda.
And boy, you know, I was trying to listen to a military update and keep my eyes open at the same time last night. And I finally decided it didn't really matter because the whole thing would be different and a whole lot better in the morning. And boy, was it. And it just continues to get better and better. And there was just I've been flipping back and forth between the space and the BBC today watching coverage. And as King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla were walking along the flowers in front of Buckingham Palace, the commentator pointed out how many sunflowers they were. And I went in and I looked up and I looked, and it almost looked like a sea of sunflowers. And it hit me somehow that, you know, this is a country showing their love for their monarch who has passed, and respect for their new monarch, and but also at the same time there's a reminder in there to everybody who sees all of those sunflowers of what Ukraine is still going through. And I thought it was just something beautiful to point out. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but it did. It looked, I mean, there were other flowers, you know, in there also, but it looked like so many sunflowers just all laid out so beautifully. And I just thought I would share that as a little bit of color for today.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And Axel, you guys good on the co-host there?
Oh, absolutely. We were just, everybody is receiving constantly updates here. The DMs are exploding, as are the messages on other platforms. It is quite astonishing. And yeah, there's more and more data trickling in. So I shall hope that we'll have something confirmed soon.
All right. Well, let's focus a couple or one of the co-hosts on that, and some on the room just to get the flow going. Jingu's here, and Luke and Oscar.
Yeah, we'll had a very decent discussion so far already. And let me try to get Joe Wills up. And we just lost Dimitri a second ago. One sec.
Yehuda, you can circle in as co-host if you'd like.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm doing this, but I just want to make sure if you guys are busy with something else, we can grab another co-host if you're busy. If not, we're good.
Alrighty, so Joe Wills and Dave are coming up. Give us a second, and then we're right back where we started. And Vishnakowski. Dave, Joe, if you have a question, please raise your hand and question or comment. All right.
Yeah.
Let's start with Dave. He had his hand up first. Dave, please. Question or comment?
So, I have a question. I just caught the tail end of Yehuda's summary of a breakthrough, and is that in Kherson or somewhere else?
The most important news, which we're trying to confirm at this point in time, is coming out of the northeast. So we're looking at the Kharkiv Oblast and the whole meandering stream of the Severodonetsk River and the national park surrounding it. So if you look at a map, you would probably like to start at Izium and make your way through Svatohirsk down towards Slovyansk in that area.
So is there any information about how things are going in the Kherson offensive?
Well, these are two offensives which are occurring in parallel at this point in time. There's a lot of information on Kherson as well. And there is supposed to be an update from the General Staff of the Ukraine also later this evening in regard to Kherson. I don't want to preempt anything in that regard because I can't verify the data quite yet. But there's more and more trickling in. So if you give us a few minutes and stay with us, I'm sure we can provide you better information.
Sure, thank you.
If you allow, we'll go to Joe and then to Vishnakowski.
Joe.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So, if you remember me, I had spoken around 2 weeks back. I'm from India. So, last 3 4 days, it's actually late night over here. It's around 1 p.m. So, I have been constantly following up the what's happening in various the various offensives that are happening, and I'm so excited and I'm so happy, and I hope that not even a square kilometer remains within the Russian hands. And I'm excitedly sharing many of these statuses with my friends, whom actually many of them have forgotten, and some actually came to me and were telling that I think you are the only one who is following the Ukraine war. I throw a light at them, telling that this is something that might define the entire uh, politics of what the world is going to be. And this is something that you have to see, because it's a fight of a group of people for their liberty, their freedom. And some were saying that what is the cost, like so many people are dying, they should sit and talk with each other. But uh, the thing is, there is no price for freedom. uh, that's right. There isn't a price for freedom. It's your land, and it's you whom should live there, and not the Russians. So I hope the counteroffensive goes as planned. I know there will be a stop for what to say, rebalancing and all those things, and getting their supplies, demining and everything. But I hopefully uh, everything goes according to the plan, and wish Russians have a very good winter. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Much appreciated. And we're always glad to hear that there are people in India who cherish freedom as much as we do and are in support of Ukraine. Absolutely appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go to
And
sorry.
they are talking to one another. The Ukrainians are talking with the bullets right now, and that's the only talking the Russians can understand. And a little bit of a joke, but I appreciate other people say that. But you can't negotiate with a terrorist genocidal regime. The only way you can win is fight them. They don't care.
Yes,
Good
there's
point.
a saying in India: people who understand beating don't understand words. So that's exactly what they understand, and I hopefully they get what they deserve to what they have done to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Axel. Who's next?
Wisniakowski, our friend from Austria.
Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
I wanted to ask if now is a moment to ask a geopolitical question, or are we staying with strategic, tactical situation in Ukraine?
I don't know. Go for it, because you know what, it could get there. Today's what happens at the end of today could very well change the politics of Russia. That's how serious it is.
Thank you, Yehuda. So my question was triggered by me hearing that we have a China expert somewhere hanging around in the space, Xingu. And my question goes towards, now COVID has triggered, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, both have triggered quite some change in the world. And countless of people feel now is the chance to move around territory, probably. And I was curious, like for a while already, how likely it is that China sees a weakened Russia as an opportunity to either go in economically and in their usual manner to give money or give economic help and take land as a collateral, or militarily to move into Russian parts to protect its Chinese-speaking citizens. And a particular part of Russia which I'm addressing is that part of Russia which has been annexed with the Amur contracts, if you're familiar with them, quite a few hundred years back. But I read a book by Hugo Portisch, an Austrian journalist, who talks a lot about Russia, or who talked a lot about Russia. Unfortunately, he's deceased. And he mentioned that China, and in the recent conversations in the Chinese Communist Party, it has come up again that they still feel that this part of Russia belongs to them and they should get it back. Thank you.
The only time I'd agree with China. Go get your land back.
Absolutely, Yehuda. Yehuda, you know what I'm doing? I'm running around on
You're
Twitter
pumping
and
you up?
tagging
Oh,
all
no.
all those Chinese officials and reminding them about this fact. Hey, you wanted to fetch armor. There's no better time than now.
Yeah. They might send, all they have to do is send a few police officers or something.
And about 15,000 old Russian tanks sitting in Komsomolska Amuria, which need to be melted into metal. Probably the Chinese can do it better. Shall we go to Sean, UK4UA? Sean? Hello. All right, if Sean can't come up quite yet. Adrian.
Hey, good evening, y'all. Good evening, Yehuda. I guess my question is for you, since you're somewhat involved in military planning or whatever you do in that area. So tell me a little bit about, I'm in this advance now, I'm seeing things are happening near Liman. In your estimation, how much would this be a part of the plan, and how much is just, wait. And how much is it Ukraine exploiting weakness that they didn't expect there? I mean, like, how adaptable is the army of saying, okay, we're going to take this city, but we see huge gaps here. Let's take the opportunity. I hope my question makes sense.
Yeah, no, I was laughing because someone asked the exact same question a few hours ago. And the answer is I don't know. I wasn't there when the plan was made, but I can give you an analogy. So yes, I mean, most plans are meant to be malleable. Most plans are meant to, from the Ukrainian perspective, I don't think they have plans in Russia, but in the Ukrainian perspective, they have to, let's say they have to gel with one another. Okay, there has to be some synchronicity between plans and different AOs, different operating areas of operation, and you would have, the commander of, let's say it's one commander of that entire of those Ukrainian forces in that oblast. If you had that, all of the commanders down the chain would know what the higher up intent is. Can you just mute your mic there, Adrian, please? They would all know what the higher intent was. So in that vein, what that means is that someone on a lower level knows that at one point, my boss's boss wants this. Wow, I didn't expect to see Russians leaving that position. That's insane. I can bounce, I can take a tactical bound forward and apply pressure and fix and block or whatever mission task verb is required, so that I can help support my commander and his commander's intent to produce the end state that's desired. What the Russians would be doing, imagine a boat. Imagine that there's a boat that you're sitting in. You're standing in a boat in the keel, the under whatever. I'm not a Navy person, and there's a hole the size of your finger on one side of the boat, and you stick your finger in it, and then all of a sudden there's a hole on the other side of the boat. A normal person might want to put the other hand in that hole. Well, the Russian apparently just turn around and forget about the other hole and stick their finger in that hole. And then there's another hole, and they just move through all the holes, but they're not trying to offset anything. How about strip some people away, not all? How about not moving? You know what I mean? Like, you can split your armor once, that's fine. But they're just moving from like a ping pong ball. That's the only way I can describe it. Watching the Russians move, they're like ping pong balls, just moving in different places. It's very weird. And I'm saying this just from the assessments of what for God's sakes, the Ukrainians are posting pictures outside the towns they're in. I mean, that I wish they weren't doing that, but they might be so excited. But it's weird. It's very strange. So in Liman, which is very instrumental and strategic for the Ukrainians, they'd obviously crossed the river Severodonetsk, and they'd established a 10-kilometer squared area on the other side of the river, and that just became a lot bigger because their opposing force decided that they were going to go somewhere else. I'm not sure if they've done this whole war thing before. I'm not sure any of these people know what they're doing. I think they're being led by morons. I mean, I hate to say it. I don't like saying it because it just seems not officer-ish or gentlemanly, but I can't say that any of this makes any sense to me. I mean, you would expect a slow grind, battle of attrition, Russian troops hunker down, go to, you know what I mean? Stop where they are, start digging trenches, fight out the fight, do what they can. But they're not. They're just moving around and engaging different, units on an ad hoc basis and getting wiped out. It's bizarre to me. I don't know what to tell you. It's almost like a video game to me. That's how I think the Russians are doing this. It's unheard of. It's unprecedented. I have never seen anything this stupid before. So
Thank you very much, Yehuda. And don't worry about being a gentleman when it comes to the Russian military. Can I try a joke on you?
Sure.
Why didn't the Soviet Union invent a time machine?
Sorry, backwards enough.
Because in Russia, there is no future.
Well, the president is still quite retrograde. I'll adapt a joke. Hold on, for the Ukrainians. So, Russian general reaches a position, and he hears a Ukrainian voice yell out, "One Ukrainian soldier is better than 10 Russian soldiers." So he sends 10 soldiers over there, and they all get killed. And then the Ukrainian voice yells out, "One Ukrainian soldier is better than 100 Russian soldiers." And then the Russian general is furious. So he sends over 100 Russians, and then none of them come back. You hear fighting, gunshots, none of them come back. Then the voice calls out, "One Ukrainian soldier is better than 500 Russian soldiers." And the general, by this point, he's furious. He sends his 500 over, gunshots, fire, contact. No one comes back. The general's perplexed. He's very angry, the Russian general. And the Ukrainian voice yells out again, "In fact, one Ukrainian soldier is better than 1,000 Russian soldiers." So the general gets smart. And he goes, no, we're not going to send 1,000 this time. We're going to send 2,000. So 2,000 Russian soldiers go over the hill. And then there's silence. And all of a sudden you see one Russian soldier struggling to get back. He's crawling back, and he gets to the general. And he says to the general says to him, "What happened?" He said, "It's a trap, sir. There's 2 of them."
Lovely. Thank you, Yehuda.
I didn't get enough jokes out of that. Get it, there are 2 Ukrainians, 2,000. Anywho.
Did you just say, like, Admiral Akbar, it's a trap?
It's a trap. There's actually 2 Ukrainian soldiers, sir. That's what this is turning into. I mean, gosh. There won't be enough of these memes that will come from this war.
Petabytes, Yehuda.
Yeah, I don't like PETA. Just kidding. Yeah, petabytes, whatever.
You just told the joke and the Egyptian joke format that takes 30 minutes, so petabyte is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have 30 minutes now. Yehuda, there's more and more information trickling in. I just can't have anything verified. Are we getting lucky?
No. I'm waiting for a specific signal. So,
And we're waiting. Should we go to Sean, who has his hand up and hopefully now can hear us? Sean? Don't be sheepish. Don't be Sean the sheep. UK for UA. Sean, you have your hand up. Can you hear us? Can anybody hear me?
Axel, you there? Are you talking?
I am
Axel, if
talking.
you're there, can you? I'm joking. I can hear
Thank you very much.
you. UK for UA. I think Cat's caught his tongue. Let's go to Chris. Oh, never
Hi
mind.
there.
It's okay, Chris.
Sorry,
Sean's
one
up.
sec.
Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to come on and give an update to the guy who was asking about his song and what's been going on down there, and a question as well to follow. With regards to what I've seen personally today, the Ukrainians seem to be pushing that air defense envelope even further to the zero position, the contact line. And I've even actually had a heavy lifter come over the top of the van at one stage, less than 30 kilometers from the contact line. So they definitely seem to have air superiority in that oblast. And my question was to anyone that might be able to help. Has anyone confirmed that there is NATO armor operating in Kherson?
NATO armor. You mean like Polish tanks, like under the colors of Ukraine?
Yeah, like modern NATO base, sort of Abrams or
No.
Challengers or anything like that.
I don't know where you heard that, but
no, I'm gonna have to check the dash cam because there was a low loader that it was raining and it's dark and it just didn't look like a TAT or anything the Russians have made.
all right, let us know. All right, MRX, I don't know if you're there. I'll go to Chris then.
I'm here. I was just checking.
Typing away.
Somebody has to.
Hey, Yehuda, just for the layman, for the guy who came to the party late, can you describe to me what the Guards Airborne Assault Regiment would consist of, or I don't know about specifics, but just in general, Army terms, what are we talking about? How many men? What kind of fighting do they do?
If it's a regiment, airborne, probably jump out of planes, probably 1,000 of them. There should be in a full regiment. 3 companies, I guess. Support company, heavy weapons, support weapons, support company. So I'm not sure how theirs are laid out exactly, or that particular unit, but there's an ORBAT for it. Yeah, there should be 3, 4, at least 3 fighting companies there of air assault and BDV dudes. They're air assault, not airborne or air assault. They're different, but whatever.
It says Air Assault, Airborne Assault Regiment. So I guess the airborne part is just how they get to the battlefield, and they're basically troops.
Air assault sometimes means something different, but okay, yeah. So at any rate, supposedly better trained, right? That's the whole point.
Oh, okay.
Well, they were maybe. They were, but they are no longer here.
Yeah, no doubt.
They have
good riddance.
Departed the land of the living. Yeah, I mean, hey, don't mess with the Ukrainians.
What a colossal failure!
It's an understatement, Luca.
Like, I mean, the little guys, the conscripts and all of that, they get overrun by an organized, well-planned Ukrainian counter.
Those wouldn't have been conscripts. They would have had like 2 years in at least.
Exactly. Right, exactly. Those guys, they get overrun. I'm thinking like, this is the end of the Russian army as we know it.
Yeah, you're not far off. I mean, the question is, I mean, there's a huge question. So we're going to talk about some of the big changes. Honestly, we're not trying to be, I'm not trying to gin it up. And, I actually did message the moderator panel in the back I said to them what I've been told is going on. It's pretty insane. And I said, we're not going to talk about it until we get way more confirmation. But that kind of information, or that kind of, if A, B, and C are happening, I mean, there's got to be a repercussion. There have got to be repercussions back in Russia. I don't think Putin can walk away from this kind of catastrophe for him. Catastrophe for him. It's good for the free world, but it's insane. All right, the amount of very rarely. It's one thing to encircle an army. That's happened before, or army-sized groups. They normally surrender because they know they're dead. The Russians are just fighting it out. I mean, and it's not because they're honorable. I think they just don't know what they're doing. Maybe they think everyone else is fighting and they're winning. It's a very, very strange situation. I'm asking for details. And we're looking at it now as we speak. So, good points. There are definitely repercussions, ramifications of the loss, whether it be through surrender, whether it be through, how you lose. I mean, 5,000, maybe 10,000 in one day. It's kind of looking like where we're going. It's very, very unusual. And as Putin says back home.
Go on.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Could that be the single biggest defeat since Tannenberg?
Gosh, I mean, I don't even want to compare because the day's not, the night's still young. This is crazy town. Putin's the mayor. Lavrov. I mean, it's wow. Anyway, so we're looking for these numbers. We're looking for who's surrendering where, who's fighting. I'd be, from the Ukrainian side, I'd be very, very concerned about, follow-on forces, because they're done fighting the firefight, so to speak, and they're consolidating and rebombing. If there's going to be so many stragglers, if there's so many Russian dispersed forces, you need to have a real good, clearing operation. And that would involve a lot more troops, and hopefully, I suspect the forward passage of lines has been fast tracked. Timing's moved to hard left to make up for hard left means sooner. To make up for what they need to do to consolidate the expectation. So super important, and I suspect that's what the Ukrainians are doing. We know from friends of the show, who have friends in those reserve in those units in reserve that are probably on the move right now, being told, okay, we've just smashed ABC. Several companies just bugged out. We don't know where they are. You're gonna have to go and clear them. So get up here and friggin', this is what we need you to do. And that's a good use of a reserve. A lot of people say reserve wrong, but a reserve force within a unit, whether it's a company or a brigade or a battalion, a brigade, or a division, that reserve force is used to reinforce success, not mitigate failure. So this is when the reserve would come in and perhaps clean up. To use the layman's terms, to clean up stragglers or those who just broke ranks on the Russian side and buggered off into a forest, but they still have their firearm with them, or they still have anti-armor weapon, or they still have a machine gun. Those have to be sorted. So that's a big operation. So obviously, if they're doing this, it means that the Ukrainians do have those forces available. It's great. I'm not going to lie. I mean, hell, I think it's been a long time in the making, and you can imagine that OPP was done, battle procedure, over and over. Ukrainian commanders have been beating this one to death, looking at it from all angles, looking at it from possibilities that like if the situation has changed, meaning more Russian troops show up, and in this case it's less Russian troops in certain areas, more in others. They're limited on their artillery. If you look at the firm's data, it's not a pretty sight for the Russians, and having 20,000 troops encircled, and then if they're attacked, which is what we suspect, I guess they're not waiting to starve them out, is what I'm saying, and that's what's really strange. So I don't know if anyone wants to come up.
We have Dimitri from What Translated, our friend and recent guest with us as well. Dimitri.
Can I just quickly answer in respect to what Yehuda's just said about reserve troops?
Sean, I didn't quite catch you. You were a bit muffled. All right, whilst Sean is trying to regain audio, Dimitri, good evening.
Hello. I just want to say hi.
What a
And,
momentous day.
Yeah, and in a week and 2 weeks, I would say, it's been refreshing after a few months of, feeling some kind of a bit beating down, I suppose, something like that. But yeah, it feels very refreshing, and just every day seems to be getting better. I definitely feel like it's probably gonna get a bit worse at some point, but yeah, very, very nice. And a lot to do as well, if previously you had to sort of look for things to show to people, these days things are just coming through and you're barely managing to translate them and share them. And if you skip a few hours, if you miss a few hours, then that information is old and gone. But yeah, just wanted to say hi, and that's it. Really don't have much to say. Just want to say hi.
No worries. You're very welcome. And obviously, it's a massive stream of information at the moment. I fully agree. Anything which, so to say, was most impressive during the day today? I mean, as you're following the channels from various sides.
Yeah. I mean, well, in the past couple of days, definitely one of the things that was really revealing is the fact that Russians themselves and a lot of channels that we monitor, they are just like actually the past couple of hours they've shut up a little bit. I think maybe the command came from somewhere. They've definitely reduced the output a little bit in terms of just expressing all their feelings. But everything we've seen in the past week or so, it's been just a flood of that. That's exactly the type of things we're kind of, I myself have been looking for, because it is the sort of stuff that really improves our side's mood and motivation and just gives them some hope. But this is just like an endless stream, and that was perhaps the most surprising thing, that even the most you can say robust of these guys, the Wagner people, a bunch of like guys in the field who are reporting stuff, they're just off their rails sometimes. They're just swearing and saying what the hell is going on, and then add to that the fact that we are basically, it seems that there's a battle for Izium is happening right now, which is an absolutely significant a very significant location in the area. This just adds dramatically, but we need to keep cool still, because we can look at maps and there are definitely lots of gains, but there's still a lot to do. Kherson is still blocked, and there's Crimea, there's everything. So there's a long way to go still. So yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a long way to go, but the thing is, you got to look at the number of videos that Ukrainians are posting, and you're right. For ComSec reasons, communication security reasons, I wouldn't be doing it. I would not be putting pictures in front of a sign that says the name of the town and smiling, because if we can find it, the Russians can find it. But I mean, at this point, I don't think it even matters. I think it's because the Russians are in somewhat of a rout, to be honest with you, in parts of Izium. It's a gong show. It's not a huge area, and it's an area that doesn't support the troops that are in there, and they're not very well aligned. They're not a raid, ARAYED. They're not a raid very well. And by throwing more troops into it, you've hurt the defenders. You've hurt the Russian defenders even more. So a lot of this is an own goal, and the Ukrainians have no problem exploiting it. What matters is the defense in depth. What matters is follow-on forces. What matters are sufficient Ukrainian forces to clear the rest of the battle space of Russian. It could be a platoon somewhere hiding out. They could have just taken off. That can still do damage, right? So brigades can bypass platoons. It's pretty normal. But at some point they have to, from a doctrinal perspective, but at some point they have to be dealt with, right? So all around, very bizarre. Yes, the Ukrainians have pushed. Just for the audience, we will start saying some of the information. It's very clear. The Ukrainians have been pushing in several areas that I suspect were not on the to-do list for today. But things being as they have turned out, the Ukrainians have turned on the Jews, and that's incredibly difficult to do. This combined arms synchronized through several fronts, but they pretty much don't have a choice. That opportunity might not come again where the Russians are that disorganized. So they have obviously, a commander somewhere has said, I'm assuming the risk. And what that means is commander knows he's got a good thing here, but now two other things that are very, very good also have come up. So now he has to rely on the machinery of his army there, of his forces, to work in a synchronized fashion. Friendly fire is a big deal here, just because of the arcs. They are encircling Izium. They have to be careful of what they're doing, where they're shooting. Tank rounds can go pretty far. But in Izium, in the area around Izium, so obviously the map I put up earlier isn't accurate because it showed nowhere near as much as what the Ukrainians were holding on to currently. But Izium, Liman, Kubansk, like all of these areas are seeing very, very aggressive thrusts by Ukrainian forces, and you're seeing Russian forces in defense start to collapse. Either they're being completely destroyed, or they're withdrawing under pressure. And in at least two instances, these withdrawals under pressure have turned into a rout, and you're literally watching Russian units break apart and flee. It's very, very unusual because it's so unusually bad. It's shameful, frankly. So yes, lots of extra work to do. There's tons of work, as Dimitri said, but this certainly is a very nice step in a very nice direction. And if this is any sign of a Ukrainian proficiency writ large, which I suspect it is, because we've seen similar behavior in Kherson, and we've seen the first three counteroffensives in Kiev, Kharkiv, and Kherson several months ago, and now we're seeing almost a symphony of violence, and that's a good thing from the attacker's perspective, from the Ukrainians. So they've been able to not just casually exploit these Russian weaknesses and vulnerabilities. It looks like they've gone full hog. Like they're it's maximum aggression, maximum violence. They are pushing, and it's I think it's just overwhelming the Russians. Period. Luca wanted to jump in. Maybe we'll go back to Dimitri for a follow up.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I have a meeting in 2 minutes, but I have two things. One, I don't know if you've seen, but there are reports that the 202 separate regiment is being dismantled because they are abandoning their posts and they're being abandoned by their commanders. That I just read now, which would be pretty crazy because it's the second regiment to be gone. And then a question for Yehuda, if you can quickly tell me your opinion. How long can an army, in this case the Ukrainian army, sustain a high intensity, advance like they're doing now? Are we talking about a few days, a week?
Sorry, I missed part of that. I was in the middle of something. How long can they sustain this attack or defense?
Yeah. How long can they advance for, like, an attacking army like Ukraine, high intensity like now?
Depends if they have the follow-on forces. If they're going to have another division behind them of other brigades that will to push through their existing lines and take on the fight. Really, it depends on logistics at that point, right? I mean, if you have a brigade moving for a couple of days and then stopping, and then creates a space for another brigade behind you that wasn't doing much, it was just resting and organizing, and have them push through you, and then you just do that over and over again. If you did that with 3 different brigades, you could go pretty far, right? And all that would matter is the sustainment issue. But the thing is, they don't have anywhere to go. They're not moving anywhere else. They could they could establish defensive positions around Russian entrenchments there, and do what's called a RIP, a relief in place. So even though they're not moving, another brigade or another unit or subunit will come in and replace them and keep the fight on them. But it looks like the Ukrainians are actually attacking. It looks like. So what I'm trying to say is the whole like encircle part, or the mission task verb, which is the important part of an order. It basically tells the subordinate and then the subordinate what the commander's mission task is for that mission. It's a verb. So there's certain verbs. It's not talk to. So they're very specific and they're very meaningful. So they're destroy, they're advance, they are clear, they're interdict. So there are all these things, and envelop or encircle or seize, contain an area might be a mission task verb, and destroy is also one. I think a lot of us had expected that the Ukrainians might take a cautious approach and isolate Izium. It looks like it's a bit of a gong show. It looks like they're actually attacking it, or their intent is to destroy, and that's fair. These are a foreign force who committed genocide on their soil. Even if they hadn't committed genocide, they have no business being there, and it's Ukraine's right to destroy them in place. And that's, I think, we don't want to say it too soon, but I think that's what we're seeing. I hope that helps, Luca. It helped so much he went to his meeting. Okay.
He had to, but he sent a message. It's all good. Yehuda, it seems that there is more and more information trickling in across the whole front line in Donbass.
It's sorry, just one small thing. It's crazy that it's happening everywhere, isn't it? That it's
it is.
Like, we've been hearing about Kherson for months, but it's clear it's just happening everywhere, which is
it's happening everywhere. Thing. Yeah, that's the key. So really, what it comes down to, the only concern I have as a planner is the synchronization and the complexity. Generally, we like to have simple plans because they're going to go bad anywhere. They're not going to go. The plan's not going to go to plan anyway. So you generally want to have a certain scope. In order to open up all of these fronts, that tells me that the Russians have effed up so phenomenally bad that a Ukrainian command team said, F it, we got to take this. I know it's going to be a bit of a poop show maybe, and it might not be as pretty as we want it, but we're not going to get a chance that's so obvious again, right? Because the initial attack threw the Russians off. So instead of mitigating, course correcting, putting on their thinking caps, it's like they put on their dunce cap and went crazy, and you have people running around like chicken with their heads cut off. The Ukrainians find out, they see this, and they're like, whoa, boss, you know how we did this? Well, you're not going to believe what the Russians did. They actually withdrew from Lyman. And then that commander is going to go, what? What do you mean? They've gone up to Izium. So that commander of the forces that had crossed the river at Severodonetsk is going to get on the horn to his higher headquarters and say, sir, you're not going to believe it. They're reinforcing a failure somewhere else, and they're emptying this sector. So he's going to say, well, what's your strength at? Is it what we know it to be? What's your, look, what's to your right? What's to your left? Can you sustain this? Can you sustain that? Okay, have at her. And boom, they push up. So now you have Russians withdrawing to go to another area, and then they're under contact. They become decisively engaged by a Ukrainian force that's more motivated and apparently more mobile, and then they knock that force from the rear. It's a gong show. I mean, it's not even a military term, but I think the Russians will have made it. Gong show. Course of action, gong. Just gong. Let's go to Tom and Jing, and then CJ's got to jump in and help me with supporting fires. Because CJ, unlike this room where it's only verbal, it's a bit of a madhouse in Kharkiv Oblast today, or it's a lot of a madhouse. Let's go to Tom, and let's go to Jing.
Good evening, guys. Can you hear me all right? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect.
Oh, great.
Just don't send me the bill.
No, that's okay. So,
Wow. Psychologist, send me the bill.
What a day. I think things are happening too fast for any of us to keep track of. I think that the Ukrainians might be doing something quite interesting, and I don't know if it's intentional or not, but you said before about you know, they probably shouldn't be releasing all these social media and videos and signs of them outside towns next to the road sign. And yeah, from like from an OPSEC point of view, it isn't really the right thing to do. You don't want to tell the enemy where you are. But from a PSYOP and morale point of view, it is beautiful. And it's going to work even better than it would work against any kind of competent force, because the Russians always lie. One of the things that I've seen tweeted is Russians on Telegram just completely losing it, furious, full of curse words against their superiors for lying and not telling them what's actually going on. So I'll read one out, but I'll edit the swearing a little bit. So it's like, for F's sake, just tell us the effing truth, you effing C's. All this dumb lying is why this is happening in the first place. If you don't tell us the truth, we can't effing do anything about it, you effing retards. Yeah. So there must be people phoning up their commander and saying, blah, 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 you know, the Ukrainians are here, like, we weren't expecting them to be here, they're getting behind us, they've outflanked us, they're attacking us. And either they're not being believed, either they're not being believed, or when they're asking for help, the commander isn't believing them, or the commander is lying to his superiors and saying that it's not as bad as like it actually is, because he wants to save his job, and so he's not being given like relief troops. And so the fact that the Russians lie all the time means that even when they do tell the truth, they're not going to be believed. So I would like to see the Ukrainians really trolling them. I'd like to see them putting together fake road signs that say Belgorod.
Well, not fake road.
Are they?
Not fake. No, they did do something. They did it, and it's way too clean. So it's got to be something from the ministry, and it's meant to look fake. I think it's a pretty jacked Ukrainian dude over a nice, beautiful field, saying behind me, "Look, hey ma, look, no hands. Behind me is Izium, and we're gonna get it." And then all of a sudden, either it's CGI or it's some looped video of two warthogs flying over. Wow, those are A-10s, ma. Those are A-10s, and they're not A-10s, but the point isn't lost on the viewer, right? And it goes lend lease, yay, and they're pushing that stuff out. Now that's got to piss off the Russians big time.
Yeah, I've seen that one, and that's particularly great. But I'd like to see some like semi-realistic, slightly more believable propaganda mixed in with completely ridiculous things. So, you know, I'd like to see like, you know, outskirts of Kherson, or I'd like to see like outskirts of Luhansk or something like that. Or I'd like to see Belgorod. Like, hey, mom, we got all the way to Belgorod. Look, we're going into Belgorod. And then just flood Russian social media with that and see what happens. Because obviously they're not in Belgorod. So that means they're probably lying about other stuff. But then you turn out that they're not lying. So you hit the Russians with their own fire hose of bullshit, and they won't know what to believe. And even when they tell the truth and go, oh my God, they're attacking Liman, they're attacking Izium, they won't be believed. So I think what's happening is just like an absolute collapse of morale as much as anything else. And that's what they're exploiting. And I just hope that the Ukrainians do it. Sorry, go on.
No, sorry, go ahead. CJ doesn't have all the time. I want to get to him after. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, I'll finish up. So, basically, I just think it's the Ukrainians exploit it as much as they can, but not to the point that they start taking casualties, attacking somewhere they shouldn't, or overextend themselves and outrun their own logistics and supply lines, or get outflanked themselves. It doesn't look like the Russians have got any reserve to counterattack their flanks, but yeah, I'm sure the Ukrainians know what they're doing.
Yeah, and the key is really it's the manpower at this point in order to clearing operations after the fact. CJ, let's go to you because I know you got a time schedule. Go ahead.
No, thank you. And Tom, to that end, I shared a video in the Nest kind of showing some of the more realistic, but also pretty terrifying videos that are coming out of north of Izium, right? In the woods and in the streets, Ukraine is fighting hard, and they're definitely not going to give up, especially if they have forces behind them to replace them. So, Dmitry, while we're seeing all this Russian BS, as Tom called it, which couldn't be more true, what do you make of some of the allegations from between the different Russian Telegram channels saying that some have been infiltrated by Ukraine, some, aren't holding up the morale? I've never seen them all turn on each other like this. How do you make sense of it?
Yes, I get. Well, there are definitely some channels that are really questionable out there. They pretend to be Russians, for example, but they, you can see that the way the thing they see, they say are about a bit, a bit questionable, and definitely aimed at sort of lowering the actual Russian morale. Yeah, as for everything else, they're just attacking each other. They just not each other, but some of them do, and it's kind of hilarious to see, to be honest. I feel like they still have this some kind of spirit between them. At least those who run these channels, but those who run these channels do not really fight. So yeah, they tend to be a bit milder than those that do actually fight. That tend to be like smaller channels. There's a couple with between like 10 to 100,000 followers. They tend to be more open in their critique compared to those who are run by people who do not actually fight. I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood your question.
No, you definitely did. I guess, have you seen this level of panic amongst Russian Telegram yet? I would tend to think no, but you've been watching this much longer than a lot of us.
Yeah, for sure. I've never seen anything like this. No, absolutely. We all know about a couple of people who have been fairly open in terms of their critiques, including Strelkov. Well, I call him Gherkin because he is Gherkin. Yes, and a couple of guys from like the LPR volunteer Moors, whom I've translated a couple of times. But so far, up until the past week or so, they've all been quite obscure to an extent. People wouldn't be paying that much attention at them. But then recently, in fact, some of the posts from guys like the Vladimir Tatarsky from Rybar, which is like one of the biggest Russian military experts, have been shared in the Telegram channel of Vladimir Solovyov, who's the elite propaganda guy in Russia, and even his channel sometimes shares these messages these days. I've seen that a couple of times. Don't get me wrong, they have a bunch of admins, so it's not him running that channel, but the fact that they're sharing it there shows that they probably are taking it very seriously at this point in time. So yeah,
we're also seeing a pretty like ultra Zhirinovsky nationalist type of Telegram channels that are now starting to float that Putin is secretly Jewish and he's engaged in a scam to destroy Russia with Zelensky. I don't know if you've seen any of those. They're quite funny. Dmitry?
Yeah, it's such a, I mean, that topic, with Jewish theme and opposed to the sort of Russian imperialist ideas, so basically Nazism, and it goes a long history. It's been, at least from what I've been seeing, it's been going on for a while, and there have been cases where sort of alleged, representative of Jewish
groups,
community have been part of these imperialistic, chauvinistic, Russian nationalistic societies, and they would sometimes be blamed for being that.
Yeah.
Well,
we know
quite
the
hilarious
history
to
of
watch.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the history of it, but it's the fact that it's coming up now is interesting, right? Because the people that make Putin look like a Boy Scout these guys are really nuts to like murder everybody. They're now turning on Putin. So all of a sudden the comments about why Putin isn't mobilizing the army, why isn't Putin letting us do what we really need to do? Now it's Putin's Jewish. I think that's hilarious. We don't want him, frankly. So I just want to make it clear he's not invited to the barbecue.
Yeah, just today, actually, to a certain extent, counter. There's one Russian politician. His last name is Kalashnikov. I think his first name is Maxim. He's like a nationalist. But he's more into like USSR. He's also one of those, like wise old. He's not particularly old. He's in his 50s, I guess. But one of those almost similar to Gherkin. I think Gherkin goes to his used to go to his live streams all the time, so they're from the same sort of category. Just today they had a live stream discussing the current situation with some other man, and that other man was what kept saying to Kalashnikov, saying, despite all of this, I still support Putin and his way, because once we pick that path, there is no other way. At least Putin has put us on certain rails, and now it's like everything on nothing. You know, we die or we die trying, basically. So I don't think it's so clear cut. I'm not sure. They're all against him, against Putin still, because but they don't understand that he basically used them. So they might not be that smart.
No, 100%. All right, let's go to Jingu with a question and over to Aziz. Go, Jingu.
Okay, I just want to address, because I heard people here were talking about the possibility of China attacking part of Russia and taking it over, so on and so forth. I'd like to just Yahuda, if you can give me just like 2 minutes, I would like to bring this to closure. I hope it's a fantasy. It's not going to happen. Here are a couple of reasons. The first is you really need to understand the history of China. Okay, in the Far East, you have Manchuria, Mongolia, China proper, Eastern Turkestan, Tibet, Indochina. So Manchuria in China proper, Tibet, and Eastern Turkestan, part of Mongolia, was given to China by Soviet Union / Russia. So Chinese Communist Party acquired these territories with a Russian help. In the history,
Jingu, let me give you context. Let me give context. I don't want to talk about the China angle just yet, because we passed it. But just to let's circle back to it. Let's just talk right now about Kharkiv Oblast. But I will give context to the audience. Someone made a joke. They came up and said there's a region that Russia, quote unquote, took from China many years ago, and maybe this is the time for China to get it back. Jingu, he was just kidding. But
okay,
Jingu,
if
you could, yeah.
Yahuda, let me finish. I actually talked to the person. He's not kidding. But this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to make it short. Anybody who reads that in the book, if that guy says he's a China expert, ask for a 100% refund. If you read in the newspaper, someone proposed that shows the person has zero understanding of China. Skip that column, period. And when time comes, I will explain to you why it's completely impossible. Okay?
Yeah, 100%. No, thank you. We'll get into the China right now. We got a lot of people here who we're waiting for the updates here from Izium to get a sit rep on just how much damage was done and where the Ukrainians stand. It's not going to be for a little bit. We are getting drips and drabs coming in. And just to recap, it looks as though that as the Russians saw from yesterday, their positions in Kharkiv Oblast become greatly diminished, and not just in land, but in terms of key terrain and vital ground, access points, roads, MSRs, trains, and bridges. The Ukrainians made a very bold move and seized a lot of territory that the Russians they did not have any defense in depth to protect those areas. And what that effectively has done has cut off any resupply sustainment for a large number of Russians, up to 20,000, in the Izium salient, let's call it. Having their troops isolated and unable to go anywhere has led to a panic in the Russian lines. So instead of what would be done as a breakout, right, CJ? There should be some kind of breakout, get out of that position. They should have never been there. When the Ukrainians were able to fight a deep battle with fires and damage their logistics and supply, those Russian forces, just by default, should have withdrawn to a safer place. They did not. They stayed. In fact, the Russians reinforced those positions. So at that point, that would have been about this time yesterday. Now, fast forward to today, and we're looking at little, let's call them in layman's terms, pressure points that the Ukrainians had been probing southeast of Liman and areas near Kubansk, or Kubiansk as it's written and said Kubansk pronounced, and Izium to the south. All of a sudden, where you might conservatively suspect, or infer the Ukrainians would isolate those forces, what we're understanding is that many are surrendering and others are being attacked, meaning those forces are engaging Ukrainian forces, maybe out of fear or panic. Maybe they tried to move, but the Ukrainians were already there, and the distances aren't very big. So from the thrust that the Ukrainians pushed through from was it Bial? It's so long ago now, I forgot the name now. Bialivka. Name, please, Axel. Anyone? CJ.
You're right. There's been too much news.
Yeah, there's so much news. I'm forgetting the name of towns that have already been taken. Anyway,
Balaklia.
Please, Balaklia. So from Balaklia eastward, that stretch of territory, if I'm not mistaken, is H26 going through. The Ukrainians have been able to exploit north and south, and as a result, pushing south into Izium, which we didn't necessarily expect. That's only once you get to the north-south road there, the M03, it's only 20-30 kilometers. It's a distance that could be covered in, an hour by a large formation, not even. So the chances are the Ukrainians took that opportunity and they seized the initiative, and they've been engaging multiple Russian units, including an entire air assault regiment, which no longer is a regiment. It does not exist. Were destroyed in place. Other regiments just dispersing and breaking apart, and people running left, right, everywhere. And it continues. The Russians are reinforcing them in the same vein with troops from Liman, and this has triggered all sorts of movement by the Ukrainians. So there are these triggers that are in place. Should you see this, this is your course of action, Commander. Go do it. And that's what's happened. So we are trying to get an assessment of this. If you want to retweet this space, please follow MryiaReport for any of your needs and the news and what's going on in Ukraine, and do retweet us and share the space with any friends you have. We have been doing this for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over 6 months. We're all volunteers. We do not get paid. We don't ask for PayPal money or anything or Cash App. We're doing this because we're committed to sharing the truth about Ukraine. We've been reporting on it from the beginning. We've been fair in our assessments. This is not hyperbole. We are seeing a sea change, not unlike what we saw in Kherson, but this is clearly larger. And the expectation was this wouldn't be the first major thrust, but it appears, as CJ said, whether the Ukrainians engage in psyops to get the Russians to move many of the troops from the north to Kherson, which was a losing proposition for them anyway, which would have thinned out lines. Whether or not this was some 4D chess, I don't know. I suspect these are plans that were in place and triggers were triggered, and therefore the Ukrainians started to roll. That's how warfare works, and your enemy has a vote. The enemy has a say, and as CJ said earlier, the enemy, in this case Russia, voted wrong. And on that note, let's go over to Aziz, and then we'll circle back. Go ahead, Aziz.
Yehuda, thank you so much. First of all, big shout out to Dimitri. Dimitri, I just want to tell you, I so rely on what you're doing and the work you're doing. It's so amazing and it's so helpful, and please continue. Thank you so much. I actually wanted to make a statement. The last 48 hours for me have been extremely emotional because, we've had the death of the Queen, but more than that, it's brought back to me a lot of memories from 1990-91. I'm Kuwaiti. My country was invaded, and my country was then also liberated by a coalition of various countries. And I remember very well when Desert Storm started, I had big pieces of paper on my wall where I was writing down the results of what was informed to us on the daily briefs by the coalition forces. And then the land war started. And I have to say that for the last 48 hours, and especially the last 24 hours, all of these emotions have come back again. It's really emotional for me right now. and especially looking at the pace of how the Ukrainians seem to be moving forward and seem to be regaining the land that they have to liberate. And I don't know. I just wanted to share that this is the moment, really, or this is the time. And I know the war is not going to be over tomorrow, but it is
No, there's a
very,
long
very
way to
emotional.
go.
It's a long way to go. I agree. But and you know, we found out in hindsight about the Hail Mary thing during Desert Storm and all of that. But the speed at which the coalition started taking over the, I don't know what it was, fourth, third, second largest army in the world at the time, was mind-boggling. And I have the same feeling today, This is unbelievable. And I think we underestimate in how far the corrupt, rotten inner working of the Russian army has always been. Not only today, has always been. And it was a paper tiger or paper bear, if you want to call it that way, from day one. And I am so happy to see that the Ukrainian leadership is, I don't know, they thought this through with the allies. And to be clear, they have allies. And I'm sad on one side, and it's hurting, and I've shed a few tears today. But I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Thank you.
Although I
Aziz,
know that the war
appreciate
is
it.
not over. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you.
We're gonna pop over to CJ. We have some artillery questions, Tom. Just wait one. CJ, you there? If CJ is there, someone asks a question.
I do got some good music though. Yehuda, send it.
That's great music. Question here. What limitations, what restrictions or constraints are there placed on Ukrainian artillery in an envelopment of Russian forces? And I think it's a reference to friendly fire. So what can be done with a fixed enemy of such a large size in a relatively smaller area, artillery wise? What kind of battle, what does that arty fight look like?
So yeah, the most important thing is that you have to make sure you know where the front line trace is. So basically where the forward element of troops are, and in a highly mobile environment, it gets very difficult. Yehuda, have you seen the article about how Ukraine brought up the mobile air defenses from Germany, the Gepards, along with HIMARS right to the front immediately after?
CJ, wait one. Listen, so Colonel Spencer's trying to get up. I think that there might be some glitch in the space with people in space taking up a spot that we can't see.
I'm up now.
Ah, there he is. Whoa, welcome. Thank you so much. Listen, CJ's given us a breakdown on a trace and what not to do with your guns. But I just want to give you an update. First of all, welcome. Thanks for being here. You did hear the surprising news. I'd love to pick your brain on a tactic of exploiting and what some considerations there are, what constraints and restraints when it comes to these commanders exploiting a Russian vulnerability, which might not have been part of the original plan, what concerns that they might have, and what factors would dictate those considerations. But in the meantime, let's go back to CJ. Do retweet the space, MryiaReport. As you know, we support MryiaAid. It's another volunteer organization, 100% free. No one gets paid there. 100% of your donations go towards helping Ukraine. And we're also currently helping the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. Natalia has come out, and she's coming out on the space. Natalia Kalmakova works for Minister of Veterans Affairs, and she's helping to secure microloans for amputees. So if you are able to help out MryiaAid, again, every penny goes towards helping Ukrainians or buying things for them. And we'll have Natalia on the show again tomorrow. And you know her, John. She knows a few people in Ukraine, apparently. Is that true?
She's like Malcolm Gladwell talked about connectors, and she knows people and she connects, and she's a powerhouse for sure.
100%. Thanks. Let's go over to CJ, and then we're going to circle back about how do we'll talk about it as exploitation in ground and land operations, and some key points that you think we should take away, John. So let's go to CJ, the artillery trace. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the very interesting things that happened early on into this counteroffensive was, of course, Balaklia, right, which is a medium-sized town, pretty sizable, with a pretty sizable Russian garrison. And one thing they left behind when they were retreating was all of their ammunition, Soviet ammunition, which really hadn't been used by Ukraine since about mid-June when they ran low, and then began relying primarily on the NATO rounds, the 155 to be specific. And so what was very interesting to me was they brought HIMARS into Balaklia, right? This is at the very front of the advance. It's one of the benefits of having a highly mobile system. This is something you can do. And while HIMARS were in Balaklia, covering the advance of the troops advancing forward towards Kupiansk, well, the Ukrainians took the Russian guns they had captured, used the ammo that they had captured, and began firing back. So overnight, they doubled their firepower as a part of this advance. And I know a lot of people have questions about, is this kind of offensive sustainable in the long term? You know, how far can Ukraine go? And the reality is that it depends on two key things, really, at the end of the day. The first being fuel, of course, for the offensive, which, you know, Ukraine has a very healthy mix in this offensive of about 1/3 tanks to 2/3 infantry fighting vehicles. And what that means is they can go a bit further than the Russian task organization, which is a little bit heavier reliant on tanks. And so what this means is they can move as fast as they can have their artillery covering them. And by being, you know, slightly ambitious, by taking some small risks, by putting HIMARS and other key air defense assets, including, I believe I saw a Buk and a couple others moving up along with Gepards right to the front. Russia, when they tried to bring in aircraft to slow down this advance, they were shot down in mass. I mean, there's something like 10 to 15 fighters and helicopters that were destroyed over the past week in Kharkiv trying to blunt this advance. So this combination and risk taking that Ukraine did, you know, it clearly shows this thing was very planned out. You know, they had about 4 HIMARS in the region, which is a fourth of all of the HIMARS they have in the country. So this was clearly a very important endeavor for them. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're still doing this, you know, now right outside of Kupiansk and everything, because as we know, Kupiansk's value is really in a logistical hub. It's been in range of HIMARS and other artillery systems for quite some time, with Russians losing maybe up to 1,000 people in the course of a week in their barracks while they slept, you know, at that point in time, 80 to 100 kilometers behind the lines. Now they're 2 to 3 kilometers from the lines. And so all these things are coming together to really demonstrate, you know, just the very impressive nature that the Ukraine could plan. And I agree with you, Yehuda. We're sort of always agreeing with each other on this. I would love Colonel Spencer's take. This is clearly very planned out, but I think this may have been triggered a little bit earlier due to the fact that the Russians moved forces to Kherson. So I wouldn't go as far to say, you know, Kherson was a feint, but I think it was definitely an opening. And, you know, basically Ukraine took out that plan for Kharkiv, which was coming no matter what, and executed it early with obviously incredible success.
Yeah, John. So do you want to touch on that, and then we go into the other question I had for you?
Sure. So I honestly, personally, with what we know, that will not entertain at all that the Kharkiv offensive was any type of feint. This is a campaign with multiple echelons of amazing commanders and staff. You have to give credit to that staff planning with daily, hourly intelligence updates from a great number of sources to based on assigned areas. I personally believe that they are interconnected, but in no way a feint or a demonstration by doctrinal terms. One of the exercises that we do in West Point for the class, and actually I'm sure CJ did this as a defense and strategic studies camp. We make students look at a campaign. So battles are singular and campaigns are a series of about to achieve an objective. We make them look at campaigns against the operational art, the variables of operational art. I think these few weeks will stand the test of time as a amazing campaign. Includes showing of a better military's ability to deal with the intelligence, fog, friction, momentum, initiative, use of fires to achieve an overwhelming effect with a much smaller force. It's just a better military by every echelon. And I can assign students right now and say, analyze the last week of events against the operational elements, the elements of operational art, which are, objective mass, lines of operation, things like that. And overwhelmingly, Ukraine's going to come out with just superior understanding and execution of the elements of operational art, let alone the principles of war. What we're seeing is crazy, but crazy as in not a fluke, not a surprise. You take that advantage that Yehuda was talking about, that disciplined initiative. These are echelons of Ukrainian military formations with the ability to conduct an operation based on real-time intelligence, identify if there's weakness, attack the weakness, utilize all their strengths of precision fires, not as in precision guided munition, but precision fires. And I think that's for CJ, you have to make every round count. There's no rolling barrages going on here with the Ukrainians. Unlike Russians, they're being deliberate. They're making every round count, and that round could be a 20-round fire for effect, but they're making the rounds count. There's just so much. I actually, just before I logged on, saw something that Ukraine is asking for a blackout again, with major news coming. So I think the cards are falling for the Russians in so many locations. And what we're seeing, right? What we're not seeing, I think, to Tom's point, what we're not seeing is video of undisciplined Ukrainian soldiers and how they conduct even an assault position, a patrol base, anything. We're not seeing Ukrainian forces calling home and saying they've left us, they've stranded us, we're not well fed, our morale is low, we don't have good leaders. That's very telling to me as a fighter, but also this larger war fighting understanding of what's going on. I don't think any of this is a fluke. None of it's a feint. This is attack. You're in identify weaknesses, and if your attack goes so well, you continue moving on, just like Yehuda was talking about. So beautiful stuff.
100%. So here's the question. So the I'm sure you've taught staff officers like me. I know your friend has taught me directly. Generally, we're moving down a trace, and I've got a B det that I got to deal with, right? And that B det, I'm dealing with that. I'm not jumping AOs. I'm not reorienting my forces. I've got one task. It seems like, as you said, at the different echelons here, the Ukrainians are exploiting and they're executing these missions within missions within missions, and it just looks, obviously it's complicated. Can you speak to the how just for the people who don't know, how seriously difficult is it to, when you add these layers of complexity to these dynamic situations and all of these triggers are being pulled, Ukrainians are executing and with effect? How hard is it?
No, I agree. And this is months and months of, training, years of training for an individual. I guarantee the Ukrainian military, general staff down, is asking for a burst, right? You ask your soldiers, I'm an infantryman, so I know what that looks like for, we call continuous operations. A soldier, like, hey, we're not going to sleep tonight. We're on the advance. This is critical. I know the Ukrainian military, from the staff down to the individual soldiers, are asking them to dig deep to take advantage of this, because you're right. You and I know, but in CJ, I'm sure knows as well, but the amount of work being done to facilitate what's going on, the amount of repositioning logistical hubs, rapid on the move refueling, just complete asking your formation to dig deep, and everybody is on shift at this moment. I guarantee, from all the things we talk about, right? Logistics hubs, pushing logistics forward from hundreds of kilometers away, putting field trains, putting medical aid, in ammunition. The ammunition expenditure, I'm sure, is way farther, but this is the adaptability of a well-trained military formation, not just the fighters, which they are being asked a lot, but I guarantee those staffs are being asked to do a lot and are doing, we have different names for them, rapid decision-making planning exercises based on maintaining the awareness of where everybody is, right? For me, as a staffman, one of the complications is that communication network keeping real-time intelligence, so you can commanders at echelon can make the right decisions, and allocation of, like you said, reserves, logistics, all that can be allocated. So what we're seeing here isn't just like, okay, like we've seen a lot of cool videos of like the Humvees moving forward and attacking, but there's so much going on, and this is the military craft of asking people to dig deep and to ensure that everybody is working towards that goal, which is to take advantage of this, like you were saying, this momentum, and then continue it through the night, which is what we're seeing, which is just, again, very hard to do. But these staffs and everybody, they're digging deep, doing this like right now as we're talking. Just so many advances, so many pieces of information coming in, and having to do those rapid planning kind of operations that aren't larger scale, but they have to be done sometimes within minutes, hours, for the day, as the day is just so much is changing.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about risk assumption for a second, right? So for the staff officers in the room, is this, you've said it, this isn't a bunch of hasty attacks being planned. Like the big movements here are, this is what OPP was done for months and months, and operational planning procedures have been enacted for months, and they've been probably wargaming it in their heads while they sleep. So here we are. Now let's just take what we know as gospel, that this is what happened. Let's say they've made that thrust eastward towards Kupiansk. They had a bridgehead near Liman. They intended to encircle, yet a whole bunch of things happened. The Russians panicked. They maybe became decisively engaged where they didn't want to, and maybe you can explain that, what the importance of decisively engaged versus on your own terms, versus when you bump into your enemy. What do you think? Do you think that somewhere in some command cell they said, "Wow, this is the presentation. This is the reality that's presenting us. If we were to pass it up, the risk of passing this up is not greater than the risk of complexity and the risk of increased casualties. It doesn't outweigh the risk of passing up this opportunity." Do you think that's how it might have gone down? Just for to put it in perspective, John.
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of historical examples, right? Because we don't have enough right now to understand how these decisions are being made, where it can literally be a brigade, a battalion commander seizing an initiative, and that's the trust. Again, this is a different system than the Russian system. The trust that you put in subordinate leaders to make that decision, like you said, the intent, and the intent is echelon. That commander saying, "Look, I see that giant opening. I'm not going to wait and cross this open field. I'm going to accept prudent risk." So that's really the big difference. And I'm a big fan of that term, which is the lowest level commanders making a life and death decision and assuming great risk when opportunity like this, things like this happen, but they're doing it with informed decision because they've done some planning, they have an understanding, they're communicating to commanders left, to the right, to the rear. It's just, that's the power, and why my lifetime in the U.S. military is the few moments when I've been in combat and been given the autonomy and the trust to make a giant decision, and then know that my complete chain of command supports that action. It is so almost self-actualization as a warrior to know that you can make that decision at echelon, right? So whether this is Patton's Third Army making these advances, but this is scaled, where you have a commander, you don't make blind decisions. Go. You may make a giant decision, report that up. I'm moving forward, and that constant communication that supports that trust network. It's so hard to understand, but that's why this is a better military, because it's a system that it has been put in place for a long time, and this is when it gets put to the test. But that trust in lower level commanders is the power. It is the power to move forward. But of course, that's backed up, like and I know, with so much stats. Just even if the commander makes the decision,
Working
like,
away.
okay, oh, did I get cut off?
No. So yeah, all those staffs working away.
Yeah, working away. This is what we're watching is what we're seeing. But like I said, I can be a fly on the wall and know how many people and maneuvering and forces and getting information. This is why intelligence is, artillery is king of the battle, but intelligence is from the history of war. So there's an immense intelligence loop that's going on here to identify weaknesses, identify support to commanders making those bold decisions all the way down, and I'm not joking, to the platoon commander level, where he may make a giant decision. But can you imagine you being in the Russian military and being a very low lieutenant who go, I know I was told to sit here and guard this position, but I'm going to move forward 10 kilometers. It's just not going to happen, right?
Yeah. So, John, do you think what do we do? Like, so with such a large, we know there are historical precedents for having so many enemy troops encircled or cut off. What people ask, what would have the Russian play be here? Would it not have been a breakout? Wouldn't you think that? And isn't it far too late for that breakout? And should a proper commander have withdrawn those Russian forces from what sensibly was a risky place to be, especially with the lack of air and artillery? Is that the play they should have taken?
I don't know enough to say what they should have done, but we know that they don't value soldiers' lives as much. I mean, there are lots of courses of action that can be in place in a scenario like this. This is why nothing given in this war. It is three-dimensional chess, action, reaction. You maneuvered forces away from this front. You created weaknesses. You didn't account for the branches and sequels of that action, and then have contingencies and reserve formations. And you can't, because you have to, at this point, they have to make a decision. Like I said, forces there withdraw. Forces from another area, can they get there fast enough to have any effect? Are they proficient enough? Are they readiness levels enough? There is no theater reserve. We know that they've been overstretched. Of course, the Ukrainians have to watch how far they reach as well in capability. So this is literally three-dimensional chess happening in front of us. What would we do? That's really hard to say. Like, if we were Russians, this is what we would do. We would pull forces back, reestablish the line in a stronger defensive position, rather than allow tens of thousands of forces to get encircled, and then you have no hope logistically of getting it. This is historical as well, where you will judge the commanders for the historical decisions on whether to stay or run.
100%. Also, if you could retweet the space, we don't have any funding for the space, so if you could retweet it, helps increase the reach. The MryiaReport, pass it on. Also to the back channel moderators, we can't add anybody. There's something wrong. Maybe Axel can take a look at it. I can't even move anyone. George wants to come up, and we have Salvador. John, we've heard of Ukrainians bringing up, companies of MPs. Can the Russians, from what we know, can they even surrender at this point? They don't have comms with each other. They're pretty much operating independently. What are the and there's obviously, if they're trying to surrender, this is a requirement under the laws of armed conflict. What can they expect?
Yeah, so I actually have been thinking about this. This has been one of my questions. Is just, I think one of the Ukrainian problems, which is a great problem to have, is just like when the coalition invaded Iraq, is you have so many thousands of people surrendering that it actually impedes your forward momentum and being able to take advantage, because you have to have formations to search, segregate, disarm those formations. So this is again part of going back to planning. I'm sure even when you get surprises, then you start a deliberate planning operation, a sub-cell, board cell working group at echelon to deal with this now. I think, which is probably a very big problem, is collecting and speeding to the rear Russian prisoners of war surrendering at a large scale, and that's the right thing to do. Can they surrender? Absolutely. I'm sure if they raise a white flag, the discipline and the moral actions by Ukrainians, which I judge by action all the way up to this point, is the fact that the Russians can. And I think you saw Malcolm Nance's text out today, or message out today, showing the text being sent to Russian soldiers. Like, look, it's safe to surrender, and it's probably your best option. Don't die for your Russian cause.
100%. All right, let's go to Tom and then Constantine.
Hey, yeah, so it's really fascinating listening to you military guys talk about this, and I just want to say how grateful I am for this space, because the information that we're getting is just absolutely fantastic. What I wanted to talk about briefly was just how the Russians might be reacting psychologically to some of this, because I think we all know that the Russians lie all of the time, and even the Russians know that they lie all of the time, but there's one lie which they really, really want to believe, and have believed, I think, for decades and generations now, and that's the lie of like almighty Russia, like how they're like the best, how they're superior. And I think until this conflict, I even believed some of it. I thought that the Russian army was probably second only to the United States, and maybe that's just because I wasn't paying attention, but clearly that was not true. But I think the Russians really want to believe this lie, and there's that saying that the truth is a mortal enemy of the lie, but that's actually not true, because you can say the truth to someone who's believed a lie and they just won't believe you. They'll say you're lying. What really is the mortal enemy of the lie is reality. And as long as the Russian army wasn't actually fighting in any sort of big conflict against any kind of peer, they could carry on believing they were the best of the best. And the Ukrainians are proving to them in reality right now that that's a lie. Now, the thing about lies that you want to believe about yourself, and you have believed about yourself, is that they make you feel good. So they're inherently narcissistic. And the thing that happens when narcissists are faced with reality is that they continue to deny it as long as they can, and they get furiously, furiously angry, and they'll blame anyone but themselves. And so I've been looking out for signs of the Russians turning on one another. And there's something that's been tweeted out by, it's a Ukrainian army channel, looks completely legitimate, saying that a drone was spotting for artillery when they saw a Russian vehicle pull up next to some Russian troops that had retreated, and they just got out and shot them all dead. So they're shooting some of their retreating troops. The other thing that's making me think people are turning on each other, have you guys seen that guy Solovyov? I think I'm saying his name right, with bruising on his face.
Solovyov, yeah. 2 days ago.
Yeah. So clearly, someone's punched one of Russia's chief propagandists in the face. So I don't know what he said wrong, or who he pissed off, or if he accidentally said something that was truthful. But I think we'll see a lot more of this as reality starts to cut through the Russian lies, that they will turn on one another more and more. And that's just going to accelerate their collapse. So this is just absolutely fantastic to see. But yeah, watch out for the Russians getting furious and turning on each other. Because
they already are, Tom, in the Telegram channels. They already are. Pretty nuts.
Yeah,
right,
I mean more physically
ahead,
as
sorry.
well, though. I mean more physically as well, not just shouting at each other.
Yeah, quite possible. Yep. All right, Constantine, go ahead.
Hello, I wanted. I have a comment for this and a question for Colonel Spencer. So, first comment is this is exactly actually how Russia, fell apart when they had problems in the First World War, and then it fell apart basically like this after the Afghan campaign failure. They had internal fights, between the people who had power. And they started turning on each other, and people just started hating their government to absolute maximum extent because of the lies and the failures. And this may happen once again, I think. But anyway, I wanted to ask Colonel Spencer a question. How do you think this this success that Ukraine is having right now in Kharkiv, how do you think it would impact overall state of war in both in south and in the east? Would it have like free up the forces of Ukraine and allow further offensives, or it may have, I don't know, moral effect on the troops on those regions? And what do you think of it?
So hey, Constantine, it's great to hear from you, and I love the videos of all the wonderful donations you've collected for the gear, for the soldiers. It's just amazing to have your whole family involved. Love it. So what do I think? I mean, of course, like we were just talking about, unrefutable offensive gains by the Ukrainian military is a strategic threat at the tactical level, all the way up to the strategic. This is, you want to be able to say that they reclaimed a major city in Kherson, but just like this, where you have hundreds of Russian POWs, of course, it'll help the lines, and hopefully it finally allows for the shelling of Kharkiv to stop. And now, and to open up these fissures in the true status of Russian formations along these lines, that's probably the most surprising, like everybody else. And I try to be as objective as I can. Is even the forces that have been overwhelmed, or positions, the quality of the positions is showing a fissure, even in what we all don't know is in front of these Russian lines that have been established. It's still great geography. I don't want to get overhead on what it means, but it's unrefutable tactical offensive gains by Ukrainian disciplined, better soldiers that will have strategic impact. So that's what, as a kind of a, as a military guy, I can talk tactical, but I love to see the impact. Like, how are you going to argue against hundreds of Russian soldiers now are prisoners of war and keep that from the Russian population, or keep that from the Russian formations that might still be in position? Like, look, hey, there was a battalion to our left yesterday. It ain't there no more. These are those tipping points that are those triggers for advancing, but they're also really hard to deal with at the Russian leadership level when you're already in a bad spot and you start to lose. Actually, it's something called learned helplessness can seep in, and this is what we're seeing, right? We're seeing dudes driving their BRDMs straight into the river on purpose. I mean, this could be, I always say could, right? There's lots of fighting to be done, but I think I like the fact that because it's providing the world, although we in this space don't need it, the world with unrefutable evidence of Ukrainian resolve, bravery, ability to use the aid that they receive to accomplish their mission, which is Europe's mission, which is our mission. I hope that answers the question, but lots of thoughts about it for sure.
Thank you for answering. I will drop down to listener now.
Okay, feel free to say, just for context to our new listeners, we have Colonel John Spencer, Senior Officer, Chiefs at West Point, works for Madison Policy Forum, Madison Policy Group, and he is a regular a wealth of fount of information. Always pleased to have you here. Constantine actually was a former Ukrainian combat veteran who was in the States, now raising funds for ear defenders for his friends back in the 92nd. And we're always glad to have both of them on. So please do, if you can. I can't add anybody. There's a glitch. If you do get a chance, please follow the MryiaReport and try to visit MryiaAid.org if you can. So John, so it's a crazy day going on. We're seeing very, very big advances.
So real quick on so what I'm as a kind of part of this, I come to the MryiaReport every day to understand what's going on in the global fight. The only thing that the top priority of the globe, I think, and I'm actually kind of not upset. I understand some of the positions, but I was in for a little while the kind of the national broadcast news space. But I think we should hold accountable to the people that were saying like Ukrainians can't, they've lost. They need to sue for peace. This will be a year. This war will be years. I think we should hold some of those air quote military experts to claim.
Yeah, there are a lot of people, like a lot of so-called experts or people maybe with experience who all said Ukrainians, no matter what, no matter how well trained they are, they won't have defense in depth. They won't have the combat effectiveness to actually make any real gains against the Russians. They didn't just get it a little wrong. It was spectacularly wrong. Right, John? I mean, not even close.
No, not even close. And we should hold them accountable. Like, look, if I said something on TV, I'll either tell you I made a mistake, although I don't think I've called it wrong yet. But like, hold some of these people to accountable, and we'll just stop putting them on freaking TV as the analyst for military affairs. Come to the MryiaReport, get your analysis.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's not just ego or bragging rights that we say this for. It's because a lot of these people attempted to influence Western opinions. Obviously you have there's a fellow that doesn't like you, and he talks about you. Unfortunately, he thinks rhymes with Tucker. And this is a guy who's trying to preach that America shouldn't help Ukraine. And there are people that have said these things in an effort to actually limit Western support when the Ukrainians have demonstrated time and time again that they're great stewards of our equipment. They're fighting the fight the way they should be. What do you think of that?
No, I actually just did a thread because I'm so frustrated. I'll get it from places I didn't even expect to hear. Like I'll listen to a podcast from a veteran or a news source, and all of a sudden I hear that they'll come on like, it's not our fight. We shouldn't be sending billions. We have our own domestic problems. Like, look, the whole world, everybody has domestic problems. So I put up together this tweet. I'm like, look, be informed about your statements about what Ukraine is doing, even down to I don't want to get too personal with it, but I haven't had problems with that person, luckily, for a while. But just spouting ill-informed, if not ignorant, information about what's going on now in Ukraine, let alone the reasons the 50 nations are supporting Ukraine, but saying that it's so bad that it's hard to explain. But I had to do a tweet like, look, if you need me to explain to you why Ukraine's fight is the United States fight, I will do it. Here you go. Bam, bam, bam.
So, John, we were talking about it earlier. I just do want to let the audience know. We were discussing the Russian retreat or collapse in Izium and Kupiansk. And so it is official. The TASS themselves have announced that in order to protect all the glorious citizens of glorious Mother Russia, they've issued an evacuation for Izium and Kupiansk. This is we've been kind of hinting at that all day, and we said that's what our sources have clarified or qualified. And yeah, I mean, it's a little silly that the Russian occupation authorities are referring to, evacuating. I don't think they are going to be able to kidnap any more Ukrainians from those cities. I think if they're running out with their shirt and their weapon, that's probably the best case scenario. Do you not think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the supplies we're seeing that they're just abandoning. Like the biggest arms supporter of Ukraine is Russia.
It's Russia.
It's amazing. And how stronger. Look, this is going to be a huge shot in the arm to an already extremely motivated Ukrainian military. But these gains they do add up. They are cumulative. Like I think I heard you saying earlier. And Izium, and I don't need Craig and you and all the people, how important Izium is tactically and operationally as that logistical point there. Now, like you can see that if that is true, which we, all reports are, like the stress it puts on Russian logistical lines for the entire front here. This is like, I know you know it and you've been saying it, but it's huge on so many levels.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, so to the audience, this is one of the things we've been talking about is a Russian collapse in Kharkiv Oblast. Russians have now
left with Izium and Kupiansk. We already knew that, and what they're now doing is exploiting Russian vulnerabilities, military vulnerabilities in and around that region. Izium is a major point, and with what remains to be seen are the tens of thousands of Russians in and around, in tanks and leaguers and things like that. So we will wait to see what happens with that. Again, I'll need help from the host panel. I cannot add or remove anyone. We're going to go to Jim Fraser with question for John.
Hey guys, extraordinary news. It's almost too good to be true. I've been expecting waves of optimism, then pessimism, but this is next level. It seems, can it only be a week ago that we were talking about the start of the offensive in Kherson, and now we're talking about the route, the word we've been using guardedly for a couple of weeks now. I think we can call it a route now, can we not, Colonel Spencer?
Sure. I personally don't use route in military doctrinal sense, but absolutely. I mean, they're the tuck and tail. And interesting about that week ago about the Kherson offensive that MryiaReport, everybody was calling. I'm watching major news broadcasts with generals saying, "This is not the start of the offensive. This is a shaping operation."
Up operation.
Yeah.
I remember that. The
you know
shaping
that guy?
operation.
Yeah.
I was so annoyed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is shaping out really well. Let's hold him account. I want to hold him as a military professional accountable. Look, you called it wrong. Either publicly say you were wrong, and this is just a war, or this is ridiculous.
Yeah, no. And we got it in here. A couple of people were just retweeting whoever it was that, this isn't an offensive. This is a shaping operation. I heard it says shaping operations. I don't think that you know that what that term means, my friend. And really is a finely executed counteroffensive, and we're just seeing the results of months and months and months of OPC and battle procedure done on such a fine level. All right,
Yehuda,
so
how long would the 60 kilometers take? Oh, a week or two? No. The Ukrainian armed forces. I'm just joking. We had this 2 days ago, if you remember, in the morning. So they're pushing.
Yeah,
it's a rout.
No, they're well. Again, we different terminology, but either way, it's a spectacular defeat, strategic tactical defeat.
Yeah,
for the Russians.
I would say retreat. They're retreating clearly.
Yeah.
By definition, they're
By
retreating.
definition, they're retreating. Right, withdrawing under pressure. I don't even know if I'd call it withdrawal under pressure, just because it's so haphazard. And then we're seeing it. So, and it's not just Western press that's saying this. It's actually TASS. It's actually Russian media. How they're ginning it up, we don't know. That'll be up for the Russians to make up their own minds. But that's where we're at. Let's go ahead to Jim. Please do retweet the space. We're here. We're discussing the current situation in Ukraine. It looks like Kharkiv Oblast will be secured by the Ukrainians in a not in a lengthy time.
Yo, thanks, Yehuda. I keep giving you guys credit because you deserve it. I mean, Colonel Spencer, yourselves, everyone at MryiaReport. I mean, I had to stop the car last week driving along because you guys called it. You said this is the start of the offensive. Yehuda came on and said, "Look, everyone, guys, chill, listen to me. I haven't been able to talk about it until now, but now I'm telling you that the Kherson offensive has started." You can come on this space and listen to history as it's happening in real time, pretty much real time, and there's never been anything like it. So well done.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I was telling the audience, the truth is we're on here quite a bit. We dedicate a lot of hours of our day, and we also have a lot of access to information from people who are very central to what's going on. As a result, it allows us to make more accurate claims on the fly and possibly shape predictions based on the facts that we understand. You'd agree with that assessment there, John?
Say again, all.
No, I was just saying that we like you. No, it's a long thing I said. I was just saying that Jim was congratulating us, but I said that by virtue of the fact that we're on 24 hours a day, some of us are on 10 or 12 hours, we get Ukrainians on the ground talking to us, we have military experts who are there, that enables us to make more qualified assessments as to what's going on because of those factors. And that's, I think, what increases the credibility and the accuracy of our predictions. Would you not agree?
Oh, 100%. That's why I can't. I mean, I couldn't. I think it's so important to stay aware, right? And that's why I come to the space every day since I joined, whenever that was. Just as I'm a student of warfare, but I am, pro Ukraine. This is a global fight for free world. But I also just like to be informed so that when other people are telling me what's going on or what the future holds or something like that, I come to listen to you guys and language and Axel.
It's funny.
And
We come to listen to you. So
yeah,
it's a two-way street.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you have to have you can't replace what MryiaReport does on getting that frontline formations. Even if you're a reporter in theater, we get it from so many experts, so many Ukrainian voices and commanders and head of the training department. It's just, I mean, it's unprecedented. I think historical for sure.
Well, thanks for that. No, we do get. It's funny. We do get a lot of the major networks in here listening and the news services. But unless it's a specialist reporter we invite in, they don't really come up to speak. I've not really seen much of what we say in that. Sometimes we do see it. Deutsche Welle has, I'd say, repeated some of the stuff that they've heard here. But in general, I mean, there's no conspiracy. But obviously, these news organizations have their own perspectives of what they think is newsworthy, and I'm just not sure. I mean, there is one. I'll listen. General Keane. He gives a lot of interviews with a lot of people. I think he does work for Fox. And aside from, I'm not sure how he deals with some of them there, but he's been pretty accurate from the beginning.
Yeah,
not always, but he's pretty accurate. No.
Yes, absolutely. But that's because he has an army of researchers, which I'm sure some of them listen to MryiaReport with the ISW. He's the head of ISW. He is getting briefed every day on the situation on the ground from all the various intelligence sources that ISW, who he's called it wrong a couple times, but it's an army of analysts for sure that are. I mean, this is the thing. So a single person, like wherever it is that you're listening to, who's given analysis on the war, like where are you getting your information? How are you tracking the war? I mean, are you just looking for AP releases of information? Like it's all behind the curve. I've learned about everything that's happening in Ukraine a day, if not longer, before mass media does because of this space.
That's incredible. Thanks for that. Let's. I don't know if Jim had a follow up, or we'll go to language. We haven't heard from you, Jim, in language.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, this is an unprecedented tool. I mean, Twitter itself is a filtration source for OSINT, right? Okay, everyone's short of military analysts. This is the best information source there is, right? I mean, it's how many analysts, military or otherwise, does CNN have? Not even a fraction of the information analysts you have on here, right? And you can crowdsource, you can crowd test your conclusions. You can use open source information. You come on here and test it, and you get shouted down, or you can get endorsed in real time, right? Your ideas are tested very quickly, and that doesn't happen in newspapers or in traditional media channels. It's unprecedented, and I think there'll be papers on it after this. So well done, guys.
Thank you. All right. Thanks again, Jim. Let's go to language. Tom and Joe.
Yeah, just quick news from, and if anybody has any more information on it, I'd love to hear about it. Around Izium, we know of at least 2 spots that Ukraine has locked down. There's only one road out to the northeast, and there's actually that goes up to Borova, which is the only highway Russia really has there anymore. And reportedly, Russian troops are fighting Ukrainian troops on the far side of the river, trying not just to push the Ukrainians away, but to just get back to holding the bridge. So there's a lot flying around right now. It's moving very quickly. But if anybody has more info on, are we seeing Russian troops leaving Izium? Because if not, we could be looking at, up till now, one of the largest surrender events of the war. There'll probably be larger ones in the near future. But Izium, there's a lot of guys there that are not going to be able to just pack up their tent poles and leave. And even if they do, there's so much ammo there that they're not going to be able to destroy or use it all in what I would argue is probably the next 12 to 24 hours. The same thing happened in Balalivka, where Russia just abandoned entire warehouses full of artillery shells that the Ukrainians can now turn around and use. So just,
Izium has been abandoned already. So the Russian forces were never all into Izium. They obviously arrayed into positions west and north of the city. But even those have been broken, and apparently one unit to 237th Regiment Airborne Air Assault, they're done. They no longer exist. So it is a colossal retreat, not necessarily organized. And that's what we're seeing now. We just mentioned that the Russians themselves have declared a general evacuation for Izium and surrounding environs. And that's from the Russian perspective, so you can assume that that's already been completed over 10 hours ago. So if you want, we can circle back language. I'll send you some stuff.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, no worries. Let's go Tom and Joe.
Yeah, I had a question for John Spencer, if that's okay. I guess for me as a non-military guy and not really knowing how these things work in detail, the thing that concerns me with the Ukrainians pushing so fast and so far and so deep is, can they protect their flanks from counterattack? With them pushing east, I was thinking, this is great, but what if they get counterattacked on their northern or southern flank? Now, it looks like if they're really pushing right down into Izium, they don't need to worry about a counterattack from the south because they are attacking south. But do we know if the Russians have got forces in the area that even can counterattack them? Or like, what will the Ukrainians be doing to defend against that?
They are in retreat.
John? Yeah, I know. So
Yes.
So basically, Tom, you kind of answered your own question. The fact that they're encircling them, their rear in both cases is themselves. So what they would do is after they would, let's say, ostensibly destroy them in place, if that was what they did, they would just turn around and face the Russians to the east, because to the west is themselves, right?
I think it's a legit question and something that the planners are looking at, right? You don't want to overreach. It's called operational reach. How far you can advance before you outrun your logistical lines and your ability to be flanked at all. But one thing that the Ukrainians have had since day one is superior intelligence. So one of the things that can assist in ensuring you're not overreaching, it's all of the what we call warfighting functions, but that level of real-time intelligence on where Russian forces are, what are they doing, and if they start moving, what type of formations are there, what are the ranges of the systems, and the amount of detail that goes into planning, even as this fluid of an operation is happening. You know the range of a system. If there's a system, let's say an artillery battery, you know its farthest reaching range. You know when you're in these jeopardies, and that's the beauty of a superior military planning organization.
100%. Yeah, no, the operational reach is super important. And just in that particular Izium salient, it's actually Kupiansk that I'd be more concerned about because that's the one furthest away, right? So that is an issue. So if you ask me from the beginning of today what's a major concern, I would say for sure, do they have enough manpower for defense in depth from what they've captured? I assume that would be your major concern too, John. Like the follow-on forces or the lack thereof, right? Okay. Not sure if we lost John or me.
I can still hear you.
I was, I got one kid now and waiting for the other two to come out, but I missed that last bit. But yeah, operational reach and what's the threat now? But I think they're very aware and I'm sure very cautious of what's around them.
All right.
Shall we?
Let's go to next question.
We have Paulie, we have Joe, and we have Jim. Paulie.
All right. Greetings from Finland again. I just read news from Financial Times that the special forces were actively used in the in the Kharkiv direction, and I was taught in the ranger school that chaos, inflicting chaos and fear is of the essence when conducting these kinds of operations. John, how do you see the night is on and it's dark now. What are the ways and what are the say tactics that Ukraine maybe could utilize now during the night and the dark time? I don't know if that's my question.
No, I catch your question. Yeah, absolutely. And this is what we've seen already in the nights. They're not unlike the Russians. The Ukrainians are showing even the superior night movement capabilities. They're reinforcing lines. Their logistical convoys are moving in, and in some units, and a special operation is a part of this pie. But also, we know there's Legion forces. The cross communication, but some formations have the capability, and we've seen this, and this is the beautiful thing, is to advance at night, either to take advantage or get to a marked position of advantage, or to actually raid, attack, seize key terrain in the night using night vision goggles, superior intelligence, drones that can see through the night. Some of those, hopefully, MryiaAid drones, the thermal capability, are in play. So what you said in the beginning about Ranger School, at the highest level, what you want to do is to give your enemy more dilemmas than they can deal with. And that's what you're seeing, I think, both from the different fronts to actual individual units. You're giving them more problems and dilemmas and decisions that they can deal with, and then they just start collapsing.
Thank you. Great channel and great speakers. Thank you.
Kiitos. Thanks so much. Go ahead.
Joe Crystal.
Hi, I have a question for Colonel Spencer. In theme with the conversation today and the rapidity of the counteroffensive, Colonel, are you seeing any of the elements of what looks like an overall capitulation? Are there any elements that exist when the Russian troops realize and the word gets out that while they had some successes on the offensive, they are really not faring well on the defensive? They're outmatched and they'll lay down their arms and decide not to fight?
Yeah, I think that's a question for language and Yehuda to give specifics, but absolutely we're seeing things that you don't do in the military, which is leave massive storages of ammunition, driving your vehicles into rivers. That's things that you don't do even when you are retreating, unless you are just broken. But same thing with surrendering. We know there have been complete encirclements and capturing of Russian forces. I'd leave it to the language and Yehuda talk about any actual capitulation, like white flag surrendering that's been going on so far.
I'm changing a diaper here, so go ahead, language.
We're probably talking about thousands there. And something that Tom had mentioned before about keeping people in the dark. We know they've been doing that on Kherson. It's unclear how much they're doing that here. But in Kherson, there's entire units that surrendered who had their phones taken away 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they were told that the Ukrainians were only attacking on their specific front, don't worry about it, and were left entirely ignorant to the rest. So that way they wouldn't panic and retreat. Whether that's the case here, it's unclear, but we do know that Russia is taking really ludicrous measures to try and deny information to their troops to keep them from surrendering now. And they're just having massive morale issues. Like Igor Girkin the other day, we're talking about or Tom was just saying how Russians, confronted with the lie, what do they do? Noted Russian propagandist, FSB guy, he's going on about how there must be traitors in all elements of the Russian military, because that's the only way this could happen, because they cannot conceive of their own incompetence here. It has to be malice. So everybody's already pulling the knives out for each other, metaphorically and in some cases literally.
Okay, yeah, reality is going to be a painful pill to swallow. Thank you.
Just very briefly, if I can add to that, that's exactly the sort of narcissistic rage I'm talking about. Rather than being able to accept that you're actually being defeated in the field by the Ukrainians, get furious and blame someone else. That's a narcissistic defense, and it will play to the Ukrainians' advantage because they won't be able to deal with the problem if they can't accept it's happening. So it's great. But what if we wanted to try and manipulate the Russians or humiliate the Russians? We really want to try and play into that. So we want them to believe that it's the fault of some other Russians and to take the rage out on other Russians rather than try to take out the rage on Ukrainian civilians and things like that. So the more they turn on each other, the better.
And had you guys already mentioned the Russian two-star general that got captured trying to evacuate the battlefield?
Go ahead, Axel and John, please. I got to do something there. Go ahead, John and Axel.
I had not heard it talking about language. I'd love your opinion on it, as I reposted Chuck's basically announcement of it, and then just the myriad of trolls saying, it's not him, it's not him, it's not him. I love your opinion on it.
So, in summary, there was a large capture of Russian officers about 48 hours ago. One of them was first supposed to be some kind of colonel. And people took pictures. He looked pretty depressed in it. And he kept trying to hide his face in the photos. And people were like, okay, that's weird, whatever. Until somebody goes, hey, I recognize this guy. He's the two-star general. It's a lieutenant general in the Russian military, but just 2 stars means he commands an army group. I think his name's Alexei something or other. I don't have it in front of me. Now, it's not confirmed yet, but frankly, given what we've seen in the past when Ukraine or people online have gotten things like this wrong with officers, Russia is very happy to trot out the officer in question, put him in front of a camera and go, nah, you guys are all stupid and liars and everything you say is a lie. They haven't done that yet. If this is true, and it's still an if at this point, if we're playing conservative, this would be the highest ranking Russian officer captured since World War II. I mean, I can't think of the last time a 2-star general, we're talking decades of military experience, is so exposed that he's just abandoned in this, massive retreat. I mean, you're far more a student of military history than I am, Colonel. Is there any precedence for something like this?
I mean, not since World War II. I mean, the Philippines and Japan and things like that. Nothing since World War II, and that's why it will be such a big deal once officially proven. I took Chuck because I trust, he's a member of the space. I trust him and his expert opinion. And I agree with you that if it wasn't, but we'll wait and see. But possibly, it would be historic and again another unrefutable example to the world of Russian weakness.
Well, I'd love to pick your brain about, the Russian, frankly, abandoning this one major defensible point they had, but I see that we have Jim and Ben up here, so I don't know which one of them is first.
Yep. Complete breakdown in communications, no supplies.
No.
Well, I mean, it's the fact that that was the best point they had to defend this, and they just abandoned it. And Axel's made a really good point. About a week ago, I was being very conservative with the rate of Ukraine advance, and I am happy that I was wrong. And the Russians just seem to have evaporated past that point. And this was a city that had rivers in it, city with defenses, city with a tremendous amount of ammo, and they left within 24 hours. Can that inform us about what they might do in other possible urban battles down the line?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we were talking, maybe it was last night, again, don't apply misapplication of urban warfare to a different context. I think this is going to be a house-to-house slugfest when Russians are put into a position and cut off like that. They're just abandoning and walking away from their fight. I actually have to go, Axel and Yehuda, if you're there with the babies. I'm popping off. It's been an honor to speak with you guys. I'm holding.
Yehuda, can you hear us?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thanks, John.
All good, mate.
All right, brother. It's good to hear from you, Axel, and I'm sure I'll
Likewise.
be on later tonight.
Sure, we'll be here.
Take care.
I don't think that I will miss this night for the life of me. There's too much going on. But thank you. Speak to you later. All right, let's go to Jin and then Ben and then Language. If you have any further input, let us know. Jim.
Thanks, Axel. I was going to ask a question of Colonel Spencer, but I can equally well ask it of Yehuda, any military, anyone who's got military experience in the space. But yeah, to quickly to the point about two-star generals being captured. I mean that's unprecedented in the last 80 years. Certainly since the last major battles of envelopment, Falaise Pocket, the Stalingrad, obviously the second battle of Kharkiv. When tens and tens of thousands of troops are captured, quite often generals get picked up. And the same thing is clearly happening right now. It's fantastic news. But for the space, any military guys, particularly Yehuda or Language, I think, can you see, I mean, we should give credit to the Ukrainians, right? And the NATO countries' training of the Ukrainians for carrying this out. How much, can you see any NATO tactics at kind of strategic level or even down to unit level? Can you see evidence of NATO training in the stuff that's been coming out over the last week and what's been happening over the last week?
Absolutely. The Ukrainians can fight at night. The Russians can't. It's one of the huge game changers here. The battles do not stop when the sun goes down. You'll notice in a lot of the videos, including the ones with the Ukrainian artillery showing the Excalibur shells, they're firing well into the evening. Like you see the sun going down. That's because there's active operations ongoing. And we've talked a bit about, just what they're doing. The Russians simply cannot compete outside of incredibly limited specialized units with the Ukrainians when the sun goes down. And it is, frankly, reading Russian Telegram, it is terrifying them because they'll go to sleep thinking that it's still a daytime war, and they'll wake up and two more villages are gone and nobody can get in contact with them. And it's horrifying them, frankly.
And has that training been carried out during Operation Unify, or is it more recent? What do you think?
I imagine it's been carried out for a number of years, including certainly by folks in Operation Unifier. Colonel Melanie Lake, who's we've been lucky enough to have here a number of times, as well as others who participated. I mean, there's a lot that goes into a modern military. I mean, you could argue that just the fact that the Ukrainians can communicate and the Russians can't do so effectively, that's part of Operation Unifier. I mean, it's the building blocks which then get turned into the actionable items here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Night fighting is obviously a standard of all NATO countries. So, sorry about that. So I might have to mute for a bit, but yeah, definitely a standard fare. Okay.
What about the? I remember Colonel Spencer getting very excited last week when he saw the force makeup. I think it was 2 infantry brigades and a mechanized brigade. I think that was the NATO standard. And you yourself, Yehuda, were saying, yeah, wow, this is exactly what we were expecting. And exactly what the Russians are not capable of handling, it seems.
I mean, that is certainly true. The Russians are not currently, from what we've seen so far, in a capacity to deal with a modern Western army, its procedures, the speed of its execution, the flexibility and resilience, delegation of decision-making power, as described a little earlier today, allows troops to act. Germans call it Auftragstaktik, meaning that you devolve power to the lowest possible sensible unit and give commanders the opportunity that if and when they see, give commanders the power that if and when they see an opportunity that they can exploit it, but they do communicate it and they coordinate from the front. And that is something which the Russians evidently can't deal with.
Yeah, Axel, I think the Battle of Sinemai, the Blue Hills east of Tallinn towards Narva, and there was the Estonian division was trained in Wehrmacht infantry tactics, and it was the same thing. It was a tiny force of Estonians fighting off the Russian hordes, and they used just that, NCOs taking command of platoons and charging back up the hill. It was, NATO training is clearly got a lot to do with what's happening here against a much larger force, better armed. They're taking control. It's fantastic. I think Ben was next.
Yeah, sorry, apologies. I was just coughing, not because of you or because of comment. Sorry, apologies. Ben, please.
Thanks. I would wish everyone a good evening, but I guess it's completely superfluous. The first thing is somebody is asking me, is saying that this is a fantastic show and is asking how often it is on. So it's going to be a fun answer. But more importantly, I'm wondering, over the past 3 days, 4 days, I haven't heard anything about the Russians managing to do anything right. Like, not even right, just barely passable. As much as stopping for a minute and managing to hold a village. And is it the case that the whole army is completely melting away, and that even those who otherwise would be able to do something are being abandoned and are not able to put up any resistance? Like, is it at that level?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's across the entire, country, unfortunately. Something that I wasn't aware of, my own fault, is that a lot of Russian doctrine for areas that they don't establish lines of defense is to only plan for defense of the first 10 kilometers, with the idea that obviously, even if we lose a kilometer or two, we can reinforce it. But Ukraine broke through that in under 24 hours, and now they're in the soft, meaty underbelly, at least in, the Izium direction and some others. So it's not entirely the whole battlefield. There are prepared defensive positions more in the south, unfortunately. A couple in, the Russian-held territory since 2014 in the east. But what we are seeing is fear. And now fear is infectious. And you were talking before, the enemy you see shooting at you, that's scary. The enemy that's this amorphous concept that just deleted an entire unit that you were talking to yesterday and you have no idea where they are, but night is coming, that's terrifying. And when you have fear of something that you cannot put your finger on, that leads to panic because you can't fight it, right? You're fighting a concept in your own mind. That's what we've been seeing in a lot of these villages that Ukraine has taken. The Russians left before they got there because after the first couple, they said, whoa, we don't know what this is. We're pulling back. We're pulling back with or without orders. We don't care. So where that stops, go ahead.
In many cases, actually, several, at least a half a dozen persons that I'm aware of now, Russian positions actually stayed and were destroyed in place. They got decisively engaged, and it's something that it's almost unheard of right now. So others have fled, but there are those who have.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm not saying they've all. We've all, I'm sure, seen the videos of them being attacked. I mean, the MO that's being, the MO that we're seeing here, and this has been publicly reported, so it's not leaking anything, is that Ukrainian special forces hit the town. They hit it quickly. They suppressed the enemy positions, keep them from mounting a defense or consolidating, at which point the mechanized armory units and what else come in. There's also Ukrainian aviation. There's also Ukrainian tanks, the ones that we've been waiting for 6 months. Frankly, they have many more tanks today than they had when they started this war of Ukraine, and they're using them to devastating effect. So, I mean, when they encounter resistance, they're wiping it out. And there's a lot of Russians that are just abandoning their posts as well because they recognize that they're dealing with something that, frankly, they're probably not trained for, and their odds of success are not good. So, I mean, at least in this area, the fear is very much infectious, as, Yehuda was just talking about down by Izium. They're basically sounding the horn, telling everybody to get out. They started threatening that in Kupiansk yesterday, that they were going to deport all the women and children as, I imagine some kind of human shield type thing. We'll see. Hopefully they aren't able to make that work. But, there's fear here, and that's something that can travel much further than any bullet or rocket.
And by the way, our friend No has
I'm gonna
arrived.
jump down. I'll go down and come back up. Axel, please wait out.
Sure, easy, of course. No props. No, good evening, good morning.
Good evening, good evening. Hello, everyone. Hello, language. How you doing, man? So I just wanted to point out. I believe it was Jim that said about the NATO tactics. As you all of you said, the old NATO mantra of owning the night, right? That's one. But I'd say another thing that we are witnessing is also some combined arms maneuvers by Ukraine that are, frankly, pretty much in line with, for instance, what the US did in Iraq. Obviously, the US doing it with other assets and at a different scale. But I was looking at this offensive and I was reminding myself of not only what the third Infantry Division of the United States did back in 2003. That's one, in Iraq. And I was looking at this and I was thinking to myself, well, and this is some blitzkrieg stuff. So yes, there's a lot of NATO training. There's that we can see not only in the use of forces at night and the continuous cycle of operations, but also in the way that both armor, artillery, and the joint force, to put it a Pentagon term on it, the joint force is used and is being used in the battlefield. I mean, this is some serious breakthrough. We are talking in 5 days unraveling gains that took the Russians months. In some cases, like Izium, took the Russians all of the war till now to establish, and they are unraveling at lightning speed.
When have we last seen something like that? No.
Iraq, 203, the 3rd Infantry Division.
Yeah. What does that tell us about the professionalism of the opposing force?
No, what we can witness here is that Russia is obviously stretched thin. It was completely blindsided by the operations in Kherson that clearly established a fixing operation. It's a counteroffensive, but it's also a fixing operation from what we now can see. Actually, Patrick gave did a very good thread on this recently. For those who don't know, I can share it here over in the nest. It did a very good thread on the issue. Patrick Fox, for those who don't follow him, I'll share it to the nest. Here it is, and it did a very good thread. Sorry, unwinding this, and he's absolutely correct. I mean, it tells us that the Russians are overstretched. They funneled their reserves into Kherson. Now they can't get their reserves out of Kherson, and this whole front is ripe for the taking. And some of their reserves are also playing soldier back in the east of Russia with the Chinese in Vostok 22. That's what you get for not taking war seriously enough.
It is a serious business, but today it's extremely exciting too. Even just from looking from the outside, I know that they're fighting hard. They're running, they're skipping, they're doing professional work. But my goodness, what an advance! Oskil, Izium, earlier in the day, Kupiansk. I mean, it doesn't end.
Svatovilsk this evening during the dark hours.
We're talking, Axel, we're talking of an operation that's fighting on the outskirts of Izium, and it's heading to Lyman. So basically, this whole northeast front is facing collapse. Let's put it this way. I don't usually use this. I'm cautious in these kinds of things, and one should be cautious about one thing: overstretching Ukrainian lines, because this is almighty fine. And as Colonel Spencer pointed out a while ago, obviously the Ukrainians have state-of-the-art intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance working for them, and they also have extensive intelligence coming from the field by partisans and special operations forces. They'll have running up front, running ahead of the overall conventional force, designating targets and conducting a reconnaissance. But honestly, what we're seeing here is an operation that will require at some point for units to stop, to rearm, rest, and then to consolidate some of the gains. Okay, Russia may not be in a position to strike now, strike back, do a counteroffensive. I don't think there are, but there's always a risk of overextending your forces. And I mean, even the guys who invented Blitzkrieg had that problem when they did it. So that's something one needs to be mindful. I remember perfectly clear that back in 2003, the 3rd Infantry Division at some point had to be stopped and had to be rearmed. I had to be arrested because this is an enormous toll on all the forces involved.
There we go.
So it did work. Excellent.
Yeah, no, it usually doesn't. That's what I was saying. Just send it to me in the normal chat, but it's fine. Hi, Nuno. Welcome.
Yeah, I had the same issue with Nuno before. I tried to get him up in 5 different ways.
Yeah, Yehuda. Hello, man. How are you?
Oh my goodness, we are glad you're here. Chuck's coming on soon, so John's going to circle back later. Hopefully, you can burn the midnight oil in sunny Portugal. We obviously have been talking about today's interesting affairs. I'm pretty dialed in. You had a question about Russian troop strength or position disposition?
Sorry, Yehuda?
Sorry, you're asking about like Russian positions or disposition. I'm quite well read in now. We're going to do an update later, but yes, a collapse might be very well words that we're going to be using. I don't like using them either, but it looks like a bunch of triggers were pulled in and around Izium from north, south, even southeast.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right.
There's apparently forces heading to Lyman, which is
absolutely.
basically something that is it's a trigger of collapse. Izium and Kupiansk. The moment you cut Kupiansk, you cut Izium.
Yep.
But cutting Kupiansk and heading to Izium in Lyman at the same time in the space of 3 days and on multiple axes of advance.
It's insane.
That's important.
Yeah,
because Kupiansk is being attacked from the west and the south.
Yeah,
which is very significant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite.
So let me give you the breakdown. So the forces southeast of Liman, they had a bridgehead since about last week, 10 kilometers squared, a pretty good chunk. And once apparently the Russians cut away a bunch of forces from Liman, pushed them towards Izium, and that was the trigger for the push up by the Ukrainians. So they signed their own death warrant, the Russians, in thinking they were relieving or reinforcing. They actually collapsed another front on themselves, which is incredible. And we were talking about the complexities of multi-pronged exploitations with Colonel Spencer, and I'm glad to have you here because it is a shocking event.
No, it's I was saying before you were on, Yehuda, that it's astonishing to basically watch in real time what is an implementation of Blitzkrieg. This is what this is, right? We call it combined arms maneuver by the joint force, blah blah blah. But it's just a modern version of Blitzkrieg, right? So what we're talking here is a multi-pronged combined arms attack with apparently significant reserve, because it's key to have second echelons to clear out what the spearhead doesn't, the towns and the places the spearhead doesn't touch.
Clearing operations.
To have a second echelon and to have a third echelon that
And they
will
do.
probably be the territorials, because they'll need to set up security and clear out the rest of the town so the second echelon can move on. But it's an impressive operation.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and it began with one way in one regard, and then we saw that for many reasons the Russians showed vulnerabilities that the Ukrainians then executed the remainder of their plan. It's quite an amazing occurrence, and we're seeing it unfold pretty much live. We also have there has been a general order from broadcast by the Russians that they have ordered the evacuation of Izium and Kupiansk. But in addition, we are getting reports that Izium is they're having pretty well street to street fighting going on in Izium. We won't have the final report until the morning, but I suspect the city has lost a large portion of Russian defenders actually fled, and then there are stragglers and people who maybe didn't get the memo. But it's proving to be quite an interesting day. Thousands of PWs, and in expectation of this, the Ukrainians actually moved forward several companies now of military police to assist in the transport of those PWs. So it's pretty incredible, Nuno. It's pretty incredible.
No, I mean, another point to this, Yehuda, is that we are not seeing, because the only way the Russians could intervene in this, not having the readily available ground force, would be massive airstrikes, right? It's the only thing I can see. It's committing the Air Force to this and trying to mull it from the air the best you can, so you can retrograde your forces to a position that you can actually defend.
Right. And CJ was saying as well that a lot of boots and air defense platforms were brought up real close to Balalaika, whatever, Bailanda, that town.
Balaika, something like that. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
We're butchering the name.
They're butchering the names. As long as the Russians aren't there, I'm happy. But apparently, they were all brought up. Dozens of Russian fixed wing and helicopters were destroyed. Trying to do exactly what you just said. They're caught with no close air support. They're caught with no artillery. It's really a dismount fight at this point, and they're losing it against a mechanized brigade. So that's where we're at. Why don't we grab some hands, Ben and Tom, for Nuno? And just so you know, thank you for being here. Please do. We just had John Spencer here. We've had some great speakers, Mr. Weiss, and Nuno's here. Chuck Fair is going to come on. Do follow the MryiaReport. If you could go to MryiaReport.org if you're capable and able to help them out, that'd be great. And if not, to just retweet the space, let people know we're here. We're talking 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about the Ukrainian experience and the genocide the Russians are pushing on them. On that note, we're going to go to Ben and Steve. Ben and Tom.
Thanks a lot. Good evening, Nuno. I've got a quick question. If you were to be one of the Ukrainian officers who are leading now the charge over there, how would you plan such an offensive, such an operation? I'm talking like the special ops that we see on the videos, who are often like 10 kilometers ahead of the main lines. How are they managed, and how they're doing their operations?
So you're talking about the forces, the special operations units that are ahead of the main force. Right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, correct.
So in a conventional fight, special operations in support of the joint force have a multitude of missions, but unlike what people think, direct action operations or kinetic direct action operations. Let's put it this way: direct action operations are not exactly the forte of supporting a conventional advance. I'd say that the forces are the special operations are acting first as a recon force, right, deeper into enemy territory. You get axes of approach, obstacles, main supply routes, key enemy elements. You get them under observation. You report. Another issue is designating targets for strike, both artillery strikes, in this case, for instance, HIMARS, right? Or eventually you can use special operations to seize key targets where, let's say, you want to seize a dam, you want to seize a bridge, you want to seize a key objective in the axis of advance ahead of the push by conventional forces, right? This carries obviously some risk, as all special operations do, but the risk is if the conventional force doesn't show up, your force may get cut off and isolated. But anyhow, what I would do is I would use them mostly as a deep reconnaissance, as special reconnaissance units, and I would strike at key targets to hinder logistics, command and control, all that, be it through designation of targets by designating those targets. But for in the case of Ukrainians, artillery strikes, and eventually I would use special operations, or I would keep in reserve some special operations forces to use as direct action missions against, for instance, key command and control assets, or even radars, missiles, some stuff like that, that are critical to the overall operation. That's what they do. They support, in an operation like this, you support the joint force by clearing out, by providing intelligence and surveillance, by designating targets, and by hitting critical infrastructure behind enemy lines, or critical
Fair
assets behind enemy lines.
Fair enough. All right. Thanks for the question and the answer. Tom, you got a question?
Yeah, I just had two quick updates and then a question to verify the second one. The first update is just a bit of a jokey trolling of the Russians. Apparently, Ukrainians have just reached the outskirts of Belgorod, according to a photo that I've seen. I've been informed that it's been photoshopped, but it just goes to show you that some Ukrainians had exactly the same idea I did of trolling the Russians. On a more serious note, I've just put up in the nest. There's a report with a video that the bridge north of Kupiansk it basically looks impassable if the video is genuine. Does anyone have any confirmation of that? I've seen it tweeted in a couple of places.
Me too. I've seen it tweeted. I have no confirmation, but I've seen the photos. They look legit, and it makes sense. You cut off the bridges in Kupiansk.
Yeah. We suspect both bridges, the one north and the one south, have been destroyed. No chance. No point giving.
Pocket the forces. That's about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely there's no requirement to help the Russians out by the Ukrainians. And there's several highways there. So we've talked about the M03, the H26, the P79, and P78. If you're to look at them on a map, and you can just see they bisect each other. And these are all the routes. For the most part, Ukrainians control the top and the bottom of them. and the Russians don't have a play really here. It's a big problem, and you know, if it wasn't for that, and that's obviously why they made the push as deep as they did. No, and they obviously have their other ashes. And they've already conducted forward passage lines. They're moving just like any, combined arms army would move. So it's refreshing to see. I'll give it over to maybe Cash, if he could co-host, or someone, maybe Axel. I have a couple things to do momentarily that will involve
No problems.
Babies making noises. So I'll be right back. Or Ben or Axel.
All right. And whilst we're doing this, we can go to a couple of new names. Brent and then Tasty, and I'll try to get Akasha.
I'm kind of curious about the Russian disposition of troops, beyond kind of these two pockets that look in trouble around Kharkiv and then down south around Kherson, because I'm just kind of curious what the next steps might be after this, and a lot of that would be depending on what Russian troops have, what sort of force structure the Russians have outside of these two kind of pockets of forces that are in danger.
Well, at the moment, the Russian forces, and Nuno and I think will probably line up in this regard pretty consistently. At the moment, the Russian forces are concentrated in what you just described as pockets. I would say it's a larger salient, and that is towards Izium. Whether there were at that point in time 9.5 or 10 or 12,000, we do not know. Towards the north of it, maybe another 4 or 5. If you then go along the front line where they are thinned out beforehand, close to Liman, Yampil, which is under threat at the moment, at exactly this time whilst we speak, and Sviatovirsk has been taken this evening, so it's not two pockets, and there's no force structure left. The Russian army in the northern district is in disarray, in retreat, across a line of about 110 kilometers length, and it has at least 2 salients and a number of areas where it is threatened. They are in full retreat, they're losing commanders, they're losing units in full size. They're leaving their equipment and they're running into the forests. That's what's happening.
No, I mean, I've been listening all day, and that's what I understood was happening. I was just getting to, I would assume there is some, at least some sort of force structure in Crimea in the south, and then
yeah, but we're talking 350 kilometers away in a completely different area.
No,
you can't transport them north.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's the Kherson offensive down south, and then also I would assume there's some force structure in the Donbass area. I'm just kind of curious how much force structure that they have that isn't currently at risk in Ukraine, and if there's been any sort of reporting on that, because that kind of would be a key indicator of how long this could continue.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks like approximately 18,000 men are on either the west bank or close to the Dnipro in Kherson. Supposedly, the southeastern area, i.e. Zaporizhia down to Melitopol, towards Mariupol, meaning south of the Donbass, that area is supposed to have another 6,500. That was at least the last number I've seen. Maybe Nuno can correct me if they had been sitting and moving around. And in the Donbass, I think the Ukrainians expect to meet about all in total 32 or 33,000 Russian troops maximum. But those have been shifted around. This data might be completely, what we have on the outside might be completely irrelevant already. Nuno.
Yeah, so well, the thing is, on this side,
Nuno? Matt, you're breaking up. Can you say it again? No, he's still there. Nuno?
Okay, now we lost him.
All right, we lost. Okay. Looks like we've got the Turkish professor from before. He's back. He was on sabbatical for the summer, having some tea on Bukada and ignoring his Twitter. Welcome back, Ahmed. I remember you from the beginning of the war. And in the meantime, do you want to go over to Tasty Libations?
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I've been, trying to keep abreast of this super rapid salient that the Russians have driven in. And, as you guys have been saying this entire session, the Russians are in obvious disarray and they're fleeing and they're leaving behind a lot of kit and a lot of ammo and a lot of rolling stock. So I don't know if anybody here has any expertise in this or has talked to Ukrainians about like what is their timeline like for kind of turning that around. Obviously ammo, there's no turnaround time on that. If you have a 122 mil cannon and you have 122 mil ammo, you're in business. Or if you have a 12 millimeter machine gun and you have 12 millimeter ammo that you've captured for the Russians, then you're in business. But when it comes to like the BMPs and the infantry fighting vehicles and some of the artillery pieces and transport trucks, they're in like a little bit worse condition. I saw them having to like use a recovery vehicle to drag BMPs out of a failed forging operation because they just sunk. Does anybody know like what the timeline is for getting those vehicles like through the the process of rehabilitation and then back on the front lines?
I mean, that's obviously a question which is very hard to answer from here, from the outside. I mean, when it comes to BMPs, the infantry fighting vehicles, this is a matter of what condition you find it in. As we've seen earlier today in a number of posts, the transport vehicles they found, armored vehicles, were left. They were just left on the side of the road.
Right, exactly. Like ran out of fuel or something. Yeah.
Yeah, they are probably out of fuel. Maybe they need some, 10-11 care, which a maintenance crew could apply.
And let's just also
easily.
Yeah, and let's also remember that there are plenty of, now it's coming to light that there are plenty of Russian vehicles that tanks that couldn't fire.
Sure. Yeah, I did see that
because
report.
they had oil leaks. Also, just picking up ammo is not. I mean, I've never. It's not just, it's 120, we're going to use it. Weapons tech have to inspect it, making sure that it's not defective. And frankly, I wouldn't trust anything that you pick up from the Russians as being quality. So yes, in the long run, it could prove to be good. But as I said, no one's relying on picking up stuff from the Russians to resupply. It's extra. It's brought to the rear. It's inspected by all those weapons techs and ammo techs. And then they're used if they're sufficient. So I just want to make it clear. The only reason I keep mentioning that is some people have suggested that Ukrainian offensive is predicated on, possibly using Russian equipment, and that's just not true. It has to be in an ad hoc basis right away, perhaps, but for real operations, it would have to be very, it would have to be examined. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure that that quite that an exhaustive process of ammo being brought to the rear is playing out in all spaces on the front lines on the FIBA. But yeah, sure. Like, I mean, maybe your heavy weapons or your indirect fire systems, that ammunition, because you're talking about, not just the projectile, but also the charges that go in the breech behind it. Yeah, those probably. You're probably taking your life in your own hands if you don't have somebody look at that. But if it's if it's 5.45 or 7.62 by 5.4, or if it's 12 millimeter 5.4, well, the Russians using 5.45.
Right. What I'm saying is that even between Canada and the United States, even for the same weapon, American ammo is not authorized on our RC-7s. because of the amount of grains in the casing.
Sure,
So I'm just
sure.
saying that.
I mean, yeah, as a
in
NATO
perfect
force
world.
that enforces very rigid stand. I mean, I did 21 years in the U.S. Army. I know about how uptight we are about ammunition, but I'm saying I'm pretty sure that if you're a Ukrainian and you need 12 millimeter machine gun or 7.62 by 54 or not 54 but 30, whatever the
we get it. I
Soviet
get
caliber.
they're using.
Yeah,
I disagree.
they're
I
using
think
it.
that, and I disagree. I think that anything from the weapon. I mean, I'm not saying it never happened, but they have a cache of ammo. They're shipping it back. I mean, they're leaving it in place and moving on. This is for because at the end of the day, they've not planned their mission based on what they're going to pick up from the Russians, right? They've got what they need with them. I mean, that's from a planning, a divisional.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's all. Okay.
Yeah. And then one other thing I wanted to say is about there's so many people on this call that have talked about like, oh, are the Ukrainians overextending and are they leaving themselves open to some kind of counter offensive? And I just wonder, like, where would that counter offensive come from? Like the Russian troops up near Belgorod and north and east of Kharkiv are pinned in place. Like they are actively engaged. Like there are fighting going on. The chances of them effectively disengaging and going south in a timely manner is pretty remote.
Yeah.
You have Ukrainian troops Ukrainian troops attacking Lyman and Yompiel from the south. The interdiction routes are there. The interdiction of reinforcement routes really makes it pretty unlikely that the Russians would mount an effective counteroffensive. We've seen tons of reports of Russian commanders abandoning their formations. So even an effective breakout doesn't seem likely from Izium. Like, I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians have it in hand. If operational reach. Yeah, operational reach. Yes, that is important. You need to know what your limits are. A man's got to know his limitations. But I'm pretty sure that any fears about that are probably you're talking about 95th percentile worry right there. Okay,
yeah, no.
Thanks, guys.
Listen, no, you're welcome. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you're 100% right. I said the same thing. Who's going to hit him? Number one, number two, with what? And number three, the other issue is they're only actually, if you're to draw a line there between Izium and west towards Ukrainian territory, you're only 20, 30 clicks away. So it's not like they're going far, right? So and all they have to do is orient themselves eastward if they're concerned about a counter move. But again, a counter move from where? Good point. I think it's a really good exploitation that they conducted, and thanks for pointing that out, Tace. Why don't you stick around? You don't need to leave. Let's go to the next hand. We had Ahmed Nasselson, Professor. We haven't heard from you.
Yes, good evening, and I am merhaba. How are you?
Çok iyi.
Çok iyi. We speak with Turkish, mashallah. I mean, we are good. We are following the situation. From the beginning, we rejected the Russian aggression, and especially even the invasion of Crimea. Turkey was more vocal about early Russian aggression. I mean, that maybe went silent and then Putin get more aggressive or more assertive in these policies. And today, President Zelensky awarded the CEO of the Bayraktar Tech, Haluk Bayraktar, with the first degree of state merit. I don't know how to translate it into Turkish, which is very significant. Bayraktar proved that this TB2 especially proved that make Russian weaponry weaker and useless at most of the time, and also with the Turkish mediation to release Ukrainian grains, and also
that's my question for you,
yes,
Ahmed.
yes.
That's my question for you. Let's talk about the grain for a second. So, let's be honest. There's not much grain, but 1 million tons a month versus 20 is better than nothing. However, what's going to happen
how will Erdogan act? And full disclosure, I'm not a fan, but we won't talk about that right now. How would Erdogan react when Putin tears up the agreement and says beat it? Will Turkey feel that as an insult to its national prestige? Will Erdogan take it as a personal insult that Putin is embarrassing him with ripping up the grain agreement? Because I think that's where it's going. Can you speak to that by any chance?
I mean, we don't. We are like Turkish people, are simple people. We don't like to play these word games and all this. Definitely will take a negative stance, but we also feel that these grains should also go to the needy people, especially with the delay of these Ukrainian grains. African people suffered mostly, but it's not reaching them enough. And but I think the grain deal is gonna go, but Russia is pressuring to also export Russian grains. That's the problem. But I think there is enough pressure from especially African countries on Russia to release more, not instead of
Less.
squeezing,
No.
preventing.
So just so you know, Putin
I
is
don't.
threatening. Putin is threatening to cancel the grain deal, is what I'm saying. So what I'm
No,
saying is,
I don't think he can do it. But if he does
but if
it,
he does,
Turkey will be very upset. Turkey will be, react very harshly on this. Or
that's what I was trying to get at. Like, what
yes.
if Putin follows? He just gave a speech at some Vladivostok Eastern Conference where he said we're gonna have to, consider that grain thing and we're cutting it up. What would, in your opinion, would Erdogan take it as a? I'm just curious. Would he take it as a personal insult as well as a national insult, or will he just consider it? That's just Putin's normal behavior.
I think he will be upset. He don't like these flip flops. He's obvious and open with the public also with his attitude, and he will take a negative position toward Putin. But our relations also very complicated from S-400 and nuclear energy. Now there is an energy crisis. All this. And Syria, Libya, etc. But Turkish TB2 especially make this actually make it apparent of the Russian weakness of these whole huge arm industry and stuff. But I don't think he will blow it up because he has a lot of allies in Africa and he's playing on the victimization. I was in Russia like a couple of weeks ago, and they are worried. I mean, they value some African countries stand with Russia, so they don't want to lose them. I think, even though Russia is threatening and Putin is threatening, but I don't think they can do it. They just want to force also the Russian goods or grains and food and exports are continuing, which is a big pressure on them, and I think they are hurting. So they kind of a blackmail on this.
So they want Turkey to help skirt their sanctions by pushing their grain. Is that what I understand?
No, they are forcing that, but this is. I mean, these are separate deals. I mean, between Turkey is mediating between Ukraine and Russia, but exporting Russian grain, Turkey doesn't. I mean, they don't need Turkey for this mediation. I mean, this is a kind of a general issue, but Russia is forcing that. Pushing that harder to make it like tied to each other. But I think Turkey see them separately.
Fair enough. All right, thanks so much. We're going to go to Brian. He has a question for Nuno. Brian.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much, Yehuda. On one particular topic, I noticed that as the counteroffensive in Kharkiv really started picking up momentum, the Russians reached back for their old favorite, lashing out in spite with missile attacks on Kharkiv. I was wondering what provisions are there for either effectively intercepting that or even eliminating the launching sites. Bit of a background of that. A good friend of mine, Francois, is from Normandy. He's part of the Jüdische Gemeinde in Heidelberg. his fiance, well, she's from originally, the family I think was Armenian, but she's part of the Jewish community in Kharkiv. Her parents are still living there. And I FaceTimed with them tonight. I asked her, is it the missile landing in Kharkiv, where are they coming from? And she said they were coming from Belgorod. Is that the case, or or are there areas which are now probably overrun, which may have actually been launching sites for some of these missiles?
Belgorod has been the starting point for a lot of the missile launches against Kharkiv since the very beginning. That hasn't stopped, and that is also one of the main lines of, or one of the main difficulties, that even at a point in time, if and when Russian troops would have been pushed back into their own territory completely, and they have tried to assail the Ukrainians again earlier today, but they have been repelled in at least 3 locations north of Kharkiv. If and when they were to be pushed back into their own territory, you could still launch from Belgorod. Kharkiv is in striking distance. They are neighboring cities, if you so like. So that won't change. Therefore, you need to put in proper anti-missile defense and proper air defense, and you literally have to beat the rest of the Russians in the field first.
Let me just add, sorry for dropping
Sorry.
Axel, but I had a call come in. But mostly what we will be seeing is some of the NASAMs that are promised to arrive. Some of them already arrived, donated by the Norwegians, but some of them will be probably forward to some of these cities. That provides a degree of defense. I mean, but unless you take, Russia will keep having the ability to strike with missiles and long-range standoff weapons at Ukrainian cities. That's a given. Even if they've been using S-300s for some time now as land attack, as surface missiles, as short-range ballistic missiles. But I mean, you shoot with what you have. I suspect I think it's more or less a given fact that their Iskander-M stocks are probably massively depleted, and they'll have tremendous difficulties in replenishing them due to sanctions.
Thank you very much. On another more personal note, I wanted to ask.
Sorry, Brian, just cut you off real quick. Sorry. Just Nuno and team, we've got Chuck Fair coming on in for 38 minutes as well. If you want to get the speaker card up, Chuck Fair, former Navy SEAL commander, all-around nice guy, and a good friend. And then Nuno, I hope you can stick around. I'm not sure if you're too tired, but that would be great. He's looking forward to it.
I'll stick around. I'll stick around. You have no issues.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nuno. And Brian, please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I'm certainly going to tune into that. Francois made a special request to me, and he said he's already run that one past the rabbi. The rabbi's got no problem with that. Apparently, there is a traditional song and a melody that goes with it is sort of the bridal procession as the bride is being led into the synagogue, except I can't for the life remember what it was. Well, because what he wanted me to do is see if I can find that tune and see if I can fit it to the scale of the Highland bagpipes. So apparently I'll be playing pipes in the synagogue.
Wouldn't be the first time, Brian.
Cheers. Okay, thank you.
It'll be nice to hear. Thank you. That's excellent. And I'll circle back with you, Brian. Maybe I'll help you find the tune. All right.
Yehuda, I have a question. I have a question from the audience, Yehuda.
Go right ahead.
So Yannick, and I'm gonna butcher your name, Yannick. Sorry, Yannick Marlhud. Sorry, butchering your name, man. Asks me if could Ukrainians overrun a position that held tactical nukes? No. No, for the simple reason that Russia would never keep tactical nuclear weapons so close to the front first, and then the tactical nukes are in key installations across Russia, and those installations are probably watched 24/7, and any movement there will be duly noticed by intelligence agencies, particularly the United States, and with some of its more advanced space-based assets. So it's nearly nothing is impossible, but I'd say it's nearly nigh impossible that happens.
100% agree. This is not going tactical, Nick. Okay. I think Robert was next.
Thank you. As always, Mira is just a wonderful resource that keeps me company during the day. Another day in Mykolaiv without any shelling in the city. I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the absolute psychological brilliance of the Kherson operation and how it's paved the way for this, and ask a question about, apparently Ukraine's ripped a 100-kilometer hole in the Russians' front. Where are they going to get the troops to plug that?
Who? What are you referring to?
The Russians, of course. Not the Russians. How are they going to plug that hole?
They're not, I guess. They're all decided
They're
to
not.
engage, right?
They're not.
Go ahead, Nuno, you take it.
They're not. Sorry, they're not probably, because the only force I can see being used or being readily available at this point to plug that is the 3rd Army Corps, Combined Arms Army. They stood up, and that's last time I saw somewhere down south. So shifting forces from Crimea. The issue the Russians have here is, okay, they can shift forces from Russia, but they'll need to get the reserves to Belgorod and then move them there. This takes some time. They have a bunch of troops stuck halfway across the world in their exercise in Vostok 22 with the Chinese in the east. And the thing is, even the forces they have south that may not be engaged, at this point they would have to move through the Donetsk. And another point would be the moment Kupiansk is in play, as it now is, the major railhead and the major rail interconnection to Russia is cut off. That said, the Russian army depends, in terms of logistics and movement, greatly on their rail lines. So Russians have at this point a problem. The only way they can do it is through land movement from Russia and to reinforce this front. But honestly, I'm not seeing that happening.
Well, I won't ask you to speculate on what the situation will be in a week to 10 days, but I'll think happy thoughts. Thank you.
I wouldn't speculate about the next 10 days for the simplest reasons that this is moving way too fast. Okay, we have a very fast moving situation. And I suspect that Russian commanders, Russian overall command, will be forced to some has been forced. It's not a matter of the future. It has been forced to make some major decisions on what's their objectives and how they're gonna secure whatever they have gained. Because the only gain they've made, one of the gains is this region northeast of Kharkiv that is collapsing. The other gain they've made is the land corridor to Crimea. And the moment you lose Kupiansk, all the east becomes harder to supply, even Donetsk and Lugansk. And this is a very complex issue for the Russians. They have some really, really hard choices to make.
Thank you very much.
All right, gents, I will hand over to Yuda and Akash, and you'll be safe here during the night. And we'll return back with a regular European shift in about 5-6 hours. Cheerio.
See you, Axel.
Cheers, mate.
I think Johnny has his hand raised.
Yeah, evening, chaps. Just wanted to go back on that question about Putin maybe using, like, escalating and using a tactical nuke. And I was just wondering if he's not going to use one now, just given what the report, what you're saying here on the report, then when would you use one? Like, I'm not a military guy, but it just seems nonsensical to have these sort of high-powered weapons, whether it's chemical, nuclear, if you're not going to use it, like, when it sounds like it's going as bad as it can possibly get. I don't know. I hope you know what I'm asking. If not, just ask and I'll try and
Yes,
clarify.
Johnny, I think
Yeah.
I get what you're asking. I think, but the answer for that is, if I had to, because this is a pure speculation right now, don't take it to the bank, please. I'd say that if I had to look at the scenario where they would use tactical nuclear weapons if this collapse drags the land corridor into to Crimea, they lose that, and even if Crimea is at the risk of falling, that would probably trigger a last ultima ratio. That would trigger the possibility. Let's put it this way: that would trigger the possibility of tactical nuke to force escalate to de-escalate. But that's a very uncertain proposition.
I would also offer the view that you raise an interesting question. When would you use nuclear weapons? And ironically, the whole point of nuclear weapons is for them not to be used. In other words, the point isn't to hold in reserve a devastating weapon that you can pull out in an extreme circumstance. It is to make it clear to all the party that the consequences of a total war are so catastrophic that it becomes unlikely that it will ever happen. It's a delicate game. I mean, in French, the phrase that is used for nuclear détente is équilibre de terreur, the balance of terror. And on the one hand, the point is no one is going to use weapons that could quite literally wipe out the human race. But on the other hand, for them to be an effective deterrent, the other side has to believe that there's a credible risk that you might actually use them. The moment the other side thinks you're never going to use them, then those weapons lose their deterrent capacity. Dmitry Medvedev, the Russian foreign minister, has publicly laid down 4 conditions under which Russia would use nuclear weapons during this war. And even before I enumerate them, it's important for me to say, don't trust anything that Dmitry Medvedev says. But having said that, it's all that we have right now. And the conditions are reasonable. The first is they would use nuclear weapons if nuclear weapons were first used against Russia. The second, if nuclear weapons were used against a Russian ally. Third, if there were some kind of attack on critical infrastructure. He never clarified what that means, but most people suspect it means an attack on Russia's nuclear command and control apparatus. And fourth, Russia would use nuclear weapons if there were a conventional attack on Russia that put the existence of the Russian state at risk. I don't think any of those circumstances, any of those conditions are remotely likely in this war. More importantly, I think it's important to bear in mind that as much as Putin himself might, in a moment of high reckless drama, when he realizes it's all over for him, decide that he himself is prepared to go out in a blaze of nuclear glory. I don't think any of the people around him are prepared to go down that path with him. Ultimately, the president of Russia does not have the capacity to launch nuclear weapons. He has the capacity and the legal authority to give the order, but there are senior officers or general officers who have to carry out those orders. And I don't think that they are prepared to die and indeed wipe out the human race because Putin's ego has been bruised by a loss in Ukraine. There is an analogy for the free world, and that is that in 1969, the North Koreans shot down an EC-121 spy jet and an American spy jet. And Richard Nixon, unfortunately, was, according to George Caron, the CIA specialist on Vietnam, Nixon was drunk at the time. And according to Caron, Nixon expressed a desire to bomb the North Koreans with nuclear weapons and ordered his staff to ready that process. But at the time, all of his generals looked at one another, and his Secretary of State looked at them and simply decided there is no way that they're going to start the Third World War on the say-so of a drunk man. Instead, the order was given to stand down, wait until the morning when Nixon is sober, and if he still wants to bomb North Korea, they will have a conversation about it then. Fortunately, when Nixon sobered up, he decided that bombing North Korea with nuclear weapons is probably a bad idea, and so it didn't come to pass. I raise that to say that even in the free world, just because the head of state makes a decision that is to bring down that level of calamity, there are people around him who have the ability to restrain him. I think that is still more the case in Russia, where even Putin's closest military supporters will realize that they have a life to live and their families have a life to live even after Putin has lost this war and has gone to the gallows or to his own death.
100%. Yeah, good points there. I think I think in this particular case, although the big picture of world destruction is one thing, I'm not sure that would infer a nuclear war because Ukraine doesn't have them. But I totally accept the point. I'd love to hear what Nuno has to say about that.
I would reckon two things. First, regarding Dmitry Medvedev. Dmitry Medvedev has been punctuating as a great hawk of Russian nationalism because Dmitry Medvedev wants to survive Vladimir Putin, and he needs to paint himself as a hawk because if power ever shifts in Moscow, he wants an out. That's my view, and some other people about Dmitry Medvedev. I'm more concerned in the power structure. I'd be more concerned about Nikolai Patrushev than exactly Dmitry Medvedev, because the influence of Patrushev is far greater than whatever Dmitry Medvedev thinks or says. Regarding nuclear war, I understand Akash's point, but I would point out that when we're talking nuclear weapons, the Russians aren't stupid. Not even Vladimir Putin is stupid. You could employ tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine and not reach a nuclear escalation with NATO, and not grab the strategic weapons and the world. I mean, they have the doctrine of escalating to de-escalate, which is not exactly only theirs, but theirs is well written. That they could employ a tactical nuclear weapon in certain circumstances, mainly if the Russian state is invaded and is facing loss of territory and they cannot stop it. It's important to realize that for the Russians, Crimea is Russia. Of course, Crimea is Ukraine in terms of international law and recognized internationally, but for Russia, it's Russia. It's a territory of the Russian Federation. So that's what I was referring to a while back. I mean, when do I see that happening? If catastrophic collapse of the Russian army happens and they risk losing the corridor, the land corridor to Crimea, or even Crimea itself. I think that's that's a place where we must be ready to act. And to act, I mean that will force us as NATO and the West and all our allies in the extended West to take a stand. But that's a scenario I don't see right now. I have a question from the audience too regarding would Russia employ their air force right here? Well, my thought is the same. If they're not going to use their strategic bomber fleet and their air force here, I don't know when the time is right to do it. Better ground it because it's worthless.
Good point. Akash, you want to take over a bit here and go to Johnny?
Yeah, I think those are all fair points, and I think that there is a risk. I mean, there's always a risk, and my own sense is that the risk for tactical nuclear weapons becomes greater if Putin believes that there will not be a response in kind. I suspect that one of the reasons Putin invaded Ukraine this time out in his most recent invasion of Ukraine was because no one stood up to him when he invaded Crimea, for example. Countries beat their chest, but he thought that no one would come to the aid of the Ukrainians. He also thought that he would win quickly, and he was wrong. He was wrong on both counts. The risk with nuclear weapons grows, or tactical nuclear weapons grows, if he convinces himself similarly that if he uses tactical nuclear weapons, that there won't be an equivalent response from the alliance against him. And so, unfortunately, that does put us, and I say us, the collective us, the free world, in the position where we do have to make it clear to Putin that if he uses tactical nuclear weapons against Ukrainians, then that puts us on a direct path to all-out strategic nuclear war. I'm afraid, and again, the stakes are high, but the risk becomes worse if he thinks we won't do it. If he believes that there's no risk to himself, then he will do anything. And we have to have the courage to decide, no, we are not going to allow that to come to pass.
Akash, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I believe that you're 100% correct in that assessment. The risk here is Russia believing, as they believed on the run up to this, that nothing will happen to them. On the run up to this, I understand perfectly why they didn't believe anything would happen to them, because we allowed them for years on end to kill, to assassinate everyone they need in the West. They corrupted whoever they wanted. They laundered money. They interfered in elections. They did whatever they liked, and nothing happened. So I understand the reason for believing they could do this without anything happening to them. There's a rationale for that, and in their position, I would think the same. I've been doing this for years and nothing happened. I shot down an airplane full of Dutch and nothing happened to me. So that's cool. I'll invade Ukraine. Nothing will happen to me. They'll whine about it, but they won't do nothing to me. They were wrong, as we now know. But regarding this, I agree with you. We need to be perfectly clear to the Russians that NATO will intervene conventionally in Ukraine if the moment they use one, we will start bombing Russian forces in Ukraine, and we will mobilize NATO for a ground operation in Ukraine. And if they wish to end the world, we'll be here to end it with them. That's the stakes we're talking about by nuclear use. And that message needs to be conveyed clearly to them. Actually, the commander of U.S. Strategic Command said that the Russians, a while ago, said that the Russians were trying to operate in that thin gray zone where they think deterrence won't work. But the U.S. Was aware of that. And that needs to be said loud and clear by political leadership in the West that, listen, if you ever consider that, be mindful that we will intervene conventionally in Ukraine. We will reduce your army to scrap and your air force to scrap. We will stop at the borders of Russia, and if you strike with nuclear weapons at our forces, we will be ready to end the world. And that needs to be perfectly clear. Not to mention that would spook the hell out of the Chinese.
I think Night has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. The prospects of them using tactical nukes is something that's been on my mind for a while, and this might be one of those times where it's good that no one is willing to give Putin bad news, because I think if he had any idea how bad this was really going, that would concern me, as they're losing coherence in 2, possibly 3 fronts. But yeah, I mean, somewhere along the lines, there are red lines here for the Russians, and unfortunately, it's probably Crimea, which makes me wonder how they'll ever get it back. I don't know if that would actually deter the Ukrainians trying to get it back or not. I don't know what's going to happen when it gets to that point, but that'll be probably the end game of the war, and that's probably the most dangerous moment. So, not super concerned about it, but it's definitely not a concern. So as much as the news is good today, yesterday will be over the next few days, hopefully. It's also a moment of, in a certain sense, greater risk, because I don't know what's going through Putin's head. I don't think anyone does, but if he ever gets to a point where he thinks the the risk of doing it is less than the gain, if he thinks his survival might be at stake, I don't know what he'll do. Is it a major military loss, like having major army sections get surrounded? I don't know. Is it losing Kherson? Is it getting kicked out of these other places? I don't know. And if they want to create that ambiguity too, but it's a bit of a scary moment still. The Russians have a lot of tactical nukes, and I don't think they build up a stockpile of like a couple thousands of the things, because they never would ever use them. Strategic is one thing, tactical to
They
them,
would.
I believe, something else.
No, they would. Of course they would. Of course they would have thousands for deterrence effect, not because they're going to use them. If they remember, they view the rest of the world as their enemy. So most normal countries only view a handful of enemies. They want to have them ready for everywhere. So just because they have them, it doesn't mean they intend to use them. I suspect they just sort of catch that. I can't see them using them. They don't want to up the ante. They know that if they ever did, like, it's not, even if it's not, I'm not sure there would be a nuclear response from the West, but there could be a full conventional response. Totally destroy everything Russian anywhere near the Russian border with Ukraine. If they think the Ukrainians are tough, wait till the full force of the United States Army or NATO is at their doorstep. So I don't think it's an option. That's just me. I think we've established that, but I don't know if Akash, you want to address it. Nuclear weapons, I think we beat that one to death. We nuked it.
I think that pun has just trampled on the corpses, so no, I have nothing more.
No, me either. I think this is one of those things that has it's a rerunning of a conversation. It's what it is. If it ever happens, we need to have a plan, and that's it.
All right, good to go. I don't know who was next, Akash.
I think Smurfy's, if that's the correct pronunciation, is next.
Hello, yeah, Smurfy Small. My question is regarding artillery. I know CJ is not here, and he's kind of our artillery guy, but Yehuda, I'm hoping maybe you have some insight here. And my question is,
I bet you Nuno knows more about artillery than me. But go on.
There you go. All right, Nuno, maybe this is a Nuno question then. So let's say that Ukraine takes over in an area and they acquire, say, 40 pieces of Russian artillery. Are those immediately usable? Are those brought to the rear lines to be retooled to make sure they're safe? And not only that, if they have to retrain somebody to use those, how long would it take to get those back into the battle? Thank you.
Okay,
You know, you want to grab it. Go. Yeah.
I'll grab it. No issues, Yehuda. So, Murphy, the thing is, Ukraine has an ample stock of old or not so old Soviet-made artillery, from the 2S3s, 2S9s, 2S7s, Pions, whatever. They have a number of systems in use with the Ukrainian military, so their artillery units are basically trained in using those systems. They were retrained to use NATO systems. Can they use it? Sure. Will they need to retool it? Depends on the state of the captured equipment and its ability to operate. Would they use it immediately? Also depends on the fact that are the artillery units supporting this advance equipped with 155 or 152? Because if your logistics flow is 155 shells, there's no reason to introduce a 152. You send it to the rear. It may be used in another place in the theater. If you're using 152 and 155, cool. You give that if it's usable to the unit who has 152, even if they keep them in a staging area to be replaced or to be used as a reserve. There's a number of issues here that depends greatly on what we're talking about. Don't forget that in an operation like this, where we are facing a fast-paced momentum in major offensive operations, this needs to be considered. If would that hinder operations? Wouldn't it hinder operations? It depends on the number of factors.
I appreciate it. Can I have one follow-up question?
Sure, man. If I can answer it, I'm not
Okay.
artillery, but
Absolutely. Yeah, it's regarding artillery. So let's say that there's three individuals assigned to one artillery piece. Are they all trained throughout the entire piece of equipment, or do they all have one particular job to do? So that's my. I guess that's kind of my fundamental question. Does everybody that's on an artillery piece know how to do everybody else's job, or is everybody trained specifically?
Well, I want to jump in real quick. So that all also depends on the country, right? I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nuno, from what I've been told, actually from some army friends here, in our world, in Canada, you're kind of expected to know the whole thing. It might not be your job, but you understand it. I've heard in the States that they have so many people to do the job. I don't know if it's true that there's one person's job who all they do is load. That's it. And they might not have a lot of proficiency on other parts. I can't see how that's true, but that's what I've been told. I'd be curious to know from
That's
you,
true.
Nuno. Is it okay? So
the Portuguese military has the same issue you guys have here. We don't have that many people, that many artillery, so redundancy is a thing.
yeah, so Nuno, I think you and me. Sorry, Tasty, your mic has a lot of feedback. So for armies like Canada and Portugal, you know, on a gun line, most troops are going to know everything that they need to do on that line or on that gun. I have been told by some of my Canadian gunner friends that in the States, there's literally that guy's job there is just to do that. He does not do anything else. I mean, that's crazy. But apparently, it's because of force and the availability. So, Tasty, if you're there for 20 years, can you fill us in and tell us why?
Yeah, sure. So the U.S. Army, especially in the Artillery Corps, it's more or less based on seniority. That's kind of the way we run our gun crews. So if you have a brand new private or PV2 coming straight out of advanced individual training, they're going to start him on he or she is going to be on the most physically demanding. They're going to be running shell prep, and they're going to be running shells from the truck to the gun crew. And then they'll advance eventually to loader. And then you'll have your two most senior guys, both as the cannon crew, kind of commander, NCOIC, section NCOIC. And then you also have a very high speed, well, I mean, you want them to be a very high speed guy who's doing the fire corrections, inputting all the tangent elevation and all that kind of, all your T and E, into the actual, depending on the system, obviously, my experience was mostly with in the light infantry world with 105s. So yeah, that's all analog. There's very little, at least when I was dealing with them, there's very little digital input. They do have a digital fire system now that requires quite a bit of computer know-how, or you need to know the buttonology of the thing, I guess is a better way to explain that. But yeah, you train on one job at a time, and by the time you progress through like buck sergeant E5, or maybe even a junior E6, you're expected to be like a cannon crew SME, a subject matter expert. But we definitely don't, like, if you're a brand new private to a gun crew, they're not going to immediately start cross-training you on how to run the fire control system.
Okay, good to know. I hope that answers your question.
It does, yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure that's entirely what I thought it was. I think the fact is, you said that E5 does have all the experience at the end of the day, so they would know how to do all of it. But you don't specify. It's interesting. So you have to start at that moving rounds from the truck to the gun line. They don't start on anything in particular other than that. And okay, it's because you obviously have enough troops to do that, right? So in more compact armies, like ours, like Nuno, right? A little different.
No, yeah, I get it. Like manpower constraints, but I mean, we deal with that too. A lot of times, especially in some of our reserve elements, we're dealing with manpower shortages also. So we'll just consolidate gun crews at that point, and we'll just run minus a battery. We'll just run minus a gun in some instances.
Just a question, because it dawned on me. One of the things we do is we cross-train people because we have an issue with manpower for that. But at a certain point, if you're in a gun crew for a long time, most of the jobs in that crew you'll be able to execute if needed. That's something the U.S. Army probably has too. If required, people will adapt and execute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, flexibility and encouraging leadership in our junior soldiers is definitely a hallmark of U.S. Army doctrine, as far as like the way we develop people. But as far as like immediate training upon reception and integration of new soldiers, they don't immediately start learning how to be, a cannon crew NCOIC, a non-commissioned officer in charge. That's not the progression that they'll take. They'll be working that physical job, like I think it was Yunu said, running shells to the gun line. But there's a plan. There's always a plan in place to develop that soldier into a cannon crew in NCOIC, or into a fire direction control NCOIC. To have them progress through and up into more echelons of responsibility. But the other thing is I don't want to get into the minutia of the inner workings of the U.S. Army and how Human Resources Command moves soldiers around, but we don't stay in the same unit indefinitely. Like, the longest you will stay in a unit is 3 years maximum. And then you will rotate to another base in another part of the world. And when you get to that new unit, you may not be on a cannon crew even. You may rotate and be part of the S3 operations cell, or you may be, it put into a headquarters unit where you do paperwork and logistics. So, there's a lot of we cross train across massive, like, disparate elements of our Army, so that by the time you're a senior enlisted person, you should have done both an operational tour as a cannon crew member. You should have done at least one or two, maybe even 3 tours as a cannon crew member, or a fire direction control center member. You should have been in a battalion staff planning cell or some other kind of staff level office. And you should have been in some kind of like training and indoctrination command role as an instructor training new soldiers.
I think that's pretty common right around NATO. I know we do that. I'm sure Portuguese do that too. Nuno?
Yeah, we do that, but we face constraints with personnel more or less, and we don't have obviously the global depths, of course, because the US has the global depth in the regional commands, and the depth
Right.
allows the force and the members of the force to have a very unique expertise, and even the ability to move around several regional combatant commands.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is completely different. What Indo-PACOM does is not what Eurocom does, or CENTCOM does.
UCOM and CENTCOM and US Indo-PACOM, they all have, well, at the cannon crew level, it should be doctrinally the same. There may be nuances. There may be, emplacement.
More expeditionary, less expeditionary.
Sure, exactly.
High end, less end.
Right. Yeah.
More
but
light infantry support or not, but
right.
I mean,
yeah,
that kind of thing. But and from we do that, but the depth has nothing, not even remotely resembling that. So it's like the US does with special operations. You can go be an ODA, you can go into the Army, be a Ranger, then from there to Special Forces, Army Special Forces, and from there you rotate to one of
technically
the
Rangers. Technically, they don't like to hear it, but technically Rangers are special forces. They fall under US.
Rangers.
They fall under SOCOM. Yeah.
No, they're special forces in the sense I was mentioning US SF from Army SF, not the Rangers are.
Rangers are Army. Yeah. We have Rangers, and then we have Green Berets.
The Ranger Battalion falls under US SOCOM, and I think the Ranger Reconnaissance Company falls under JSOC.
Well, there you go. Speaking of special forces.
Yep.
Yes. Special forces. We've got Chuck on. Welcome, Chuck.
Hi guys. Nice to be back.
Hey,
enjoy listening to you. Hey Nuno, how are you, sir?
I should call you sir, man. I'm just a sergeant.
No, brother. There's no rank with me, my friend. Very collegial atmosphere. Nice to listen to you guys.
No, we were saying that the Ranger Regiment falls under US SOCOM, and I believe, Chuck, if I'm not mistaken, the Ranger Reconnaissance Company falls under JSOC, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
JSOC is technically SOCOM.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a part of SOCOM. Yes.
Well, you know what, guys, I beg to differ. There was a little bit of blowback after my book, SEAL Target Geronimo, with SOCOM posting denials of certain aspects of my book, and I pointed out that the lines of JSOC and SOCOM do not touch anywhere. JSOC is a completely separate entity. It's the only part of the armed forces of the United States that report directly to the Secretary of Defense and not to their respective secretaries. For example, Secretary of the Army, or Secretary of the Navy, or Secretary of the Air Force.
Falls directly under National Command Authority, right?
Absolutely, National Command Authority. But I will say this, and I would definitely say it in a bar to any Ranger I met, they certainly are special operations guys. And You probably work with them. They are extremely capable, well trained, and highly experienced troops. Great
My
operators.
unit, Chuck, my unit, the Portuguese Army is known. The Portuguese Army SOF is known as Portuguese Rangers because our inception was the Ranger Regiment in the U.S. back in the 60s. Nowadays, we're more akin to the U.S. Army Special Forces, and most of our senior officers are graduates of Bragg. All of them at this point are graduates of the Special Forces course in Bragg. But the issue is our inception is the U.S. Army Rangers. We even have the commandment and version of the creed and all that. So in Portugal, we are Army Rangers.
That's one great thing about the sort of NATO getting together, and by no means I would say that they've homogenized all the special forces, but I think one of the great things is that it's it's a meeting of equals, and there was earlier in the Cold War, some of that expertise came from the United States, but I do know, even in my own experience operating with other NATO countries, boy, you learn as much as if you show up to teach, you always learn as much as you thought you were going to teach. And I think, Nuno, you'd agree, no much more so than in Norway, where you generally, the learning curve is pretty steep and the Norwegians hand it to you pretty fast. But
Man, the only thing I have to say about that is I know nothing. When I arrived in Norway, it's basically you know nothing compared. The environment is such a specific form of warfare, Chuck, that I think probably the Norwegian National Guard could run hoops around it in that environment.
There's a large exercise, not every year, but most every year, and there'll be a Marine expeditionary unit that'll go up there to cross-train with the Norwegians. But the cross-training for the Marines often includes just being targets for the Norwegians because they are so adept, and there's just this recurring legend that happens on every exercise where some Norwegian carrying out an M60 or an M243 will just go skiing right through the Marine headquarters location, spraying blanks at everything that moves. And I could say, as a SEAL working with the Norwegian FSK, they were amazing operators. Their combat swimming skills were amazing. Their coastal warfare was amazing, and just their toughness, just amazing, great people, as everybody that I worked with in NATO. Just fantastic operators, and that's been a great thing. That the training is, and the experiences that we all have and everybody brings to it, incredible. And I will say something about Portuguese as well. That you have the varied terrain that you operate in, everything from desert to jungle and maritime, and it's all there.
Yeah, Chuck, and I mean,
Hey, Chuck,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, it seems like it's a hallmark of every U.S. Army training iteration to have a Five Eyes partner just absolutely murk some of your troops during the training. We were at NTC a few years ago, and we had an entire U.S. platoon get wiped out by 5 Canadians.
I believe it.
It happens.
We got lighted up by the Norwegians so fast that, I mean, it's shameful, in fact, because we worked with the Jaeger regiment, and these guys are extraordinary. And Chuck, I agree with you. Coastal warfare up north, and especially diving operations, are some things I would not like to touch, because diving up there and diving operations up there and combat diving, it's something that's very, very complex in that environment.
Well, they're really good at it as well, and you know, for those sorts of operations, and it overlaps a lot with the SEALs, that somebody may chase you to the water, but they will almost never go into the water to chase, to finish the chase. And you know the terrain up there, and it's penetrated. Every 5 or 6 miles there's a fjord, and it was terrific to operate with them and to work in that environment. And it's a simple operation, crossing the beach, as we say, coming from sea, locking out of a submarine and getting ashore. It's one thing to do that in the Caribbean where it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's quite another thing to do that where it might be 10 or 15 below zero Fahrenheit, 20 below zero Celsius, and things can't go wrong, as you know. Or if something does go wrong, things are going to snowball very quickly. I think one of the great things about working with the Norwegians is they had such an experience in World War II. They resisted throughout the war, and they have quite a good interface between what you would essentially call partisan networks, and they have everything you would expect a country with that occupation experience to have. They have hidden locations and stashes, and they work those networks constantly in those exercises. There's a side of those exercises, there's a conventional side, and in the unconventional side, we were moving operators and inserting and extracting people and interfacing with what would be resistance networks. And they were extremely practiced at it and very good at it, and had things for us to learn and remember.
Yeah, I
All right, we
mean,
go to George. And Cash, Chuck, do you mind popping in the co-host there for a bit, and I'll be back?
I can definitely do it, but I hope there's an adult somewhere who can help me.
Cash and Chuck.
Cash, thanks, man.
Talk about both very nice, polar opposite jobs. Interesting.
I think the space is in trouble, but go ahead.
It
All
is
right.
with me driving, so don't let me drive.
Well, technically, you both kind of make peace, just in different ways.
Yes, I try to make peace, actually.
You try to make peace by killing all your enemies. I make peace.
Well,
I make peace by trying to eliminate enemies in other ways, but we both get to the same destination, I hope.
There you go. So you're practically the same job. So basically, you get a Cash first. If that doesn't work, you get Chuck, and that's a problem. Fair?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And all I really want to do at the end of the day, Cash, is surf. So, or snowboard. So peace is the answer.
So I see George has his hand raised.
Hey guys, is there any surprise after what we saw Yehuda with their fighting positions after 4, 5, 6 months in Kherson that the Russians collapsed like they did the last 48 hours?
Wow, I had been watching Kherson for a while, and are you talking about Kharkiv?
No, I'm actually. Well, we sorry, Chuck. Let me.
Oh, I lost you.
Sorry. Yeah. So I'm talking about what happened with when they were liberating. Areas. I'm sorry. In Kherson, we saw some fighting positions that were messed up. Then we saw the same thing in Kharkiv, right? Complete and utter discombobulation. They look like hobo camps. The fighting positions didn't make any tactical sense to anybody who's been in the military. I mean, after seeing that, was there any doubt in anybody's mind that the Russians would collapse like they did in the last 48 hours?
Well, what truly astounded me was I think everyone saw this over the last couple of days. There was a picture of a 55-year-old man captured on the battlefield. I was one of the people who first thought, well, I guess this is a lieutenant colonel. battalion commander, that would be a pretty big deal. It turns out it was Lieutenant General Andrei Sachevoy, a lieutenant general. And folks, that is 3-star general. That makes him the most senior Russian officer to be captured since World War II.
Is that confirmed?
As far as I can tell right now, my assessment is that it is confirmed. There have been, well, let's not say confirmed. Okay, DNA is confirmation. But I posted a couple of pictures of this guy. I had a lot, maybe 100 people on Twitter who were looking at his ears, et cetera, et cetera. It certainly looks like this guy. Let's go to the easiest. Let's say Chuck is completely wrong, and this guy is only a lieutenant colonel. Well, that would make him a battalion commander. But what it looks like we have, as with a lieutenant general, you've got someone who is commanding the entire front, and this is the equivalent of the Germans capturing Omar Bradley in Normandy. It's unthinkable that your lieutenant general would be captured. Some other things supporting that assessment.
It happened to us in Korea.
Yeah, did we lose a 3-star in Korea? Wow.
Walton Walker, 2-star.
Wow. Well, you know what?
He was a POW for 2 years.
Wow. And the breakthrough situation, I forgot about General Walker, but he was captured in another one of those situations where the North Koreans, it was an incredible breakthrough. And if you're scooping up a flag officer, wow, it's incredible. But with that sort of discombobulation, you can see how that could possibly happen. I put a map up here a couple of minutes before coming on. It looks as though Izium is going to be surrounded, if it isn't now. I understand that there have been some engagements in the urban area. The Osikul River is at their back, the Russians' back. Looking at the best topo map I could lay my hands on, there's only one road going into and out of the city. It's not even an M highway. It's the O-211-437. It's basically a county road. And to make things worse for the Russians, where the Osikul River narrows to essentially a creek, this numbered road crosses there. And believe me, the Ukrainians are going to blow that little culvert crossing up. So what that means is if there's heavy equipment in Izium, it's not getting out. And more importantly, no armor, IFVs, or artillery is going in. So I think we're going to see this entire city taken here shortly. Can anyone update that? Or Duno, have you got any better info for me?
No, I don't think so, Chuck. I think you're right on this. If they're going to this, you're talking about the road, the MO03, right?
Well, the M03, yeah, the MO3 is cut, but this other one is I had to dig to get this reference. It's just as you see, the river is sort of wide there, and it narrows back down. Just where it narrows to its tiniest point, there's a road that crosses. That's the like I said, the 211-437. It might even be a 1-lane road. The M03 is cut, so it's
the M03 is cut. Yes.
Yeah, it's cut to the south and it's cut to the north. So and again, let's say there's probably I don't know. No, you confirm with me. I don't know, 2,000-3,000 Russians in Izium still. These would be but maybe more. Everyone who didn't get gobbled up tried to get into the city. I saw some Russian correspondents putting video up this afternoon. They had a flat tire and they were trying to get out of Dodge. Right, as far as I can tell, the only road going east-west to the south of the Oskili is that numbered road, and man.
Yeah, it's this road right here. Okay, I see it. The only one that goes to Oskil, right?
Right.
That allows to cross the river.
Right.
It's near some place called
Yeah, let me.
It's Nebrezhnevskaya or something like that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Crosses the Oskil River.
that's it
It's
right there.
parallel to a creek, right?
That's it, absolutely. And to make things worse for the Russians, there are bluffs to the north, and it dips down in there. So this place is going to be smothered with artillery,
For
and
sure, man. This is
to
you
make
need to
things
yeah, go. Sorry, Chuck.
oh no, absolutely. But to make things worse, as we've seen in Kherson, there are so many partisans around. They have such good communication directly to artillery batteries. It appears that not only can they interdict bridges whenever they want to, but they interdict bridges when Russian units are crossing them. So this is a funnel through which everyone in Izium is going to try to run, and anyone who's trying to get into Izium to participate in the Alamo, they're going to get smashed too. So this is I think this is an irredeemable situation for the Russians. And considering they just lost their frontal commander, and I'm pretty sure, folks, that they got him. So what would you be trying to do? If you were in there?
If I was in there, I honestly would try to consolidate my forces behind the river, because the center of the city, if you look at the center of Izium, right, you'll see that the river cuts a pocket around the center of the city, right? So what I would do is I would try to use this as my only possible defense. But the problem is I'd run out of ammo fast. Right?
That is the problem, and it's not. There's this is one of those situations that could really be studied in modern warfare. There are two bridges in the contiguous area. There's one to the north, and it's blown. And to the south, this little tiny road goes down some steep bluffs, and it is literally the only way remaining to get out of this city. And again, I think there's going to be political decisions here. The rational thing to do right now is to get everyone out and live to fight another day on the other side of the river. But I
try
don't
to
see
retrograde and consolidate on the other side of the river.
that's the rational thing to do. Absolutely. The
That's
interesting
the only thing to do.
the only thing to do in a NATO army, you could communicate up the chain and say, look, we've got our butts kicked. The general's been captured. The thing to do is rescue all the equipment, all the men, all the fuel, all the munitions, everything we can, and get out of here. And believe me, you could still get a medal for doing that, because it's a difficult job. And saving that stuff is important, but it's not the sort of thing that the Russians are good at or have ever done or permit their generals to do. So I'm trying to predict what the enemy's going to do. This enemy, it's pretty difficult because they don't do rational things.
No, the rational thing would be if you look at the map with the terrain on it. When you cross this crossing on the Oskil River, you were mentioning, Chuck. I mean, you have an intersection here right at the riverbank before you approach the bridge, right? And this place here, there's some positions you can defend to a certain extent because it has an urban line, right? And it then transitions on the east bank of the river. It transitions to not dense urban line, but you have an urban line and you have a forest. So the only thing to do is try to cross this river with as many people as you can, get a corridor, open up a security corridor up here by blocking the main access, and try to fight the Ukrainians to a standstill here while you evacuate to the east of the river. That's my view.
Well, and that's folks, if you are listening at home, I think some of the best easily available maps are on a website called opentopomap.org. Open Topo, TOPOMAP.org. This is not a plug, but these are the best available maps you can get. They're in Russian, but they're definitely readable. And we're talking about the city of Izium, IZIUM. You can see everything that Nuno and I are talking about right now. If you are just tuning in and you don't exactly know the situation, I'll recapitulate. The Ukrainians a couple of weeks ago started engaging in offensive operations towards the city of Kherson, which is in the south. It is a river port close to the Black Sea. They started their operation with increasing partisan activity in and around the city. The Ukrainians then were able to blow up, interdict all of the river crossings into Kherson. The river down there is the Dnieper. It was the 49th Combined Arms Army, a Russian Combined Arms Army that was operating in Kherson. They have essentially been, their logistics and supplies have been throttled for the last several weeks. They're not in a very good position in terms of morale, equipment, ammunition, supplies. While this was going on and pretty much the world's attention was on Kherson, the Ukrainians launched a surprise offensive to the east of the city of Kharkiv, which is in the northeast of the country. Over the course of about 72 hours, this offensive made incredible progress. It caught the Russians napping. It also caught them in a situation of almost zero combat readiness. And just over the course of days, a penetration was made almost to 40 kilometers, in some places 50 kilometers. For those Americans among us, we're talking 35 miles. That's a pretty long distance in warfare. Two things happened. The city of Izium is surrounded right now and is being cut off. To the east of Izium is the Oskil River. The bridges are blown. The Russians are trapped there. To the north of Izium is a vital rail junction, a town called Kupiansk. It is the local transportation node for this entire part of the country. Very important, the H-26 highway continues south, along with very important rail transportation links. These are used to supply almost all of the Russian possessions in the south and east of the country of Ukraine. Right now, Ukrainian forces are on the outskirts of Kupiansk. It's a very delicate moment because the momentum has absolutely shifted to the Ukrainian side. They are hot, they have the bit in their teeth, and they're rolling. Taking Kupiansk would be an incredible blow to the Russians, and it would be the most important strategic victory that Ukraine would have achieved in this war. Because if they take Kupiansk, supplies to every Russian soldier in the eastern part of the country will be cut in half. The city of Izium is slightly less important as a supply center, as a transportation center, but this would be an incredible tactical victory, and it would be an incredible political blow to Mr. Putin. Because as Nuno and I are discussing right now, if the Russians moved quickly and adroitly, they would pull out of Izium and they'd save some of their men, some of their material, and even some face. But I suspect they've been ordered to hold Izium at all costs. And Nuno and I are discussing what's likely to happen to that city. It's a completely surrounded city. These people in it have a river at their back. And we're talking about essentially the only way out of Izium right now is a 2-lane road, the 211-437. It doesn't even have a name. And it is in the worst place it could possibly be. It's overlooked by bluffs. It's got a wider river to its north, and the enemy is to the south on the M03 highway, which comes in from the south. The Ukrainians have cut that. They're driving north. Ukrainians are to the north of the city, driving south, and they are also to the west of the city, driving east. So, Nuno, you're in charge.
No, I was looking at the topo map, and one I see basically on this leg of the river, 3 crossing points, Chuck. A rail line, right, coming from Izium to the east of the river. It has a rail bridge further south.
Yep.
Than that crossing of the 211-437, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then you see there's a dam on the Oskil River.
Yep.
Just on the east side of that crossing. And
Yes.
that dam is connected, this road, the 211-437,
Yep.
is connected to that dam. So basically you have 3 crossing points, one being a rail line.
Yep.
That rail bridge could be a way to get people out.
If they moved quickly
If they moved quickly and loaded as many hardware as they could, as many heavy equipment as they could move substantial amounts of equipment through the rail line east, and from there you'd consolidate the east, and you'd move the infantry and the lighter equipment through both these crossings. I was looking at the topography here of the near the crossing, and there's some fairly good cover. There's a creek running parallel to the 437.
Yep.
And this creek has has some an elevated position on its right bank, so you could set up here that allows you to probably provide some security in this gap with a fortified position in the houses to the east and to the west, sorry, and then to the east. But it's a precarious position anyhow, right?
Yeah.
When you're facing armored warfare and artillery, it's precarious.
Yeah. So I agree absolutely with you that it's still possible to get out of the city. I just don't think they're going to do it. And the principal highway, the M03, the Ukrainians are there right now, and that artillery, the 2 bridges you've talked about, the rail line and the road bridge, they're definitely within range, I would say, of even 155 millimeter, let alone HIMARS. The other bad thing the Russians have going for them is that put yourself in downtown Izium, folks, and if you look to the west, the forest comes pretty much right up to the city limits. And when I see forest, I think of moving troops.
Insertion.
Yep, because I'm a spec ops guy and I don't mind walking. So, and I'd rather be walking through a forest than a field. So, the other thing is there's an interesting thing about the woods in combat. They're not so spooky when you're moving forward, but they're very spooky when you're moving backwards. And I am certain that there are platoons and platoons of Ukrainian infantry right now, tonight, as we speak, infiltrating those woods.
And the funny thing, Chuck, about these woods is these woods transition immediately into the urban areas. And if you have clandestine support of irregulars within Izium, Russians are screwed, man, because you can easily shift people around once you get them from the woods. Even when we're talking special forces, because I believe there's going to be some infantry walking these woods, trying to infiltrate the city. That's what I would do. I mean, the woods transition into the urban part of the city, so it's a given.
Gentlemen, while we're on
Can
the
I
subject
can I
of
say something?
Oh, please.
Just I'm not looking at a map, but when you're talking about moving infantry formations through woods, it's a different ballgame than when you're talking about moving operators through woods, because operators, you're talking about like max 10, 12 man teams. But if you're talking about moving an infantry brigade through woods, you need miles and miles and miles of woods, not like a few hundred meters of woods or even a kilometer of woods to mask your insertion points.
Well, we're looking at some pretty big woods here. Boy, let's see. I don't have my scale here, but look, I think the patches I'm looking at are maybe 10 or 15 kilometers long. The other interesting thing I think that's
probably good for about a battalion plus.
Yeah, and I'm glad to get the big army perspective here, absolutely, because all I really am is a glorified squad leader. So, but
yeah, we like big margins.
Yeah, big,
very large margin.
And listen, that's what it takes to get in there. But very interestingly enough, there are look like power line right of ways and fire breaks carved through this, and I can see those are good places to align large moving formations, a la Chancellorsville.
Oh yeah,
which was a battle in the American Civil War where the troop movements, the woods were so heavy that they were able to. The only way for them to move is to guide on a road and put their troops on either side. But even then, things went awry. But I think we're going to see a lot of action at the Izium tomorrow.
Gentlemen, given that we're on the subject of moving people around, I'm going to make a request to members of people who are on the speakers panel who aren't planning to speak. If I could ask you to voluntarily drop down so that we can open up some space for additional people who have requested to come up. Thank you.
This might be a good time to take a question, and since I have no idea how to run this thing, I would vote for who's ever been waiting patiently the longest, and Nuno will field your question because he's a brilliant guy, actually.
I believe that's
Constantine. I think it's
Constantine.
Constantine.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Constantine.
I don't know if it's a question, but I just wanted to ask, we're talking about Izium, and there are already reports that our forces are inside the city, specifically, and I got it from multiple sources right now, not just social networks, that forces are inside the city. It's not absolutely clear if it's true or not, but my question is, does that mean that entire Ukraine will will try to close the pocket up to Liman, from the land, from the territory currently controlled by Ukraine? So just cut it off. And the question is, what is your estimate? How many troops are right now in this pocket?
That's a good big army question, and I have a guess, but Nuno, you want to take a bite at that, or?
Hey, before Nuno does that, could I ask you? You had some pretty good intel on who the Ukrainians were facing in Kherson, but you didn't really elaborate on who was across or who they're now transiting through and encircling in the Izium, Kharkiv, and Lyman sector. Do you have any kind of insight into what the order of battle is for the Russians in that area?
No, and I'm afraid I don't. That let's see. I couldn't even get the information on who exactly General Sechioff commanded. That would be, you know what? If someone wants to dig that up and tell us, that would be terrific. I don't think we're going to go far wrong in thinking that these were likely motor rifle units. I think that there may have been an admixture of puppet militia units, LNR, DNR forces.
Yeah, I heard LNR, DNR, and I don't know what this acronym is, SOBR in Balaklia, but and it sounded like it was just kind of a mismatched unit there in Balaklia for sure. You know, a couple of days ago.
I will add here. So SOBR is like internal, like a police in Russia. That's internal police units, like SWAT, basically in United States, similar to that. But on top of that, if someone is really familiar with the with Russian unit numbers and armies, my friends I've talked with today, I have confirmed reports they got guys from Saratov, and they got guys from the Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is that region between Poland and Germany that Russia controls. Königsberg, former Königsberg, and hopefully future Königsbergs as well. And they also got guys from Yakutia. So if you know those units that are stationed there, you can that can give you probably some information which units are right now in this pocket.
Yeah, and again, I think we can assume that this portion of the front has essentially just been decapitated in terms of its upper command echelons. And one of the things we've been talking about for a long time have been the command climate in the Russian armed forces is not that junior officers are expected to step up and take charge. It's impossible to stop a SEAL platoon because if you kill the officer in charge, the XO is going to take over, and if you kill him, the chief's going to take over, and then the leading petty officer will take over, and eventually even the boat crews one by one will take over, and they will prosecute the mission. But that doesn't happen in the Russian armed forces. And I'll tell you what really isn't going to happen is that this thing is becoming a total catastrophe, and no one is going to want to step up and take charge of this unfolding catastrophe. I have a hunch that Izium is going to turn into very quickly every man for himself.
So would you say that they really close already really close or already have lost operational control over the group, their battle group there?
I'd say right now that the people on the east bank of the river are trying to find somebody in Izium who can A, tell them what's going on, and B, try to fight what remains, try to pull together what resources they have right now. I think the situation is deteriorating so rapidly that the Russians can't really tell what's going on. That when these units are shattered, and they have been, and they've been basically walking away from contact, it's kind of been, someone mentioned earlier the hobo encampments. Well, now it's like a bunch of hobos on the move, and in order to migrating hobos, in order to reconstitute these guys, pull them together into a fighting unit, it's a pretty hard thing to do.
Man, I'm going to spend the rest of the evening making a NAFO meme about migrating hobos.
You know what? I am all for the NAFO stuff because, there is one thing that tyrants is kryptonite to tyrants, right? Ridicule. They can't handle it. So NAPO is a strategic weapon in my mind. You keep on it.
Expansion is non-negotiable.
Exactly.
So, just sorry for taking too much time here.
No,
but
not at all. No.
So, well, you had a question about what do we think the Ukrainians would do, like once they have like basically Russians trapped in Izium? Was that kind of the crux of your question?
No, I actually forgot what my question was.
I think I remember you were asking, like, I mean, are you worried about Ukrainians getting Oh, if they're going to, well, I think it would be a mistake for them to, well, Lyman is being attacked from the south, as well as the front that's coming down from the Oskil River and from Balaklia. So I think there's a pincer movement there. There are forces that are specifically designated to hold engagement on the southern front below Izium and Lyman and Yumpiel, so that they can't get reinforcements, and also they can't escape. So what my main concern right now is not overextension of the Ukrainian line. It's really I would hate to see the Ukrainian front get bogged down in house-to-house fighting in Izium.
And I think we have an all-star cast. Patrick Fox, the man himself. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Patrick.
Joe. That's very kind. I was just going to make kind of an observation. Well, Chuck, if you step up to take charge of this, you also take responsibility for it in that system, and nobody wants to be responsible for this mess.
Absolutely, I concur. Yes.
Just as a general matter, however this ends up playing out, I have been hearing all day this notion of this golden bridge nonsense. The best thing the Ukrainians can do is stay on these people and chew them up, whether they end up being pocketed in Izium or whether they end up chasing them over the Oskil. You drive them into the river and you kill them in droves. And frankly, it's got to happen, and it's a good time to do it because everything we're looking at right now indicates the Russians have no significant strategic reserves in opposing Operational Command East, which is frankly just flabbergasting. I am more than slightly stunned by it, but hey, if they're willing to do something that dumb, the Ukrainians may as well take advantage of it.
We were joking on the space earlier that perhaps that lieutenant colonel or the lieutenant general, whatever he may be, that's the best thing that ever happened to him, was getting captured.
It really could be. Who's ever in charge now is going to hang anyway, right? And I don't mean the leftover guy. That guy had a boss, and he's going down the tubes as well. And this is where these military leaders are expending their psychic energy. It isn't extracting this force from a surrounded city. They're not thinking that way. They're so corrupt, right? But again, what they do, it is astounding. What they haven't done, it's astounding. I saw all these captured hobo camps, but you know what I didn't see? I didn't see any fighting positions. I did you? I didn't see any interlocking entrenchments. I didn't see any of that stuff. What have you been doing for 6 months? I'm a SEAL, but I dig a hole at night.
I'll pay $50 for somebody who shows me the first range card from a Russian fighting emplacement.
Yeah. I didn't even see any range stakes driven into the ground. And for our civilian listeners, one of the things you do at night is before it gets dark, you can put some stakes out in front of your position. So when things go crazy at 3 a.m. and it's like the Disneyland fireworks going sideways over your head, you have an idea where to aim. It's something that you learn in basic training. And the first time you've been in combat in a night action, you'll never forget it if you didn't do it. But these guys didn't do it.
I didn't see any. I didn't see any basic infantry tactics. I mean, I don't see, like you said, things like stakes, things like overlapping fields of fire in prepared positions. It's a bunch of uh, camps, or reminds me to a certain extent reminds me of the rebel militias we used to chase the Portuguese QRF chases out in Central African Republic, just with more hardware. It's it's strange because there's no basic infantry tactics. There's no basic skills because I mean, uh, regardless of where we're all from different services and whatnot, but we're all infantry in the end. So this comes down to uh, the simple things, the basic things, and I haven't seen that.
Well, and you know what's interesting is you're a company commander, you're a platoon commander, you're a platoon sergeant, you're the top sergeant in this company. What did you do all day? Did you visit the positions of your guys? Did you tell them to dig a hole? You know, to me, it's the failure of leadership began 6 months ago when this stuff was taken. Why isn't that happening, Patrick? Why don't you think that did happen?
So, Chuck, let me just explain what was happening. I posted a couple of days ago when this, I think it was the first day, when I started getting the pictures from my friends and from this offensive. And one of the pictures that I posted, or videos actually, there was like a large case of beer, like 12 pack, that at their positions. So that's what they were doing. That's what they do when the commander comes. They have a beer with him, sit down, get drunk, and talk about how great they are. That's pretty much all they do. That's how a Russian military general is. So, these units right now that were there, when the first line of defense was cut through, the second echelon was just, absolutely nothing. They did not. They were thinking that the stupid, how they call us, hohols, were, just eating pork belly and and being stupid, but and did not do anything. And next, couple of hours, he pulls up his head and he sees, Ukrainian 92nd Brigade or 80th Air Assault Brigade surfacemen pointing a gun at him. So that's how it happened. That I know from the people who are on the ground, and they just were completely shocked. No one. They literally engaged into the firefights with Lone Range artillery, was the Uragan battery. They engage into the small arms firefight with AK-74s with them. So no one, they were really completely taken out by surprise. And the deeper they went, the less command and control was present there. The units were just running around, and they decided just push through and let our rear echelon, Ukrainian rear echelon units to clear them up, and we will push and push, and that's how they got to Kupiansk at the moment. Kupiansk and Izum, outskirts of Izum.
Well, and there is the momentum that we're talking about, and if you find yourself that far in the enemy's rear, so that they don't even know you're there, for one thing, it's when you've gone that far, it takes incredible presence of mind, command, and unit cohesion to reverse that situation, and it just isn't. It isn't happening. So, wow, Patrick, are you still on? What do you make of all this?
Well, Chuck, I think this comes back to something I'm pretty sure, and I didn't talk to you early in the war, but I've seen the stuff you've written. we all kind of identified on day one as just a lack of training. These people are not well trained, they're not well disciplined, and they're not well led. I mean, we all saw the first couple weeks of the war when we're watching these Russian armor columns get blown up. The thing you didn't see was dead infantry. Their infantry weren't dismounting, or they were just running away and leaving the tanks to die. This is the continuation of that.
Wow.
Yeah, and Chuck, there were, I'm not like there are. It's hard for a lot of people to have understood, maybe from the beginning, or there are people that might have disagreed with our position that this was an endemic failure. The Russians don't have an A team. There is no better plan. There's no course correcting. There's no going back and we're going to do this properly. And I don't criticize people for that, because I'll tell you why. Everything in the doctrine, everything in the books that we supposedly know about the Russians says the exact opposite of what we realize them to be, right? So there is no better version of them. There are no tactics. Yeah, the 237 completely wiped out. They were supposed to be better trained than most of the air assault airborne, probably more training than, well, obviously more training than the regular army. And they even didn't know when to disengage or when to surrender or when you realize you're completely overrun. So it's really more of the same nonsense. It's over and over again, and we'll see this on every single front. I'm pretty sure of it, Chuck.
Yeah, I was just looking at some stuff that came out just before, or as we were trying to determine just how well this assault was going. Once again, another functional brigade level mobile command unit, R149, pretty much not their best thing, but a pretty important piece of gear. Look, captured intact. The hatches are open. There isn't even an expended cartridge on the ground anywhere near this thing. It was just completely abandoned. Yehud and I have talked about this, and Nuno, we talked about this just the other night. You're not going to walk away from something that important. I don't expect you to splatter your brains all over it defending it, but how hard is it to pull the pin on a hand grenade and throw it in there? I mean, these troops are either completely demoralized, completely panicked, but on top of that, they're badly led. They're just badly led.
That counter battery complex is completely bonkers.
Completely. Without even going into it, some incredibly important equipment was captured over the last couple of days. State-of-the-art gear. The crews couldn't run away from it fast enough. Look at it this way, folks. The enemies that are coming at you, you don't even want to get in your vehicle and try to drive away. That's the level of fear they have for anything that rolls, because they think it's going to catch a javelin. They think it's going to catch an NLAW. They think it's going to catch a Stug. They think it's going to, at this point, it's going to catch an RPG-7. I don't know how morale-wise this is even turned around.
I don't think it is, Chuck. I mean, you have an issue where you have an army where some very, very critical systems are left to be captured intact by the enemy. I mean, it's something that runs against all doctrine, whatever you are. Doesn't matter if you're Chinese, Pakistani, German, French, American, whatever. I mean, you don't let something like that fall into the hands of the enemy. Pull a hand grenade on it and throw it in. Run. I mean, it's not that. It's absolutely crazy. That also says pretty much about their leadership, and their lack of a proper NCO core.
I tend to agree, and I'd even go up a step further. The level of panic we're seeing, we may be watching this entire sector collapse for the Russians in real time. I think it's a distinct possibility.
I think it's exactly what is happening. They are collapsing. I don't think you're pushing it there by suggesting it, Patrick. And it's a great use of the Ukrainians have obviously done what's in my mind just perfect assessment and battle procedure and assuming the right risk and moving when the trigger was pulled. Why don't we go to David? Who's up? Nuno, David, or Constantine. I just got into co-host. Who was next? Some come have some
I think
questions.
it's Smurf. I think it's Smurf, Yehuda.
Okay, Smurf.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That's pretty hard to believe. That's hard to contemplate everything you've been saying, Chuck and Patrick and Nuno. That's pretty impressive. Not to change subjects too much and not to ask you too much of a benign question, Chuck, but I do, for my own curiosity, have to know if you, not that you've fraternized with every Navy SEAL ever, but if you are familiar with Senior Chief Don Shipley and/or Master Chief Herschel Davis, if you've ever thought that they would ever be able to come into a space like this and provide any insight like you do.
Well, yeah, I've spoken to Don a couple times, and I actually do know Herschel pretty well. We served together on one or two occasions. I think you wouldn't be able to stop Herschel from telling you about him. But yeah, you know what? Sure, I think they'd like to. I'll reach out and see. Herschel, I think Herschel would have some opinions, and they're both pretty good guys, actually.
And one of the things I've been thinking about all day long is where's the Russian aviation? Regardless of Ukrainian air defenses, I mean, that's the only asset they have available to stem this, in my opinion.
Well, if they were going to use aviation only, they'd have to cut loose more assets than we've seen them employ at once so far.
You know what?
I could a bit to the aviation. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
There is working during the night, and this is the from I speak with 4 guys on the ground right now, and they say the aviation is like the biggest problem. They start working at night. During the day they almost don't fly because they get shot on with the man pads, but because man pads don't have the radars, and only some of them have thermal vision to spot the planes during the night. Russians use the aviation at night, and they bomb everything. Just whatever the fuck they. I'm sorry. They just bomb everything without completely indiscriminately, and for them it's the biggest problem because mostly because they cannot sleep at night because the planes are bombing and they bomb God knows what, because obviously they don't have proper, they don't know where our guys are. It's they don't have intel, they don't have anything, they just are sent there and just bomb everything, and they are working. It's just their effectiveness is close to zero. The best effect that they get is sleep deprivation for our troops.
Yeah, I think as bad as it is to get hassled at night, and of course that's the understatement of the century, I may be the world champion on this show of getting shot at with artillery. But if Russian aviation is reduced to spraying rockets over the battlefield, or again just hitting indiscriminately, that's much better than them actually using their air force to its capability. They still have the ability to concentrate air power, what they call frontal aviation. They, on paper, should have the ability to do that and exert quite a bit of superiority in that department. But again, there's never been an air force in history that has ever faced the amount of man pads, air defense equipment on the battlefield. No, the United States has never faced an adversary like this. The Russians got a very small taste of Stinger in Afghanistan, but it was enough to change the calculus of the battle. And I think two things are happening now, that the Ukrainians are gradually extending their air defense capabilities and making those air defense networks interoperable. So they can at least, as they have done in Kherson, they can exert dominance over sections of the battlefield. Remember that in this last week, two S-400 Russian air defense complexes were destroyed. Look, that's almost their best gear. Those things were knocked out in Kherson. Thereafter, Ukrainian close air support missions went to about 30 or 40 a day. Those are sorties, both fixed wing and rotary wing. And just within the last couple days, the Russians have lost 3 or 4 Ka-52s. That's their best helicopter gunship. They've lost 3 or 4 Frogfoot. That's their best close air support fixed wing. And again, most of these are going down to man pads, but things are starting to look better for the Ukrainians in terms of dealing with what should be a Russian ace. It should be a kill card for the Russians, but the Ukrainians have really been able to diminish that. And if you're a soldier on the battlefield and you can't count on close air support for yourself, and that isn't working very well. Not that the Russians have ever been that good in integrating close air support with infantry. I don't think that they practiced a lot because they couldn't afford it. And not having that interoperability, not having guys that can call in close air support, what in the Navy we call Anglico guys, combat controllers that they're called in the Air Force. If you don't have guys like that, it's not something you're going to learn on the ground in Izium. The battlefild is swirling, it's dynamic, and you don't get any mistakes. It's Darwinism. If you're a JTAC, forward air controller, you stay in the wrong place too long, you get on the radio too long, and you're going to be gone. So again, pulling this back to Izium, look, things aren't looking good. Almost irredeemable, I think.
So sorry, Chuck, we're having so many technical difficulties. There's been a massive shuffle of co-hosts. But so I guess I've got maybe 2 brief questions for you, then we can go to hands. So my first question would be, since the last time you were on, obviously there's just been a flood of videos coming in, to the internet, the publicly available videos. And I'm just curious, have you seen any that particularly stand out to you in terms of just what you've seen since the last time you've appeared on the program?
Well, I've been amazed at the gear that's been captured. We talked about the command and control equipment that's been captured. There's been some extremely sophisticated gear that a couple of things amazed me. This is state of the art. It's important gear. It's the sort of stuff that would be vitally important to an entire sector of operation. The kind of gear that there's probably only 100 of them in service for the nation, and they're abandoned. And I think the other thing that's impressed me, and this isn't new, I keep seeing it, talk about it all the time. If the Russians lose 10 vehicles, 3.8 or almost 4 of them, I don't want to say half, but a third of them are abandoned. Just abandoned. And that can't go on. Let's just say that was their only form of loss. So every time they engage an infantry fighting vehicle or a tank or any other infantry vehicle in sport of ground operations, they're going to lose 30% of them. Well, that would be bad if you were losing them in combat, but that 30% is on top of whatever combat losses you have. And that 30% is because of the cowardice of the people you're fighting with. And they're not trained adequately. And more importantly, they make that decision when they open that hatch and climb out of that vehicle that they don't want to fight anymore. And they're not going to die in this war. And whatever's waiting for them in the rear, yelling and screaming or court-martialing or getting shot, whatever would happen to a NATO soldier if he abandoned his M1 tank and walked back to the lines, that's better, right? That's better than getting killed by a javelin. I don't know. Look, so that's morale in the summertime. What's it going to be like in November? What's it going to be like in December?
Absolutely, Chuck. And I guess my second question is just about, so I mean, yesterday the sort of numbers came out, right? Ukraine releases numbers every day of, Russian soldiers liquidated and Russian equipment destroyed. And, it's basically been about a BTG a day since the offensive really kicked into high gear, maybe a little more actually sometimes. And these are probably conservative estimates, these numbers that Ukraine are posting. But what interested me about yesterday's numbers was the sheer number of trucks, right? It was 50 something trucks. And that's like such a high number. We have to go back to maybe the early days of the war when the convoys were getting ambushed to look at numbers that high. So, from what we've heard, we don't have like confirmation of this, but it sounds like Ukrainian special forces really went to work on the supply lines of the Russians. So I'm just curious, like, what are your thoughts about this sort of high number of trucks destroyed? What does that tell you about what's going on with this offensive? Go ahead.
Well, I do think this. I always want to fight where the enemy isn't expecting me. And if I have a choice between fighting a truck and a tank, I'll take the truck anytime. So the other thing that we talked about early in the war, when frankly Ukraine was getting its butt kicked, they were smart not to try to meet head to head. They were smart to not fight a division of tanks on a division of tanks, or marshaling brigade task groups against Russian brigade task groups, and not fighting the battle that the Russians expected or wanted them to fight. So racking up all these trucks, well, that tells me that the special forces partisans are operating against the supply lines. Extremely important. The other thing is, you see 50 trucks interdicted. They weren't empty trucks. So those were 50 trucks a day carrying things that are important to the frontline soldiers. The least important, sitting here at home, would be hot food, right? But you could get 2 more days fighting out of a guy if you feed him one hot meal. And that chow's not showing up. We talked about a soldier in combat could easily go through 1,000 rounds of ammunition a day, maybe 2,000 rounds of ammunition a day. If that's not there, what are his choices, right? You can't fight, so you might as well run. It's easy for us to pass over that, 1 brigade task group a day. God, that's a lot. That's a lot, folks. Those are big losses. And again, let's say you had all the equipment ready to go. You don't have the men. Let's say you had all the armored infantry fighting vehicles, all the trucks, all the associated gear, the tankers, the recovery vehicles. Let's say everything that goes into that, and it's about 20 or 30 different kinds of vehicles. You don't have the drivers. You don't have the rifle squads trained to use those or ride in them. You don't have it. It can't be replaced. So that's the burn rate, and that's not looking good.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chuck. So we got John up here real quick. I think John had like a sort of a report on some stuff he's read about Russian aviation very recently, and he's been working on it. So I wanted to give him an opportunity to share it, and then we'll go to a raver. John, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Joseph. Just briefly regarding the point of Russian aviation, I had seen some very interesting and detailed reports from a number of Russian sources actually complaining about the effectiveness of their own aviation, and essentially that what they detailed was that they're unable, their aircraft are unable to loiter over the battlefield to provide close air support due to the extremely high concentration of Ukrainian air defense assets, in particular Ukrainian Buk systems. They're really only able to carry out strikes against targets that have been pre-identified and pre-located by Russian ground units. And that's especially problematic given the, how mobile and dynamic the situation is, as well as the fact that there is a very large number of Ukrainian units operating effectively in the Russian rear. So a number of different Russian sources were really loudly complaining about the fact that all of those things have massively hindered their ability to, have effective close air support.
Yeah, John, I saw one video of a Buk rolling by, and the boys really cheered it on. Like they seem to really love having those Buks around for obvious reasons. And I think one other thing, I forget exactly the source, but I do remember reading someone gave a pretty nice little peek into Ukrainian air defense, and one thing they mentioned was just there's guys like there's actual towers set up where guys have observation posts, right? They just sit around and kind of monitor the skies. And I don't know, it just sounded a lot more systematic and holistic than, and a lot of it does rely on good old fashioned man pads, right? Just a guy with a man pad looking at the sky and going, something's not right about that, right? And I don't know, I think that's another thing, right? Ukraine has that advantage. They can trust their guys to make decisions on the ground in a decentralized way. To create a nice dispersed air defense network, and Russia can't destroy it, right? There's no way you can destroy that kind of a system. John?
No, you're exactly on point with that, Joseph. There was a very detailed report that came out from, I believe, some Russian, person, some Russian service member that had played some role in the initial seed campaign that they attempted to carry out against Ukraine's air defense network. And it's a 3-page post. I believe Girkin has it on his page. It's in Russian. You'll have to use Google Lens or something to translate it, detailing why that campaign essentially failed. And it's mostly down to some extremely innovative ways that the Ukrainians have been able to disperse their acquisition radar network. It's incredibly creative and brilliant.
And Chuck, maybe I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to comment on any of this stuff John or I said. Please go ahead.
No, I think that's great, John. It's great information, and I can speak to having this. It's one thing to get close air support, and it's quite another thing to really sort of use it. If you've got something that you're on the ground and you're developing a contact with the enemy, it's great to be able to have an aircraft loiter over the battlefield. And that's something that a lot of fast movers can't do. If you've got a Hornet backing you up, it can stay a little while. If you've got an F-16, it can't stay very long at all. One of the things about the Su-20, the Frogfoot, is that it like the A-10, hopefully is there to stay a little while over the battlefield, so you can develop your contacts. But again, John's hit it right on the head, that the Ukrainians are reestablishing their air defense networks. They're linking it together. They're moving these things, around. John's pointed out, look, there are a lot of things going on in an air defense battle, and a lot of them are things you just can't see. There's electronic warfare involved. Electronic warfare is a lot like air superiority. You can have total electronic warfare superiority, or you can have partial, or you can do what the Ukrainians have done on several occasions. You just dominate one area of the battlefield. John, did you hear that can you tell us about the Moskva 1 electronic missile defense system that was taken out? I'm guessing that was somewhere in Kherson. Did you hear about that?
No, I did not. That's news to me.
Let's see. This is sort of a breaking report here. Apparently, it was targeted by special forces, but I'm imagining that they simply prosecuted the target. But this is another one of those battlefield assets that's extremely rare, extremely important. So what went on in order to target this is there was a game of cat and mouse going on. The Russians would use it. This apparently was a electronic warfare device that was used to jam surface-to-surface missiles. That's a pretty important piece of gear. Hopefully, the Russians, they thought they would use this to protect headquarters or other high-value targets. But it says a terrific amount about Ukrainian electronic warfare that they were able to detect this thing, track it, and then prosecute the target, which is a kinetic solution for this thing, which is to take it out by blowing it apart. Again, just amazing things. I'm looking at a battle damage photo here. There's an artillery shell strike right between the two vehicles. They didn't blow them up, but believe me, if you have a round going off that close, you can imagine what that would do to your laptop, and it's what it did to this thing too. Just amazing.
Thank you very much, Chuck. So Raver's been very patient. John, if you got to go, you got to go. That's a weird way to say that, but thanks for coming up here and sharing that with us. And Raver, please go ahead.
Yeah, I got a couple of things. So one, with the whole tanks or truck losses, a tank's favorite target other than its crew is trucks. And if you look at the animations, you'll see that what appears to be a flowering, indicating that the Ukrainians have broken through and are now going for secondary objectives. And then for Chuck and then Patrick, if he's still around, has any or anybody noticed any concertina wire? I know when we went on maneuvers, the infantry, the mech infantry would have just rolls of it strapped to their IFEs and the 113s and whatnot. And I haven't seen a bit of it being used by the Russians.
Wow, that is a good point, and that's something that I should have noticed that I didn't notice. Wow.
I haven't seen any.
Could you repeat that? I lost you, and I really want to hear what you said again. I'm sorry.
Okay, I had 2 points. One, for the truck losses, a tank's favorite target other than its own crew is trucks. And if you look at the animation of the breakthrough that's been going around, it seems to show a flowering where the breakthrough is penetrated, and then you start to see petals develop as the breakthrough units start to go for secondary objectives and begin encirclements and setting up the cauldrons. And then my second point was I have not noticed any concertina wire being used by the Russians. They've had 6 months to dig in, and there's no wire. That's unbelievable.
And Chuck, I would normally just ask Raver to explain, but his audio is a little bit funky right now. Could you maybe just explain what concertina wire is? I think Constantine thought he was talking about him.
No, I did not. I think he means barbed wire. But that another explanation. Like barbed wire is the one with the nuts, and the one Raver is talking is the one with the special, like it's factory manufactured a bit different way. Is that right or?
Well, right, and it's sort of a generic term for barbed wire. They will call it concertina wire because it's like an accordion, and it's in a kind of a spiral, and you can pull it out, and all of a sudden you've got a barbed wire enclosure. again, the infantry units in the United States, and especially mobile units, you've got a lot of this stuff. And when you stop at night, you put it up because it's an interesting sort of barrier. It's not impossible to get through, but it will slow down anyone who's trying to get through it, and it provides no cover to the enemy. But it's a basic, it's a basic thing that your infantry would normally have, and it's the sort of thing that if you're occupying a position, you definitely want to be putting that stuff up around your position. And I guess it's showing that the Russians are running short of a lot of stuff, including that. I'm familiar with not a lot, but I read what I can about the Russian battlefield manuals. This is kind of a basic thing that any other infantry in any other world's army would put up, but it's a very good point Raver made. I did notice that they're not doing something very basic.
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely interesting. Not something I was aware of, but yeah, as Chuck pointed out, I guess it's something that's sort of the basic part of a military position, and it's something that we haven't really seen any evidence of in the videos that I'm aware of, and that Chuck's aware of, or Raver. So definitely interesting. So thanks, guys. And Raver, do you have any follow up? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so concertina wire that the military uses is also like razor wire. And, when it's 3 or 4 rolls deep, it is actually a fairly effective vehicle barrier from anything from APC on down. Can get tangled up in it, get wrapped around the drive sprockets, and then you're not going anywhere. You almost have to cut it off with a torch. And so, I mean, it's a major part of any defensive works, and I'm just not seeing it.
That is amazing, actually. But we were commenting earlier on some of the places that were overrun, and again, we have to look at a video and sort of figure out where in the battle space this was taken. But what I wasn't seeing a lot of were prepared defensive works, and it just seems amazing to me that you'd be in a rifle platoon and you're in a position that is supposed to be defended. Look, nobody likes to work a shovel at night, but anyone who's been under artillery fire will, during the day or whenever you can, your hole can't be deep enough, right? Raver, I think you'd agree with me. If you've ever heard a Katyusha rocket coming in, you want a nice, big, deep hole. And if you're supposed to be holding on to a piece of territory, then you need to dig a hole and pile dirt in front of it, because that's the way you fight. Again, I just think some of this thing comes down to poor leadership. And I'm beginning to wonder who exactly in the Russian army is it that's supposed to give a damn?
Definitely. Raver, go ahead one more time, then we'll go to Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got one final comment on the whole wire thing. On Guadalcanal, the Marines captured just enough barbed wire to put up a single strand at Alligator Creek, and it completely disrupted the attack of the Ichi detachment and gave America its first ground victory in World War II against the Japanese. That's how important this stuff is, and it's just not there.
Yeah, definitely an interesting observation. Nuno, did you want to add something briefly? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to reinforce Chuck's point, these guys had 6 months. Well, in Izium, a little less than that, but months still to prepare defensive positions. If you have months to prepare defensive positions with the supposed engineering assets the Russian army has, I mean, you could build whole trench lines in fortified positions. We are not seeing a machine gun position, not to mention any of that. And the concertina wire is exactly a good point that I had missed.
I can remember looking at familiarizing myself with vehicle silhouettes for Russian equipment and marveling at the trench digging apparatus and combat engineering equipment they had that could dig miles of trenches in a day. And
exactly right. Exactly.
And like where is it? I was taught to respect the Russians' capabilities in combat engineering. Where is it? And I'm wondering, what do you guys think? Was it there just not enough fuel for the combat engineers? Was the equipment not what would possess a Russian commander to neglect those just basic precautions, basic defensive measures?
No, that's what I meant, Chuck. I mean, take Izium as an example. Okay, they've seized Izium after a long fight, but they've seized Izium. What you're gonna do in Izium is you're going to make the necessary preparations to fortify the city best you can, right? Where's all the engineering necessary to repair tracks, to dig trenches, to create bridges? Where's that? Because I also have a long range reconnaissance course, and as you say, we looked at silhouettes of X, Y, and Z engineering vehicles, and God, the Russians had a number of engineering vehicles.
Yeah, that's kind of what astounds me. I mean, all of us. It's what we're talking about, and the war's been going on for a while, and anyone who's been under fire and getting rocketed or shelled or shot at on a daily basis, look, you want to dig a hole. You're going to sleep better, so you can sleep and have a chance of waking up in the morning. And you just wonder, look, is morale that bad that you can't get your guys to dig a hole? Do they just not care? Do their sergeants not care? Does the company commander not care? I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly boggles the mind, Chuck. I think part of it might come down to corruption. I think some of the defenses, the stuff that could be used to make defenses could be sold off and what have you. I think a lot of it comes down to bad leadership. We've seen a lot of reports that the Russian army, like, their tanks will run out of gas, and they go, "Why'd your tank run out of gas?" And they just didn't refill it because they said they weren't ordered to. So I think at the end of the day, maybe they just didn't dig because they just weren't told to, and they just sat around because they could. But anyway, that's just me speculating. Real quick, I just wanted to say to our audience, we got Chuck for a little while longer. So if you do have a question, please feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Come on up. You can ask a question to Chuck or anyone on the panel. We'll do our best to answer for you. So with that, we'll go to Alex. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Chuck, and Nuno, and Raver and Constantine. Excuse me. We've had a few questions put to us about the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and their and this, I guess, rumor that Russia has approached DPRK in order to provide arms and equipment. I've seen some pushback on that rumor, not necessarily from Western sources. Firstly, what would you make of that rumor, and what could North Korea really provide to Russia in any substantial numbers?
Wow, that is a great question. And if I were Russia, I'd be trying to quash that rumor, because look, let's put it this way: what are you going to get from North Korea? Right? Are you going to get some artillery shells that were made in 1954? The North Korean Air Force is utterly irrelevant. Their armed forces are fairly irrelevant. They may have newer vehicles, some new main battle tanks. They don't have the metallurgy to make those viable on a modern battlefield. They have basically equipped themselves with knockoffs of knockoffs of knockoffs of weapons, weapon systems deliberately delivered to the Chinese in the 50s and then copied by the Chinese and exported to North Korea in the 80s and fielded as knockoffs of knockoffs by the North Koreans in the 90s and in the early 2000s. This is Russia casting about for what 152 millimeter artillery ammunition. It absolutely doesn't bode well. The other thing I'll point out is if you're getting stuff shipped from North Korea, it tells me that all the geography between the northern frontier of North Korea and the Russian frontier, they're not supplying you with anything. And who would that be? Well, that means the Chinese aren't giving you anything. There was all this talk earlier about rekindled relationship between China and Russia, and there were some joint and combined operations, some training and exercises between Russia and the Chinese. But from my viewpoint, don't kid yourself. China does not want to see a resurgent Russia. They don't want to see dynamic and outwardly facing and expanded Russia. They don't want that. So we're not seeing a lot of military help from the Chinese, or at least with my ear to the ground, with my intelligence sources. Look, it seems incomprehensible to me at first that the Chinese weren't helping more, but they have no strategic geopolitical reason to want to see Mr. Putin do well. Again, I don't really know what North Korea can really give to the Russians. It's not surprising that the Russians might be able to exert some pressure on Pyongyang to do it. For example, all of North Korea's submarine launched ballistic missile technology. Look, that is a 100% Russian program. There are Russian techniques, Russian technicians, Russian missile technicians, Russian naval architects. Those are the people building that ballistic missile capability, submarine ballistic missile capability for the North Koreans. And it's pretty pathetic that I'm Moscow and I give you sub-launch ballistic missiles and I want what? I want 7.62 intermediate ammunition and I want artillery shells. Again, look, I don't underestimate the Russians. I don't understand really what they're going to do next. But don't forget that the Russian economy, folks, it's the size of the Italian economy. This is becoming harder and harder for them to sustain this effort. And they're not going to last a whole lot longer if they're losing a brigade task group every day. They're not. And every problem they're having now, look, it's going to be a lot worse in the winter, a lot worse. So we're living in interesting times, and there's going to be more interest coming up, I think.
Thank you very much, Chuck. So, of course, because we mentioned China, we've got Jingu joining us, which is great. So very briefly, I'm going to go to Nuno, then we'll turn it over to Jingu. Nuno, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to compound on what Chuck was saying, I mean, what Russia can obtain from North Korea is basically, I don't know, 7.62 39 ammo and 152 millimeter shells, mortars eventually, and the type of hardware they need to move, the distance they would need to move these supplies means that you're not moving substantial, large, you're not moving vehicles or any heavy equipment, or else it's impractical, right? North Korea is far. Regarding China, I would say the Chinese are quite happy to see more, a less empowered Russia or a Russia that is weak in their orbit, because that allows them to expand easily into the greater Eurasia, and to assert their influence in places where Russia traditionally has some influence. So the Chinese pay good lip service probably, but the CCP is focused on developing its Belt and Road agenda, and it's focused on its own internal issues too, because China has some significant internal issues also with the real estate crisis. So they don't want anything that can create more issues for the Chinese economy and for internal stability than they already have.
Yeah, absolutely. There's things aren't really going well in either of those places, and I never fall into they're a paper tiger trap, but there are some little things that we completely take for granted that make our own militaries and our own societies more resilient. And it's not that there is no corruption in the EU and the United States. There certainly is, but it's not on the staggering level that Russia and China deal with. The intellectual climates in both places are stifled. Initiative in both places, it doesn't happen. Mr. Putin has shown that, look, he is the giver of all things good. And just like a mafia don, he gets a piece of everything, right down to the shakedowns that the beat cop in Moscow is given to a guy who runs a fruit stand. Everybody kicks up to Mr. Putin. And in the 20 years he's been in power, he has hollowed out all of the important portions of his society. Some people have said, look, Putin inherited this broken army. Well, I don't think it's what he inherited. This broken army is his legacy, and we're watching. You know, we've talked about he set an army to do something, set an army to subdue Ukraine, but it's the wrong tool for the job. They're not doing it, and I don't think things are not going to get better for them.
Thank you very much, Chuck. So, of course, we do have Jingu joining us. Jingu, expert on China.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, just before Jingu goes ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
If anybody is interested in North Korea and what they may or may not be able to provide, Oryx is a bit of an expert in the area, it's fair to say. So if you look at the Oryx Spionkop blog, there's a number of articles there just detailing various weird and wonderful esoterica about DPRK and what they can and can't do. And also,
excellent.
And there's some other websites out there detailing, as Chuck alluded to, the weird and wonderful adventures of the various armored vehicles that have ended up there from across the globe. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex.
Sorry.
Yeah. So sorry, Jing. Yeah. So maybe if you could start with that, Jing. This news about this DPRK stuff, and then you can zoom out from there if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I heard that you guys are wonderful, but when it comes to China, the comments I heard are completely off. So the first is from our confirmed source, the DPRK export through North Korea are actually Chinese ammunition. China gives the ammunition to North Korea. North Korea will give it to Russia. So basically, here's the story. China desperately wanted to help Russia, at least not to lose too badly. However, China does not want to risk being sanctioned. So how can it do it? So this route, sending stuff to North Korea, then North Korea give it to Russia, sort of solve the problem because North Korea is already sanctioned to death. What else can it be sanctioned for? So this is something to look into really North Korea is being used as a proxy. That's the first thing. The second thing is to say that China wants to go to Eurasia completely wrong. That you don't understand. That means you don't really understand China. So understand today's communist China include China proper, Manchuria, Inner Mongolia, Tibet, and the East Turkestan. Except for the China proper, all the other 5 areas were acquired in this China with the help of Russia. So we say China, Russia is the Papa state. It's always the Papa. So that just like for example, if we are going to, if someone tells you Italy will expand into Vatican and take over its land, something is wrong. No matter how tiny Vatican is, Italy or France will never go conquer that place. China will not go to Eurasia without Russia's consent. Given. That's a given. Because without Russia, communist China is nothing. And the other thing is, we look at, for example, the Russian army, their performance was terrible. However, how much Russian army is worse compared to the NATO forces is how much Chinese military is worse compared to the Russians. So although the Russian army is terrible compared to the NATO forces, given Ukraine, they will beat Chinese military hands down. Chinese military ventured into Afghanistan. You guys probably don't know. They were beaten badly by the local military forces. They are not even a match to Taliban, if pound for pound. Now they have a lot of fancy equipment. That's to intimidate you. But here's the problem: the metallurgical industry in China is very, very weak. What China is good at, if there are components made by other countries, China can put that together. However, if you want China to produce reliable components by itself, you're killing China. So that is where things are at. And the other thing is, China does not want a very strong Russia. The truth is the opposite. China wants a strong Russia for 2 reasons. It's a shield down its west towards the influence from Europe. So Russia is more like a shield to communist China. China could focus on other places. So there are many talks that China would go to conquer, part of Russia, take it over. Whenever you hear that somebody is writing stuff in the book saying that, return the book, ask for a refund. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I don't think anyone at all thinks that China wants to project power into Eurasia. However, Belt and Road is a very serious effort.
China does not want to empower to cause some trouble. That's true. However, a strong Russia that can grind the West to a halt, can cause trouble in the world, can destabilize the world order, is to China's prime national interest.
Oh, there's absolutely no doubt about that. And but to which I'd add, look, the Chinese have some very brilliant military theorists, and they're not just theorists. They have written some very cogent papers on effective ways to deal with the West, and they have been dealing with the West. The Chinese economic warfare is light years ahead of anything that the United States can even comprehend. But look, China is trying to exert its influence. Look, the Belt and Road Initiative they've invested trillions of dollars in that. They're active with debt diplomacy in Africa. I do think that look, China does not want to see Russia get ahead. I agree that it certainly could be a shield. Let's call it a scarecrow, because look, what the CCP wants is to stay in power. That's absolutely what they want. They don't want intellectual freedom. They don't want people questioning the CCP. I think you'd agree that what the Chinese leadership wants is to remain in power. Regarding the Russian military performance right now, it's getting harder and harder to think that any Russian military formation could stand up in a conventional fight against any NATO force. The only thing that Mr. Putin has is he's got a 44 Magnum in his nightstand. Those are his nuclear weapons. The more he threatens to use them, the more absolutely inane he becomes, and the weaker he becomes politically. He's made some incredible strategic mistakes. Starting this war was a mistake. Compelling Finland to join NATO was a mistake. Face it, look, he had Sweden and Finland cowed for 70 years. They didn't dare look over the fence. Now they're full members of NATO. I don't know where this is going to go, but I will tell you one thing that I and a lot of other theorists think. I much more respect Chinese military power, or at least its unconventional warfare capabilities, than I ever have for Russia. But I agree with most of what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's a good discussion. Go ahead, Frank.
So give me about 2 minutes. There are some fundamental misunderstanding. Chuck, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, let me give about 2 minutes to really. So this is actually a common misperception. Okay, the inside the China, they're so-called brilliant military theorists, and also the Chinese economic warfare. First of all, the Chinese economic warfare is effective efficacy to the West is completely exaggerated. I'll give you one example, like Huawei. Huawei used to be everywhere. They are becoming the biggest cell phone provider in the world. The United States only did a couple of small things, and now Huawei's cell phone business is languishing. Huawei is dying. Okay, so yes, there are many things that China is doing. For example, the other thing is Belt and Road. China is investing trillions of dollars to build a Belt and Road. Guess what happened? Whenever the investment is made into, the local people are rising up against China's Belt and Road, and their government working with the China's Belt and Road. You saw Sri Lanka, you saw Africa, you saw the China's strongest ally, Pakistan. The Pakistani people are organizing up, using IED to blow up Chinese construction. Never had happened before. Never has one country invested so much just to turn the local people into guerrilla forces, partisans against you. It's a complete miserable failure.
Well, let me just add this. Look, I want you to have the floor, but I just like to say that, look, I wrote a monograph on exactly this, and it was about allowing China to expend its resources in the Belt and Road Initiative, and then to compel local governments to nationalize these assets. So there's an unconventional warfare thing going on there as well. So I want to tell you that I agree with you a lot more than I disagree. But please go on.
Yeah. So the other thing that many people don't understand is that in order to get to the local, let's say the investing into the Belt and Road, to work with the local government and so on, China relies heavily on the Russian intelligence in order to understand the local people. So, for example, China is putting in a lot of money to Sri Lanka. How could China understand the local people? Guess what? The Chinese intelligence is not that good in interpreting the local people. They rely on FSB, the Russian counterparts, to get their key information. Now, I'm going to get to the main point. What you have heard about those not so good intelligence and military theorists, they're actually the smaller part of the Chinese Communist Party. So here is what really Chinese Communist Party staying in power means. Chinese Communist Party is a party of many factions. So imagine you are looking at the New York uh, mafia. They're a bunch of dons. There's a Korean family. There are other families. They get together. They divvy the thing up. So now, really, what it means by staying in power does not mean just mean Communist Party stay in power. It means my faction stay in power. If my faction is not going to stay in power, I would rather sink the whole boat. Now, this is what really got very interesting. So, many people who appear to be smart, they actually belong to the technocrat wing of the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party has another wing, which is mostly like the ideologues, who are like the ideologues. To compare that to the Iranian Ayatollah or the Taliban mullahs. These are people who control the ideology, but actually who don't know squat. Now, guess what? In the Chinese Communist Party, there's always a fear, paranoia, that if those technocrats they got too far ahead, they stay in power for too long, somehow a Gorbachev will come out of these people. Then eventually the communist system will be democratized. So they are trying everything they can to say, okay, we want to grow. We want to use these technocrats to grow the communist China as far as they can. However, we will rein them in. We're going to keep them at a tight leash. So at one point, those ideologues, mullahs and ayatollahs will come out. This is exactly what Xi Jinping is doing. Xi Jinping is destroying communist China. For why? Because his people are those ideologues. This guy is not very competent, not very smart. He is actually doing an internal cleansing, removing those technocrats, throwing them into the jail. That's what he's doing. So therefore, all those smart people, quote unquote smart people, are actually having a very hard time. This is exactly somehow like what's happening in Russia. Only stupid people got promoted to the top. If someone is as smart as like Gherkin, you got removed in the middle. In China, that goes to the extreme. So therefore, Chinese Communist Party, they want to stay in power. Right now, they're going through a self-destruction. They remove the Gherkins in their system, throw them into the jail, or marginalize them. Why? Because they are afraid. Because when the Western world is saying, you guys are pretty smart, they're paranoia about, oh, sooner or later, among those smart people, someone like Gorbachev, we cannot control, will come out. So we'd better clean that off right now before it's too late. That's exactly what Xi Jinping is doing. So that's my point.
Jim, I'm sorry. I have since we have you here, I wanted to ask you a question. Maybe it's a bit unrelated to what you were saying, but we talked about North Korean weapons supply to Russia to fight against the how we say proxy war of North Korea against Ukraine. But would you say it's correct that Russia cannot get anything from North Korea without agreement, agreement and from Chinese Communist Party?
No, it's probably like this. Yeah, yes. If Chinese Communist Party doesn't want North Korea to give anything, it won't. But here's the thing: North Korea's industrial capability is minuscule. It's almost non-existent. So in order to supply Russia in a meaningful way, even the dumb shells would have to be manufactured almost by China, then shipped over to North Korea, slap on a DPRK, whatever, to show it as if it's made by North Korea, then ship over to Ukraine. So really all these dumb shells things are coming from China. China is using North Korea as a conduit to help Russia because, like what I tell you, to Xi Jinping, Putin is his inspiration, is his role model, is someone he aspires to be. So Look at it. When Xi Jinping came into power, for the first few years, he met Putin once every quarter, constantly. That's crazy. What kind of a foreign leader would meet another country's foreign leader once every quarter without some deep love? That's impossible to imagine. This is Xi Jinping. So Xi Jinping is always wanting to help Russia. Now, inside the Communist Party, there are many people who disagree with him. Why? Not because they wish the West well. They don't. For example, those people behind Huawei, they also want to bring down the United States. They also wanted to bring down the West, but they want to do it in a quote unquote smart way. They disagree with Xi Jinping's open love, open support of Putin. So it looks like they might have found a middle ground, which is let's ship the dumb shells and other equipment into North Korea because North Korea is already sanctioned to death. How bad can it be, right? So, and then we are not being caught red-handed aiding Russia. Then North Korea will give all these things to Russia. Then all of a sudden, it becomes North Korea helping Russia. But if you look at the industrial capability, there's absolutely no way North Korea could manufacture in a meaningful way to support Russia. North Korea, if it goes to war with South Korea, look at how much it has to rely on China to give it the dumb shells, missiles, tanks, what have you.
Well, and again, and that we had touched on that earlier. It's what can they supply? If it's artillery ammunition, small arms ammunition, and just as you said, negligible high-tech items. Some of the things that the Russians are burning through. They're burning through their precision strike missiles. They've gotten to the point where they're lobbing S-300 missiles, not much more accurate than a German V2, just shooting these things at a residential area of a city because it's all they sort of can hit. But it's fascinating to hear your insights on this and obvious command of the material. It's fascinating fascinating and interesting.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I'm going to be honest. Like, if I was just running a radio show and I wanted good content, like Chuck Fair and Jingu talking about China, like that would be, it's great. But I think we want to try to relate it back to Ukraine. I think everyone kind of wants more information about this counteroffensive. So we really do appreciate you coming up, Jing, and like kind of explaining China's motivations here to us. There has been some discussion, like in the media, about China's motivations in North Korea and this whole, thing going on. So, I think it's great to clarify that, but, we want to try to get some more topics going down. So thanks so much, Jing. With that, we'll go to Brad, who's been very patient. Brad, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I've got one comment and then a question for Chuck or whoever else wants to weigh in. My comment is there's actually a technical term for Russia's military leadership style. And that term, which I just invented, is extreme rentership. And what I mean by extreme rentership is don't own anything ever unless it's, in your interest to say that you own it. Sorry, a truck was passing by. Then, in terms of a question for Chuck, whoever else wants to take it, as we look at the battles that have been ensuing over the course of this war, some of them are going to make it into the history books. We look back and in famous battles, we think of Hannibal at the Battle of Cannae and Napoleon at Austerlitz and, the litany of others. But, there could, including the current counteroffensive near Kharkiv, there could be a number of battles that end up being taught in a class someplace. And my question, especially thinking of this counterattack in Kharkiv, my question is this: what class do you think that battle is going to be taught in, and why?
Wow, I think in Kharkiv, we're going to see it's going to be talked. It's going to be taught in Rope-a-Dope 101, because I think one of the things that happened there, two things happened. Hundreds of kilometers away, offensive was opened against Kherson, and pretty much just when the world's attention was focused on that, and some people were beginning to think, oh, okay, well, this offensive against Kherson doesn't appear to be going all that well. I don't think many people thought or considered or could discern that a Sunday punch was coming on the Kharkiv front, hundreds of kilometers to the northeast of what people thought was going to be the primary battle space. There's a lot of things that we don't know right now, and probably wouldn't talk about if we did know. And that was when you don't just open an offensive. It doesn't just happen. Troops have to be moved to the battle, to the battle space. They have to be positioned. Their forces have to be concentrated. Their fuel, their bullets, their beans, everything has to be in a position so that when you launch them against their objectives, they've got a logistical trail that follows behind them and can keep them moving forward. What's fascinating to me, and why I think this will be talked about in Rope-a-Dope 101, is despite the electronic warfare sophistications of the Russians, and they are sophisticated, they apparently did not see this punch coming. That tells me a lot of things. Okay, the Russians presumably have got orbital reconnaissance assets. They didn't pick up the movement of these troops. The Russians, almost more than any other army on earth, rely on battlefield surveillance radar. Some of these are ground-based. They're not on a par with NATO's sort of J-Star radars, but they have the capability to surveil the battlefield. They didn't pick it up. They didn't see Ukraine marshaling its forces and preparing them to strike. Why? Well, these are some of the things that maybe we can't talk about right now. I think we've seen earlier in the war, we saw that the Ukrainians captured some very sophisticated anti-satellite technology that the Russians had on the battlefield. Well, it appears to me that in terms of electronic warfare, in terms of deception, and in terms of covering this offensive, the Ukrainians very likely employed some of that same sort of gear against the Russian orbital assets. Perhaps they were able to jam these surveillance systems. I think that's more than a possibility at this point, because these are the sorts of things that you would have expected that a global, a sort of first-tier army, which heretofore the Russians were considered to be, they just didn't see this coming. There's a very famous book written about the invasion of Normandy called Bodyguard of Lies. And it was the incredible and probably seminal and maybe the most important military preparations for D-Day was not bringing all the troops together and all the boats and everything it took to launch the effort across the channel. It was the fact that the Germans kept being fed bad intelligence about what was going on. They were convinced that General Patton was going to lead the assault. They were convinced that Normandy was going to be a feint, because all of this intelligence was fed into their system, and they fell for it. I think that's the most important, not important, but that'll be the most fascinating thing that we'll learn about. I think another thing that will be studied for quite a long time, not just studied, but I think it's going to change things like next week in the US Army and next week in NATO, is just how important it was for the Ukrainians to A, switch to an asymmetrical conflict, not meet the Russians, not meet the Russians head on, not play the game that Moscow invented the rules for, and just how important it was for Ukrainian rifle squads to have off-the-shelf drone technology delivered to them. It democratized tactical reconnaissance. It how quickly these drones were adapted into attack platforms to drop armor-piercing grenades. And here's something for everyone under 25 at home listening to this broadcast. Guess who became important, maybe the most important guy in your rifle company? And that was the guy who was playing games all his life. That was the guy the geek with the thick glasses who was flying his drone on the weekends. That guy became more important than anyone else in that rifle company because he could fly that drone. And those are things that have changed the complexion of modern battle. And that's why this was the first 21st century war. This was it. This was the seminal moment, just like the Spanish Civil War, where all the tactics of the old war, they're almost going out the window. And these new innovations, all from Ukraine and all from this battle space, they're going to change 21st century conflict.
So basically, you're saying it's revenge of the nerds.
That is exactly what I'm saying. And you know what? we had a lot of techs at SEAL Team 6, and these guys they weren't SEALs, but they were part of the unit, and they could do amazing things. They could pick up your cell phone and make sure you ordered the pizza for the rest of your life every 3 hours delivered to your grandmother's house. They were phone hackers. They were computer hackers. They were drone pilots. And I used to call them the mega geeks because these guys were incredible. And it is revenge of the nerds. And that's the way it's going to be from now on.
So Chuck, I think you might be running out. Oh, thank you, Brad. Yeah, it was a great question. So Chuck, I think you might be running a little bit out of time. So maybe I was wondering, can we do maybe 2 more questions for you, and then maybe give you a sign off? Is that all right?
That would be great. I'd be happy to.
Thanks so much, Chuck. So we'll go to Constantine, then Dryfly. Constantine, please go ahead.
I forgot a bit what I wanted to say, but I will add to what Chuck has said. But there is one addition right now. I've seen, those geeks, and they're not exactly geeks. Those are, in this age at the moment. Those are same, they can. It's not that they only control the drone, and do the technical stuff. Those guys, they know how to fight as well. Right now, the technology in the Ukrainian armed forces right now have it's not only to those people, belongs only to those people who who's been doing this their own life, thanks to those cheap drones such as DJI, Chinese drones, by the way. Our troops, anyone can master that if they are willing, if they understand that they need training and want to spend their time on that. And even professional assault operators, they know how they can learn how to use the drones. But of course, drones, those usually there aren't that many people who operate them because of the scarcity of them. And yeah, those are the decisive, surprisingly now. Now they can decide the outcome of the battle. And today, when I woke up in the morning, 6 o'clock, I opened my Telegram, and I see a voice message from one of my mates, and he's like, "It's a 13-second message, and I will post it someday, a bit later, probably maybe in a week or so." It's a voice message, him screaming, "We're guiding the artillery, we're shooting them, and they are running away, and we're shooting them again, and they're still running away, and they keep running away, and we're chasing them and guiding the artillery through the drones, and he was like literally screaming that, and it was like I just jumped out of my bed and ran to Twitter to see to my office to just see all the news, what was happening, and yeah, those are decisive guys.
That's one of the greatest things about being on this program, Constantine, is hearing you tell us what's coming right from the battlefield, right from guys that are there. And that's, CNN isn't doing that, right? BBC isn't doing that. And it happens 24 hours a day on this report. It's amazing. This is, and the democratization of information, right? This is news right from the front, right to one guy, and right onto the show. It's amazing.
So I think Chuck's about to sign off. We got Yehuda joining us. Yehuda, welcome.
I'll be there in a sec.
Yep, no worries. So I think Dryfly was going to ask the last question, and then we'll let Chuck get out of here. Dryfly, please go ahead.
Hey, Chuck, I just wanted to tell you that I don't know if you remember, but about 6 weeks ago, you and I had a chat on this forum about was there going to be something more than just Kherson? And I don't know if you remember that, but we were trying to guess at that time that it just didn't make sense to put all their eggs in the basket at Kherson, that there had to be something more somewhere else, and that would probably be big. And I don't know if you recall that, but I think we got our answer what it was going to be.
No, I actually do recall that, and I wish I could say I always knew it was going to be Kherson, but I also point out that which makes the Russian inability to see where this blow was going to fall, it makes it a little bit more incomprehensible, because the Russians they launched a secondary offensive towards Kharkiv. And a little underreported. We do tend to slant a little bit towards Ukraine in this program, but we didn't talk too much about the Ukrainians actually losing ground around Kharkiv. But it's important that, again, what the Ukrainians didn't do, they didn't die on the wrong hills. So the Russians actually made some progress around Kharkiv. But the Ukrainians kept their eye on the prize, which was actually and always was going to be Kupiansk. That's the most important strategic location in this sector of the country. Just seen some information right now. Apparently, the bridge in Kupiansk has been blown. That's going to be very important. That means that Russian reinforcements are not going to arrive there. And also seen some photographic evidence that Ukrainian troops are at least on the outskirts of the city. The reports I read said that they've entered the city. I'm not going to go that far right now, but it appears that they probably have. Again, there are some pretty interesting strategic decisions being made by the Ukrainian leadership, and they're paying off.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought it was going to be Zaporizhia, but I knew there had to be something more, because Kherson just looked like it was just too heavily fortified. It was just going to be a meat grinder, and it just didn't fit the Ukrainian model. I mean, they'll grind it down and they'll still work on it, but there had to be something more. That was what we thought. We thought it would be kind of like a Tet type thing. And
we called it here. We said they'd start with Kherson, they would go to Kharkiv, and then they'll pinch Donbass. Oh, I think we called it from the beginning. I think it's pretty fair to say. I don't recall your direct conversation, but I apologize, Chuck. I literally could not log in for 2 hours. I turned off my phone 10 times. It's weird. So I apologize. Chuck, you there?
I'm sorry. No apologies necessary. I was just saying, look, it's a privilege to be on here, and I every time I'm on, I learn more than I knew when I came on, and that's a good deal. I've got a couple.
High praise coming from me.
No, it's the truth. I think I've got till the bottom of the hour, guys. If we want to do some more questions,
rock and roll. Joseph, who's next? George.
Did you call me Yehuda? Because I don't want to jump on. I think Phil was in front of me.
Okay, go Phil, then George. Go ahead.
Thanks, George. Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, everybody. I just had a question. The sheer amount of ammunition and equipment that the Ukrainians are taking pictures of and photographing that are there, it seems, and the fact that there's no organization to it, there's just boxes of all these ammunitions on the floor. What does that mean as far as the other fronts? Like, do they have more supplies than we originally thought already strewn across all of their, quote unquote fortifications? Are their supplies going to last longer than we originally thought because they've put so much there? I was just wondering if there's any thoughts on that based on what we've seen, in this major offensive. Thank you.
well, this is a good time to turn that over to Yehuda, who knows a lot about preparing big movements, a big army.
Well, I don't know. I can say the knowledge I have, I'll share, and that is that what you might see as a lot of ammunition isn't necessarily a lot of ammunition, right? If I could show you a big pile, then tell you that's for 200, not even 100 guys and girls shooting at the range for a day, it might blow your mind. You go, that's how much you'd go through. So ammunition is comes in contain little cardboard boxes that come in metal containers that come in pallets. So it might be bigger than it looks to you. So the word I don't get strewn about. I mean, there's ammo at different different places in a defensive position. I don't know. The Russians are pretty messy. So what looks like a lot of ammo to you could be 3 days, 4 days of ammo for that position based on whatever rates of fire they intend to fire from the rifles or from their machine guns, right? So it's not going to make a difference in terms of they don't have heavy equipment now, and the Ukrainians do. So, and they have air and they have artillery. It's not going to prolong anything, especially if that's what you're thinking.
As always, that's why we come to the space, because we know less than you guys do. So thank you very much for that answer. And the other thing that we've seen a lot of were the supply trucks, the Urals, and they even had like supply trucks from the 50s that were also kind of strewn about. That's going to, impair their logistics everywhere else since all the trains were taken out. So I thank you for that answer. And that's an impressive loss that they've suffered. So go Ukraine.
Go Ukraine. And go George.
Yeah, you're right, Yehuda. The ammo dumps, I mean, if you put them all together, there's another picture I think that I just saw. It says it's ammo dump near Izium, and there's, I mean, that looks pretty full. But I guess when the Ukrainians have taken inventory of everything they have, they'll actually obviously be able to bring some of their Soviet pieces that haven't been able to use. I'm sure they won't spread them throughout the entire front, but maybe 1 or 2 units will actually be able to have our artillery at hand. But what I wanted to ask Chuck was, we're hearing right now that a lot of what's leading these attacks are these recon elements by Ukrainian special forces. I saw some postings about that they were the first ones to reach Izium. I guess, would they right now be doing spoiling attacks on the Russians at night, or would they be doing reconnaissance just to see what units are there and where the weaknesses are, or are they possibly doing both? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what a spoiler is, but I mean, the answer is in the question. You said it already.
Well, there's, I think Nuno and I were speaking earlier. If you
about disruption.
Well, no, just that the terrain approaching Izium, there's a band of forest that's almost 30 kilometers deep, and it comes right up to the suburbs of Izium. And one of the traditional roles of Special Operations Force are old-fashioned patrolling, just like Daniel Boone. You're out in front of the force. You're moving carefully, slowly, and it depends on commander's intent. If you're conducting a special reconnaissance operation, look, the boss doesn't want contact, right? He doesn't want you getting in there and blowing stuff up and attracting attention to what is likely going to be an axis of attack for a larger force. So the long answer is it depends on the mission. At this point, and given the position of the Ukrainian forces, I think those woods to the west of Izium they're full of operators right now, and the sun's going to come up here in a little while. I think we're going to see the opening another large conventional attack on Izium. Nuno and I spoke about one of the only remaining roads into Izium right now is the 211-437. It is a 2-lane road. To the south, it crosses the Oskil River. There is a very vulnerable bridge there. I wouldn't be surprised if at dawn that bridge is taken out. The encirclement of Izium will by then be virtually complete.
And also you got to remember, and for the audience, Chuck, I mean, in regular, so we have a special. There's an actual, PAM for what the special forces that you might have cut to you as a brigade commander are, and so I would say unique roles outside of Recce. I mean Recce too, but there are Recce screens that Ukrainians have. They fight with Recce. And it's integral to their brigades. Right? They have Recce platoons, Recce companies, and they are most certainly screening and detecting and sharing that information back to their headquarters. I'm sure they, I don't think, I mean, they'll know what the special forces guys are doing, but the special forces guys, I think the roles are going to be a lot different. I think their roles might be to secure certain, key terrain, and to hold it possibly as the main force, the main body pulls up, right, Chuck? I mean,
Right, absolutely. And there are, I hate to even use this word, but there are more conventional reconnaissance units, and as Yehuda says, they're organic to much larger. There are cavalry reconnaissance units in the United States. There are infantry reconnaissance units, and then I don't want to say go up the food chain, but you sort of do. So if you're dealing with a SEAL team, for example, we tended to be tasked out for different jobs. For example, that 211-437 bridge, that might be a place that we'd have some use. We'd blow it up or deny it to the enemy, or simply keep an eye on it and pick the best time for artillery to open up on it. So there's a lot of gradations of reconnaissance and a lot of different units that do it.
And remember, guys like Chuck and things they do, they're kind of like gold. I mean, he's too humble, so I'll do it for him. That humble, fake modesty. No, he's a humble guy, and if I had a platoon or a team of guys like him, I would use them for the very, very Gucci missions that I need and I'd want, right? And I would rely on my traditional recce. For those who don't know, in an infantry unit, at least in Gulf countries, to get into the recce platoon, it's a step up. You augment it with a Pathfinder course, which means you're pretty cool. and it's a pretty hard course. And it's kind of like where you aspire to be, because you are good at what you do and your field craft is like bar none. And that's more of the common place used for the rec. We'll just spell it out in front of every unit is going to be the recce element, and their job is to let the unit behind their unit know where the bad guys are and what their size is and what the best avenue of approach is. And no, boss, on the map it says this, but in real life it looks like that. I know you had planned to go in this area. I definitely wouldn't recommend that. This other area is better, and that's the recce's job. And I think a lot of people, the term special forces gets thrown out a lot. But I mean, on Chuck's level, you can imagine how many of them there are in the States trained to the level that he was trained at. The Ukrainians have even less people trained to that level because it's such a unique position, it's such a unique trade. So I suspect any special forces on the Ukrainian side are doing some really super important, super risky, super hard things. Does that make sense, Chuck?
No, absolutely. And you think if you're the commander, you've got a lot of different tools in your toolbox, and every one of those elements, they have unique capabilities. And in the perfect world, I mean, the SEALs will complement the Rangers, and the Rangers will complement the cavalry recon guys, and they'll all work together. And I think a good rule of thumb is, and I love the way Yehuda put it, basically the more Gucci the unit, the more of a scalpel they are, the more of a needle. I can tell you that my SEAL element can pretty much get in anywhere you want, but our ability to hold it, we can't really hold it for a very long time. So we're going to need some help, but we can get there, and we can run amok, and we can also get out and get the enemy shooting at each other. That's one of our tricks as well. But everybody works together.
Chuck, let me ask you this: if ever in your career, I suspect just from our doctrine, it's the same as yours. Like, have you ever been anything but TACCON November to another unit? Like, you've never really, what was your command relationship with? Well, yeah, you certainly didn't roll up to the company commander or even the battalion. I mean, maybe the battalion commander. Like, what's your command relationship like? And I'll explain it to the crowd in a minute. I'm just kind of curious.
Wow, well, I wrote about it in Warrior Soul. I think every good SEAL knows to play the commanders off each other. There's a really weird thing that happens with a SEAL unit. I think it's almost unique in the military. A lot of times we'll show up and we'll explain to the commander what it is we're going to do.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so you're like TACCON. You're like TACCON, and your orders are from div or higher.
Right. Right. For hire. And even if you might be chopped to an organization, you remain what they call a theater asset, and that sort of means EUCOM or CENTCOM or AFRICOM. You might be living on a base and you might be available for service, but you can always be tasked from even the National Command Authority. So you're really a national asset. But that's fairly unique in my experience, and
you and I are very similar, Chuck. You're a national asset. I'm a national liability, at least the national.
I've been called a national liability, and it's true.
So it's interesting. So the only reason why you'd even be TACCON November would be probably because whoever's coming up to save the day needs to be able to get out of the way because we got Artie coming. So that's the reason why you'd be TACCON November. So control versus command. There's tactical control, tactical command, and then you have for the room you have tactical control, tactical command, operational control, operational command, and full command. And these relationships dictate to the commander of whatever unit is doing a thing. It dictates. Someone higher told that commander, I'm giving you engineers, they're TACCOM mic to you, and then you can issue a mission to them, or TACCOM November. It's pretty much, they're just going to be there. Don't shoot them, and make sure that you and them know where they are going to be, so you don't effing kill them. But don't bother them and don't task them because you don't have a right to. And that's kind of the relationship I assume the SEALs would have. And I was just curious where that command function began. And obviously, if you say CENTCOM, we're talking not even army, we're talking armed forces. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's. I'll tell you what. It's a heady amount of responsibility to give to a Navy Lieutenant 03, or even when you're a lieutenant commander, it's you pick up the satellite phone and you say, it's for you, Colonel.
No,
And
it's not even that. You could literally, Chuck could be in a position where he could tell the general, we're doing this, and the general's like, okay, what do you need from me? Just don't be here when we're there. That's it.
I'm afraid that's true. But with that comes, and that works as long as you succeed, right? And as soon as you don't, it's a long way to the bottom of the swimming pool. But we used to say good deals for good SEALs, so be good, right? And as long as you're delivering, this command system works perfectly.
Amazing. I don't want to monopolize your time. I know you said the 9. Do you have to run, or I don't want to?
I got about 10 more. I'm
10 more.
I'm judging. Yeah, I'm judging on my fuel reserve and also how fast the ground is coming up.
Fair enough. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go. I think George was next. Who was next to the last question for Chuck? I could talk to Chuck all day about this stuff. I'm sure we all could.
It's Aaron.
Hey,
no,
Aaron.
No,
He's not up yet.
No, Nathan had his hand up first. George, Nathan had his hand up first. Aaron was in the panel. Go ahead, George. Nathan.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So, question for the panel here is: prior to the recent offensive, we heard a lot about the Russian Third Corps, and as I look at the offensives in the north and the south, it's always something in the back of my mind, and just interested in folks on your thoughts about where that's located and what the plans are for that, if it's something that we should be worried about from a reinforcement perspective.
Chuck?
Nope. I'm. You know what? I don't want to flap my jaw without gauging my knowledge base. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know where the Third Corps is actually. Oh, I'm sorry. And I do. I must be getting tired. Yeah, absolutely. And from what you know what? I'm so dumb. I didn't know that I actually knew. From what I understand,
that's how much you know.
That's how much I know.
You don't even know how much you know.
I don't even know. From what I understand, they've already split the Third Corps into 2 elements. I don't know if they are equal or not. They were undergoing, the last kind of information I got is they were undergoing OREs, operational readiness examinations, which are sort of final exercises before you are employed downrange. And there were complaints from the local Russian town that the soldiers were wandering around drunk and harassing women. And although that sounded titillating, I thought, well, that's pretty much what any soldier or sailor is going to do when he's not employed gainfully. But I think that the short answer for this is, I think at this point the Russians are probably rushing the training syllabus a bit. And it's that classic expression that the more you sweat in peace, the less you bleed in war. And I have a hunch that the Third will not quite live up to its billing. We talked a little bit before about, look, you can have all the vehicles, all the fuel, all the bullets, everything you need, but without the human element, none of that stuff is any good at all. And it's let's use the Tom Cruise example here. It's one thing to know how to fly the plane. That's one thing. It's another thing to be able to land that plane on a dark carrier deck in the North Atlantic in the middle of a sleet storm. And that's not even fighting the aircraft. And none of that is a KG-old pilot with 5 cruises and 1,000 carrier landings who has been to Top Gun and knows how to fight the airplane. Well, all that stuff that goes for Tom Cruise, it goes to a junior sergeant. It goes to an anti-tank guided missile gunner. It goes to all those people. When you're training, and I was for a while, one of the best jobs I ever had in my life was to be the training officer at SEAL Team 4. And the best thing that we could do is not only ensure that the platoons that we were deploying, that they were trained up to the standard of the unit, that they were capable of conducting any of the 20 or 30 or 40 missions that were in their operational instructions, but as much as possible that we gave them every dirty trick that every operator on that team had learned the hard way after years of combat. And without that, without those finishing touches, no unit is worth a damn. And especially if they are just full of guys who are rushed through basic training, stomped together, poured into their trucks and shipped to the front. Look, those guys are not going to contribute to the success of the mission. They're just not. And a rushed training syllabus is 6 months. That's rushed. And you need corporate knowledge. And I think Yehuda would agree, it starts at the top. And just to get the kind of officers you need to staff that unit, look, it takes years to train those people.
Yeah. You don't get to command a battalion. You don't get to be a lieutenant with a platoon in the Army here without what you've been in. Usually, these are RMC students. They'll come in, they'll do their 4 years university with military edge, then they'll do their trade qualification in their last year. I mean, they've been in the military corporate structure for 4 to 5 years. Not all officers or NCMs go through the school, but I'm saying the ones that do are usually the ones that go to battalion and become platoon commanders in a rifle company, and they work with the same NCOs and troops for 2 years, and then they get promoted and to be a captain, for example. And the relationship that those platoon commanders have, those lieutenants in America, lieutenants in Canada, it's a very strong one, and that's where you build the trust. That's where the platoon learns to follow their SOPs and go with what that OC is doing, and that takes years. Even if you don't go to the RMC and you just start fresh and join, straight in direct officer training, and then you're there at least learning, doing basic military qualification. Then your other phase training that get you up to a dismounted and then a mounted. That's at least, I'd say, minimum 2.5 years, and that doesn't even mean you're good enough to be a platoon commander. You get sussed out at a battalion, and they decide if you're good enough to be an actual platoon commander. So if that's a standard just on a normal run, imagine you add a war into it. There's going to be more pressure. So when I hear stuff like 3 months and raw Russian recruits 3 months, 4 months, I mean, it's all gibberish, all nonsense. And you see them, they get into contact and they fall apart. Ukrainians, the reason why I have so much more faith is their system is better, and even if it's quick, these are soldiers that have been there. They've already been in war in Donbass for the last 7-8 years. They've had people there, right? They have people with the training. They have people who experience combat. So you take them and give them refresher courses over 3 months or 2 months. You're just honing their skills. You're reinvigorating their currency, so to speak. And it's a different animal. It's altogether. I mean, some of these Russians are just kids. and they have no experience, no idea what they're doing. And thank God those are the ones that are surrendering too, because there's no fight for them. There's no chance for them to do anything. Great points, Chuck. Why are you always so right?
Well, because I listen to you a lot, and you know, I haven't. I'm waiting for the time where I can jump on you, and you're not right. But that is, you know, the other thing is, you know, you when you're outside the military and looking in, there's every military guy has heard this sort of, yeah, well, you know, they're in the military, and look, and I think that's okay. You know, I don't mind taking ribbing from any civilian who, by the way, I know I work for. But I just, you know, you want to remind people that, look, it's a profession. It's something that if you're going to be an officer in the military, look, there's a lot of reading that goes into it, and not the least among your reading assignments are history and culture and biography and keeping up on certainly and keeping up on world affairs and learning your craft and listening and learning, especially when you're a junior officer, and listening and learning to the senior NCOs who've given their life to the service. And believe me, if you're an ensign in the United States Navy and a master chief tells you something, you really ought to listen to it, because he's probably been in the SEALs as long as you've been alive. And the fact that he's still alive, he's been doing something right. And I've said this before, but one of the best things any Master Chief ever told me was, look, sir, the platoon is your weapon. And that's a good thing for a young officer to know. And that basically means, look, take care of your guys, right? Take care of your guys. Don't hang them up wet. Get back from an op, you know, it's not going to kill you to buy a couple of pizzas for the guys in the debrief. Those little things, they mean a lot, and they mean even more downrange. And you work with these guys, and look, you know their girlfriends' names, right? You know, you probably met their mom and dad. You know, these are the guys that you are going to be counting on in absolute chaos. And every one of these guys should be someone that you literally trust with your life. Okay, and that's in the luxurious Gucci setting of the SEAL teams. But look, it's just as deadly in a rifle platoon, and it's probably more deadly because you're going to be doing more heavy lifting. And if you can't count on your sergeants, if those guys in that rifle squad, if they can't count on each other, then it's just not going to work.
Hey, Chuck, years ago, I had a Russian lieutenant doing a training course with me. And we sometimes have at our schools of excellence, we have foreign students. And we have, you know, one year there was, you know, this Russian guy on this course with me. And nice enough, not, you know, nothing. This was before, well before 2014 and all that jazz. And he had seen a book I kept. He was in the shack next to mine. I mean, a room in a barracks, they call them shacks. And he saw the book, and he goes, well, you know, what is it? And I think I'd got a phone call. Actually, yeah, it was a very sad event. One of the troops had hung himself, and he had mental health issues. And I was asked to do a eulogy on the base for him. And I went to look up he wasn't in my platoon, but one of his good friends was in my platoon. So I went to look at my book that I keep on the platoon. And he saw it. And so he was like, what is that? And I go, well, I'm getting a phone number and this and that. And he goes, of who? And I go, well, of a private. And he goes, why do you have a private phone number? And I said, well, I have, and I didn't show him the book, but he goes, what do you have in there? I go, everything. And what do you mean everything? I go, I have his shoe size. I have his tunic size. I have his parents' phone numbers. I have his birthday. I have his parent and his girlfriend's birthday. And literally, he was shoe size. Why would you have his shoe size? And well, in case he's somewhere and he needs shoes or boots or something, he's injured or he's in the hospital, or and I was getting the number to call him to get some information from his friend about something, about the deceased person's mother. And he said he was so incredulous. He goes, why do you care? Why do you get all that information? I go, why wouldn't we? And his answer, which is so much like the Soviet response, was, well, then you get to know them and like them or care about them. It's like, the fuck, like, oh, okay, they're not slaves. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And he was really, really like genuinely shocked that a lieutenant would have a book on everyone under his command. And I just thought that was really creepy. I'm like, and the way, just the way they treated, they almost were like laughing at us because we had reverence as lieutenants for the regimental sergeant majors or chief warrant officers. They're like, but they below you, they must have make a salute on you. Yeah, but that guy's been in the army for 30 years and he's, he can survive in the forest with a matchbox and a box cutter. Like, what do he's here to help me, right? It doesn't, but it's just a different style. It's just a different rhythm.
But you can see that's the root problem in their armed force. You treat those people like crap, and they're going to perform like crap. And it's and again, you would just look. If I had any officer working for me who didn't know those things, he wouldn't be working for me. It just you got to take care of your guys. And it's it was genuine for me. This wasn't a burden for me. I tell you what, I didn't want to be the guy writing that letter home to that guy's mom. And this was something you had to do. And I cared for those guys. Look, they were knuckleheads, but they were my knuckleheads. And
yeah. Well, that's the difference between leadership.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. All right, man. That's great. Listen, it's a great heady day. I mean, tonight's going to promise. I don't even want to know if I want to go to bed because the information's coming in. Come in about 3 hours, I guess. The first light in Ukraine, and it's going to be what laymen might call a mopping up operation. Figuring out, we're already getting reports that there are huge issues, which I totally would have expected, and that is they have so many PWs right now, they just don't know where to put them, and that means that because they don't even have the vehicles to take them back, and they can't force march them through the woods that far. You could go a certain distance, but
no,
you can't. They can't walk back 100 kilometers. So big issue. And this is the result of the Ukrainian ingenuity, exploiting vulnerabilities that have presented themselves, and phenomenally stupid behavior from the Russians. It's just really that simple. You reinforce failure. You move troops from Liman up to Izium to do what? Then you get attacked from the direction of Liman towards Izium. You don't have to.
Well,
I don't.
It's incredible that they actually moved guys from Lehman up to Izium. So they took a place where they could have options of maneuver and more options for lines of communication and supply, and they moved them into an ever collapsing cauldron that it is likely a foregone position. And I'm already amassing little nuggets, and I have been told that I'm getting direct messages with battle very, very much, because it's what informs the maps that are put out. And I thank you, everybody who does that. Thank you very much. And if I don't have the opportunity to thank you, or it doesn't come through, I want you to know that I greatly appreciate all those nuggets, and I couldn't put these maps up without it. So I want to thank
Oh,
you, and I might have to wind it up, Yehuda, and I don't want you to stay up
But
late. Okay.
could I ask a question of
Yes.
Chuck before you
Yes,
go?
absolutely. Yes.
Thanks, Chuck. It's an honor to meet you. So, in your opinion, is the Russian front that's collapsing? Is this irreversible? If it is, I mean, what are we looking at? We're looking at 20 to 30,000 POWs. Obviously, the front is it's very bad. It's even worse. It looks like in Izium than it is in Kherson now for them, which is good. Ukraine is using every bit of new equipment and everything it has in its training to its advantage. And it's an honor to meet you. I've been listening to your stuff, and I do a lot of OSINT military stuff. Thanks.
Aaron's a big supporter of MryiaReport. He loves listening. He's here all the time. So, is it irreversible, Chuck?
Boy, I never want to say that, because the Russians have a deep bench, and even though it might be crap, they've got a deep bench. I don't know if we're going to see 30,000 prisoners. That would be an astounding number. I don't actually have good numbers on the order of battle of what's left in Izium. I think this is the end. This is the end of the Russians on the west side of the Oskil River, though.
Yeah,
I
there's
would
about
say that.
20,000 max, Chuck. So let's just say, a large number have been killed in action already. I'm probably looking at 10,000 PWs.
That's an epic defeat. That's a historical level defeat.
Yeah. The last time
They still
anything
have
even
so
close.
many.
The last time anything
they
this
still
close
have so
ever
many
happened
tanks.
was in '73. The Third Egyptian Army encircled in the Sinai, and even they didn't try fighting. Right? That was 40,000. So, anyways, Chuck, I know you got to run, so I don't want to belabor it. Thank you so much for being here, and
Thank you,
we'll
sir.
see you soon. Hopefully, with new updates. Maybe tomorrow, if you're around, we'll chat for a little bit.
Absolutely, sir. We will. And thanks, everybody.
Oh, Chuck, Natalia's coming on tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's terrific. We ought to talk beforehand.
Yeah. So you know which one I'm talking about, right?
I do indeed.
Yes. So she's going to be on. It'd be great if you're here.
Absolutely, I will be. But let's talk first. What time do you think that's going to be? Oh,
she
you
said
can tell me.
1400 hours, her local time. Any time after that. So maybe between 10 a.m. our time to 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. I don't know, something like that.
Okay. Well, I'll
check
it. I'll check in with you. Okay.
Sounds good, brother.
Talk soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Everyone, if you haven't followed Chuck, give him a follow, and maybe give him a hot hand and a cold hand, and just say, thanks, Chuck. You're a great guy and a great supporter of Ukraine. Thank gosh he's on our side. That's for sure.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know who was next. It was probably Michael, Mark, and Baza.
I think Baza was before me. So that's
so polite. Let's go to Baza.
Yehuda, just a little question about the turning point. Do you see it as the defence of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk as being the point where the Russians stopped and everything changed?
Yeah, that's when the culmination. After they took Lysychansk, they kind of petered out. And then that's when you saw the introduction of HIMARS really going after fighting what we call the deep battle, not the close battle, the deep battle. And they were very effective. So while we were giggling and smiling and hearing stories of HIMARS and HIMARS o'clock, the effect on the Russian ability to resupply was, ultimately just as we've seen, proved fatal, catastrophic. And they've been having Kherson for 3 weeks as well. That's why Kherson is where it's at. And I suspect we called it here, Kherson, followed by Kharkiv, followed by, a lot of pressure on Donbass. That would be the most logical course of action in my mind, and we're playing it. It's playing it in front of us right now. So, yeah.
And after that withdrawal from Lysychansk, do you think is that when Putin really started to meddle in the military decisions? Do you think?
that he was always meddling. I think as that, I don't think that's when he felt that he wasn't being taken. You know, I think that we have.
Hey, sorry about that dead air, folks. Just making dinner here.
Sorry.
Yeah, just
Hello?
great to hear from Czech. Yehuda, what's up?
What happened to my thing? That's weird.
I don't know. I think you were muted.
Where did I stop?
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
What was the last thing you heard?
You stopped a long time ago. I already lost.
Oh, jeez, Louise.
And confirm.
Oh my God, it's like this meaning of
About
life.
a minute of dead air, I think. Sorry about that, Yehuda.
I know you were talking about the deep fight leading to the close fight because the deep fight sets conditions for a successful close fight. But after that, it was starting to break up.
So what I was talking about was during the time that we saw after Lysychansk, the delays that the Ukrainians were fighting. You saw Lysychansk, you saw the culmination of Russian forces throughout, and that's when you saw Putin and start meddling a little more. And we now know that in Kherson, the Russians were demining a big corridor because they had planned to actually invade Mykolaiv and Odessa. That couldn't possibly, I think, been the idea of Gerasimov, because it's lunacy. They don't have they don't have the defense in depth to do that, but yet they did that, right? Sorry, and then you see, you know, the Ukrainians. You know, you wouldn't see Zelensky telling Zaluzhny how to fight the fight. He might give him ideas and say, look, I don't want here a genocide. You know, you need to do something there. And he might say, okay, well, we can fix the Russians in Kherson City and cut them off and cause trouble. But we might not want to get into an urban fight there, right? So he'd give him he'd give him what he could deliver. He could give him the options, and then Zelensky would make, you know, the call. Putin meddling in it has only screwed up his forces even more so. So when you're looking at Kharkiv, you have a situation where they took advantage of soldiers that were taken from Kharkiv Oblast and moved to Kherson Oblast for this stupid plan. The ultimate, you know, just so you understand, people might wonder, what are the rest of the Russians doing? It's a good question. Well, one of the mission task verbs that is available is to fix. Now, what does that mean? When you take the army to the vet and pick them up the next day, does that, you know, pestilence? It means that you're engaged with the enemy in such a way that the enemy cannot move. Really, they can't advance. You know, they're decisively engaged, or they're engaged rather, and then you're in effect blocking them from advancing, and you're fixing them in that space. Or it could be just blocked. But so the rest of the bulk of the Russians in Donbass, they're being held by a very strong Ukrainian wall. And while they're holding that wall in the center, the Ukrainians are moving on the side and poking them in the ear, punching them in the face, punching them in the kidney. And that's how this fight's been unfolding. The deep battle versus the close battle. I think a lot of people forgot or didn't appreciate the importance of that. So for a couple of months, ever since Lysychansk, all the HIMARS were laughing HIMARS o'clock, but the Ukrainians were methodically destroying the Russian ability to rearm itself. It's not about logistics as in bringing up equipment. It was they were destroying the equipment in place. They were destroying heavy equipment. They were destroying things that were really important with a lot of really good intelligence. They were destroying radars, counter batteries, air defense platforms, stuff that would limit Ukrainians' ability to advance and prosecute that fight. And they did all that for a month. And then they did it in Kherson for 3 weeks. And what it did was it made it so when the Ukrainians did take the initiative to attack, it meant they did so without worrying about Russian close air support. They did so with relatively not worrying about Russian counter battery fire or battery fire. And now you're in a position where even in Kharkiv Oblast, the Russians, they basically degraded the Russians to a position of what they're doing is fighting a good fight. And compared to combined arms fight going on, it's not comparable. That's why the Ukrainians are able to roll over the Russians. I think Aaron made a comment about armor. Their armor isn't very good. They don't know how to use it. The tanks have been found to not actually work. Dozens don't have loader. Others have oil leaks that they can only go a few kilometers and then need to be filled up with oil. It's scary. It's crazy, is what it is. So a lot of this is a paper tiger, and we are seeing. I called it yesterday. This is a collapse of the Russian forces in Izium and really in the western Kharkiv Oblast, and it's only going to get worse because that, to Aaron who asked, so 20,000 troops in and around Izium, not in the city, but they're all spread out in certain areas, obviously oriented northwest, west, southwest, facing Ukraine. And where have the Ukrainians come? They've come in from the northeast, right? That highway is from the northeast, from the Oskil water reservoir. The Russians, in effect, they've come up from behind, and the Russians have scattered. As we speak right now, there is street-to-street fighting in Izium right now. As we speak, you have special forces who are what the Russians would probably classify as terrorizing them, but they're there in Izium. They're clearly in Kupiansk, and then the Ukrainian forces will circle back, and then there'll be another echelon for a forward passage of lines or just a relief in place, conducting a relief in place of Ukrainian forces, and they will finish the cleanup. And they'll have one big problem, and it's a good problem to have, is they'll have way too many Russian POWs. PWs, we call them in NATO. Why is that a problem? Because guess what? The minute they're in your custody, what do you got to do for them? You got to feed them. You got to make sure they're medically fit. You got to evacuate them if they're not. And I'm sure they anticipated some POWs, but did they anticipate 5,000-10,000 POWs? That's crazy. So that'll be a big problem. That will cause a huge pause. Obviously, we have friends in here who have other friends sitting in units, ready to move up to that front. And so I'd like to go to him and have a chat. What do we know? What can we talk about, Constantine?
I did not realize you're referring to me. I wanted to ask you this. As I'm not a military expert, I served as just a senior soldier in an infantry unit, so I don't have any knowledge that is any military education. So I wanted to ask that how this what Ukraine has done, this move essentially 60 kilometers over 3 days deep inside the enemy-controlled territory of the second largest military in the world. That is, they claim to be the best military in the world. 60 kilometers for a mechanized brigade to punch through. How much for a mechanized and air assault brigade? There, let's be real. There were 3 brigades doing this, and how much do you how incredible that is? How is it something that is hard to do, or that's like just standard book maneuver that anyone can do, and it's just normal stuff for the mechanized brigades?
It's a good question. It's not the distance, because the distance isn't that's not crazy. The distance is, could be 40 kilometers a day, easy. It's not the composition, because Ukrainians, that's what's expected to be done. I would say it would be often the complexity of the plan the Ukrainians had, and the contingency plans within the plan. When those get triggered, some of the
Branch
hardest
plans.
Contingency plans, but you can call them whatever you like. I'll just let you know what we call them. I can't speak to what everyone else does. So if that was an American, I can't speak to that. But so within the main plan, or the op order, really, there are different triggers and coordinating instructions that might, or actions on, and that could trigger off, say, a frago, which will be something else, right? Fragmentary order. So what I would point out is really interesting, and I would congratulate the Ukrainian planners, or the ones who execute the plan, is their ability to initiate or execute the plan at the right moment. And what this means is it means it has a really, we use things called control measures, which could be phase lines, it could be a lot of different things. The fact that the Ukrainians are really good at knowing where their flanking units are in the battlefield is really impressive, because that's where you can get in a lot of trouble. There's no such thing as advancing with a battle group on one side, and you're in the middle, you got battle group to your right, battle group to your left, you're generally going through the same area. There's no such thing as an equal layout, like you all have the same frontage that you can go. You have to share, you have to maneuver. There's a tree line, there's a valley, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that it's not like you're just walking in an extended line. You're not going to bump into each other because your buddy is 100 meters to your right, the other buddy's 100 meters to your left. That's not how brigades or battle groups move. So the fact that they really got that down pat is pretty impressive. And then the fact that when they did get contact, there were times that you see that they made the call and acted a bypass policy, went around, and then let if there were two up, one back, as a brigade moving, then the battle group, the battalion in the back, took care of the bypass element. So it's pretty awesome, because that's stuff that you do on the fly. Like, you're moving fast. You don't have time to stop and confer with the other commanders of the different battle group. You already know this is what we do. When we see this is Bob will do this, Mary will do that, John, you're going to do that. Okay, we see it. They all know in their head they've seen it. They could have a code word for it. They could have whatever, and then boom, they do what they're supposed to do. So that kind of symphony of moving parts, it sounds easy. It looks pretty simple. It looks intuitive. It's actually really, really super hard. So I'm not impressed by the distance. I'm impressed by the way they dealt with the enemy when they found them. And considering, I know it sounds funny, considering how bad the Russians conduct themselves, how confusing it is, because it's not intuitive. Like, you would assume that if you rolled up on a force the same size as yours, that you're at a stalemate, right? You'd assume that they would, do a hasty defensive, and that you would have to call, let the flanks know, and you'd want to fix them and be the fire base, and but in this case, you have the Russian units just falling apart. But those are still dangerous. Those units running around are a problem for you. You can't have company size, like a CDET, just floating around and then finding a tree line to hide in. So the fact that Ukrainians aptly dealt with the Russian threat as it broke up was really super incredible. And we don't know all the details yet, but just looking at what they did and how they took advantage of it, assessed the situation, and in the same day just started bounding to the next objective. They're like, okay, done. You know what, Izium, you're toast now. We have the opportunity. We're not going to encircle you. We're going for you. That's crazy. Like, that's pretty. It's not just gutsy, but it's so. It was executed so properly, and that in itself, a plan is great, and then until you execute it. So that's something that I admire, Constantine. I don't know if that answered everything, but it's what I got.
You did answer, and I wanted to add one more thing that you before saying my name, you said something about other troops, sitting in reserves, and that I can tell you that I have two different people in different battalions sitting and complaining that they're not taking part in this operation. So
Yeah.
and they are considered to be reserves, and they are just blaming their commanders for not being too active, so they're not sent there. They're blaming commanders for not doing too much not enough exercises, so that someone else did more, and they were sent into this operation, and they were not, and they find all those reasons, right now to to find
Be
someone
upset.
responsible. Yeah, they are upset, and those are two different guys in two different battalions. And I don't know, it's not like I know 500 people everywhere. I know only a couple, maybe even more than a couple, maybe 10. But I imagine there are other people who are as well, sitting in different in other battalions as well, and complaining that
Well,
they're not.
listen, you should tell them, don't complain. Their time's coming. The difference is, so their job is just as important as the person on the other end. Trust me. Their job, especially now, will be incredibly important. Their job might very well be to move up, replace that lead mounted unit, and then that lead mount unit is actually going to throw POWs on APCs and just move them back. Their job is important. They can't have everyone doing the fight at the same time. It's just not how it works. You have to have different sub units and sub units with different responsibilities. So definitely they'll get their kick if they can. But that's just how that's the nature of maneuver warfare. So and it all depends on the commander. They can say, you know what, that battle group, brigade group 1, 2, 3, you're in the rear, bud. I need you for follow-on forces later. You'll conduct a forward passage of lines at this phase line. That's it. That's your job. And then all his troops there are pissed off and F it. They're getting all the glory. They're getting the contact, and we're just no. They're coming, and in a perfect world, everyone would know down the line that they'll do that. And because this is the first major offensive in Kharkiv Oblast for them, they'll learn eventually that you can't throw all your eggs in one basket. You have to work methodically and in that order. So they'll get their time. In fact, reserve is not. We don't pick reserves because they're bad. We pick them because that's the subunit that you need within your unit to do the thing you need to do at a certain point. And it's usually to reinforce success. It's not to mitigate failure. You're not throwing reserves into a losing battle. You're throwing reserves into a battle to exploit some vulnerability. So they will be used. You can mark my words. I hope you tell them to cheer up.
I will. Yeah, and I understand totally that, and they understand that as well. It's just why not us? Why? But there is an answer. They understand why it's happening. And but there is still this feeling that you could have done more, and that's what forces them to to express those words.
100%. All right, let's grab some hands. Also, if you come up to the speakers panel, turn your mic off, or I'll have to put you back down to the listeners because it's interrupts everyone. So if you're coming up, put your hand up. If you're in the panel, please put your hand up so I know you have a question. That includes double or nothing. If you can put your hand up, we're gonna go. Who is next? Mitch, Mark, Bloke. Go ahead. Mitch, go ahead.
You talking about me?
Sorry,
who?
it's Michael.
all good, all good.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning. We've all been up for
I
a
only
long
see
day.
Mitch on my screen. It says MICH, and I didn't bother clicking on the
Yeah, all
avatar.
good. All good. So just two short questions then. One, so just to be clear, from what I'm getting, the Russians, because I'm a civilian, so I have to ask you guys because you know the stuff and I don't. The Russians really are this bad, and the Ukrainians are this impressive. Just to be clear, because I've been looking at this and I've been wondering, could it possibly be? So it's really true then. That will be the first
It
question.
is really true. Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. Question number two then, more tongue in cheek. Don't take this too seriously. Suppose the Russians had attacked the Finns instead.
They have.
Yeah, I mean this time. I'm not talking about the winter, right? I'm talking about today.
Okay.
Instead of
Yeah.
Ukraine. I'm pretty sure, assuming what I've seen, that the Finns would eventually reach St. Petersburg. My question is, would they get there before or after the Polish army?
I saw that joke too. So you're late. But it was a funny one.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Delivery is important too. It's not always easy. I get it. Let's go to Mark, Bloke, and Brian.
Hey, Yehuda, you must be exhausted. It's been a pretty intense and busy day for you.
Yeah, not as exhausted as those Ukrainians. So I can burn the midnight oil to help in the info war, but we're good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, thanks for your efforts. You know, I remember back. I don't know if you already ever had a chance to see it, but the Ken Burns, he did this documentary on World War II, and one of the most memorable scenes on that was the day of the D-Day invasion, and he talked about how you can go walk down any street in America and just hear the news from all the homes, the businesses, and everybody was inside glued to the radio. Because it was significant. It wasn't the end of World War II, but it was the sign of the beginning of the end. And I almost felt like that today. I was glued to you and the report, just listening, taking in every little update you had. So anyway, thanks for being there, and thanks for keeping everybody up to date. I just had a little comment. I know it's I don't want to sound presumptuous, but in my mind, this really is the beginning of the end of the imperial Russian nation. And it just brings a lot of satisfaction knowing that the world is going to be in a lot better place with a Russia that is effectively neutered. I mean, you think of all the atrocities over the years, from what happened in Syria and what happened in Eastern Europe and you know, everything going on in Ukraine. And it is kind of ironic, at least in the United States, Canada, NATO, we've been spending all these decades trying to contain NATO, contain Russia. And it took Ukraine, of all countries, to really give the deciding blow. Again, I know there's a lot of fighting and unfortunately a lot of dying to happen before it finishes. But it just really is ironic, isn't it, that with everything going on with NATO, it was a non-NATO Ukraine that really ended it. Anyway, that's my comment. I'm sorry.
Yep. No problem. It is ironic, don't you think?
Yeah.
Rain.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Yehuda.
No, nothing. I was gonna say it's like rain, but anyway, so wedding day. Go on.
Yeah, well, I was just listening to some clips of the, the Russian national newscast and those commentator talking heads. It's kind of interesting today. They know they're all discussing these setbacks, so they know something is up in Ukraine with the Russian forces, and they know it's not good. So there's no way the propaganda over there is covering this up. So it'd be interesting to see from a Russian perspective what happens in that country. Anyway, I'll be glued to see what's going on there, as well as to hear what you have to say about the ongoing affairs over the next few days.
We'll do our best to keep providing up-to-date information and updates. Language Learner wants to come on in about half an hour to do his spiel. I might get over to the computer with my maps and go through a detailed kind of granular assessment if you guys all want. And we can go through region by region, talk numbers, troops, what it means, not just military talk. I like to actually spell it out. It helps me learn too when I think out loud. I'm one of those types. So that'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Yehuda. And again, thank
You're
you
very
for
welcome.
your efforts.